In the hospital, Qiao Bei erupted in a fit of fury, restrained by several doctors and nurses. The leading physician pried open her eyelids for inspection. No serious harm done, likely just a shock, he assessed, then patiently advised, "You are alive, intact, and after some rest, you will be able to return home." Surviving such a catastrophic car accident with only minor injuries is indeed a stroke of luck. He instructed the nurse to tend to the abrasion on her forehead before moving on to attend to other patients. Qiao Bei ceased her struggles, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. Who claimed she was still alive? The essence of this body had been irrevocably altered. Clarity dawned upon her. She had transmigrated into a novel. A recent read, a tale of a domineering CEO that had left her in despair, cursing the author for abandoning the plot midway. The author, having struck it rich with the lottery, had lost the motivation to continue writing. Infuriating, wasn't it? Readers too have their grievances. She had spent several sleepless nights in indignation. She had become the namesake of the unfortunate female supporting character, the wife shunned by the male lead. Originally, the protagonist resided in the countryside with her grandmother. Following her grandmother's demise, she was taken to the Fu household, the home of the male lead, at the tender age of 12. From childhood, she had been the male lead's shadow, following him everywhere. In a bid to remain close, she had applied to the same university as him, continuing her role as a shadow. However, he regarded her merely as a sister, while she harbored delusions of marrying him, even resorting to drugging him to consummate their relationship. In an audacious move, she had summoned reporters, trapping them both in a hotel room, leading to widespread scandal and forcing the male lead into a reluctant marriage. Though he married her, he treated her as nothing more than a mere ornament in his home, never once laying a hand on her. His affections were reserved for another, a heroine of the story, his unattainable dream. Ironically, the original character became pregnant from that one fateful night. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she excitedly drove to inform the male lead, only to be met with a catastrophic accident. A series of vehicles collided in a harrowing chain reaction, leaving devastation in their wake. In the narrative, the original character survived with minor injuries, but the reality had shifted. She had perished, and in her place stood Qiao Bei, the unfortunate supporting character. The nurse tended to her forehead wound, compassionately stating, "We attempted to contact your husband, but he did not answer. Would you like to try calling him again? Perhaps he could come to fetch you." Noting the trauma etched upon Qiao Bei's face, the nurse was reluctant to let her leave alone. Qiao Bei mused on the male lead's apparent indifference to the original character. After such a harrowing incident, one would expect at least a visit. How heartless! Yet, she dismissed the thought. It was of no consequence to her. The original character was gone, and the owner of this body was now her. She bore no affection for the male lead. Even in his absence, she felt no sorrow. "What about my phone?" "It's right here," the nurse replied, handing over a mobile device. The phone was secured with a fingerprint lock. Qiao Bei placed her left thumb upon it, and it unlocked seamlessly. As she perused the contact list, she noticed several outgoing calls directed to a person saved under the name husband, the very individual who held her in disdain. Qiao Bei dialed the number once more. The ringing persisted for an extended duration, yet no one answered. She opened WeChat, located the contact label husband, and left a message. "I have been in an accident at Aihua Hospital. Please come and get me." Setting the phone aside, she languidly reclined on the bed, awaiting a response. A family member from the adjacent bed offered her an apple, which she gratefully accepted and began to eat. After finishing the apple and scrolling through her phone for a while, she noted that the husband had not replied. Qiao Bei surmised that it was highly unlikely he would show up, and thus decided to leave the hospital on her own accord. The nurse, feeling uneasy, accompanied her to a taxi before returning. Drawing upon the original owner's memories, Qiao Bei provided an address. "Driver, take me to Shicheniepin." The taxi driver couldn't help but cast a curious glance in her direction. Shicheniepin was known as the pinnacle of luxury residences in Longcheng, inhabited by the affluent and elite. After a 40-minute journey, the vehicle halted before an opulent standalone villa. Qiao Bei's mouth fell agape, her eyes sparkling, her steps light and airy. This was the marital home of the male lead and the original owner. How extravagantly splendid! The vast lawn surrounding the villa was meticulously manicured. Upon entering, 6 servants promptly approached, taking her coat and offering to change her shoes. Young mistress, what happened to your forehead? Qiao Bei, her thoughts adrift, barely managed to respond. I was in an accident. The servants exclaimed in a chorus of alarm. Qiao Bei waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor scrape. Turning around, one of the servants approached with a glass of orange juice. Young mistress, your favorite freshly squeezed orange juice. Qiao Bei's eyes lit up as she accepted the drink and gulped it down in one go. The servants exchanged puzzled glances. Qiao Bei surveyed the palace-like villa, letting out a soft "k" in admiration. She had never resided in such lavish accommodations. Indeed, she had never even seen a residence so grand. In her previous life, she had been a struggling actress, barely scraping by, living in rented rooms, and, at her lowest, in a basement. This place was simply magnificent. Qiao Bei's heart raced with excitement. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner prepared by the servants, she began to pack her belongings, rather, the original owner's possessions. As she caressed her still flat abdomen, her gaze softened. Within her lay a tiny life. In her previous existence, she had discovered her infertility. Upon learning this, her boyfriend had immediately proposed a breakup and swiftly married another woman. She was not heartbroken over his new union, rather. She mourned the loss of the opportunity to have her own child. She adored children immensely. In an attempt to drown her sorrows, she had gone to a bar, gotten drunk, and tragically drowned on her way home, which ultimately led to her transmigration into this story. To her astonishment, fate had favored her, granting her the gift of a child. She recalled that in the book, the original owner had informed the male protagonist of her pregnancy. Without a moment's hesitation, he whisked her away to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. She cherished this child. She wanted to keep the baby to prevent him from forcing her to abort. She could not divulge her condition to him, and moreover, she intended to file for divorce. She would flee with the child. After a refreshing bath, Qiao Bei sat on the bed, awaiting the return of her husband to confront him. Eventually, she fell asleep without his arrival. The following morning, Qiao Bei descended the stairs while stifling a yawn. Upon glancing up, her steps abruptly halted. Seated on the expansive sofa in the living room was a strikingly handsome man. Truly a paragon of beauty, the kind one only encounters in novels and comics. Clad in a black shirt and trousers, his long legs crossed elegantly, he lowered his gaze to a newspaper. Those hands were exquisite, so pale they seemed to glow. A yearning surfaced in Qiao Bei's heart. She wished to become the newspaper in his grasp, to be held by him. How captivating! A wolfish type, the very kind she favored. With a spring in her step, Qiao Bei approached him. "Hello, handsome." The air fell silent for a few seconds. The servants cast astonished glances. The man on the sofa lifted his eyes, and his pitch-black gaze struck Qiao Bei like a bolt. She screamed internally, "So handsome, so incredibly handsome." But the handsome man's words were as frigid as ice. "Qiao Bei, what nonsense are you up to now?" Qiao Bei instantly snapped back to reality, her thoughts coalescing. It seemed this was the original owner's husband, the male lead of the story. His otherworldly looks explained why the original owner was so infatuated. Fu Tanxiu. Visions of the original owner and the male protagonist together flashed through her mind as she uttered his name. Fu Tanxiu scrutinized her from head to toe, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. His tone bore a hint of irritation. "Didn't you get into an accident?" She appeared lively and well. This woman had the audacity to deceive him. Her boldness was growing by leaps and bounds. Qiao Bei, now incensed, realized he had seen the messages and was deliberately ignoring her. She stepped forward, grasped Fu Tanxiu's collar, and exclaimed fiercely, "I thought you had flown to the moon, which is why I couldn't reach you. Turns out you're still on Earth. Why didn't you answer my calls? Why didn't you reply to my messages?" Fu Tanxiu paused for 2 seconds, then seized her wrist. Qiao Bei yelped and released her grip. "Fu Tanxiu, you scoundrel!" The housekeeper stood frozen, as though paralyzed, her mind filled with the same question. Was this the young mistress? Qiao Bei had a reputation for being fierce and unruly. Anyone who dared to slap her would receive 20 slaps in return. The method she employed to capture Fu Tanxiu's heart had been quite formidable. However, in private, she treated him with utmost kindness, submissive and deferential. She had never spoken to Fu Tanxiu in such a manner before. Fu Tanxiu remained stunned for a full 4 seconds, then his brows knitted together, his expression darkening. Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei retorted, what do you want? Fu Tanxiu, at a loss for words, sensed something was amiss, very amiss. Qiao Bei was acting strangely today. After a prolonged silence, he shifted to a gentler tone. What's wrong with you? He chose to overlook her lies for the moment. Qiao Bei, having had a restless night, was brimming with frustration. It was her first time sleeping in such a lavish bed, and she had awoken several times throughout the night. The initial joy of seeing the handsome man had dissipated, and the enchanting filter had shattered. Qiao Bei glared at Fu Tanxiu several times, clicking her tongue in disdain. Wrapped in attractive packaging, he was merely a product lacking substance beneath the surface. Whoever wanted him could take him, she had no interest. Nothing could compare to the sweetness of the child within her. Ah, the child. Qiao Bei suddenly remembered her intention to divorce. This was the first time Fu Tanxiu had been scrutinized with such contempt by her, and she lingered on him with her gaze. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Qiao Bei softened her tone. Let's discuss something. Fu Tanxiu let out a small sigh. Indeed, Qiao Bei was up to her tricks again, seeking to capture his attention. Initially, he thought she had changed, but that was merely a figment of his imagination. This woman could think of nothing but him. Fu Tanxiu pressed his lips together, ready to speak, but Qiao Bei interrupted. Let's get a divorce. What? He replied, incredulous as he looked at her. Qiao Bei, is this another one of your schemes? Are you threatening me with divorce? It's not that, she began. Qiao Bei, you keep resorting to these foolish tactics. First, you fabricated a car accident, then spoke to me in that condescending tone, and now you're directly resorting to threats. Let me be clear. Your antics are futile. Granting you the title of Mrs. Fu is already my limit. Do not dream of anything more. Qiao Bei laughed in anger, poking him sharply in the chest with a finger. What do you mean by anything more? Your heart? Haha, that's hilarious. Please, I truly have no interest, save it for another woman. Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu's voice was laced with barely contained fury. She splayed her palm and patted his chest lightly. Man, don't think just because you're the CEO, you could be domineering and narcissistic. The thing I cherish most in this world isn't a man. Do you know what it is? Fu Tanxiu had never seen Qiao Bei like this, momentarily taken aback. The girl before him, with her lips moving animatedly, unadorned and dressed in a simple silk nightgown, had enchanting eyes that sparkled with life. Qiao Bei's eyes crinkled with mischief. I won't tell you. Regaining his composure, Fu Tanxiu felt his authority being challenged and coldly retorted, Don't touch me. Qiao Bei pouted and clapped her hands. Fine, I won't touch you. I know you wish to remain devoted to your white moonlight. Don't worry. They'll make space for her, and you can soon embrace your beauty. Qiao Bei, what nonsense are you spouting? Qiao Bei shrugged. Don't doubt my sincerity. I genuinely want to divorce you, to set you free. Fu Tanxiu pressed his fingers against his temples, his lips barely parting to utter, Get lost. Just let me divorce you, and he'll leave immediately. Fearing Fu Tanxiu might suspect her of mischief, she seized his wrist and began dragging him upstairs. Come, let me show you my sincerity. Fu Tanxiu abruptly shook her off. Enough. Qiao Bei, I warn you, stop this nonsense. Job smacked her lips twice before swiftly ascending the stairs. Moments later, she descended, dragging a suitcase while clutching their household registration book and marriage certificate. Fu Tanxiu, look. Huh, where is he? There was no trace of Fu Tanxiu downstairs. Job fished out her phone to call him, but after several rings, it went unanswered. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached, and Fu Tanxiu glanced at the caller ID before casually placing his phone face down on the seat. In a state of urgency, Job dragged her suitcase outside. The housekeeper stopped her. Madam, you haven't changed your clothes. Job looked down and realized it was true. Moreover, she felt quite famished, as it seemed she had skipped breakfast. 5 minutes later, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans that radiated sunlight and youthfulness, she settled in the dining room, devouring her breakfast. The lavish spread typical of affluent households was a delightful array of exquisite flavors that brought her to tears with its deliciousness. An older housekeeper nearby could not help but advise, Madam, please eat slowly, don't choke. Job nodded while continuing to eat heartily. Sated, she leaned back in her chair and let out a contented burp. She could not afford to remain idle. She needed to expedite her divorce. Tucking the marriage certificate and household registration book in her pocket, she prepared to find Fu Tanxiu. Exiting the villa, She nearly strained her legs trying to catch a ride. The villa complex was vast. Job estimated she walked 3 kilometers to reach the entrance. This was the plight of residing in a grand villa without a car. One could easily exhaust themselves. For someone like her, who did not drive, even the most luxurious villa seemed less appealing than living near a subway station for convenience. Several luxury cars had just parked in the courtyard. The housekeeper hurried after her, pressing car keys into her hand. She declined to drive, and, sensing the housekeeper's confusion, she explained, "I just want to walk. I've eaten too much." The housekeeper accepted her reasoning, as it was evident she had indulged considerably. The original owner could drive, yet she harbored a fear of it gripping the steering wheel made her anxious. She stood at the entrance of Huixing Company, the investment firm founded solely by Fu Tanxiu. The Fu family already owned their own enterprise, the Fu Group, currently managed by her father-in-law, Fu Song. Just as she was about to enter, a group exited, with Fu Tanxiu leading the way. Beside him stood a woman of refined elegance's first love, Meng Yusi. Chapter 3. A Marriage That Leaves Me Heartbroken. Meng Yusi spotted Qiao Bei and halted in her tracks. Turning to Tanxiu, "I shall wait for you in the car. You two may converse." With that, she prepared to depart. However, Fu Tanxiu called out to her suddenly, "There is no need for you to evade." Meng Yusi swiftly cast a glance at Qiao Bei. "Tanxiu, your actions may lead Qiao Bei to misunderstand." Fu Tanxiu shot a brief glance at Qiao Bei and replied, "She will not misunderstand." Qiao Bei, playing along, waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "Indeed, I harbor no misunderstandings. You two are indeed a couple." Fu Tanxiu and Meng Yusi exchanged speechless glances. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Qiao Bei's antics, unable to fathom her intentions. Meng Yusi scrutinized Qiao Bei for an extended moment, pondering her peculiar demeanor. Shouldn't she have rushed over to slap her or berate her as a seductress? Why was she so composed? Moreover, she claimed that she and Fu Tanxiu were a couple. There must be some ulterior motive at play. Meng Yusi cautiously positioned herself closer to Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei, in a calm tone, reassured them, "Fear not. I come unarmed, without sulfuric acid or reporters. However, your clandestine meetings are hardly a sustainable solution. Would you not agree?" Fu Tanxiu regarded her with an expression that suggested he thought her insane. "Qiao Bei, what are you truly up to?" With wide, innocent eyes, Qiao Bei replied, "I am not scheming. I am here to discuss our divorce." How could Fu Tanxiu be convinced of her determination to divorce? Upon hearing the word divorce, Meng Yusi's cold, clear eyes sparkled with disbelief as she turned to look at her. She appeared torn between wanting to inquire and maintaining her composure. Qiao Bei promptly produced their marriage certificate and household registration book. "I am quite sincere." Fu Tanxiu's brow furrowed even deeper. "Let us proceed. We should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. By the way, I lack transportation. You must have a vehicle, which would make the journey more convenient. One press of the accelerator, and we shall arrive. Oh, Miss Meng, you should accompany us as well. After we finalize the divorce, you can conveniently collect your marriage certificate." Qiao Bei's demeanor radiated a sense of self-satisfaction, as if she expected gratitude for her thoughtfulness. Meng Yusi felt a stirring within her. Regardless of Qiao Bei's ulterior motives, her willingness to agree to a divorce was as improbable as the sun rising in the west. Yet it was occurring. She must seize this opportunity. Meng Yusi turned to Fu Tanxiu, though she remained silent. Her expectation for his response was palpable. The secretary, Yu Kong, stood behind, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. It was all too bizarre. Fu Tanxiu continued to regard Qiao Bei with a chilling gaze, as if attempting to see through her. Growing impatient, Qiao Bei urged, "Come on. Let us not dawdle. The Civil Affairs Bureau will soon close." "Qiao Bei, you had best follow through with your words. If you are merely toying with me, I shall not let you off easily." Fu Tanxiu was the first to enter the car, his demeanor somewhat petulant. Meng Yusi followed suit, settling into the back seat alongside Fu Tanxiu, while Yu Kong took the passenger seat. Qiao Bei hesitated for a moment before decisively trailing Meng Yusi to open the rear door, only to find it unyielding. She swiftly circled to the other side, where an opening awaited. She slipped inside and settled beside Fu Tanxiu. On Fu Danxiu's other side sat Meng Yusi, creating an unusual configuration of two women flanking a man. Yukong and the driver exchanged glances, speechless. Qiao Bei addressed the driver, Old Chun, with a firm command. Drive us to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Old Chun snapped back to attention, awaiting Fu Danxiu's instruction. Fu Danxiu uttered 3 words, follow her lead. The vehicle began to move. Qiao Bei turned to Fu Danxiu, offering a sweet smile, but he ignored her. Her gaze then shifted to Meng Yusi, who appeared aloof and indifferent to the world. How cunning. It was she who had locked the car door, preventing Qiao Bei from entering. Fortunately, Qiao Bei had been clever and brazen enough to find her way to the other side. After all, she was not yet divorced from Fu Danxiu. She had the most rightful claim to this car. What right did Meng Yusi have to deny her entry? Never mind, never mind. It was more pressing to finalize the divorce with Fu Danxiu. Meng Yusi felt a pang of regret within. She should not have acted so impulsively. It would have been better to sit beside Fu Danxiu than to allow Qiao Bei that privilege. Qiao Bei, as usual, had an unyielding audacity. Suddenly, Qiao Bei's gaze fell upon the diamond ring adorning her finger, and she noted that Fu Danxiu bore a similar one. It was a ring that the original owner had insisted upon Fu Danxiu purchasing. Though not particularly large, it was exquisite and likely held considerable value. After the divorce, she would need funds to support her child. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she declared, Fu Danxiu, since we are about to part ways, why not leave that ring with me as a keepsake? As she reached out, Fu Danxiu raised his hand to evade her grasp. Why would I give you something I paid for? Qiao Bei retorted, since you are marrying Miss Meng, you'll surely buy another ring. This one will be of no use to you. Just give it to me. For reasons unknown, Fu Danxiu felt an inexplicable irritation, finding everything, especially Qiao Bei, utterly displeasing. He extended his hand. Return that ring to me. Qiao Bei shi de tiahunt. No, it's mine. Fu Danxiu replied. I bought it. Since we were divorcing, it should remain with me. Qiao Bei fiercely guarded the ring, shaking her head. No. If you give it to me, it becomes mine. Fu Danxiu seized her wrist, exerting an unintentional force that elicited a yelp from Qiao Bei. He deftly removed the ring from her finger. Qiao Bei lunged forward to reclaim it, cursing Fu Danxiu. You greedy miser. How can you be so petty, even wanting back a mere ring? After all we've shared, it's disheartening. Fu Danxiu toyed with the ring, shifting it playfully from one hand to the other. Yukong stood, dumbfounded. Was this truly their boss? How childish. Meng Yusi observed the two, despite their scuffle over the ring, seemed to be flirting. She felt increasingly superfluous, a sensation that was utterly disheartening. She reassured herself that Fu Danxiu and Qiao Bei would soon be divorced, severing their ties. She was destined to be the one to accompany Fu Danxiu throughout his life. After much futile effort, Qiao Bei found herself utterly exhausted. Fu Danxiu, I disdain you. Fu Danxiu merely curled his lips, banishing the earlier gloom. Qiao Bei's heart bled. Not only had she failed to obtain Fu Danxiu's ring, but she had also lost her own. She pondered that even in divorce, couples must divide their assets. Summoning her courage, she asked, so, how shall we divide our assets? Fu Danxiu feigned ignorance. What assets? The marital property. Qiao Bei, all the money in our household comes from my earnings. What concern is it of yours? Qiao Bei was left speechless. After a prolonged silence, she retorted, I have contributed to this household as well. Oh, and what exactly have you contributed? Cooking? Cleaning? Laundry? Isn't that the work of a housekeeper? Once again, Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words. She truly could not think of a single justification. Fu Danxiu then casually remarked, Qiao Bei, let us not forget that we executed a prenuptial agreement prior to our marriage. Chapter 4 Sister, it is I who divorced this man. As Qiao Bei rummaged through her memories, it indeed seemed to be the case. That despicable Qiao Bei, the wealthier he becomes, the more miserly he is. How infuriating. Do you possess a modest abode, one that you do not want? Please grant it to me. After the divorce, I must have a place to reside. In Qiao Bei's eyes, securing a stable home was far more significant than her pride. Last night, she had scrutinized the original owner's bank card. To her astonishment, there was not a single penny saved. In life, she had at least managed to save several tens of thousands. The original owner was utterly unreliable. After moving into the Fu household, all her needs were catered to by them, and she received a meager allowance. However, since she had compelled Fu Danxiu to marry her after their encounter, her image in the Fu family had been irrevocably tarnished. None of them held her in esteem. After marrying Fu Danxiu, he had given her a credit card, a supplementary one without any spending limits. Financially, she faced no restrictions. She could purchase whatever she desired. Yet, it was of no use to her. She craved cash. After the divorce, the card would undoubtedly need to be settled. Fu Danxiu glanced at her coldly, offering no response. His meaning was clear. No, and even if he had it, he would not give it to her. Qiao Bei, undeterred, thought, surely I must be entitled to some alimony. I do not ask for much, just 5 million. That should suffice to raise a child, should it not? She lacked experience in such matters. Fu Danxiu continued to ignore her. Meng Yusi smirked slightly, revealing a hint of derision, which Qiao Bei promptly seized upon. Miss Meng with such a stingy man. I advise you to think twice before marrying him. If he treats me this way today, he could easily extend the same treatment to you tomorrow. Meng Yusi replied, Danxiu is not that kind of person. Qiao Bei, do you harbor any misconceptions about him? He is quite generous. Just yesterday, while we were out shopping, he offered to buy me a bag worth $1 million, which I declined. You must have done something to upset him for him to behave this way. Qiao Bei, too incensed to heed Meng Yusi's pretentiousness, glared at Fu Danxiu, her teeth clenched in fury, wishing she could bite him. When she had suffered an accident and called him, he had been out shopping with Meng Yusi. Fine, she could tolerate the shopping. But could he not spare a moment to answer a call or respond to a text? How much time could that possibly consume? Moreover, he was buying a bag from Meng Yusi. $1 million. Was he burning money for fun? He should give it to her. She was in dire need of funds to raise a child. It dawned on her that Fu Danxiu was merely stingy with her. That wretched man. Qiao Bei took a deep breath, cursing Fu Danxiu in her heart. Ultimately, it was a matter of love. Had he loved her, he would not have treated her in such a manner. What purpose did such a man serve? Was he merely to be kept around for the holidays? Depart, depart. Let's hasten to divorce. Fu Danxiu observed Qiao Bei, her cheeks puffed in indignation, finding it inexplicably amusing. Meng Yusi noticed this and paused momentarily. Danxiu, what are you laughing at? Fu Danxiu averted his gaze, nothing. Meng Yusi cast a dubious glance at Qiao Bei. Had Danxiu just been looking at her? Qiao Bei resolved to find a way to ruthlessly exploit Fu Danxiu's card later, intending to make him pay dearly. How infuriating! Young master and young mistress have arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qiao Bei glanced outside and opened the car door to step out. Fu Danxiu shot her a piercing look from behind before following her out. The three of them entered the bureau, and old Chun inquired of the front passenger, Yukong, are the young master and mistress truly seeking a divorce? Yukong replied, what else could it be? Are they here for a leisurely stroll? Why must they divorce? Old Chun pressed. Because they can no longer endure together, Yukong responded. But they have only been married for a month. It must be an impulsive decision. I should go in and persuade them. Old Chun unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle. Yukong grasped his arm. Uncle Chun, do not cause a disturbance. You know very well the nature of their marriage. There is no affection between them. Forcing them together will not lead to happiness. I believe their divorce is for the best. Old Chun retorted, even if they are to divorce, it should be done with careful consideration. Shouldn't we inform the master and madam? Such hasty actions are unacceptable. Yukong replied, they rushed into marriage. Why can't they hastily exit? Let us not interfere. Allow the young master to escape his plight. I feel suffocated on his behalf. He should be with Miss Ming. That would bring him true happiness. Old Chun remained unconvinced. No, I must go and reason with them. Yukong pulled aback. You cannot go. I will call the master and madam. He seized Old Chun's phone. Do not meddle. The young master will speak for himself. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei walked ahead, with Fu Danxiu and Meng Yusi walking side by side behind her. Today, few were seeking divorce, and Qiao Bei approached an unoccupied window to process her divorce. A kind-looking woman in her 40s was seated behind the counter. She glanced at Qiao Bei and then at the man behind her. Are your brother and sister-in-law getting divorced? Fu Danxiu's expression darkened. Qiao Bei laukit hatili. placing her hand on Fu Tanxiu's shoulder. "Dear lady, it is I who am divorcing this gentleman." The woman behind the counter immediately felt embarrassed and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I made a mistake." Qiao Bei, in good spirits, waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right." Fu Tanxiu turned his head, coldly stating, "Remove your hand." Qiao Bei pouted slightly, withdrawing her hand while muttering, "So petty." The woman behind the counter remained flustered, her gaze darting between the three individuals. What an odd combination. A couple seeking a divorce, accompanied by a mistress? Yet the original wife seemed blissfully unaware, smiling as if there were no sorrow in her decision to part ways. Meng Yusi urged, "Please expedite the process. There are others waiting in line." Qiao Bei glanced back and indeed saw a young couple. They looked up at the sign at the window. "Oh dear, we're in the wrong place. Darling, marriage registration is over there," Meng Yusi remarked. Qiao Bei chuckled. "How amusing. One can even go to the wrong place for marriage registration." After saying this, she caught Fu Tanxiu's icy glare and quickly retrieved her identification. Turning to him, "Fu Tanxiu, my ID, please." Fu Tanxiu handed her his identification. Qiao Bei sat down, pulling Fu Tanxiu into the seat beside her. She placed the documents in front of the woman and said, "Hello, we are here to process a divorce." Meng Yusi stood alone at the back. The older sister handling the divorce registration cast a glance her way, her eyes tinged with a hint of disdain. She harbored a deep-seated aversion to those who disrupted the sanctity of families. Under such scrutiny, Meng Yusi felt a twinge of grievance, yet found herself at a loss for words. Qiao Bei urged, "Sister, please expedite the process. We are in a hurry." The older sister, unperturbed, glanced down at the documents. "All paperwork is in order. Are both of you consenting to this divorce?" "Yes," came the response. Qiao Bei sat upright, akin to a primary school student answering a teacher's question. The sister's gaze shifted to Fu Tanxiu. "And you?" Fu Tanxiu maintained a stoic expression, merely uttering a soft Subsequently, the older sister methodically posed a series of irrelevant inquiries. Qiao Bei believed they were finally on the verge of finalizing the divorce. However, the older sister stated, "Next, there is a 1-month cooling-off period. You both should return home and reflect on this decision. Come back in a month. Qiao Bei." Meng Yusi. Chapter 5. Divorce. My second marriage, Qiao Bei inquired. "Is it possible to bypass this cooling-off period? We have no need for it." The elder sister replied, "It is a regulation, as many couples possess genuine feelings. They merely act on impulse. We have irreparably fractured our relationship, utterly shattered, and thus require no cooling-off period. Please, expedite the process for us," Qiao Bei pleaded. The elder sister remained unmoved, stating, "I see you have been married for merely a month. You are undoubtedly among the most impulsive. Go home and reflect thoroughly." Qiao Bei turned to Fu Tanxiu, her eyes pleading for assistance. "Can you use your connections to facilitate our divorce immediately?" Fu Tanxiu's gaze was icy. "Is it truly so fervent a desire to divorce? Do you not wish to?" Qiao Bei taught it. "Let us not forget, it was you who insisted on this marriage. I was irrational then. I apologize," she continued. "But you stand to lose nothing. You could at least part with some money." Fu Tanxiu responded, "Is that how you calculate it?" Whether it was angered by Qiao Bei or simply bewildered, Fu Tanxiu uttered, "If I divorce, it shall be my second marriage." Meng Yusi looked at him in astonishment, as if he were a stranger. Realizing his words, Fu Tanxiu felt even more irritable. "I'm stepping outside for a smoke." As Qiao Bei regained her composure, she rushed after him. With a swift motion, Fu Tanxiu lit a cigarette, just about to take a drag when Qiao Bei interjected, "In terms of second marriages, we are equal, for I too am in my second marriage." Coughing violently, she seized the cigarette from his hand, extinguishing it and tossing it into the trash. "Smoking is detrimental to health." Fu Tanxiu gritted his teeth. Was this woman out of her mind? Utterly audacious. Observing his dark expression, Qiao Bei patiently reasoned, "You need not fear that divorce will hinder your prospects. Miss Meng is waiting for you." Fu Tanxiu cast her a cold glance. "Unperturbet, Qiao Bei persisted. I read in those domineering CEO novels that they can obtain marriage certificates without even presenting their household registrations or being present in person. Do you know why?" Tanxiu remained silent. Qiao Bei, not expecting a response, continued, because the domineering CEO has connections. Are you not a CEO? I trust you possess such connections. Make a call and request leniency, so we can finalize our divorce today. Tanxiu fixed her with a prolonged stare. I have no connections. We shall adhere to the rules. With that, he strode towards his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. As Qiao Bei chased after him, the vehicle sped away, leaving her engulfed in exhaust fumes, infuriated and stamping her feet. Meng Yusi emerged, her expression one of profound disappointment as she failed to spot Tanxiu. Qiao Bei took the initiative to inform her, Tanxiu has left. See? Such a man is unworthy, abandoning both his wife and mistress without care. What kind of behavior is that? Meng Yusi, after a moment of silence, replied, Qiao Bei, are you in your right mind? Of course I'm fine. I was in a car accident yesterday, but the doctor assured me my head was unharmed. Miss Meng, may I accompany you for a stretch? Qiao Bei, you seem quite unlike yourself today. What is troubling you? Why have you suddenly agreed to divorce Tanxiu? What is your intention? Naturally, Qiao Bei could not reveal that she was pregnant. She did not wish for her child to be harmed by Tanxiu, so she chose to divorce and seek refuge. I have no ulterior motive. I simply had an epiphany. There is no point in holding on to a man who does not love me. Why should I squander my youth on someone who lacks affection for me? There are plenty of handsome men out there, and I wish to find someone who truly loves me. Meng Yuqi squinted, scrutinizing Qiao Bei and pondering the veracity of her words. A taxi halted before them, and Qiao Bei urged her to enter the vehicle. Driver, take us to Shi Pin. Upon arrival, Qiao Bei alighted from the car. Driver, please collect the fare from this young lady. Meng Yuqi. Yukong observed Tanxiu, uncertain whether he had indeed divorced or not. He dared not inquire further, continually exchanging glances with the driver, Lao Chun. Tentatively, Lao Chun asked, Young master, have you and the young mistress parted ways? Tanxiu raised a hand to his temple. No. Lao Chun chuckled. Well, that's good. In truth, the young mistress is quite a fine person. Marriage is like this. It often begins without love, but over time, feelings can blossom. Lao Chun held traditional views, believing that once married, one should not easily divorce, and that it was best to grow old together. Tanxiu remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Yukong felt vexed, thinking that Qiao Bei must have had a change of heart. He had always known her to be capricious, toying with Tanxiu, and she likely never intended to divorce. Qiao Bei did not finalize the divorce. Instead, she transformed her frustration into vigor, consuming 2 bowls of rice and an entire spread of dishes. Feeling overly full, she took a stroll in the courtyard, clutching her abdomen to aid digestion. Once her discomfort subsided, she ascended the stairs for a brief rest, ultimately awakening to the persistent ringing of her phone. With her eyes still closed, she answered, Hello. Bei, where are you? I'm back from vacation, and I've brought you some delicious treats. Come to my house. Who are you? A moment of silence ensued, followed by a conciliatory tone. Bei, are you still upset? Please don't be mad. I was wrong to say that. From now on, I will support your decisions. I won't obstruct your feelings for Tanxiu any longer, nor will I speak ill of him. If you wish to be a devoted wife at home and not pursue work, I won't oppose it. Please don't be angry. I brought you some tasty dried fish as an apology. Qiao Bei opened her eyes and glanced at her phone. Yishi. She was the original owner's close friend, a high school classmate and the only friend the original owner had. They had quarreled a few days prior over work-related issues. Yishur urged her to find a job and not rely on Tanxiu. The original owner, infatuated with love, yearned to be the woman behind Tanxiu, preferring to be a devoted wife rather than seek employment. Their differing opinions led to a heated argument, during which Yishur lashed out at Tanxiu. The original owner, blinded by love, could tolerate insults aimed at herself, but not those directed at Tanxiu. Ultimately, they parted on a sour note. Yishur went on a trip, and they had not communicated for several days. Qiao Bei sat up, running her fingers through her disheveled hair. From the opposite side came the pitiful weeping of Yishur. Bei, my dear Bei, please do not ignore me. Qiao Bei softened her tone. Where is your home? I will come over now. There was a brief silence on the other end. Bei, what is wrong? How could you possibly not know where I live? Qiao Bei. A slip of the tongue. She rummaged through her mind and, at last, recalled Yi Shi's address. I was just joking. How could I possibly forget? It's the Guanlan community, right? I'll be there shortly. Yi Shi let out a sigh of relief. I'll be waiting for you, little dried fish. Chapter 6. Quite a normal girl, Qiao Bei changed into a new outfit and, by chance, discovered a stack of cash in a drawer, estimated to be around 10,000. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stuffed the money into her suitcase, taking out 2 bills to place in her pocket for a taxi later. Upon seeing her, Yi Shi enveloped her in a warm embrace, leaving Qiao Bei teary-eyed with emotion. What's wrong, my dear? Yi Shi exclaimed, startled. Qiao Bei wiped her face and smiled foolishly. I missed you. Oh, I thought something was wrong, and you startled me. Come here, let's hug again. I missed you terribly too, having had no friends in her past. Others often remarked on Qiao Bei's peculiar nature. But was she truly odd? She was just an ordinary girl, misunderstood by those who failed to appreciate her. What did you say? You want to divorce Fu Tanxiu? Yi Shi's voice rose in pitch. Qiao Bei reclined on the sofa, her feet resting in Yi Shi's lap. Yi Shi, filled with excitement, slapped her foot playfully, causing Qiao Bei to wince in pain. Gentle, be gentle. Regaining her composure, Yi Shi snatched the dried fish from Qiao Bei's hands and popped it into her mouth. Now tell me what's going on. Are you gravely ill? Qiao Bei savored the taste of the fish, shaking her head. You're overthinking it. I'm in perfect health, all limbs intact. Even after yesterday's car accident, I only sustained minor injuries. Car accident? What accident? Where were you hurt? Why didn't you call me? Let me see. Yi Shi insisted as she turned Qiao Bei over to examine her. Qiao Bei pointed to her forehead, which bore a barely noticeable scrape, hardly discernible unless one looked closely. Finally convinced of Qiao Bei's good fortune, Yi Shi asked, Did Fu Tanxiu do something to hurt you? Did you witness him in bed with Meng Yusi? Qiao Bei replied, No, not in bed, but it is true that Fu Tanxiu has feelings for Meng Yusi. I've come to terms with it. I don't wish to cling to a man who does not love me. Yi Shi remained skeptical, stroking her chin as she scrutinized Qiao Bei, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Qiao Bei retorted, If you keep staring at me like that, I might just leave. She was reluctant to reveal her pregnancy, fearing Yi Shi's loose lips would betray her secret. Yi Shi playfully tossed some dried fish into Qiao Bei's hand, successfully pacifying her. As Qiao Bei munched on the treat while watching television, she playfully wiggled her toes in Yi Shi's lap. Sure, where have Uncle and Auntie gone? They're probably off dancing in the square, Yi Shi replied. I envy them. Qiao Bei sighed. A loving couple with an adorable daughter, enjoying dinner and then dancing hand in hand. Well, if you kick Fu Tanxiu to the curb, you could find a reliable man and live that life too. I can introduce you, Yi Shi suggested. Qiao Bei grinned as she took a bite of the dried fish. All right, but make sure he is handsome. Absolutely. He must be more attractive than Fu Tanxiu. Though it might be a bit challenging, I will do my best. Sure. Can I stay at your place tonight? Qiao Bei asked. Is that even a question? I must hold you while I sleep tonight. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest, Yi Shi replied. Qiao Bei embraced her and planted a joyful kiss on her cheek. This is wonderful. I finally have a friend. Fu Tanxiu unexpectedly returned home for dinner, only to find that Qiao Bei had run out. Too proud to call her, he sulked alone in the dining room. The housekeeper, noticing his dark expression, assumed he found the dinner unsatisfactory. Young master, shall we prepare another dish for you? No need, Fu Tanxiu retorted, rising to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei awakened at the Yi residence, feeling a dampness at the corner of her mouth. She had been drooling. After wiping her lips, she stepped out of her room to find Mr. and Mrs. Yi bustling in the kitchen. The source of her hunger became clear. Uncle, Auntie, what delightful dish are you preparing? It smells amazing. Mrs. Yi turned with a smile. We're making pan-fried buns, all handmade. Mr. Yi added, and some multi-grain porridge. Qiao Bei licked her lips, yearning for the meal. Mrs. Yi chuckled. Hurry and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready soon. And please, wake up sure. She sleeps too much. All right. Qiao Bei cheerfully dashed back to her room, playfully squeezing Sure's face. Little lazy pig, time to rise. The sun is up. Sure merely mumbled and turned over to continue her slumber. If you don't get up, I'll finish all the breakfast your parents made. Qiao Bei. But sure remained unresponsive. With a sigh, Qiao Bei proceeded to freshen up. When sure finally emerged from her room, she found Qiao Bei savoring a pan-fried bun in one hand and a bowl of porridge in the other, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Neither Qiao Bei nor the original owner of her body had ever experienced the warmth of a family. In her past life, Qiao Bei was an orphan raised in an orphanage, often bullied due to her small stature. However, she possessed a fierce spirit. Those who tormented her soon learned to fear her wrath, as she would retaliate fiercely, sometimes biting her aggressors. There was even a boy who lost a chunk of flesh from his arm due to her ferocity. From that day on, no one dared to bully her. Recognizing her as a formidable presence, she envied Shure's fortunate and wholesome family life. Shure, come, eat. Qiao Bei called out, her voice muffled. Shure shook her head, exasperated. Foodie. Both Qiao Bei and her original self shared an insatiable love for food, as if they hadn't eaten in ages since arriving at the Yi household. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Qiao Bei returned to Shi Chunyi Pin, where she encountered Fu Tanxiu. Surprised, she asked, "Aren't you working?" His cold, dark eyes conveyed no warmth. "It's the weekend." "Oh." Qiao Bei turned to ascend the stairs. "Where did you go last night?" he inquired. "None of your business." She snapped back. "Stop right there," he commanded. "Umph, I can't be bothered with you." She was in a foul mood and unwilling to offer him a pleasant demeanor, even if he was handsome. Fu Tanxiu watched her silhouette vanish around the staircase corner. Inhaling deeply, feeling a sense of exasperation, he summoned a housekeeper. What has happened with Qiao Bei these past few days? He sensed something was amiss. Her attitude towards him had drastically changed. The woman who once seemed eager to cling to him and even resort to underhanded means to marry him now suddenly sought divorce. He could see the shift. Job truly desires a divorce. The housekeeper informed him. Madam was in a car accident the day before yesterday. She sustained an injury to her forehead upon her return. Fortunately, it was not severe. Later, the television aired footage of the accident scene from that day, which was horrific. Dozens of vehicles collided, resulting in 6 fatalities and over 20 serious injuries. Madame was present at the time. She pointed at the television, exclaiming that her car was among those involved. Indeed, we saw her vehicle utterly wrecked. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow tightly. It appeared the accident was genuine. He had previously assumed otherwise. He gestured for the housekeeper to leave. Stepping into the courtyard, he searched for the red Maserati that Job frequently drove, but it was nowhere to be found. He called Yukong, requesting an investigation into the vehicle's whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, Yukong returned his call, confirming that the car was indeed at the accident scene and had since been towed to a repair shop. Chapter 7. Who Plays Tricks? Who is a dog? Qiao Bei sat cross-legged on the bed, engrossed in browsing a rental app on her phone. She was on the brink of divorce with Fu Tanxiu and needed to secure a place before moving out. A knock echoed on the door. Qiao Bei casually said, "Come in." Fu Tanxiu entered and found Qiao Bei wearing a troubled expression. He stepped closer and asked, "Are you all right?" Qiao Bei looked up, saw him, and retorted, "What do you mean, all right?" What a nonsensical question. Fu Tanxiu replied, "I heard about the car accident." Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. "So you believe me now? You come to care about me only now. It's too late. Late affection is worse than a dog's loyalty. It's unwelcome." Fu Tanxiu frowned and countered, "I do not harbor deep feelings for you. I merely express concern. I was aware of your accident. Of course, you were too busy shopping with your beloved, buying her $1 million handbag. How could you possibly know about my accident? All right, stop with the sarcasm. Why can't I care? We are not divorced yet. You used our marital funds to buy gifts for that Meng fellow. Have you considered my feelings?" Fu Tanxiu felt an odd sense of relief. This was the Qiao Bei he recognized. It seemed she had been putting on an act these past few days. Because of her accident, he hadn't answered her calls, and she was upset, deliberately throwing a tantrum. Everything made sense now. "Qiao Bei, the money I earn is mine to allocate as I see fit." "Huh." Qiao Bei stuffed repeatedly. Fu Tanxiu, thank goodness I don't have feelings for you, or I would be driven mad. What kind of woman would want a man like you? You might as well stay single forever. Look at how women who don't earn are treated. A living example. Fu Tanxiu sneered. "Qiao Bei, are you serious?" Do you need me to recount the reasons we got married? Thankful that she didn't love him? How could she even utter such words? Ha! Ha ha! You'll buy us infuriated. She was being blamed for something she hadn't done. I must have been blind and foolish before. I'm awake now. Fu Tanxiu's anger flared, his eyes icy. I hope you keep your word and don't resort to trickery. Qiao Bei, with a proud tilt of her chin, declared, who plays tricks is the dog. Fu Tanxiu retreated to another room, pacing with frustration. Just then, Yukong called, Mr. Fu, there's an issue with the overseas project that requires your immediate attention. Fu Tanxiu rubbed his temples. Make the arrangements. Noticing his foul mood, Yukong cautiously inquired, who has upset you? Enough with the nonsense. Fu Tanxiu snapped before hanging up. Yukong grimaced, well aware that the source of Fu Tanxiu's ire was undoubtedly Qiao Bei. After several days of Fu Tanxiu's absence, Qiao Bei finally remembered to ask the housekeeper, where is Fu Tanxiu? Does he often disappear for days? The housekeeper replied, young master is on a business trip. It seems he has gone abroad. Oh, Qiao Bei paid it little mind. The nanny continued, young mistress, although young master may seem a bit distant, he is still dependable. After marriage, he returns home daily, except for these few days he has been on business trips. Qiao Bei replied, oh. She reflected for a moment and realized this was indeed the case. After their wedding, Fu Tanxiu had not spent nights away from home, though they slept in separate rooms. His chamber located on the second floor. The nanny added, the relationship between young master and Meng Yusi is a thing of the past. Young mistress, you are his present and future. We firmly stand by your side. Qiao Bei responded, there is no need for such unwavering support. The nanny was momentarily taken aback, not fully comprehending her meaning. Qiao Bei chose not to elaborate and ascended the stairs to change her attire. It must be noted that the original owner of this identity had grown up in the Fu household, yet her wardrobe contained few decent garments. With only 2 bags and a solitary necklace among her accessories, it seemed all these gifts had been bestowed upon her by Fu Tanxiu on past birthdays. Back then, Fu Tanxiu had not fathomed her ulterior motives and treated her with brotherly affection, gifting her presents on her special day. It was no wonder the original owner had developed such deep-seated feelings, falling into a frenzy of love. Qiao Bei crossed her arms and swayed slightly. Dialing Yi Shi's number. Let us go shopping. Yi Shi replied with a scoff, not going, it's pointless. There was a reason Yi Shi was reluctant to accompany Qiao Bei on shopping excursions. Since her marriage, Qiao Bei had not purchased anything while shopping. Rather, she seemed to expect Yi Shi to foot the bill. She would treat her to meals, to milk tea, to grilled sausages. Whenever Yi Shi suggested buying a piece of clothing, Qiao Bei would shake her head, saying, Brother Tanxiu works hard for his money. I cannot squander it. At that time, Yi Shi nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. Fu Tanxiu possessed a keen business acumen. Within 2 years, he established Huisheng, and within 3 years, he ascended to the top of the Longcheng rich list. His personal assets surpassed those of his father, Fu Song, accumulating wealth at an astonishing rate. The extent of Fu Tanxiu's riches was beyond Yi Shi's comprehension. With such a husband, Qiao Bei aimed to save money for him. What a lack of sense. Yet, Qiao Bei was stubborn, unwilling to heed advice. She insisted on being the guardian of Fu Tanxiu's finances. At this moment, Qiao Bei also recalled the original owner's past actions, rubbing her nose in utter exasperation. Don't worry, today I'll treat you, she said. Yi Shi replied, I'll give you one last chance. When Yi Shi followed Qiao Bei into an upscale women's clothing store, she was left speechless. Qiao Bei exclaimed, this one, and these few. Please bring me one of each size to try on. 10 minutes later, Qiao Bei declared, I don't want this one. Wrap up the others. With a flourish, she swiped her card and exited with shopping bags in tow. Yi Shi finally closed her gaping mouth and hurried after her. Bei, are you all right? Aren't you supposed to be saving money for Fu Tanxiu? Qiao Bei beamed with a radiant smile. Only a fool would try to save money for that miser. Rest assured, I'm doing splendidly. Let us go. I remember you liked the clothes from that store we visited last time. Let us shop till we drop and max out Fu Tanxiu's card. Yi Shi could only stare in disbelief. Meanwhile, Fu Tanxiu was engaged in discussions with foreign partners, his phone incessantly buzzing. He wore an irritable expression as he glanced at the screen. It was filled with notifications of purchases. He paused for a moment, realizing that since he had given Qiao Bei this supplementary card, he had never received any transaction alerts. This was the first. What on earth has happened to that woman? It is not that he is particularly concerned about money. Rather, he finds it rather peculiar. Recently, Qiao Bei has been exceedingly strange, as if she has transformed into an entirely different person. Yukong observed his boss lost in thought and felt compelled to remind him, Mr. Fu. Fu Tanxiu snapped back to reality, silencing his phone, and resumed his conversation. Qiao Bei had engaged in a day of fierce shopping with Yishur, reveling in a state of ecstatic frenzy. She had never experienced such a liberating mode of shopping, and her spirits soared. Unbeknownst to her, she had spent an indeterminate amount of money on Fu Tanxiu's account, nor did she wish to tally it, as she had no intention of stopping. In the end, Qiao Bei treated Yishur to a meal at a posh restaurant, after which they took separate taxis home. Upon seeing her laden with numerous bags, the housekeeper expressed her surprise before stepping forward to offer assistance. Qiao Bei evaded her approach, saying, "There's more outside. Could you please help me bring it in?" Several housekeepers hurried out and shortly returned with an array of shopping bags. Qiao Bei collapsed onto the sofa, panting, as a servant handed her a glass of freshly squeezed juice, which she gulped down in one go. Delightful. What on earth are all these? Who purchased them? The voice was somewhat piercing. Qiao Bei lifted her gaze to the doorway, where a girl clad in a tight mini-skirt stood. Who might this be? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Bei realized, oh, it is Fu Yao, the sister of Fu Tanxiu. Chapter 8. It is only natural for a wife to spend her husband's money. Qiao Bei remained sprawled on the sofa, her demeanor languid as she declared, I purchased these. Fu Ya exclaimed sharply, Qiao Bei, what do you intend to do with all these items? Why are you frivolously spending my brother's money? Qiao Bei rolled her eyes, retorting, I am spending my husband's money. It is none of your concern. That is my brother's money. Fu Yao shot back. Your brother is my husband. It is entirely justifiable for a wife to utilize her husband's finances. Fu Yao threw down her bag, positioning her hands defiantly on her hips, ready to confront Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, you are shameless. You cling to my brother, coercing him into marrying you. You are like a parasite, having thrived off our family. And now you drain him alone. Qiao Bei, you wretched woman, why do you not just die? What purpose does your existence serve? Qiao Bei stood up and advanced toward Fu Yao, halting before her and delivering a resounding slap to her face, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on Fu Yao's left cheek. The original protagonist had always harbored animosity towards Fu Yao, who regarded her as a thorn in her side, believing that she had usurped her brother and the exclusive affection that belonged to her. As children, Fu Yao had tormented the original protagonist mercilessly, luring her out only to abandon her, placing insects in her bedding to scare her into sleeping on the floor, tearing up her homework, which led to her being punished by the teacher, soaking her winter clothing in water during the coldest months, resulting in her falling ill with a high fever and colluding with other girls to physically assault her. In summary, Fu Yao's malevolence was profound. In comparison, Fu Tanxiu appeared almost angelic. However, the original protagonist eventually grew stronger and no longer allowed herself to be bullied. When Fu Yao attempted to harass her, she retaliated with equal ferocity. After several encounters, Fu Yao began to keep her distance, no longer daring to entertain ill intentions. Yet, whenever the opportunity arose, Fu Yao would surely seize it to humiliate the original protagonist. After being struck, Fu Yao, infuriated, attempted to retaliate, only to find her wrist firmly grasped by Qiao Bei, rendering her immobile. Qiao Bei had practiced a few self-defense techniques, more than sufficient to handle Fu Yao. Taken aback, Fu Yao bellowed, "Let go of me." Qiao Bei flung her to the floor, looking down upon her with an air of superiority. "Fu Yao, let me clarify something for you. The reason your family took me in is that your mother's illness was treated by my grandmother. In exchange, your mother promised to raise me and support my education." Qiao Bei's grandmother, Qiao Yuhua, was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner whose skills were exceptional. Yet she had retired to the countryside for a peaceful life in her later years. Fu Yao's mother had suffered from a grave illness that nearly claimed her life, leading her to seek out Qiao Bei's grandmother for treatment. At that time, Qiao Bei's grandmother was already in declining health, burdened by worry for Fu Yao's mother, which deteriorated her condition further. Qiao Yuhua successfully cured Fu Yao's mother without demanding any payment, but upon her deathbed, she requested Fu Yao's mother to take her in, raise her, and provide for her education. At that time, Qiao Bei was 12 years old and recalled everything vividly. She felt grateful for the care bestowed upon her by the Fu family, but could never accept Fu Yao's derogatory comparison to a parasite. Fu Yao was acutely aware of these circumstances, yet she remained resentful. Their once harmonious household had suddenly been disrupted by the presence of an outsider, particularly a girl. She felt as though the affection that was exclusively hers had been snatched away, particularly by her brother. Since Qiao Bei came to live at their home, her brother's adoration had diminished significantly. She attributed all her grievances to Qiao Bei. Fu Yao stood up, her voice ringing out. "Your grandmother is quite amusing. After treating my mother, she has the audacity to make such shameless demands. Qiao Bei, are you aware of how bothersome you are? I am utterly fed up with you." Qiao Bei responded, "Likewise. I shall inform my brother and my parents that you hit me. Just wait to be dealt with." With her arms crossed, Qiao Bei regarded her with a dismissive air, her tone light and airy. Whatever. This attitude made Fu Yao feel as though she had struck a pillow with her fist. Grabbing her bag, she retorted, "You just wait," and then turned to flee. The servants hid in the kitchen, too afraid to emerge. They were well aware that Miss Fu Yao would inevitably engage in a quarrel with the young mistress every time she visited. However, today the young mistress was particularly fierce, delivering a slap that left them utterly startled. Qiao Bei bent down to lift several bags upstairs, glancing back toward the kitchen. "Please help me take these items upstairs." Oh. The maid snapped back to attention and immediately sprang into action. Upon returning to her room, the maids offered to assist in hanging up her clothes. Qiao Bei waved them off, indicating it was unnecessary. After they exited, she meticulously arranged her haul from the day, one piece at a time, in her wardrobe. Satisfied with her display, she even snapped a photo. Shopping had proven exhausting. Her back ached and her feet throbbed. She hurried to the bathroom, filling the tub with water for a soak. Upon emerging, she noticed dozens of missed calls on her phone. 5 from her husband, 5 from her father, and 20 from her mother. It seemed Fu Yao had reported her, and they were all calling to demand an explanation. Qiao Bei silenced her phone and lay down on her bed, preparing to sleep. A maid knocked on the door. "Young mistress, the young master is on the line." Qiao Bei replied through the door, "I want to answer." The young master said if you don't pick up, he will take away the things you bought today. Qiao Bei retorted. With a loud bang, the door swung open forcefully. Qiao Bei snatched the phone from the maid's hand. "What do you want?" she snapped, her tone sharp. Fu Tanxiu gritted his teeth, suppressing his irritation. "Why didn't you answer the call?" "I was bathing." Her response was equally curt, revealing her impatience. "Why'd you hit Yao Yao?" Qiao Bei knew Fu Tanxiu had come to demand an explanation. Because she has a foul mouth, she deserved it. Fu Tanxiu had always known his sister disdained Qiao Bei, constantly opposing her, and their encounters invariably ended in conflict. He refrained from pursuing the matter further and instead inquired, "What did you purchase today?" Qiao Bei paused, taken aback. Why was he shifting the topic? She had just struck her sister. Wasn't he supposed to confront her about it? Meanwhile, Fu Tanxiu, growing increasingly impatient, pressed, "I'm asking you a question." Snapping back to reality, Qiao Bei responded, "This morning when I opened my wardrobe, I discovered I had nothing suitable to wear. As Fu Tanxiu's wife, I lack even a decent outfit, a respectable bag, or a set of exquisite jewelry. How can I step outside without bringing shame upon you?" Thus, I ventured out for some shopping, only to inadvertently purchase a tad more than intended. My sister raised quite the ruckus over this. Qiao Bei's voice was low, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a few moments, then remarked, "Buy what you desire. Do not fear the expenditure." Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, even glancing at her phone to confirm it was indeed Fu Tanxiu speaking. He seemed somewhat uncharacteristic. "Are you all right?" she inquired. With a decisive click, Fu Tanxiu ended the call. Qiao Bei muttered under her breath, "What a weirdo." She handed her phone back to the nanny. Once the nanny departed, Qiao Bei flung herself onto the grand bed, blissfully closing her eyes. A night devoid of dreams ensued. The following morning, Qiao Bei descended the stairs with a buoyant step, only to halt abruptly upon seeing a regal woman lounging on the sofa. Chapter 9. The Plastic Husband. A shield in times of need, Qiao Bei paused for a brief moment, yet her expression quickly returned to normal as she continued her descent down the stairs. With a smile gracing her lips, she settled into the single sofa beside Qi Lianxin. "Mother, how long have you been here? Why didn't you call for me?" Qiao Bei mused that she ought to pursue a career in acting, for she adapted seamlessly to the role of the original owner, navigating various relationships with ease. Qi Lianxin's complexion was far from rosy, though she maintained the poise befitting a woman of high society. "I have been here for an hour. It is already 9 in the morning. Young people should avoid excessive indulgence and cultivate the habit of rising early." Qi Lianxin spoke with a gentle yet steady voice, tinged with a hint of frailty. Qiao Bei remained silent. What could she possibly say? She feared that her words might provoke Qi Lianxin unduly, especially since she was the very person her grandmother had rescued. Qi Lianxin observed the girl, who was staring down, fidgeting with her nails, evidently not absorbing her words, which only served to heighten her irritation. "Why did you strike Yao Yao?" Qiao Bei replied. "She called me a parasite, feeding off the Fu family's wealth. Is that why you left her face in such a state? I was quite taken aback when I saw it. I always thought you were a considerate and kind child, but I never realized your heart could be so ruthless." Qiao Bei lowered her hands and met Qi Lianxin's gaze. The anger on the woman's face was palpable. Over the years, Qi Lianxin had neither been particularly kind nor unkind to the original owner, but she had clearly favored her own daughter. Such familial biases were natural, and Qiao Bei felt no inclination to voice her discontent. However, as the current owner of this body, she would not be so easily trifled with. She would retaliate against any who dared to bully her. "Mother, if you merely instruct Fu Yao Yao to refrain from provoking me, then there would be no need for violence." "You." Qi Lianxin's face paled with fury. Regret washed over her for her previous decision. She should never have brought Qiao Bei home, thus entangling her with her own son. After a moment's pause, she inquired, "I heard Yao Yao mention that you have bought many things. Is that true?" "Indeed, I did. It was Fu Tanxiu who prompted me to make the purchases. Your plastic husband, a shield to wield when necessary." Qi Lianxin retorted, "So because he said so, you went on a spending spree?" "I did not squander. Everything I purchased is necessary. Even if they are necessary, there must be a limit. Do you know what has sustained our Fu family's wealth for 3 generations? Frugality." Qi Lianxin glared at Qiao Bei. "That is not merely frugality, it is prudence. In affluent families, it is essential not only to earn, but also to learn to save. Spend where it is warranted and refrain from unnecessary expenditures. As Tanxiu's wife, you must manage the household wisely, embodying a diligent and economical partner, allowing him to focus on his work." Qiao Bei absorbed this lesson. It is often said that the wealthier one is, the more prudent they become. One cannot retain wealth without such discipline. Unlike her, who spent as much as she earned. "Did you truly heed my words?" Qi Lianxin asked. "I did. Thank you, mother. I have gained invaluable insights." Qi Lianxin's expression finally softened. After a while, she shifted the conversation back to Fu Yao. "You mustn't lay a hand on Yao Yao anymore. She is your sister, and you must accommodate her." Qiao Bei replied, "She is older than me, but you're the sister-in-law." Qiao Bei thought to herself that soon she might not be. Qi Lianxin politely declined to sit down for breakfast, grabbing her bag and leaving. Qiao Bei merely extended her courtesy, secretly wishing for her to hurry away so she could savor her breakfast in solitude. Upon returning home, Fu Yao rushed toward her mother, asking, "Mom, how did it go? Did you take revenge for me?" Qi Lianxin shot her a glare. "At your age, you should be more mature. I merely scolded her verbally. I couldn't possibly retaliate physically." Fu Yao wailed in frustration. "So, I took a beating for nothing? Why did you provoke her in the first place? It's your own fault. Mom, who is your real child here? I warn you, do not provoke her unnecessarily. Have you ever gained the upper hand in your fights with her since childhood?" Fu Yao pouted, her face full of defiance. "It's only because my brother protects her. If it weren't for him, I would have dealt with her long ago. She is now your brother's wife. Don't go too far, or it will end badly when your brother finds out. What do I care?" My brother is probably fed up with her and wishes to divorce her. Qi Lianxin's eyes flickered with concern. Don't say such things. Fu Yao huffed, still sulking. What she said wasn't entirely unfounded. Qiao Bei had manipulated her brother into marrying her. Such a shameless woman would eventually be cast aside by her brother. Qiao Bei entered a real estate agency. I would like to rent an apartment. Immediately, a staff member attended to her. After taking a seat, Qiao Bei inquired, "Can I use a credit card for the rent?" "I'm sorry, but that's not possible." Undeterred, Qiao Bei pressed on. "What about purchasing a property?" The agent again shook their head apologetically, realizing from her questions that Qiao Bei lacked the funds to buy a home. The agent excused themselves for a drink, leaving her unattended. With a blank expression, Qiao Bei exited the agency, feeling frustrated. She kicked a pebble by the roadside with force. Just then, a car came to a stop in front of her, honking twice. Qiao Bei was about to unleash her anger, as she despised those who honked indiscriminately. The next moment, a handsome young man stepped out of the car. He had long legs, thick brows, big eyes, and a sharp chin, embodying the type she found appealing. Adorned with a diamond stud in one ear, he exuded a cool charm. However, this handsome man seemed somewhat familiar. "Why are you here?" he asked. Qiao Bei looked down, puzzled by the hand gripping her wrist. "Who are you?" Just as he was about to respond, Qiao Bei interjected, "Even if you look good, you can't just pull on a girl's arm in the street. I will call the police." He frowned slightly. "Qiao Bei, don't act like this. Just because you're married, does that mean you pretend not to know me?" Qiao Bei was taken aback. He knew her name. Was he an acquaintance? She lifted her head to scrutinize him more closely and suddenly remembered. Indeed, he was familiar, one of the original owner's suitors, Lu Yanxuan? Lu Yanxuan appeared somewhat shy and a touch demure. In the realm of domineering CEO narratives, Qiao Bei yearned for Fu Tanxiu, while Lu Yanxuan harbored affections for Qiao Bei, both enamored to the point of desperation. Though Qiao Bei was drawn to handsome men, she found herself intimidated by such complicated characters. She withdrew her hand, and Lu Yanxuan's gaze darkened, revealing a pitiable expression. Qiao Bei averted her eyes and said, "Well, you see, I am a married woman now, and it wouldn't be appropriate to engage in frivolous interactions with the opposite sex." Lu Yanxuan replied, "I understand. I shall be more mindful in the future." "Very well." Glancing at the yellow Lamborghini parked by the roadside, Qiao Bei inquired, "Is that your car?" Lu Yanxuan nodded. "Would you give me a ride?" For a brief moment, Lu Yanxuan was taken aback, but quickly opened the car door for her, a gleeful smile illuminating his face. Thus, the very individual who had just emphasized her marital status found herself seated in Lu Yanxuan's sports car. In the distance, Fu Yao retrieved her phone, capturing the scene with rapid clicks. "Qiao Bei, you are in deep trouble." Chapter 10. Does divorce mean to indulge in recklessness? Job surveyed the glamorous and luxurious vehicle and said, "Lu Yanxuan, please take me to Shichen Yiping. Thank you." "All right." Lu Yanxuan turned his head to examine her. Job appeared somewhat different. Previously, she had completely disregarded him, let alone ride in his car. After starting the engine, Lu Yanxuan attempted to inquire, "How have you been with Fu Danxiu lately?" Job fiddled with the little bear charm hanging from the rearview mirror and casually replied, "It's the same as always." Lu Yanxuan pressed on, "Is he treating you poorly? If he bullies you, you must tell me. I shall teach him a lesson." Job chuckled. "Are you certain you would dare?" Lu Yanxuan clenched his fist. "For you, I could risk it all." Job replied, "We're doing quite well. We're about to divorce." So happy. Upon arriving at Shichen Yiping, Job exited the car with a cheerful wave to Lu Yanxuan. Reluctantly, Lu Yanxuan departed. The following day, Job descended the stairs and encountered Fu Danxiu. He had returned from his business trip. This man truly disregarded her as his wife. He hadn't informed her of his departure, nor of his return. Even the household maid was aware of his whereabouts, while she, his wife, was left in the dark. Fortunately, her feelings for him were lukewarm. Otherwise, she would have been devastated. Job lazily waved her hand. "You're back." Fu Danxiu raised his head. It was then that Job noticed the darkness in his eyes, reminiscent of a stormy sky, heavy and foreboding, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Instinctively, Job took a step back. "What's wrong with you?" "Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with me. I'm going to eat." With that, she turned to leave, only to have her wrist grasped. She spun around, ready to kick, but Fu Danxiu restrained her leg. This man had some skill. Her few flashy moves were only effective against someone like Fu Yao. Fu Danxiu, what is your problem? Fu Danxiu spoke in a low voice, come with me upstairs. Ignoring Job's reluctance, he pulled her upstairs, thinking of the child within her. Job wished to avoid conflict and stated, I can walk by myself. Fu Danxiu released her and ascended the stairs. In the study, he slammed his phone down in front of Job. Explain this to me. Are you so eager to divorce that it's for him? If you like him, why did you waste time before the wedding? Why torment him and why me? Now that we are married, you still engage in such behavior. Job, you've crossed my bottom line. Fu Danxiu's voice was cold, yet if one listened closely, they could discern his restraint. Job glanced down at the phone. It was a photograph, one of her getting into Liu Yinchuan's car from the previous day. She noted that the sender of the photo was Fu Yao. It seemed they were attempting to fabricate a scandal. She lifted her gaze. Fu Danxiu, we are about to divorce, though I have no obligation to explain myself. Out of principle and to avoid being slandered, I shall clarify. Yesterday, I happened to encounter Liu Yinchuan on the road. He offered me a ride. We exchanged hardly a few words. It was as simple as that. Do not heed Fu Yao's nonsensical ramblings. There is no truth to her words. Rest assured, before the divorce, I will not act recklessly. Fu Danxiu leaned in closer. Are you suggesting that post-divorce, you would behave indiscreetly? Qiao Bei took a step back, maintaining her distance, her voice softening. After the divorce, your concerns will no longer pertain to me. Suddenly, Fu Danxiu grasped her chin firmly. Do you have feelings for him? Qiao Bei furrowed her brows slightly. At present, I do not. As for the future, who can say? Release me. Fu Danxiu remained unmoved, his intense gaze fixed upon her, as if he intended to devour her whole. Qiao Bei raised her leg to kick him, but he easily restrained her. Fu Danxiu, I will bite you. Do you dare try? Do not presume I lack the courage. Qiao Bei, you truly repulse me. Fu Danxiu disdainfully released her. Qiao Bei steadied herself, hier an der Zimmerling. How dare he use such words against her? This was utterly intolerable. She could no longer contain herself. With hands on her hips, she retorted, I am repulsive? You are the one who is repulsive. What have I done? Merely accepted a ride from a man. And what about you? Engaging in flirtation with Meng Yusi, partaking in who knows what more scandalous acts. What right do you have to call me repulsive? When it comes to arguments, Qiao Bei had never been at a loss. Fu Danxiu slammed the door in his exit. Qiao Bei scoffed. Unable to contend with me, you flee. Coward. Incompetent. Fu Danxiu paused on the staircase, clenched his fists tightly, restraining himself from returning to silence someone. Qiao Bei took a moment to calm her emotions before descending to eat. Fu Danxiu had already departed. The housekeeper cautiously remarked, Young master just returned home this morning after a grueling 20-plus-hour flight. Qiao Bei? What does that have to do with me? He returns only to argue with me. He might as well not have come back at all. The housekeeper, frightened by her expression, dared not speak further. After dining, Qiao Bei opened her phone calendar, counting the days until she could finalize the divorce. This life had become unbearable. However, the matter of the house remained unresolved. Perhaps if she spoke kindly to Fu Danxiu, he might show generosity and grant her a portion of the assets during the divorce. Qiao Bei anxiously ran her fingers through her voluminous wavy hair. Moments latte. She sprang up to head to the kitchen. Is there anything to eat? Pack some for me. I will deliver it to Fu Danxiu. The housekeeper, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, You intend to bring food to young master? Splendid. We shall prepare it immediately. Qiao Bei clicked her tongue, waiting at the door. Is it peculiar for her to be so capricious? Never mind, for the sake of money. She would thicken her skin by 10 centimeters. Onward. Qiao Bei arrived at Huisheng with a thermal container in hand. Just as she reached the entrance, she encountered Yukong and Shiqian. Shiqian, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, looked at Qiao Bei with an air of arrogance. What brings you here? Shiqian was a close friend of Fu Danxiu, and neither of them held her in high regard, likely believing she had disgraced Fu Danxiu. Qiao Bei raised the thermal container. I am here to deliver food to Fu Danxiu. Shiqian scoffed. Who would dare to eat something you've brought? Who knows what you might have added to it? Qiao Bei felt weary. How could she defend the good deeds of the original owner? A mute consumes bitter herbs. Suffering in silence. She remarked, this time, nothing was added. Shi Qian retorted, who could possibly believe you? Your belief is inconsequential. What matters is that Fu Tanxiu believes me. Qiao Bei, I implore you, do not bring misfortune upon Tanxiu. Qiao Bei smiled lightly. Do not worry. Soon I shall cease to be a source of trouble for him. Shi Qian raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. What do you mean? Are you terminally ill? About to perish? Qiao Bei scowled. You are the one who is about to die. I mean to say that I will divorce Fu Tanxiu. Shi Qian was momentarily rendered speechless with astonishment. While Yukong rolled his eyes, Miss Qiao, please refrain from making such jokes. Is it not enough that you jested with President Fu last time? One must practice kindness. Qiao Bei chuckled, questioning how she was unkind. Just as she was about to clarify, Yukong pulled Shi Qian away. Qiao Bei pursued them, only to be halted by security. Miss Qiao, you cannot enter. In the distance, Yukong glanced back, his expression laced with mockery. Qiao Bei clenched her fists, infuriated by this absurd obstruction. She sat on the steps at the entrance of the building, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig. Qiao Bei. She turned to see Meng Yusi standing before her. Chapter 11. Not quite appealing, this bag is unsuitable for you. As the end of November approached, the chill in the air intensified. Gusts of wind stirring up a flurry of withered branches and fallen leaves. Qiao Bei spat in disdain, having just tasted the bitterness of ash. She gazed up at Meng Yusi, her expression revealing a mix of irony and envy. What a coincidence! Meng Yusi exclaimed, Tanxiu just returned from abroad, and I thought I would come to see you. Qiao Bei's eyes drifted toward her bag, an exquisite Hermes. Meng Yusi glanced down, lifting the bag to display it proudly. Tanxiu brought this bag for me from overseas, a limited edition. Isn't it beautiful? Her tone was light, her face radiating joy. A twinge of bitterness surged within Qiao Bei. She was still Tanxiu's wife, yet he had not thought to bring her anything from his travels. While he showered his former flame with such an extravagant gift. Clearly, Meng Yusi was the true beloved. She, merely a discarded cabbage in comparison. With a scoff, she retorted, it's not that impressive. That bag does not suit you. Meng Yusi's demeanor shifted, concern etched across her features. Didn't Tanxiu bring you a gift? Is this why you seem upset? I don't care. Qiao Bei snapped. Meng Yusi, understanding her plight, chuckled lightly. Qiao Bei, your current disposition resembles that of a sour grape lamenting its unattainable sweetness. Miss Meng, I'm still Tanxiu's wife. Your display of flaunting is quite inappropriate. Don't you think? If I were to lose my temper, it could end poorly for you. Feigning innocence, Meng Yusi replied, I had no intention of boasting. I merely assumed Tanxiu had brought back something for you as well. Besides, aren't you two on the verge of divorce? What is this behavior about? We have not yet divorced. Qiao Bei counted. You were the one trying to encourage our separation the other day. I thought you had come to terms with it and no longer cared for Tanxiu. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Meng Yusi's statement. Yet her mood remained clouded. With an air of magnanimity, Meng Yusi offered, if you desire it. I shall give it to you. I do not hold much value in such material possessions. She extended the bag toward Qiao Bei, narrowing her eyes. Qiao Bei felt the sting of humiliation. Nevertheless, she accepted it. I quite like it, thank you. Meng Yusi studi momentari stand, unable to fathom that Qiao Bei would actually accept it. What rational person would do so? Wouldn't one typically react with outrage and indignation? Yet, Qiao Bei was not a conventional individual. Strutting away with the bag in hand, she left Meng Yusi frozen in her previous gesture of offering. After a lengthy silence, Meng Yusi finally withdrew her hand, laughing in exasperation. Upon returning to Shi Chini Pin, the housekeeper approached with a smile, ready to take the thermos. Madam, has the young master eaten? Qiao Bei evaded the question. No. The housekeeper responded, perplexed. Throwing the bag onto the sofa, Qiao Bei made her way to the dining area, opening the thermos to indulge in a meal while scrolling through a short drama. The housekeepers exchanged bewildered glances. Once satiated, Qiao Bei ascended the stairs, announcing to the housekeepers, No need to prepare lunch. I am full. The housekeepers nodded in a daze. After a brief afternoon nap, Qiao Bei awoke to the encroaching twilight. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she found herself increasingly fond of sleep. As she descended the stairs, she encountered Tanxiu, who had just returned, exuding a formidable aura that made the air around him feel thin. In her heart, Qiao Bei scoffed. What use is handsomeness? What kind of man would one dare approach? Is he courting death? Qiao Bei deliberately ignored him and proceeded towards the dining hall. Halt! Tanxiu called out to her. Unyielding, Qiao Bei continued on her path, taking a seat and promptly beginning her meal. Tanxiu closed his eyes, feeling a surge of frustration. After a brief moment, Qiao Bei was eating earnestly and swiftly, not even glancing at Tanxiu. Ugh, so full, she murmured, patting her stomach. Opposite her, Tanxiu set down his chopsticks. Why did you take the bag? Qiao Bei paused, realizing his anger stemmed from her accepting Meng Yuxi's bag. She lazily lifted her head. It was given to me by Meng Yuxi. Qiao Bei, when did you learn a lie? Upon hearing this, Qiao Bei's temper flared. Who is lying? It was indeed given to me. Besides, we are not divorced yet. Did you consult me before purchasing a bag for Meng Yuxi with our joint funds? I was already quite gracious for not causing a scene. Qiao Bei, standing firm and unyielding, bravely met Tanxiu's gaze, though she was momentarily taken aback. The hostility that had once surrounded Tanxiu seemed to dissipate. What's going on? He inquired. So, you're jealous? Qiao Bei found his reasoning absurd. What did jealousy have to do with this? Tanxiu, if you truly cannot wait, just pull some strings and we can finalize the divorce paperwork tomorrow. Tanxiu's previously subdued anger flared back to life as he rose and retreated upstairs, choosing to avoid her presence. Qiao Bei was left speechless. She had only just begun to engage in a proper argument with Tanxiu, and he had already fled after just a couple of exchanges. How weak. Sighing, she lamented the lack of a worthy opponent. The following day, Qiao Bei learned from the housekeeper that Tanxiu had gone on another business trip. She mused that her husband truly had a taxing life. However, that was of little concern to her. With a phone call, she summoned Yi Shi and handed her the Hermes bag. Just as Yi Shi was about to express her gratitude, Qiao Bei interrupted. Find a place to sell this. Yi Shi could have Tongwu, puzzled. Why would you want to sell such a fine bag? I simply don't like it. What? This is a limited edition Hermes. I saw in a fashion magazine recently. It costs over $1 million. Many people wish to buy it, but cannot. Qiao Bei remarked, over $1 million. How much would I get for it? Yi Shi replied, definitely more than the original price. This is a limited edition. Even with money, one might not be able to acquire it. I've heard that some wealthy ladies and heiresses have been queuing up and are willing to pay extra. Upon hearing this, Qiao Bei excitedly grasped her hand. Let us hurry and sell it. Yi Shi led Qiao Bei to a boutique specializing in luxury goods. Upon seeing the bag in their possession, the manager's eyes lit up. He promptly offered $1,500,000. The original price of this bag was indeed $1,500,000, and with the luxury market's demand, it could be resold at a premium. Qiao Bei could barely contain her delight. $1,500,000. That's a considerable sum. As they exited the store, Yi Shi looked perplexed. Why are you putting the money in my name? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it? Qiao Bei replied, of course I am. Yi Shi. Our friendship has come to an end. No, I was merely jesting. Qiao Bei playfully embraced here. I was just joking. I have complete faith in you, truly. You are the one I trust the most. Yi Shi's expression softened slightly. You do have a conscience. Qiao Bei, I am on the verge of divorcing Tanxiu. We have signed a prenuptial agreement, and I will not receive a single penny of his wealth. As you know, I lack any source of income. After the divorce, I cannot return to the Fu household. I need to secure my own residence. I fear that Tanxiu might discover this sum of money. Hence I have entrusted it to you for safekeeping. Chapter 12. It must be an illusion. Yi Shi was indignant. You actually signed a prenuptial agreement? Why didn't you tell me sooner? That scoundrel. Qiao Bei replied, I had forgotten, but it's common for wealthy families to take precautions. Yi Shi still felt it was unfair. At least they could have given you a share of the house. Qiao Bei had come to terms with the situation. Those possessions never truly belonged to her, and she didn't wish to plead with Tanxiu any longer. After the divorce, I intend to use that money to purchase a small apartment. This matter must remain confidential, and the funds cannot be kept with me. You must safeguard them for me. Yishi nodded emphatically. However, with this amount of money in Longsheng, you cannot procure a decent residence. Aren't you able to use Fu Tanxiu's card? Let us buy a few designer bags and sell them afterward. Qiao Bei had contemplated this method before, yet she was reluctant to pursue it. Yishur insisted, given how Fu Tanxiu treats you, why should you feel embarrassed? Qiao Bei smiled faintly, slipping her hand into her coat pocket, choosing not to elaborate. Although she had a thick skin, she adhered to her own principles. It's so cold. The weather is about to change. Let us buy some warm clothing for the winter. Yishur grimaced slightly. Qiao Bei could be quite stubborn at times, impervious to the opinions of others. Just like back then, when she foolishly adored Fu Tanxiu to the point of resorting to underhanded means to win his affection. Madness and obsession intertwined. She believed that while she shouldn't let Fu Tanxiu suffer excessively, a little inconvenience would be warranted. Linking arms with Qiao Bei, she encouraged, let's go buy more. Once you were divorced, you wouldn't have the luxury to indulge so freely. That makes sense. Upon arriving at the mall, they indulged in a shopping spree. Qiao Bei purchased over a dozen down jackets, each in a different style, to prepare for the possibility of weight gain due to pregnancy. She even acquired a few in larger sizes. She also bought plenty for Yishur, who squealed with joy, resembling a gopher in her excitement. As Qiao Bei entered a maternity store, Yishur halted her. What are you doing in there? Qiao Bei replied, shopping. Yishur was perplexed, but you don't have a child. What do you need those for? Qiao Bei hesitated and fibbed, I'm stocking up. Yishur thought she was being ridiculous. When you have a child, why stockpile these items? It's absurd. She assumed Qiao Bei was simply caught up in the thrill of shopping, wanting to buy everything in sight. She forcibly dragged her out of the maternity store. After walking a considerable distance, Qiao Bei glanced back longingly. Yukong noticed Fu Tanxiu's phone ringing incessantly and looked over curiously. Fu Tanxiu remained unfazed, casually flipping the phone face down on the table. After such a lengthy outing, they had only spent around 500 to 600,000. His thoughts reflected on their lack of purchasing power. The next day, Qiao Bei ventured back to the maternity store alone. Hello, what essentials do newborns require? 2 hours later, Qiao Bei had spent nearly 100,000 in the store, purchasing everything from the list provided by the sales associate. Please keep these items in your store. I will return in a month to collect them. The sales associate prepared a substantial order, treating Qiao Bei with utmost reverence, as if she were a deity. With a smile, she said, please provide us with your address when the time comes, and we shall deliver it to you personally. Qiao Bei replied, that would be splendid. Thank you. Fu Tanxiu had been away on business for quite some time. It had been 2 weeks without his return. Qiao Bei felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that it might delay the divorce proceedings. During dinner, she seized the opportunity to ask a maid, when will Fu Tanxiu be back? The maid, flustered, shook her head. We do not know. If you miss the young master, perhaps you could call him. Qiao Bei turned away, stating, I do not miss him. I was merely inquiring. The maid responded, but you have asked us over a dozen times when the young master will return. Have I? Qiao Bei queried, as the maids collectively nodded. With a sigh, she lost her appetite. Rising from the table, she declared, I shall not eat anymore. As she ascended the stairs, the maids exchanged knowing smiles. Certain she was going to make a phone call. Seated on her bed, Qiao Bei hesitated before dialing Fu Tanxiu's number. The phone rang for an eternity before it was answered. What is it? It had been ages since she last heard his voice. Qiao Bei was momentarily taken aback. Fu Tanxiu's voice was indeed melodious, albeit excessively cold and rigid. Speak, he urged, seeming somewhat impatient. Regaining her composure, she inquired, when will you return? Fu Tanxiu did not respond. Concerned he might misunderstand, she clarified, the 1-month cooling-off period is drawing to a close. At last he spoke. Is that the reason for your call? Yes, she confirmed. Once I finish my work, we will discuss it, he stated. When will you finish? Qiao Bei began to ask, but he had already hung up. Frustrated, she reclined against the bed, staring at the ceiling. Why did she have the impression that Fu Tanxiu was not eager to proceed with the divorce? Qiao Bei shut her eyes, assuring herself that it was merely a misconception, a mere illusion. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Qiao Bei was roused from her slumber by the incessant ringing of her phone. She suffered from a severe case of morning grumpiness and grabbed her phone, shouting, "Who is it? Are you mad?" "Qiao Bei, it's me. Return to the Fu residence at once. Immediately. Right now." Qi Lianxin's tone was rather brusque. Upon finishing her sentence, she hung up. Qiao Bei was perplexed about Qi Lianxin's urgency and felt a surge of irritation, likely due to her earlier demeanor. After preparing herself, she had breakfast before hailing a taxi to the Fu household. Fu Song and Qi Lianxin were seated on an ornate European-style sofa, their expressions grave. Fu Yao descended the stairs, crossing her arms, and huffed disdainfully, "What mischievous schemes are you concocting, Qiao Bei?" Qiao Bei was at a loss for her meaning and chose not to respond. Fu Yao, feeling ignored, was about to retaliate when Fu Song interjected with a firm enough. Fu Yao shot Qiao Bei a glare before taking a seat beside Qi Lianxin. Qiao Bei greeted Fu Song and Qi Lianxin before taking a seat at a distance. Qi Lianxin, her expression sour, furrowed her brows and remarked, "Did I not tell you to arrive earlier? Why the delay?" Qiao Bei replied sincerely, "I needed time to wash up and dress. I could not possibly appear before you looking disheveled, as that would be quite rude." Before Qi Lianxin could say anything further, she was interrupted by Fu Song. "Let us get to the point." Only then did Qi Lianxin say, "I've heard that you and Tanxiu were recently involved in a divorce." Qiao Bei was taken aback. "It was just a quarrel. We are indeed getting a divorce. There is nothing to conceal. They will find out sooner or later." Fu Song and Qi Lianxin exchanged glances, and Qi Lianxin turned back to Qiao Bei. "Who brought it up?" Qiao Bei hesitated to respond, contemplating whom to mention. She was aware that both Fu Song and Qi Lianxin were displeased with Fu Tanxiu marrying her. If she admitted it was her suggestion, it would undoubtedly exacerbate their discomfort. Most parents can tolerate their son ending a relationship with someone else, but cannot bear the thought of someone else ending a relationship with their son. Ultimately, Qiao Bei offered a compromise. This decision was reached after discussions between Fu Tanxiu and myself. We both felt there was no longer a necessity to continue this marriage. Indeed, Qi Lianxin's expression softened somewhat. "Since you have made up your minds, we support your decision." Fu Song added, "After your divorce, why not move back here?" "Dad!" Fu Yao interjected with dissatisfaction, her face displaying clear resistance. Qi Lianxin remained silent, yet it was evident that she too was reluctant. Chapter 13. Had you agreed earlier, I would not have been so rude. Qiao Bei chuckled lightly and politely declined. "I have my own place and won't be returning to stay." Qi Lianxin immediately smiled. "That's quite acceptable. Young people desire their own space and prefer not to live with their elders. We understand and support that. In the future, we shall still be a family, so do come back to visit." Qi Lianxin's words were beautifully articulated. Qiao Bei reciprocated with surface-level pleasantries. "I will." Fu Yao scoffed. "Where are you living? Surely you haven't taken a house from my brother, have you? A flat? Or a villa?" "Qiao Bei, one must know shame. If it does not belong to you, do not shamelessly claim it." Qiao Bei retorted, "If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute." "You." Fu Yao stood up, ready to confront Qiao Bei, only to be restrained by Fu Song. "What are you doing? You're everywhere. Resolve your brother and sister-in-law's matters yourself. Do not create chaos." Fu Yao expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why can't I speak?" Qiao Bei, lacking in shame, used despicable means to marry my brother. Now that she seeks a divorce, she wishes to seize our Fu family's assets. This money is too easily acquired. Fu Song asserted his authority as the head of the family. "I told you not to speak. Are you disobedient?" "Father, it is only proper for us to offer Qiao Bei some compensation. Do not complicate matters further. How they negotiate is for your brother to decide." Qi Lianxin concurred. "Your father is correct. This matter should be left to your brother to handle. We shall not interfere." Fu Yao glared at Qiao Bei, her eyes filled with venomous hatred. Qiao Bei remained calm, seated there as they fervently debated, seemingly unaffected by their discourse. Once their argument reached a near conclusion, she finally spoke. "There is nothing more. I shall take my leave." She no longer expected Fu Danxiu to give her a single cent. Without a glance at their expressions, she stood and walked away. Behind her, Fu Yao exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, did you see? How arrogant Qiao Bei is. Why should my brother give her any money? She is utterly undeserving." Fu Song and Qi Lianxin exchanged glances but remained silent. 3 days later, Fu Danxiu returned. He appeared quite busy, immediately retreating to the study to make phone calls. Qiao Bei, having taken a shower, paced in her plush pajamas at the study door. Once the voices inside ceased, she knocked. A deep, melodious male voice called from within. "Gumin." Qiao Bei pushed the door open. Fu Danxiu was reclining in a leather chair, his eyes closed, slender fingers pressing against his brow as if troubled by some vexing matter. Qiao Bei hesitated, reflecting on how he was born to greatness. Having expanded Huisheng in merely 3 years, now the most formidable man in Longchen, he need not rely on the Fu family to carve out his own destiny. His capabilities were extraordinary. What could possibly trouble such a man? She surmised that Fu Danxiu's dilemma likely stemmed from his inability to be with his idealized love by Yue Guang, and she was the unwitting cause of his distress. Standing before his desk, she spoke, "Fu Danxiu, do not fret. We shall divorce soon, and you will be free to be with Meng Yusi." Fu Danxiu removed his hand, his eyes snapping open, cold as ice. "Qiao Bei, are you out of your mind? Why speak of her like that?" As Qiao Bei observed his discontent, she chose not to confront him, primarily because she yearned to expedite her divorce from Fu Tanxiu, not wishing to further disturb his mood. "Fu Tanxiu, I am earnest. I am not jesting or toying with you. I am speaking to you with utmost sincerity. The month has elapsed, and tomorrow is Monday. Let us proceed with the divorce formalities." Fu Tanxiu retorted, "Get lost." Qiao Bei, feeling frustrated by his inability to communicate civilly, became irate. She maneuvered around to his desk, grasped his shirt collar, and shouted vehemently, "I want a divorce. It must happen tomorrow." Her voice resonated loudly. Fu Tanxiu's expression grew even colder. "Very well, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, as you wish." Qiao Bei paused momentarily, then released her grip and smoothed out his wrinkled shirt. "Had you agreed sooner, I would not have resorted to such rudeness." Fu Tanxiu uttered another terse command, "Get lost." This time, Qiao Bei promptly complied, even closing the door behind her. "Don't overexert yourself. Retire early. For an early rise awaits us in the morning." The emphasis is on rising early. As she observed his smile fade at the threshold, Fu Tanxiu pressed his fingers against his brow once more. Qiao Bei, buoyantly returning to her room, rolled about in glee on her bed. When Fu Tanxiu passed her door, he heard the joyful melody emanating from within, nearly prompting him to enter and confront her. Qiao Bei, in her exuberance, did not succumb to slumber until the break of dawn, fearing she might oversleep. Hence she set an alarm. At the sound of the alarm, she sprang from her bed. Descending the stairs, and finding Fu Tanxiu absent caused her heart to skip a beat. Surely, he wouldn't leave her in a lurch? She retrieved her phone to call Fu Tanxiu, but the ringing persisted unanswered. With her appetite for breakfast evaporated, she nibbled absent-mindedly before hailing a cab to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Arriving early, she found the bureau still closed, so she purchased a stuffed pancake from a street vendor, sitting at the entrance to nibble on it. As the employees began arriving, they cast glances in her direction. "Hey, what a beautiful girl. She must be here to get married." The previous clerk who had assisted with divorce registrations glanced up. "Wrong. She is here for a divorce." Other colleagues inquired, "How do you know?" The clerk replied, "She was here last time. So striking, with those large, captivating eyes. And her husband, remarkably handsome as well. How could I forget? Is it really happening so quickly? Has the month-long cooling-off period concluded?" Murmuring to herself, she followed her colleagues through the door. Fu Tanxiu alighted from his vehicle, spotting Qiao Bei seated on the steps, unceremoniously devouring her pancake. He observed her from afar. Qiao Bei had transformed. The warmth that once radiated from her eyes towards him had vanished. It was peculiar, akin to a faucet flowing freely, suddenly turned off. Can one simply retract their feelings at will? He could not comprehend this notion. Qiao Bei's declaration of divorce and her decision to cease entangling with him should have brought him joy, yet inexplicably, he found himself devoid of happiness. Moreover, he could have expedited this process, yet he lingered for an entire month before finally accompanying Qiao Bei to finalize their divorce. His explanation to himself was that marriage was not a trivial matter. Although he did not love Qiao Bei, since they had crossed paths and tied the knot, he must embody the responsibility of a man. Qiao Bei could act capriciously, yet he could not. With a month-long cooling-off period at hand, it was essential for everyone, especially Qiao Bei, to take the time to reflect. He allowed her the opportunity to reconsider and retract her decision. However, it now appeared that Qiao Bei seemed not to require this time. Qiao Bei lifted her gaze and spotted Fu Tanxiu, smiling as she waved at him. Her smile was radiant, her enchanting eyes sparkling with joy, exuding a captivating brilliance. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her for an extended moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips, one he was unaware of. Finally, Fu Tanxiu smiled, and Qiao Bei felt a surge of happiness, running lightly towards him and coming to a halt before him. Fu Tanxiu, you look truly delightful when you smile. Please smile more often and refrain from wearing that serious expression, she remarked. Yet, it was evident that she would not witness his smiles in the future. He would likely reserve his smiles for Meng Yusi, the woman he cherished dearly. Fu Tanxiu held her gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke. Qiao Bei, this marriage need not end. Chapter 14. Parting ways is truly challenging, absolutely not. Qiao Bei was filled with excitement, fearing that he might reconsider. She grasped his hand and pulled him towards the civil affairs hall. How could they go back on their word? Let's hurry inside. Seeing Qiao Bei's urgency, Fu Tanxiu, in a fit of pique, shook off her hand. Stop pulling at me. I can walk on my own. Qiao Bei reminiscent non committed. Fine. Just watch your step and don't fall. Fu Tanxiu frowned. Qiao Bei was concerned that he might stumble and delay the divorce proceedings. With a grim expression, he and Qiao Bei appeared at the divorce registration window. Driver Lao Chun anxiously called Fu Song. Sir, this is serious. The young master and young mistress are getting a divorce. This time, it seemed all too real. Last time, he had informed Fu Song afterward. Fu Song paused for a moment. They actually went to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Yes, they have entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, insisting on a divorce. What are we to do? Just let them decide for themselves. Lao Chun was taken aback. Had the master tacitly approved the divorce of the young master and mistress? The Fu family had never been particularly fond of the young mistress, so it was likely. Despite his worries, he was merely an outsider, unable to voice further concerns, and ended the call. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, each clutching a divorce certificate. Fu Tanxiu strode towards the Rolls-Royce with determination. Qiao Bei tucked the divorce certificate into her pocket and hurried after him. Knocking on a car door, Fu Tanxiu, are you heading back to Shicheni? Take me with you. The window slid down, and Fu Tanxiu turned to glance at her, his gaze devoid of warmth. He merely uttered 2 words, not going back. The window then slowly closed. With no choice left, Qiao Bei stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi. Lao Chun cautiously glanced at the back seat. Fu Tanxiu coldly ordered drive. Yes, young master. But, young master, are we going to the company? Back to Shicheni. Lao Chen. Qiao Bei took a taxi back to Shicheni and was infuriated to find Fu Tanxiu's Rolls-Royce parked in the yard. Seething, she stormed into the villa, where Fu Tanxiu lounged on the sofa, legs crossed at ease. She marched over, plopping down beside him, and demanded loudly, Didn't you say you weren't coming home? Fu Tanxiu replied, I changed my mind halfway. Is there a problem? By the way, this is no longer your home, so refrain from using that term. Qiao Bei scoffed. If it's not, then it's not. Who cares? Rest assured, I will move out soon. From now on, we shall sever all ties. Suit yourself. Fearing that staying at Shicheni would lead to her becoming ill with rage, Qiao Bei promptly ascended the stairs to pack her belongings. Parting ways truly was a daunting task. Once she had finished, she called Yi Shi. Yi Shi arrived in her father's small car to help her move her things. The security in the villa area was stringent. Vehicles were not permitted entry. Qiao Bei had to step outside to negotiate before they were allowed in. This month, Qiao Bei had indulged in shopping, accumulating numerous items that filled the trunk to capacity. In the end, she had to cram some into the passenger seat as well. The housekeeper had also learned about Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu's divorce. Watching Qiao Bei leave, they felt a deep sense of reluctance. Having stayed here for a month, Qiao Bei too felt a tinge of sadness. Yet, departure was inevitable. At the invitation of Yi Shi and her family, Qiao Bei temporarily moved into the Yi household. The residence was modest, consisting of merely 2 rooms, compelling Qiao Bei to share a room with Yi Shi, concerned that she might succumb to despair after her divorce. The Yi family endeavored daily to cheer her up. Qiao Bei found this amusing. How could she possibly be disheartened when she felt so joyous? The following day, she took Yi Shi to view some apartments. Soon, they settled on a 1-bedroom unit in an older neighborhood on the 7th floor, the top floor, which made it affordable. To secure this property, she had to borrow 100,000 from Yi Shi. Initially considering a loan, she realized that without employment and a nearly non-existent banking history, it was unattainable. Observing the dilapidated condition of the small apartment, Yi Shi frowned and asked, Bei, can people really live here? It's so worn and old. It's cold in winter and hot in summer. Nobody wants to buy a top-floor unit. However, Qiao Bei was unfazed. With a little tidying up, it could still be livable. At least it was her own place, free from the anxiety of eviction by a landlord or the threat of homelessness. That's true. I'll help you clean up, Yi Shi offered. With her finances strained, Qiao Bei could not afford new furniture, so they wiped down the old pieces to make do. After a day's work, the apartment finally resembled a home. Qiao Bei then ventured downstairs to purchase some vegetables, a few eggs, and a bundle of noodles. I'll cook for you, she declared. As Yi Shi consumed the bland noodles, she felt a pang of sympathy for Qiao Bei. Yet, Qiao Bei had no time for sorrow. I need to find a job to earn some money, Yi Shi inquired. What do you want to do? Qiao Bei found herself at a loss. In her previous life, she had been an obscure actress, earning a meager income from minor roles, an existence so insignificant that it was unlikely to ever garner attention. Here, she couldn't even attain the status of a low-tier actress. However, the original owner of her body had remarkable skills. Her grandmother was a revered practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and had passed down her knowledge to her. The original owner had studied finance management at university, selecting that path under the guidance of Tanxiu. Yet after graduation, she chose to become a homemaker instead of pursuing a career. Qiao Bei decided to send out resumes to explore her options. She brought along the original owner's laptop and spent an entire night crafting her CV. The next day, she applied to several companies and soon received interview invitations. With renewed confidence, she dressed up and headed to the interview. The interviewer asked, "Do you have any plans for marriage in the near future? When do you intend to have children?" Taken aback by such inquiries right off the bat, Qiao Bei answered honestly, "I just got divorced and I am already pregnant." Unsurprisingly, she was not hired. The interviewer advised, "I suggest you focus on your pregnancy at home rather than seeking employment." Feeling disheartened, yet aware of the realities of the job market, Qiao Bei understood that even women who were not pregnant face discrimination. Carrying a child, planning for childbirth, and the subsequent responsibilities of raising a child made it exceedingly difficult to maintain a normal job. As she wandered the streets, a cloud of gloom hung over her. Suddenly, she heard someone exclaim, "Isn't that Qiao Bei?" Meng Yusi followed her friend's gaze and indeed spotted Qiao Bei. Look at her in professional attire. Could she be working here? It was rumored that she had divorced Tanxiu without gaining any benefits, which was quite pitiful. Yet, with her shameless demeanor, having clung to the Fu family and drained them for so many years, Tanxiu's actions seemed justified. Meng Yusi observed the items in Qiao Bei's hands thoughtfully. She remarked to her friend, "Let us not be so harsh. She's not having it easy now either." Her friend, Wu Jing, scoffed, "She stole Tanxiu from you. How can you defend her? Let us not dwell on the past." "How can we not? Tanxiu was supposed to marry you, but because Qiao Bei drugged him, he ended up with her." Meng Yusi's eyes flickered as she contemplated this. After a moment, she approached. "Qiao Bei, what brings you here?" Qiao Bei glanced at them dismissively and replied, "An interview." "Did you get it?" "I don't know. Interviews often require several rounds." Qiao Bei was reluctant to let anyone see her predicament. Wu Jing laughed. "So you didn't get it? How amusing. Without Tanxiu, your cash cow, you fall into such depths. It's truly pitiful." Chapter 15. Do you call this innocent? Qiao Bei was familiar with this woman, Meng Yusi's close friend, who always stood up for her and defended her in every circumstance. She retorted, rather indifferently, "Whether I am pitiful or not is none of your business. I'm not begging for alms at your doorstep." As a woman, It would do you well to speak less. No one regards you as mute. You see I. Look at her. This is utterly excessive. Meng Yuci reached out to pull her back, saying, Xiao Jing, spare a few words. Then, with an apologetic glance at Qiao Bei, she added, Xiao Jing is just blunt. She means no harm. Qiao Bei, please don't take it to heart. Qiao Bei looked at them as if they were simpletons, then let out a derisive laugh 3 times. Do you truly equate this with having no malice? Are you both fools, or are you simply foolish? Wu Jing shouted sharply, Qiao Bei, who are you calling a fool? Whoever is foolish, I shall insult without hesitation. UCI, look at her. She is utterly unreasonable and shockingly rude. At that moment, Meng Yuxi's expression also soured, her face stern. Qiao Bei, we haven't provoked you. Why must you speak so harshly? Qiao Bei emitted a disdainful snort through her nostrils. If my words offend you, then do not greet me when we meet in the future. A few insults should not displease you. After voicing her grievances, Qiao Bei turned on her heel, heading towards the bus stop. In truth, while reading, she had never liked the female protagonist, often leaving messages for the author to have her character meet a grim fate. Alongside her friend, behind her, Wu Jing fumed. A person like that, you should never defend. She deserves the unfortunate fate she has encountered. Meng Yuci watched as Qiao Bei squeezed onto the bus, feeling a sense of relief within. When she had been with Fu Danxiu, Qiao Bei had acted like a pesky shadow, persistently lingering behind him. Whenever Meng Yuci wished to relish their time alone, Qiao Bei would invariably appear. She had complained to Fu Danxiu several times, urging him to rid them of her presence. Fu Danxiu had even scolded her, declaring Qiao Bei to be his sister, and if she could not accept her, then perhaps they should not be together at all. On one occasion, overwhelmed, she had quarreled with Fu Danxiu, and in the heat of the argument, they had ended their relationship. Fueled by resentment, she had departed abroad. Not long after, she heard the news of Fu Danxiu's marriage to Qiao Bei. Upon receiving the news, she nearly fainted. She cut her studies short and returned home. Thankfully, Fu Danxiu and Qiao Bei were now divorced. Deep down, she harbored a bitter hatred for Qiao Bei. Witnessing her current misfortune brought her a vague sense of satisfaction. Wu Jing inquired, now that Qiao Bei and Fu Danxiu are divorced, you and Fu Danxiu should be reconciled, right? When's the wedding? Just so you know, if you marry, I must be your bridesmaid. Meng Yuci, tall and slender, with a cool demeanor and long, straight black hair cascading down, shyly lowered her head. I am uncertain if we have truly reconciled. Marriage remains an uncertain prospect. Wu Jing chuckled, the way you shy away. It is evident you have indeed reconciled. Your relationship has always been strong. Everyone knows you are Fu Danxiu's white moonlight. It is only a matter of time before he marries you. Perhaps he is already planning a surprise. Just wait to become his bride. Meng Yuxi's face flushed even more as she remarked that it was too early to speak of such matters. I believe it is quite likely. Fu Tanxiu loves you dearly and will undoubtedly provide you with the best. Unlike Qiao Bei, who merely obtained a marriage certificate without a wedding ceremony, clearly indicating that he did not hold Qiao Bei in high regard. Meng Yuxi's heart fluttered as she recalled the day in the car when Fu Tanxiu reclaimed Qiao Bei's wedding ring, showing no feelings for her whatsoever. Xiao Jing, I won't accompany you any longer. I wish to find Tanxiu, she stated. Wu Jing teased. Oh, are you missing your man? That is annoying. Don't say such things. I'm not speaking out of turn. Fu Tanxiu is indeed your man. All right then, off you go, don't mind me. Then I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead. Meng Yuci arrived at Huisheng. The receptionist recognized her, aware that she was favored by the boss, and promptly allowed her to ascend in Fu Tanxiu's exclusive elevator. Meng Yuci felt a surge of delight within her. Just as she reached the door of Fu Tanxiu's office, she overheard him berating someone inside. What is this? Take it back and redo it. Who is responsible for this research? Such a lackadaisical effort. This material is utterly worthless. Discard it. Start over. Secretary Yu, what kind of person did you recruit? Did they graduate from middle school? Such elementary mistakes should not be tolerated. Fire them. Who brewed this coffee? I asked for black coffee. Do you understand? A group of people emerged from the office, each with expressions resembling that of someone covered in ash, looking particularly disheveled. Yukong, trailing behind, spotted Meng Yusi and appeared as if he had found a lifeline. Miss Meng, please go in and soothe President Fu. We are at our wits' end. Meng Yusi hesitated at the threshold. I'm afraid I won't be able to comfort him. Miss Meng, please do not be modest. Who doesn't he know that President Fu cares for you most? He will surely listen to you. If you cannot placate him, then no one can. With a bashful demeanor, Meng Yusi lowered her gaze and replied, then I will go in and give it a try. Yukong nodded, urging, quickly now. Miss Meng, we entrust this to you. Meng Yusi pushed the door open. Fu Tanxiu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette exuding a formidable presence. As Meng Yusi approached him from behind, she reached out, intending to embrace him, but was abruptly pushed away before her hands could touch his attire. Fu Tanxiu's strength was considerable, and Meng Yusi found herself sitting awkwardly on the floor. Upon turning to see her, Fu Tanxiu paused momentarily, surprised. What brings you here? Meng Yusi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, appearing pitiful. Tanxiu, you are so fierce. I merely noticed your mood was off and wished to offer you a hug. She chose not to rise, hoping instead that Fu Tanxiu would come to her. Apologies, I did not realize it was you. It is quite all right. I did not hold it against you. I ought to have spoken up sooner. After waiting for a considerable time, without Fu Tanxiu approaching to embrace her, she finally stood up, feigning nonchalance as she rubbed her waist. Fu Tanxiu, however, did not acknowledge her, seemingly lost in thought. Meng Yusi cleared her throat and quietly lamented. Oh, it hurts. It feels as though I've strained my waist. Fu Tanxiu snapped back to reality, walked to his desk, and dialed an internal line. Assistant Zhao, please come in. Moments later, Assistant Zhao entered the room, addressing Mr. Fu. You summoned me? Fu Tanxiu instructed. Miss Meng has sustained a back injury. Please escort her to the hospital for a checkup. I will cover the medical expenses. Understood, Mr. Fu Cao replied. He approached Meng Yusi, offering support. Miss Meng, I shall take you to the hospital. Meng Yusi found herself in a precarious situation. In truth, her back was unharmed. She merely sought to capture Fu Tanxiu's attention. Yet, she had no choice but to follow Assistant Zhao out. Yukong observed as Meng Yusi was assisted away and stepped forward with concern. What happened? He inquired. Meng Yusi explained, I tripped over something and strained my back. Yukong sighed in relief, chuckling, I was worried Mr. Fu had done something. You frightened me. Meng Yusi's embarrassment deepened, leaving her at a loss for words. Chapter 16. Mother, she owes us nothing. Fu Tanxiu retrieved a card, delicately pinched between his fingers. It was left by Qiao Bei. On the day of their divorce, when he returned home that evening, the housekeeper had handed it to him, stating that Qiao Bei had already moved out. Leaning back in his executive chair, he dialed Qi Lianxin's number. Her exuberant voice resonated through the phone. Tanxiu, it has been ages since you last called your mother. How about coming home for dinner tonight? I'll have the kitchen prepare some of your favorite dishes. Qi Lianxin was elated by the divorce between Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei. She eagerly shared the news that her son was now single. Everyone knew she disapproved of Qiao Bei as a daughter-in-law, and she had already begun to contemplate introducing her own daughter or a relative's daughter to Fu Tanxiu. Despite being in a second marriage, Fu Tanxiu remained the most sought-after bachelor in Longqing. No, I have a business dinner tonight, Fu Tanxiu replied. A hint of sadness crossed Qi Lianxin's face. Her son was perpetually busy, and, as his mother, she seldom saw him throughout the year. Well then, do take care not to drink too much. Understood. After a brief pause, Fu Tanxiu inquired, Mother, has Qiao Bei been in touch with you recently? Why the sudden curiosity about her? Just a casual inquiry. No, she hasn't contacted me. After her divorce from you. She probably sees us as adversaries and harbors resentment towards us. Let us not dwell on her. We raised her, and that is our duty fulfilled. Let her be. She was never truly our own. She hasn't held us dear in her heart, nor shown any gratitude. Mother, she owes us nothing, Fu Tanxiu coldly reminded her. Qi Lianxin was momentarily taken aback. She did not wish to spoil the conversation with her son over Qiao Bei. She shifted the topic. All right, let us not discuss her any further. If you just move back home, your father and I could see you more often. No, it's more convenient for me to stay at Shiqing Yiping. Qi Lianxin wanted to converse a little longer, but Fu Tanxiu was eager to end the call. Holding his phone, he fell into contemplation. Where could that woman have gone? Not returning to the Fu household. Was she with Yi Shi? How was she faring? With the new year approaching, how would she celebrate? Fu Tanxiu scrolled through Qiao Bei's WeChat, typed a message, then deleted it, tossing his phone onto the table as he picked up a document to read. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei recalled the baby items she had purchased and called the maternity store. They dispatched personnel and a vehicle to deliver the items to her. She had no intention of seeking employment before the new year, as it would be futile. Instead, she busied herself with organizing the baby supplies at home. The space was too small. Despite her efforts, the room remained cluttered, especially with the baby crib and stroller taking up considerable space. Under the persuasion of a sales associate, she had bought 3 strollers, claiming each served a different stage of development. At the time, she had thought to use Fu Tanxiu's card, indulging in her purchases. Now, she realized there was no room to accommodate them. On New Year's Eve, Yi Shi called Qiao Bei, "Come over to my house for the new year." Qiao Bei hesitated slightly. "Is that all right? What's wrong with it? Hurry over. I'm waiting for you. My parents have prepared a feast." Upon hearing about the delicious food, Qiao Bei quickly tidied herself up and cheerfully set out, stopping by a fruit shop to buy a box of fruits for Yi's parents. The money she currently possesses is the result of selling several bags. Those bags were not expensive, fetching a total of 30,000 yuan, which should suffice for her sustenance for a while. She hesitates to take a taxi, opting instead to walk to the bus station and wait for public transport. A notification chimes on her phone. Upon checking, she discovers it is a message from Fu Tanxiu. "Where are you?" Qiao Bei chooses to ignore it, slipping her phone into the pocket of her coat. At the Fu residence, Fu Tanxiu is fixated on his phone. Fu Yao leans in, curious. "Brother, what are you looking at?" She notices he is engrossed in a chat log. Fu Tanxiu shifts the screen away, concealing the identity of the person on the other end. "Brother, are you chatting with Sister UCI?" Fu Tanxiu replies, "No. I don't believe you. It must be Sister UCI. She is the only one who can captivate your attention like this." Fu Tanxiu, feeling exasperated, retorts, "Stop bothering me. Why are you being so harsh? I am your little sister. Can't you be a bit gentler with me?" Fu Tanxiu, troubled by her incessant chatter, rises to head upstairs. Fu Yao, fuming, storms off to find Qi Lianxin. "Mom, brother is being unreasonable." Qi Lianxin, watering the flowers, turns to her. "What now? My brother is so mean to me. He treats Qiao Bei better than he treats me. Why bring her up for no reason?" Fu Yao pouts. "I don't want to mention her, but it infuriates me to think about how well he used to treat her. I am his real sister. Yet every time I argue with Qiao Bei, he always sides with her. This sentiment has fueled her long-standing aversion toward Qiao Bei." Qi Lianxin reassures her, "Enough now. Qiao Bei is no longer connected to our family, and your brother won't support her anymore. Try to refrain from provoking him. He works hard and deserves a break." However, Fu Yao remains dissatisfied and pulls up Qiao Bei's WeChat, sending her a barrage of knife and bomb emojis. Qiao Bei glances at the message and responds curtly, "Fool," then promptly deletes Fu Yao from her contacts. Fu Yao, feeling indignant, sends dozens of derogatory messages, only to be met with a red exclamation mark indicating an error. Frustrated at being blocked, she stomps her foot in anger. Once again, Fu Tanxiu checks his phone, only to find that Qiao Bei has yet to respond. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Fu Yao clutches her phone, her expression one of seething resentment. Finally, she pouts and slams her phone onto the table. Qi Lianxin scolds gently, "It's New Year's. What are you doing?" Fu Yao mutters, "Nothing," not daring to reveal her hostile messages to Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu, seated beside her, glances over, then pauses. He sets down his chopsticks and picks up Fu Yao's phone with his long fingers. Chapter 17, Should I Ever Catch You Bullying Her Again? Just try me. "Brother, that is my phone." Fu Yao attempted to reclaim her phone, but Fu Tanxiu deftly evaded her grasp, casting a frosty glare that compelled Fu Yao to retreat immediately. In this household, it was not Fu Song that Fu Yao feared the most, but rather her brother, Fu Tanxiu. Fu Tanxiu's fingers glided across the screen. Upon encountering the derogatory term, he noted that the response time was roughly around noon, indicating that she had indeed seen his message but chose to ignore it. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he tossed the phone onto the table. Fu Yao promptly retrieved it, cradling it protectively against her chest. Fu Danxiu's voice broke the silence. The name has been changed. Fu Yao inquired, what name? The contact label. Brother, how could you scrutinize someone's WeChat chat records? Don't make me repeat myself. Reluctantly, Fu Yao complied, altering Qiao Bei's WeChat name from slut to Qiao Bei. That's better. Fu Danxiu warned. Fu Yao, should I catch you bullying her again, just try me. Fu Yao pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother, you always protect Qiao Bei. I am your biological sister. Why do you treat me this way? Fu Danxiu ignored her, rising from his seat. I've finished eating. He took the car keys and headed outside. Qi Lianxin chased after him. It's New Year's Eve. Why don't you stay home? Fu Danxiu opened the car door. I have matters to attend to. Then come back tomorrow for dinner. We shall discuss it then. Returning to the dining table, Qi Lianxin picked up Fu Yao's phone to take a glance. She reproached, why do you keep provoking Qiao Bei? Fu Yao retorted, none of you like me. You all scold me. You're all so annoying. In tears, Fu Yao dashed upstairs. Qi Lianxin sighed deeply. Fu Song threw down his chopsticks, his expression displeased. On such a festive occasion, can't we have a moment of peace? At the Yi family residence, laughter filled the air. Qiao Bei, with her sweet words, delighted both Yi father and Yi mother. After the meal, the family huddled together on the sofa to watch the New Year's gala. Yi Shi was engrossed in typing on her phone, giggling uncontrollably. Qiao Bei, sitting beside her, leaned in. What has got you so cheerful? I'm asking for red envelopes. From whom? Yi Shi turned her phone screen towards her. My parents. Qiao Bei glanced at it and saw that it was their family's small group chat. Yi Shi was sending New Year greetings to her parents, showering them with compliments, and both Yi father and Yi mother had responded with red envelopes. Yi Shi gleefully collected them. Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation. She had no parents to ask for red envelopes. Taking out her phone, she opened WeChat and immediately spotted Fu Danxiu's earlier message. In a burst of impulse, she replied, Ex-husband, Happy New Year. Wishing you a prosperous new year filled with fortune and good health. Just as Fu Danxiu parked the car, his phone chimed. He picked it up to see that Qiao Bei had replied, opening the message. Despite its perfunctory and formal tone, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Qiao Bei, still holding her phone, opened it as soon as it rang, exclaiming in surprise. What's wrong? Both Yi father and Yi mother, along with Yi Shi, turned to look at her. Qiao Bei laughed heartily, dismissing the matter. Yet, Yi Shi remained skeptical and leaned closer, whispering, do tell what transpired. Qiao Bei revealed her chat history with Fu Tanxiu. Ye shi exclaimed, goodness. Fu Tanxiu is exceedingly generous. He sent Qiao Bei a transfer of 100,000. Qiao Bei gleefully kicked hier lex in Dielicht. Clearly, the New Year greetings were effective. What other festivals could she leverage for red envelopes? Yi Shi rolled her eyes in disbelief. What are you planning? To amass wealth through this? Well, it's not entirely impossible. Others may not benefit. But Fu Tanxiu certainly will. He is affluent. I shall set aside my pride for the sake of money. Furthermore, the child I carry is Fu Tanxiu's. What harm is there in requesting some funds? She wished to keep her pregnancy from Fu Tanxiu, lest he demands child support. Yi Shi remarked, surprisingly. This method is quite lucrative. I support your endeavor. Qiao Bei promptly returned the 100,000 she had received to Yi Shi. A clear account between close friends. I dislike being in debt, so I shall repay you first. Yi Shi accepted the money. All right, let me know when you need it again. Before bed, Ye's mother presented Qiao Bei with a red envelope. Bei, take this. It may not be much, but it is our family tradition. Qiao Bei was touched to the point of tears. Yi Shi reached out, Mom, what about mine? Ye's mother swatted her hand away. Didn't I already give you something in the group chat? I want more. Scram. Qiao Bei chuckled at their playful banter. Her heart warmed. That night, Qiao Bei stayed at the Yi household, the two sharing the same bed. Suddenly, Yi Shi placed her hand on Qiao Bei's belly. Have you gained weight? You seem to have a little belly. Perhaps, Qiao Bei replied, somewhat hesitant. The following day marked the first day of the new year, and Qiao Bei continued to indulge at the Yi residence. As she observed her friends posting New Year wishes on social media, she decided to send a message to Fu Tanxiu. He opened WeChat and read, The splendid scenery cannot compare to my ex-husband. Wishing my dear ex-husband a new year surrounded by fortune, prosperity, and love. She adorned her message with a plethora of adorable emojis. He chuckled aloud. Such enthusiasm. It seemed the previous night's red envelope had made an impact. If you desire a red envelope, come to Shi Chunyi Pin. Qiao Bei thought little of it. Excitedly dressing to head out. Yishur asked, "Are you leaving?" "I'm off to collect my red envelope." Yishur was left speechless before she could inquire further. Qiao Bei had already departed. 2 hours later, Qiao Bei arrived at Shi Chunyi Pin. Fu Tanxiu glanced at the clock and then up at her. "Did you crawl here?" Qiao Bei, bundled in a thick down jacket that left only her face visible, took a seat on the sofa and lowered her hat. "There are no direct buses here. I had to transfer several times, which took some time. Are you playing the poverty card with me? No need to feign. I am indeed poor. Did you not transfer 100,000 to me last night? That was to repay a debt. Did you borrow from a loan service?" "No, I borrowed from someone else." "What for?" "Mind your own business." "Qiao Bei, are you not going to give me a red envelope? Cash or transfer?" Qiao Bei gazed with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, her delicate face flushed from the cold, and her eyelashes fluttered lightly. Fu Tanxiu studied her for a moment. "What has to rush?" Qiao Bei pouted. "Well, requesting a red envelope is quite a challenge, especially having to traverse from the south to the north of Longqing." The villa was eerily silent. "Are you the only one at home?" Fu Tanxiu replied. "Everyone has gone home for the new year." That explained it. With the heating on, Qiao Bei felt a bit warm and unzipped her down jacket slightly. They sat in silence for a while, neither of them uttering a word. Qiao Bei couldn't comprehend Fu Tanxiu's intentions. Had he summoned her merely to sit in silence? How dull, just as she was about to take out her phone to check. Fu Tanxiu spoke up, "I haven't eaten. Go prepare a meal for me." Chapter 18. From now on, do not call me by my name. Call me brother. As Qiao Bei contemplated the unreceived red envelope, she obediently shed her clothing and ventured into the kitchen. Upon observing the petite woman bustling about in an apron, Fu Tanxiu was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Qiao Bei had never possessed culinary skills. His intent was merely to challenge her, anticipating that she would beseech his assistance. During a summer vacation in high school, their family had embarked on a trip, leaving Qiao Bei behind. Concerned, he returned home midway, only to find her seated on the sofa, nibbling on a piece of bread, looking utterly forlorn. "Brother, I'm so hungry. Will you cook for me?" she implored. He inquired, "What about Aunt Wang and the others?" At that time, their household employed several maids, with Aunt Wang responsible for the cooking. Qiao Bei replied, "They went home for the holidays." It was only later that he discovered it was Fu Yao's scheme to secretly send the servants away, although he himself lacked culinary prowess. Witnessing Qiao Bei's pitiful demeanor compelled him to muster the courage to prepare a simple egg fried rice. He vividly recalled that the dish appeared unappetizingly dark, yet Qiao Bei declared it delicious, consuming the entire plate. When had Qiao Bei learned to cook? How had he remained oblivious to this development? Today, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Qiao Bei had made dumplings. The process was labor-intensive, yet she exhibited remarkable patience, particularly when it came to food. An hour later, 2 steaming platters of plump dumplings were presented on the table. Fu Tanxiu was astonished, momentarily rendered motionless. The quality was such that one could easily establish a dumpling shop. Qiao Bei prepared 2 bowls of spicy dipping sauce, enhanced with minced garlic, and called to Fu Tanxiu, "Come and eat. This plate contains beef filling, while this one features shrimp and 3 delicacies, best enjoyed while hot." Fu Tanxiu seated himself, picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the sauce, and savored it, instantly raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Delicious, isn't it?" Qiao Bei beamed with pride. Fu Tanxiu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it surpassed anything prepared by the household staff." "How did you acquire this skill?" he inquired. Qiao Bei hesitated, having forgotten that the original owner of her identity was not adept in cooking. She hastily fabricated a response. "I learned." "When did you learn?" "After the divorce." Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a moment. "You possess quite the culinary talent. You should have learned sooner." He mused that he had once enrolled in a culinary class, enduring a month of lessons, managing only to create dishes that were barely edible. Yet Qiao Bei had always praised his cooking extravagantly, devouring everything he made. Qiao Bei recalled Fu Tanxiu's endeavor to learn cooking. Despite his indifference towards the original owner of her identity, he had been kind to her, the only person in the Fu household to offer her warmth. He had even pursued culinary skills for her sake, which had incited jealousy in Fu Yao, leading to a confrontation between them. Although Qi Lianxin had said nothing, she too harbored discontent. The two of them polished off both platters of dumplings. Fu Tanxiu took the initiative to gather the bowls and place them in the kitchen's dishwasher. Qiao Bei followed closely behind him. "We've eaten. Now about that red envelope." Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu turned, and Qiao Bei collided into his embrace, wincing in pain. "Fu Tanxiu, are you made of iron? You're so hard. It hurts." "Fu Tanxiu esse gaze darkened." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Job pinched her nose, her eyes reddened, tears swirling in her orbs. It truly hurt. I took a look. Fu Tanxiu's palm pressed gently against her nose, soothingly rubbing. Job stared at him in a daze, somewhat taken aback by Fu Tanxiu's sudden display of tenderness. He had once been gentle with the original owner, but she had missed that opportunity. The original owner had provoked him, leaving behind a mess for her to handle. Fu Tanxiu had never shown her a kind expression. His palm was warm and dry, imparting a sense of safety. Job felt a flutter in her heart. It was permissible to be a little infatuated in the presence of a handsome man. Is it better? Yes, much better. Job took a step back, maintaining some distance. Keeping a handsome man at bay was beneficial for one's health. Fu Tanxiu's hand lingered in the air for a moment before retracting. He gazed deeply at her. "Job, although we are divorced, you may still regard me as an older brother." In this moment, Job recalled the saying, "Late affection is of little worth." Yet, Fu Tanxiu's feelings for her were not deep affection, but rather pity. "Allow me to remind you, dear ex-husband, that our divorce was not exactly amicable. You even reclaimed the wedding ring. What does this current behavior imply?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "I was quite upset at that time." Job protested, "How did I upset you? You disliked me. You hated me. I initiated the divorce to set you free. How could I have angered you?" Fu Tanxiu opened his mouth, struggling to articulate. "I can't explain it clearly. If it cannot be explained, then let it be. What is past is in the past. However, you promised to give me a red envelope. I just went through great effort to make dumplings for you. Don't toy with me. I will hold a grudge." Fu Tanxiu sidestepped her and picked up his phone from the coffee table, promptly transferring money to Job. She counted the zeros after the one and was astonished to find it was again 100,000. A smile blossomed on her face. "Fu Tanxiu, you are truly wonderful." Fu Tanxiu glanced at her. "Is transferring money all that's needed? You were probably cursing me in your heart just now, weren't you?" Job, now cheerful, sweet talk, "No. I praised you. Is that so? From now on, you must not call me by my name, but brother." Job raised an eyebrow. "Are you attempting to turn your ex-wife into a younger sister?" Fu Tanxiu rapped her lightly on the head. "What chaotic thoughts are you having? You've always called me brother. I enjoy hearing you say it." Job couldn't help but retort, "Haven't you had enough of being a brother? Don't you have a sister? If you enjoy being called brother, call Fu Yao. Do you not understand? What I mean is that I like hearing you call me that." Job, considering the 100,000 Fu Tanxiu had just transferred, reluctantly said, "I'll give it a try." She opened her mouth but found it hard to utter. Calling Fu Tanxiu brother felt inappropriate. Please, she was not the original owner. Fu Tanxiu's gaze remained fixed on her. Job forced a couple of awkward laughs. I'll try again." She opened her mouth once more. Ultimately, she slumped her shoulders. "I really can't say it." Fu Tanxiu was perplexed. How had she once called out so confidently, yet now found her voice silenced? Was it because they had been married? Never mind, I shan't press you further. How delightful. Qiao Bei, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Fu Tanxiu's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Well, I shall take my leave now. I will escort you." No. That's unnecessary. I can return on my own." What a folly it would be for Fu Tanxiu to discover her residence. It would render her divorce meaningless. What if one day, Fu Tanxiu encountered her, heavily pregnant, and insisted she undergo an abortion? That would be utterly unacceptable. Fu Tanxiu glanced outside. It was dark. "I will see you home." "No need. I will take a taxi." After a moment's contemplation, Fu Tanxiu placed the car keys in her hand. "Drive my car home." Qiao Bei promptly returned the keys. I cannot accept them. I'm too frightened to drive at the moment. Why? Fu Tanxiu inquired, suddenly recalling something. Was it the shadow of the last accident that haunted her? Qiao Bei found this excuse quite satisfactory. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, I feel terrified sitting in the driver's seat. It brings back the gruesome scenes of that day." A wave of guilt washed over Fu Tanxiu as he instinctively uttered the endearing name he once called her, Bei Bei, Qiao Bei forza momentarily, as if a cat had scratched her heart, leaving a tingling sensation. "I must be going. Please, no need to see me off." Qiao Bei swiftly departed, and by the time Fu Tanxiu chased after her, she had vanished from sight. Returning indoors, he noticed the white down jacket on the sofa. Grabbing the jacket, he turned to the courtyard to drive away. It was only when Qiao Bei reached the entrance of the villa district that she realized she was without a coat. Friesen. She hugged her arms, pacing at the entrance, deliberating whether to retrieve her jacket or simply take a taxi. It's so cold. How could she be so foolish? Encountering a handsome man had rendered her a fool. Suddenly, a black Bentley pulled up before her. The car door swung open, revealing a long leg stepping out. Qiao Bei's gaze traveled from the foot upwards, landing on Fu Tanxiu's strikingly handsome face. He approached her, holding the down jacket, and once he stood before her, he wrapped her tightly in it. "Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 19. If you feel indebted, you may compensate me with money. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words, as she too felt rather foolish. Fu Tanxiu grasped her hand, which felt as cold as ice. Qiao Bei was unaccustomed to such intimacy with a handsome man. For her, even the act of holding hands was a significant gesture. Her previous boyfriend, whom she had met through a blind date, had never held her hand, although they had set a wedding date. Their engagement was called off upon discovering her infertility during a premarital examination. Noticing Qiao Bei's struggle, Fu Tanxiu tightened his grip, enveloping both of her hands in his warm palms. Oh my! This brother's treatment of his sister. It was no wonder he had the original owner completely under his spell, resorting even to underhanded methods to bind her to him. Fortunately, Fu Tanxiu soon ushered her into the car, thus alleviating the awkward moment. As Fu Tanxiu started the vehicle, he inquired for the address. In a moment of desperation, Qiao Bei randomly mentioned a neighborhood name. Fortunately, that neighborhood was not far from her home. A mere 5-minute walk would suffice. Fu Tanxiu frowned slightly, asking, "Is it rental?" "Yes," Qiao Bei replied. "You should move to Zihua Mansion. There's a vacant apartment there, fully furnished with appliances. Before marriage, I resided there, and only after did I move to Shichinipin." Qiao Bei felt a surge of desire. She longed for it, yet she could not accept. Moving there would inadvertently reveal her pregnancy to Fu Tanxiu. With her heart aching, she declined. "The place I currently live is quite satisfactory. The environment is pleasant, and the neighbors are friendly. I do not wish to relocate." Fu Tanxiu appeared perplexed by Qiao Bei's response. "Did you not desire an apartment previously? Why refuse it now that I offer?" "That was then. You did not provide it then, and now I no longer wish for it. If you feel guilty, you may compensate me with money," Qiao Bei stated shamelessly. Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a moment before asking, "How much do you desire?" Qiao Bei turned her head, her eyes sparkling, her lips curving upward uncontrollably. She pondered how much would suffice to raise a child. 5 million? 10 million? Or perhaps, daringly, 100 million? Fearing Fu Tanxiu's ire, she conservatively extended 5 fingers. 5 million? Indeed. Fu Tanxiu chuckled softly, responding with 3 words. "Dream on." Qiao Bei instantly deflated, feeling akin to a puncture balloon. "Fu Tanxiu, are you jesting with me?" She had anticipated that he would not readily part with his money. Fu Tanxiu remained silent. An hour later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the neighborhood Qiao Bei had mentioned. She turned to him, saying, "Thank you for bringing me back. Goodbye." Fu Tanxiu graciously handed her a red envelope containing 200,000 yuan. To an ordinary person, that was a considerable sum. She felt grateful. Aside from Yimu, only Fu Tanxiu had given her a red envelope. She could not bring herself to harbor resentment towards him. Fu Tanxiu nodded, but did not leave. Qiao Bei understood he was waiting for her to enter first. Unfortunately, she lacked the access card for the neighborhood and could not enter. Fortunately, a woman arrived. and she followed her inside. Once hidden in a corner, she waited for Fu Tanxiu's car to depart before emerging and making her way back to her own neighborhood. Upon arriving home, Qiao Bei received a transfer from Fu Tanxiu. This time, it was a staggering 1 million. Qiao Bei accepted it, rolling joyfully on her bed. One cannot help but acknowledge Fu Tanxiu's generosity. Although he did not send 5 million, he still gifted her 1 million. This sum would sustain her for quite some time. Qiao Bei felt no burden in accepting it. After all, she was carrying Fu Tanxiu's child. Spending his money seemed only fitting. One day, Yishur visited Qiao Bei's home and was taken aback by the abundance of baby supplies, rendered speechless. Her gaze drifted from Qiao Bei's face down to her abdomen, which had begun to show a slight curve. Initially, she thought Qiao Bei had merely gained weight. To her astonishment, Yishur excitedly grasped Qiao Bei's shoulders, nearly shaking her before remembering her delicate condition, gently guiding her to sit on an old sofa. Squatting in front of her, she asked, "Are you pregnant?" Qiao Bei smiled and nodded. Yishur gasped, filled with a mix of emotions. Yet, she felt frustrated that this was not the time to express her anger. "Qiao Bei, you are being unreasonable. Why did you hide your pregnancy from me?" Qiao Bei candidly replied, "I was afraid you would spill the beans." Yishi lamented. "How could you do this to me? Is the child Fu Tanxiu's?" "Naturally. He is my only man, and we only spent that one night together." Yishur's mind raced as she exclaimed, "You and Fu Tanxiu haven't been intimate since your marriage? Or was it just that night?" Qiao Bei affirmed, "After marriage. We slept in separate rooms." "What a scoundrel. He made you live as a widow. Thank goodness you divorced him." After venting, Yishur realized something was amiss. "Wait, when did you find out you were pregnant?" Qiao Bei answered honestly, "Before the divorce." "Qiao Bei, you are out of your mind. Why divorce when you're pregnant?" Qiao Bei shrugged. "What else was I to do? Should I endure that marriage forever, living with a man who doesn't love me? While your reasoning holds merit. You are pregnant. I can raise the child on my own. You are insane. I'm not insane. Raising a child is no trivial matter. Do you understand how difficult it is for a woman to raise a child alone?" I know. But rest assured, I have thought this through." "Does Fu Tanxiu know?" Qiao Bei shook her head. "You must not tell him." "Why not? He needs to take responsibility." Qiao Bei retorted. "If I wanted him to take responsibility, why would I have divorced him? This child is mine, and I want it. Fu Tanxiu does not love me. If he learns of my pregnancy, he will surely want me to terminate it." Sure. You must keep this a secret. No one can know." Yishur remained silent, feeling that Qiao Bei was being foolish and naive. "You know, my family is gone, and I am all alone. I just want to have someone to call family." Sure. Please understand me." After contemplating for a moment, Yishur ultimately agreed to keep her secret. "Launching is not small, and many people know you. What if someone finds out?" Qiao Bei replied, "I do not plan to keep this a secret forever. I will conceal it for as long as I can, just until the child is safely born." She endeavored to remain in the vicinity, avoiding the financial district where she might encounter acquaintances. Qiao Bei also mentioned the matter of Fu Tanxiu giving her 1 million. Yishur scoffed lightly, acknowledging at least he has some conscience. Qiao Bei felt a sense of contentment, stating, "That suffices. Over the years at the Fu family, I owe much to Fu Tanxiu. He has treated me well. It can only be said that love cannot be coerced. It is true that he does not harbor feelings for me. Yet, the original owner did take his innocence." From another perspective, Qiao Bei felt a tinge of sympathy for Fu Tanxiu. Yishur remarked, "You've come to terms with it. I am happy for you. I have long advised you against harboring feelings for Fu Tanxiu, as it would lead to no fruitful outcome. You did not believe me, but now you've hit a wall and turned back." Previously, Yishur had consistently opposed Qiao Bei's affection for Fu Tanxiu, considering her to be infatuated. Qiao Bei embraced her, saying, Sure, thank you." Yishur scrutinized her abdomen and inquired, "Have you undergone your prenatal checkup?" "I have never given birth, but my cousin has, and it seems one must have many checkups." Qiao Bei replied, "Not yet, but I will go in the next few days. I will accompany you." "All right." Chapter 20. Hello, beautiful sister Qiao Bei chose a nearby hospital for her prenatal checkup. After completing the examination, she established her records at the hospital, allowing her to attend subsequent checkups punctually. Upon learning that her baby was developing well and in good health, she felt a wave of joy. With financial worries now behind her, She was entirely at ease, simply awaiting the arrival of her child with patience. As Qiao Bei left the hospital with Yesher suddenly gasped, clutching her abdomen. I can't hold it anymore. My stomach hurts badly. Bei, wait for me here. I need to use the restroom. Qiao Bei thoughtfully handed her a pack of tissues. Go ahead. Yesher took the tissues and dashed back into the hospital building. Qiao Bei settled onto a stone step by the roadside. Waiting. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a child crying. Turning her head, she saw a little boy squatting nearby, sobbing uncontrollably. He appeared to be about 3 years old, dressed in a dapper little suit, resembling a young prince. Qiao Bei scanned the surroundings, but saw no adults. She approached him. Hey, little one, where are your parents? The child looked up, his beautiful big eyes blinking with long lashes adorned with tears, his lips a rosy red and his teeth white, exquisite beyond measure. What a lovely child. Qiao Bei felt a surge of affection and crouched down, softening her voice. Can you tell me, are you lost? The boy seemed a bit wary. He stopped crying, but remained silent. Qiao Bei took out her phone and waved it gently. Do you remember your parents' phone number? I can call them for you. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. The boy still said nothing, merely gazing at her. Qiao Bei thought, could he possibly be mute? Can you talk? If you can't, just nod or shake your head. Suddenly, the little boy spoke. Sister, you're so beautiful. Just like Grandma. Qiao Bei chuckled, oh, you could talk. Thank you for the compliment. You're quite handsome yourself. The boy shyly lowered his head. Thank you. Qiao Bei was charmed and couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Please tell me your parents' phone number, and I'll call them. The boy replied, I don't remember. Qiao Bei furrowed her brow. What should we do then? After a moment's thought, she realized she could only call the police. Just as she was about to dial, a tall boy hurried over, carrying a bag from a popular pizza brand. See you, brother. The little boy jumped up and rushed into the taller boy's embrace, clinging tightly. With a pout, he said, Brother, I couldn't find you. The older boy replied, Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait for me? I couldn't see you and got worried. He patted the boy's back gently, soothing him. It's all right, don't be afraid. At this moment, the older boy's gaze fell upon Qiao Bei, and he was momentarily taken aback. Yesher ran over, linking her arm with Qiao Bei's. Let us go. Oh, all right. Qiao Bei nodded at the older boy and turned to leave. The little boy named Tanxiu watched Qiao Bei's departing figure and remarked, Brother, that beautiful sister looks just like Grandma. The older boy agreed, pulling him along. Wait for me a moment. He lifted his leg and hurried toward Qiao Bei. Brother, where are you up to? The young boy was a step too late. Qiao Bei had already entered a taxi. Tanxiu ran over. Brother, why are you chasing after that beautiful lady? The young boy shook his head. It's nothing. Let's go back. All right. Inside the taxi, Yesher remarked, those two boys were quite handsome. Their attire suggests they are from affluent families. Qiao Bei smiled. If only my child could be as charming as them. Certainly, with your genes and those of that person, your child will undoubtedly be beautiful. I hope so. Inheriting the fine genes of both Tanxiu and myself. Yesher turned her gaze to the window. Bei, look over there. Qiao Bei followed her finger. What a magnificent building. What is its purpose? That is the Bowen Hotel, one of the world's premier hotels, owned by the Shunned merchants. Quite impressive. I've heard a night there costs tens of thousands, even for a standard suite. The presidential suite is even more exorbitant. The Shunned merchants? Yesher continued. They are incredibly powerful, with their enterprises spanning the globe, yet they remain low-key. I heard this from some friends. The extent of their influence is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Qiao Bei recalled the lack of information about the Shunned merchants in the book. Perhaps the author had not yet elaborated on it, due to a hiatus. Tanxiu returned to the Bowen Hotel with his brother, only to be surrounded by a group of bodyguards at the entrance. Young masters, where have you been? We were worried sick. Tanxiu, with a stoic expression, replied. Suyo wanted pizza. Regardless of circumstances, their return was a relief. Had they been lost, the guard would have faced dire consequences. The eldest young master is waiting for you in the room. Tanxiu nodded and led his brother into the hotel. As they entered the presidential suite, a tall, elegant man stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, clad in a well-tailored shirt and vest, exuding an air of noble sophistication. The man turned, addressing the two boys sternly. Why didn't you inform anyone before running off? Xiao rushed to hug his father's leg, pouting, Daddy, it was my desire for pizza that led to my tantrum. And brother took me out. Shang Wuyin raised an eyebrow, looking down at the little one. And how exactly did you throw a tantrum? Shang Suyo released him. Lying on the floor, kicking his legs and pounding the ground, shouting, I want pizza. I want pizza. I want it now. Buy it for me. Shang Wuyin and Shang Xiao exchanged bemused glances. After his performance, Shang Xiao calmly got up and resumed clinging to Shang Wuyin's leg. Daddy, it was just like that. Shang Wuyin couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by how he ended up with such a spirited son. He turned to Shang Xiao. You must not indulge your brother. If he enjoys throwing tantrums, let him do so. Shang Xiao's youthful brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at his brother, seemingly reluctant. Daddy, Shang Wuyin felt at a loss with his elder son, who spoiled his younger brother excessively, fulfilling nearly all his whims. Xiao, if you continue this way, you will spoil him. He is not a girl. Why do you indulge him? It shall not be permitted henceforth. Do you hear me? Shang Xiao nodded. Understood. Shang Xiu pouted in dissatisfaction. Daddy, you're being a bit overbearing. If my brother enjoys pampering me, let him do so. Shang Xiu. Shang Wuyin's voice turned more severe. Shang Xiu shrank his neck and hid behind Shang Xiao. Brother, let us eat pizza. Shang Xiao replied. Wash your hands first. Shang Xiu obediently scampered off to the restroom. After contemplating for a moment, Shang Xiao addressed Shang Wuyin. Daddy, I just saw someone who resembles Grandma quite a bit. Shang Wuyin's eyes widened in surprise. Where? How old? What was her name? Shang Xiao felt a pang of guilt. At the entrance of a hospital, she seemed to be around 20 years old. I didn't have the chance to ask. She left. Chapter 21. Do you remember her face? Do you remember her face? Asked Shang Xiao. Yes, replied Shang Wuyin. Draw it, Shang Xiu said, munching on a slice of pizza as he approached his brother. Oh, it's the pretty sister. Shang Wuyin sat on the sofa. His laptop opened before him, engrossed in his work. He glanced up and shook his head, bemused by the stark contrast in personalities between his two sons, one excessively composed, the other blissfully naive. Shang Xiao quickly completed the drawing and presented it to Shang Wuyin. Father, it's done. Shang Wuyin examined the portrait, astonishment and disbelief flickering in his eyes. It truly resembles her, he murmured. At Huixing Company, Yukong stood at his desk. Director Fu. The Shang family has arrived in Longsheng and seems to be searching for someone. Fu Danxiu lifted his gaze, contemplating. The Shang family's youngest daughter had gone missing at a tender age. Could there possibly be a clue in Longsheng? Who has come? He inquired. Shang Wuyin, Yukong replied. Fu Danxiu retrieved his phone, scrolling through his contacts before dialing a number and placing the phone to his ear. Mr. Shang, I hear you've come to Longsheng. Would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Allow me to extend my hospitality. I'm afraid I have pressing matters to attend to and may not be able to make it. Perhaps next time, I shall treat you, Shang Wuyin responded. Very well. We shall arrange for another time. Despite the absence of business ties between Huixing and the Shang family, the Fu family maintained connections. Fu Danxiu had met Shang Wuyin once in Xuanqing. He appreciated the man's integrity and decisiveness, qualities he admired. Shang Wuyin's associates scoured Longsheng, but to no avail. A call from Xuanqing informed him that his mother, Su Jiaowan, had fallen ill. Reluctantly, he prepared to return to Xuanqing with his two sons. In Longsheng, rain had graced the past 2 days, and Qiao Bei had not ventured outside, opting to purchase groceries from the nearby store. She relished her days at home, cooking for herself and watching television, living a life of ease and tranquility. During this time, she received a call from Qiao Bei, how have you been lately? Qiao Bei was uncertain of the purpose behind the call. After her divorce from Fu Danxiu, Qiao had not reached out. Even during the new year, there had been no communication. Although Qiao Bei had sent her well-wishing texts, Qiao had not responded, which she did not take to heart. Considering that Qiao likely wished to avoid her, Qiao Bei had not contemplated visiting the Fu family for New Year's greetings. After all, she had been unceremoniously cast aside. The Fu family would surely prefer to sever ties. After a brief pause, Qiao Bei replied, I'm doing well. And you? I'm well too, Qiao said. A silence enveloped them for a moment before Qiao spoke again. Have you been in touch with Tanxiu recently? Qiao Bei's mind raced. Was Qi Lianxin concerned she might cling to her son? No. We haven't spoken in a long while. There was an audible sigh of relief from the other end. Then that's fine. Take care of yourself. Qiao Bei ended the call and perused her WeChat messages. In truth, Fu Danxiu had reached out several times, inviting her to dinner. She had politely declined each time, understanding his intentions. Though we can no longer be husband and wife, we can still be like siblings. She thought to herself. To be honest, she yearned for that connection as well. There was a wealthy gentleman who could easily provide a year's worth of living expenses with just a casual red envelope. However, she bore his child and dared not show her face. Her belly had begun to swell slightly. Aside from visiting the hospital, she refrained from wandering around, fearful of encountering acquaintances. One day, as she passed by a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a thought struck her. Although her original major was financial management, she had also obtained a qualification as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner during her spare time. This was a relatively easy accomplishment for her, as she had inherited her grandmother Qiao Yuhua's medical skills. The original owner had a natural talent, and Xiao Yuhua imparted her lifelong knowledge to her. Over the years, when Qi Lianxin felt unwell, she had helped her with her health. After a moment's contemplation, she entered the clinic. Hello, I am here to apply for a position. The elderly doctor, with his hair graying, adjusted his reading glasses and glanced at her. Upon seeing a beautiful young woman, and a pregnant one at that, he waved his hand dismissively. We're not hiring. But I see a recruitment notice posted at your entrance, she replied. We are hiring, but not someone like you. What is wrong with someone like me? Simply put, I do not need someone of your kind. Qiao Bei understood his lack of trust, especially considering her current condition as a pregnant woman. Hiring her would mean providing maternity leave, which no one would willingly undertake. Sir, I possess a qualification in traditional Chinese medicine, though I did not bring it with me today. If you hire me, I will bring it tomorrow. I do not require you to pay for social insurance or provide me with a salary. The old man became intrigued and adjusted his glasses again. Then what do you expect to gain from working here? I will issue prescriptions, and we can split the profits 50-50. You need not worry about me taking leave due to my pregnancy. The old man pondered for a moment, realizing this arrangement posed no risk to him. Moreover, he was curious to see what capabilities this young pregnant woman possessed, daring as she was to speak so boldly. Very well. Come to work tomorrow and bring your qualification certificate. Qiao Bei smiled brightly, having secured herself a position. Meanwhile, Fu Tanxiu glanced at the perfunctory message on his phone. I've been too busy lately. Let us talk another time. He scrolled through their chat history, noting that Qiao Bei had used this same phrase to brush him off, never bothering to concoct another excuse. Regret washed over him for having transferred 1 million to her. The moment she received the money, she vanished without a trace, rendering him unable to call out to her. In a moment of impulse, he dialed her number. Seeing her ex-husband's name flashing on her screen, Qiao Bei hesitated for 5 seconds before answering. Qiao Bei, you must return to Shichen Yiping tonight, no matter what. Qiao Bei felt a headache coming on. What is it, ex-husband? Can't you just tell me over the phone? Fu Tanxiu felt inexplicably irritated at her referring to him as ex-husband. Drop the first 2 words. Why? You are my ex-husband after all. Qiao Bei, what do you want? Just say it. I'm truly busy. I absolutely cannot return to Shichen Yiping. After a long silence, Fu Tanxiu finally spoke. Give me your address. I will come to find you. The last time he had dropped her off, he had only taken her to the entrance of her community, knowing only which complex she lived in, but not her exact address. Upon hearing this, Qiao Bei was alarmed. That's not convenient at all. Fu Tanxiu narrowed his eyes. Have you found a boyfriend? Qiao Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. That a good reason. Yes, I live with my boyfriend, and it's really inconvenient to invite you over. He wouldn't be pleased. We've only been divorced for a short while, Qiao Bei. Why have you found a boyfriend so quickly? Who is he? What is his family like? Are you even aware of what you're doing, cohabiting with someone? No, I cannot permit this. You must move back immediately. Fu Tanxiu felt unsettled. The thought of Qiao Bei living with another man, sharing a bed at night, and possibly engaging in intimate acts ignited a fierce fire within him. A burning desire to tear that man apart and reduce him to ashes. Qiao Bei was taken aback by Fu Tanxiu's intense reaction, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Chapter 22. You are overstepping Fu Tanxiu, are you alright? We are divorced. Your concern is excessive. Fu Tanxiu's rationality had long been clouded. Qiao Bei, listen. Although we are no longer wed, we remain family. I will not permit you to cohabit with another man. I am capable of managing my own affairs without your interference. Enough. I'm hanging up. Qiao Bei, dare you disconnect this call? Fu Tanxiu's voice thundered. Qiao Bei indeed lacked the courage to end the conversation, feeling inexplicably intimidated. Tell me your exact address. Fu Tanxiu, are you out of your mind? If you refuse to disclose it, I can easily find out myself. Qiao Bei was aware that he could indeed uncover the information if he wished. She simply had not deemed it worth the effort previously. She felt utterly defeated by her ex-husband. Fine, I will confess. I do not have a boyfriend, nor am I cohabiting with anyone. I was deceiving you. A prolonged silence ensued on the other end of the line, leading Qiao Bei to believe he had perished. Yet he broke the silence. How can I trust you? Qiao Bei was left speechless, realizing she had no way to provide proof. Fu Tanxiu declared, I will come to your place to see for myself. The thought of his arrival filled Qiao Bei with dread. If he came, her facade would be shattered. Extending her neck, she cried out in despair, You wretched man, I still hold you dear in my heart. How could I possibly find the mood to seek a boyfriend? Fu Tanxiu was rendered speechless. Qiao Bei felt as if she were at her wit's end. Now, she was thoroughly ensnared. Not even the Yellow River could cleanse her of this predicament. Fu Tanxiu's dark gaze deepened, his heart awash with indescribable emotions. Qiao Bei, casting aside her dignity, implored, Fu Tanxiu, let us cease our encounters. Grant me a chance to breathe. Each time I see you, I am engulfed in sorrow for an eternity, with thoughts of you pervading my dreams, my meals, even the most mundane moments. Do you comprehend the anguish of unrequited love? Do you understand that sometimes it is better to remain strangers than to meet? Fu Tanxiu remained silent. Let us agree to this arrangement. Do not seek me out, and I will be eternally grateful. Qiao Bei expended every ounce of her wit to convey her plea, nearly nauseated by her own words. So this is it. Farewell. She promptly ended the call. When Yukong entered, he found Fu Tanxiu lost in thought, staring at his phone. After calling several times without a response, he raised his voice, President Fu? Fu Tanxiu turned his gaze towards him, his expression vacant. Yukong sensed something amiss. What is troubling you, President Fu? Without a word, Fu Tanxiu accepted the documents Yukong presented and began to read. Just as Yukong prepared to exit, Fu Tanxiu called him back. Secretary Yu, do you believe I have been too cruel to Qiao Bei? Yukong immediately replied, Not at all. You have shown her considerable mercy. Given her actions towards you, few could have tolerated it without casting her into the sea to feed the sharks. Secretary Yu, that was uncalled for? Yukong felt a chill run down his spine. Muttering under his breath, You asked me. Fu Tanxiu pondered aloud. Is it wrong to love someone? Yukong was at a loss. He could not decipher Fu Tanxiu's thoughts. Fearing to misstep, so he chose silence. From now on, do not speak ill of Qiao Bei. For every instance, I shall deduct from your bonus. Yukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Has my ex-wife become more alluring? It is said that loving someone is not a mistake. In Longsheng, so many women adore him. Does he wish to share his affection equally among them? Naturally, this is a sentiment that Yukong only dares to whisper to himself, never to voice aloud. Did you hear that? Fu Tanxiu's voice was stern and frosty. Yukong replied, Understood. You may leave. Oh. Yukong retreated, reminding himself never to speak ill of Qiao Bei in front of President Fu again. It would lead to dire consequences. Qiao Bei's life remained tranquil and harmonious. Perhaps her words had made an impact. Fu Tanxiu felt guilty and transferred money to her during every holiday. Women's Day, Qingming Festival, Labor Day, Children's Day. Each time, he sent her 100,000. Qiao Bei received it joyfully, sending back a simple message. Thank you. Occasionally, they would engage in brief conversations. However, Fu Tanxiu never again mentioned having her return to Shicheng or suggested meeting. One day, Qiao Bei unexpectedly encountered Lu Yinshan on the street. To be precise, she was walking along when Lu Yinshan spotted her, suddenly halting his sports car right in front of her. Qiao Bei's belly had grown quite prominent. Lu Yinshan stared at her midsection, his expression akin to someone struck by lightning, as he pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. How could you be pregnant? Qiao Bei replied, I am a woman. It is entirely natural to be pregnant. That's not what I meant. Haven't you divorced Fu, Tanxiu? Whose child is it? Do you realize I've been searching for you? Why haven't you responded to my messages? If you're considering marriage, why not think of me? Lu Yinshun felt deeply wounded. Qiao Bei had previously been fond of Fu Tanxiu, and he resigned himself to this fact. He acknowledged that compared to Fu Tanxiu, he would undoubtedly lose. When he learned of Qiao Bei's divorce, he was ecstatic. He had another chance. Yet, Qiao Bei ignored him. She never replied to his texts or answered his calls. After she moved out of Shichinipin, he lost track of her. But in that fleeting moment, he recognized her instantly by the roadside. Though pregnant, Qiao Bei had not gained weight. She remained as beautiful as ever. She touched her nose, well aware that she had intentionally ignored Lu Yinxuan's calls and messages. She understood that he was yet another complicated individual, handsome though he may be, not to be trifled with. Lu Yinxun, I'm in a hurry to get to work. Let us talk another day. Lu Yinxun grasped her wrist, astonished. You're like this, and still going to work? His heart ached for her. What kind of man would allow her to work at such a stage? It was inhumane, a scoundrel. Qiao Bei clarified, my job is quite easy. I simply sit. That doesn't matter. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Lu Yinxun, don't make a fuss. Lu Yinxun relented, then I'll drive you. Really, it's unnecessary. Then, I'll walk you. Lu Yinxun followed Qiao Bei to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. All right, we've arrived. You may leave now, Qiao Bei urged. Lu Yinxun had long known that Qiao Bei practiced traditional Chinese medicine. The girl he admired was exceptional, having graduated from the finance department and self-studied to obtain her TCM practitioner qualification. Qiao Bei, is this your workplace? It looks quite impressive. Now there is no need to worry about not finding anyone. Ignoring him, Qiao Bei walked in and greeted the old Chinese medicine practitioner. Zhongbo, good morning. Good morning, Zhongbo replied, casting a glance at Lu Yinxuan, who had followed her inside. Heh, bringing your husband to work, are you? Qiao Bei retorted, Zhongbo. Your eyesight must be failing. How could he possibly be my husband? We clearly lack any resemblance as a couple. Lu Yinxuan felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest. Unable to hold back, he countered, Qiao Bei, how can you say we lack resemblance? We certainly do. In a bid to prove their couple-like appearance, he leaned closer to Qiao Bei and snapped a selfie with her. Gleefully examining the photo, he proclaimed, You're beautiful. I'm handsome. We look like a couple. Realizing his misunderstanding, Zhongbo chuckled and shifted the topic. There are patients waiting for you in the consultation room. You should hurry. Chapter 23. Mind your own business. In the months since Qiao Bei began her practice at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, she gradually gained a reputation. Zhongbo was overjoyed, having inadvertently brought in a living advertisement. Ignoring Lu Yinxuan, Qiao Bei entered the consultation room. Inside sat an elderly woman with a younger woman, likely her daughter or daughter-in-law, standing beside her. The elderly woman's complexion was sallow, her lips pale, and she appeared quite frail. Upon seeing Qiao Bei, the younger woman immediately approached her. Master Qiao, we have come seeking your expertise. Please examine my mother. Qiao Bei felt a bit awkward. They had bestowed upon her the title of Master Qiao. After attending to several patients, Qiao Bei noticed Lu Yinxuan still waiting outside. He was tall with long legs, and he took several strides toward her, his eyes filled with concern. Why did you take so long? Are you tired? Qiao Bei had to look up at him. I'm fine. You should head back. Lu Yinxuan feigned ignorance. It's time for a meal. Let me take you out to eat. He attempted to reach for her hand, but, upon noticing her noticeably rounded abdomen, withdrew his hand. Qiao Bei remained still. Don't you have work? I open a bar. I can go in later. Qiao Bei recalled that the book had described him as a wealthy second-generation heir, with a prosperous family background, his father a diplomat and his mother a company executive. His family had mapped out two potential paths for him: either follow in his father's footsteps as a diplomat or inherit his mother's company. However, after graduating, he chose to open a bar. The author had left the story unfinished, leaving Qiao Bei uncertain of Lu Yinxuan's ultimate fate, or indeed, the fate of any character. Instead of dining lavishly with Lu Yinxuan, Qiao Bei opted for a nearby fast food establishment, ordering a few side dishes and 2 bowls of rice. Lu Yinxuan, having never set foot in such a modest eatery, found himself somewhat cramped in his chair. Qiao Bei handed him a pair of chopsticks. Finish quickly and head back. He accepted the chopsticks and gently remarked, "You're pregnant. You shouldn't be eating in places like this. It's unsanitary." Qiao Bei replied, "The food here is quite good. Let us not be particular about hygiene." She then dove in her meal with gusto. She had a hearty appetite and was not picky. She consumed anything placed before her. Recently, her lunches were mostly taken outside, as she endeavored to minimize cooking. Approaching the hot stove made the little one inside her restless, kicking at her. Her breakfast consisted of boiled eggs, fried eggs, some fruit, and milk. Lunch was resolved outside, while dinner was a simple bowl of noodles. Lu Yinchuan had initially lacked appetite, but seeing Qiao Bei relish her meal, he picked up a piece of stir-fried beef and placed it in his mouth. The taste was mediocre. It had been overcooked. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks, merely watching her eat. Qiao Bei paid him no mind, continuing to enjoy her meal. Lu Yinchuan felt a pang of compassion. After months apart, the woman he cherished had changed so much. "What does your husband do?" Having finished her meal, Qiao Bei reached for a napkin to wipe her mouth. "Mind your own business," Lu Yinchuan retorted. "I'm concerned for you. I fear you may encounter ill-intentioned individuals." Qiao Bei replied, "If you encounter a bad person, I wouldn't care." "What do you mean?" "The literal meaning." Lu Yin pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of disdain from Qiao Bei. Struggling, Qiao Bei rose to her feet, and Lu Yin quickly extended his hand to assist her. Observing her pregnant form, he still found himself ill at ease. Qiao Bei brushed his hand aside, asserting, "I can manage." She exited the fast food establishment, with Lu Yin following closely behind. Once outside, Qiao Bei stated, "I'm going home for a nap. You're free to do as you wish." She had arranged with Zhongbo to attend to patients for 3 hours in the morning, return home for a nap, and then resume her practice for another 2 hours in the afternoon. Lu Yin insisted, "I'll escort you home." "No need. I can't relax with you around," Qiao Bei replied, feeling exhausted by the complications. Why was he so difficult? She resorted to the excuse she had once used to deceive Tanxiu. "My husband is quite possessive. If he sees a strange man accompanying me, he might come down and confront you. Let us just go our separate ways." She began walking home, and, after a short distance, turned to see that Lu Yin had not followed, which eased her mind. Lu Yin watched as Qiao Bei entered a residential complex and then a building. Not wanting to be discovered, he refrained from following her. Knowing her approximate address and workplace, he felt confident he could find her again. He was curious to discover who her husband was. He called his friend Xian. "Give me a low-profile car." "Lu Xiao, what is this for?" "To pursue someone." Xian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." He was eager to support Lu Yin in his newfound affection. In the days that followed, Lu Yin frequented the traditional medicine clinic to see Qiao Bei, lingering until after lunch before leaving. What Qiao Bei did not realize was that Lu Yin had not truly departed. He returned his sports car and exchanged it for an inconspicuous small white car, one that blended seamlessly into the streets, ensuring Qiao Bei would not notice. He parked it beneath her building. For several consecutive days, he only observed Qiao Bei and occasionally Yishur, whom he recognized as Qiao Bei's close friend. He noted the absence of any male company at her side. One evening, in a bar, Xian approached Lu Yin with a drink in hand. "Lu Yin, what is troubling you? You look lost in thought." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yin inquired if your wife were pregnant and her belly quite pronounced. Xian interrupted, "Lu Yin, I don't have a wife." Hypothetically, Lu Yin insisted. "All right, continue. If your wife's belly were quite large, would you allow her to go to work alone every day, return home alone, and shop for groceries on her own?" Xian recalled Lu Yin's request for a car a few days prior, hinting at his pursuit of someone. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Lu Yin, are you pursuing a married woman, especially one who is pregnant?" Lu Yin shot him a glare. "Cut the chatter and just answer." Xian replied, "Which man is so heartless? Even I, with my wandering heart, could never do that. If my wife were pregnant, I would ensure she was cared for, following her wherever she went. I certainly wouldn't let her work or manage meals alone." Lu Yinchuan nodded in agreement, feeling that it was indeed the case. Qiao Bei's husband was problematic. Xian mischievously leaned in closer, brother Sun. The person you are pursuing is a pregnant woman, isn't she? Or does she have a husband? Lu Yinxuan nodded. Oh my, your taste is rather heavy, isn't it? Lu Yinxuan shot him a glance. The person I'm referring to is Qiao Bei. I encountered her a few days ago, and she is indeed pregnant. Oh my, oh my. Ji Xian couldn't help but exclaim again. This is no different from a bombshell. So, your affections haven't changed. They've merely transitioned from a young lady to a married woman, then to a divorced woman, and now to a wife who is expecting. Lu Yinxuan furrowed his brow, seemingly in agreement. Ji Xian had to admit that Lu Yinxuan's luck was truly unfortunate. Qiao Bei had chosen someone else, leaving him with no chance. Yu chimed in, brother Sun, perhaps we should consider pursuing someone else? Chapter 24, What a Scoundrel. A degenerate. Trash. Change to another person? That is utterly impossible. Lu Yinxuan, filled with fury, kicked Ji Xian. Get lost. Ji Xian clicked his tongue, brushed off the large footprint on his leg, and merrily settled back down. Sun Ge, are you implying that Qiao Bei's husband treats her poorly? Upon hearing the word husband, Lu Yinxuan grew irate. How could such a person be called a husband? He is a scoundrel, a degenerate. Trash. Ji Xian remarked, speaking of which, this good brother of mine is quite handsome, yet he is a hopeless romantic. Why must he fall for someone who doesn't reciprocate his feelings? It's just a recipe for suffering. After contemplating for a while, he hesitantly reminded, Sun Ge, do you realize what your current actions signify? Lu Yinxuan, casually crossing his legs, responded, what? You're being a third party, disrupting someone else's family. Ji Xian anticipated Lu Yinxuan would explode in anger, but to his surprise, he remained unfazed, nonchalantly swinging his legs. If Qiao Bei were to marry a good man, I would bless her. But since she has married a scoundrel, I cannot stand by and watch her suffer. Ji Xian timidly interjected, but what if Qiao Bei actually likes scoundrels? What if she enjoys being mistreated? Lu Yinxuan's foot shot out again, but this time Ji Xian was quick to dodge. Sun Ge, I think there is a possibility. Qiao Bei was infatuated with Fu Danxiu before, even to the point of drugging him. I believe her mind is as unhinged as yours. She might be inclined to love those who are different, those who do not return her affection, perhaps even those who treat her poorly. Lu Yinxuan jumped up and kicked him. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Xian, are you tired of living? Ji Xian shrank back, refraining from further comment. They were both pretending to sleep, unwilling to heed the bitter truths. After kicking Ji Xian, Lu Yinxuan sat silently in the shadows of the sofa. Ji Xian assumed his words had upset Lu Yinxuan and was about to apologize when Lu Yinxuan suddenly remarked, Qiao Bei has changed. Huh? How could someone who loves another so deeply easily divorce? She adored Fu Danxiu, marrying him in that manner, and after merely 2 months, she divorced and turned to someone else, even becoming pregnant. Lu Yinxuan's assertion left Ji Xian perplexed as well. Have you asked her why she divorced Fu Danxiu? Lu Yinxuan replied. She said Fu Danxiu didn't like her and didn't want to be hung on the same tree. Yixian conterd. That doesn't seem like something Qiao Bei would say. Furthermore, I don't sense any affection from her towards Fu Danxiu. Whenever he is mentioned, she shows no sign of sadness. Ji Xian speculated. Perhaps she truly moved on from Fu Danxiu and has fallen for someone else? Lu Yinxuan's handsome brows furrowed slightly. He found it difficult to understand Qiao Bei, sensing that something was amiss. As the days approached the end of July, the weather turned sweltering. With each passing day, Qiao Bei drew closer to her due date. Fearing an unexpected labor, she decided to stay at the hospital. She huffed and puffed, packing a multitude of bags, and had Yishur accompany her to the hospital. However, the doctor informed her that she had not yet gone into labor and could not be admitted. Due to her choice of natural birth, the hospital was experiencing a shortage of beds. Yishur pleaded for quite some time, recounting the situation of Qiao Bei. Yet the other party remained resolute in their refusal. With no alternative, the two of them trudged back, panting from the exertion. Yishur, unable to quell her concern for Qiao Bei, decided to stay with her. Should labor commence, she could swiftly escort her to the hospital. Qiao Bei was deeply touched, affectionately embracing her and cooing, Sure, you are truly wonderful. Yishur, with a hint of pride, raised her chin and declared, of course. Once the child is born, I shall be the godmother. It is a necessity. Even if you refuse, I shall ensure the child calls you godmother. With a laugh, she exclaimed, haha, I will have a goddaughter. After her exuberant outburst, Yishu recalled a pressing question. Do you know if the baby is a boy or a girl? Qiao Bei gently caressed her round belly, smiling softly. It matters not. I shall cherish either. Yishu replied, I feel the same way. It suddenly dawns on me that we resemble a married couple, discussing whether to have a son or a daughter. It's quite amusing. Qiao Bei couldn't help but chuckle. These conversations, typically reserved for the child as father, had shifted to her dear friend instead. Sure, I cannot predict the exact day of delivery, so you must continue with your work. Do not take leave, Qiao Bei advised, knowing that Yishu had recently changed jobs, and the new boss had a notoriously temperamental disposition. Extended leave could lead to severe reprimands. Just as Yishu was about to confide in her, she felt a twinge of guilt and admitted, I couldn't secure any leave. My boss is utterly unyielding and has yet to approve it. Qiao Bei. It's all right. You carry on with your job, and I will manage until my time comes. All right, I will provide you with my parents' contact information, just in case. Yishu informed her parents about Qiao Bei's pregnancy, and her mother frequently prepared delicious meals for Qiao Bei. Sounds good, Qiao Bei responded, saving their contact details. On the eve of her due date, Qiao Bei rose after breakfast and meticulously checked the items she needed to bring to the hospital, ensuring nothing was forgotten before feeling at ease. She had arranged for a maternity nurse through an agency, who had initially promised to arrive early, but would now be delayed by 2 days due to unforeseen circumstances. Qiao Bei treated herself to a sumptuous breakfast, and, after eating, she walked around the room to aid digestion. Suddenly, her phone chimed. It was Tanxiu. Ever since she had uttered those endearing words, he seemed taken aback, only reaching out via text messages rather than phone calls. It's getting warmer. How is the environment where you live? Do you have air conditioning? Qiao Bei smiled slightly and replied, Yes, both the living room and bedroom are equipped, and the environment is quite pleasant. Tanxiu stared at her message for a long while, uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, he transferred a sum of 100,000 yuan to Qiao Bei. Purchase whatever you desire. Do not hold back. Qiao Bei genuinely felt that her ex-husband was quite commendable, generous to a fault. She had witnessed many couples embroiled in bitter disputes over trivial assets post-divorce, withholding even agreed-upon alimony. Although Tanxiu had reclaimed the ring, he had not seized her assets and continued to send her money from time to time, starting with a generous sum of 100,000. What a delightful arrangement. With this approach, she could indeed achieve prosperity. Qiao Bei laughed heartily, happily accepting the funds, and sent Tanxiu a message. Thank you, dear ex-husband. She unabashedly embraced her less-than-perfect image, boldly reveling in her own imperfections. Upon encountering the phrase, I love you, Tanxiu felt an inexplicable sense of delight rather than aversion. He put away his phone, finding a moment of unexpected joy even while reviewing documents. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She inwardly fretted, fearing that labor was imminent. In haste, she dialed Yishu, but to her dismay, the normally responsive line went unanswered. Enduring the discomfort, she sent a message, hoping that Yishu would see it and arrive promptly. Subsequently, she contacted Ye's mother. Upon receiving the call, hurriedly made her way with Ye's father. Chapter 25. I'm the father of the child at this moment. Qiao Bei was doubled over in pain, unable to stand upright. The agony of childbirth was unbearable. The family car had been taken by Yishu for work, and time was of the essence. Ye's mother and father hailed a taxi, arriving within 10 minutes. Upon entering the house, Qiao Bei leaned against the doorframe, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Having changed into a cotton-long dress early that morning for convenience during labor, her back was now soaked. Ye's mother, a woman of experience, instructed Ye's father to fetch the maternity bag while she assisted Qiao Bei to the elevator. Qiao Bei insisted on walking to the door. The taxi that Ye's parents had just boarded was waiting outside. As Qiao Bei was about to enter, a figure rushed over. Qiao Bei, what is wrong? Turning her head, Qiao Bei's lips trembled. Let go of me, I'm about to give birth. Lu Yinxuan immediately bent down and picked her up. I'll take you to the hospital. Ye's father exclaimed, what is happening? Ye's mother, noticing the handsome man was familiar with Qiao Bei, said, You take the items and get a taxi to the hospital. I'll follow to keep an eye on her. Ye's father nodded. Lu Yinshuan was relieved that he was not driving a sports car today, but rather a spacious Maybach. Ye's mother helped Qiao Bei into the back seat, constantly monitoring her condition. Lu Yinshuan, not daring to delay, asked, "Which hospital?" Ye's mother knew the answer and provided the address. Yishi, upon seeing the phone and messages, dashed out of the conference room, colliding with Shi Qian at the door. She paused for a moment. "What are you doing here?" Shi Qian, hands in his pockets, appeared nonchalant. "This is my company. Why wouldn't I be here?" Realization dawned on Yi Shi. "So you're the new boss we just had?" "Correct." Finally understanding who had been targeting her during this period, Yi Shi recognized it was Shi Qian, a close friend of Fu Tanxiu. The thought of resigning loomed over her, but not just yet. She needed to rush to the hospital. Her mother had sent a message stating they were on their way to Qiao Bei, yet anxiety gnawed at her. Shi Qian initially believed Yi Shi would explode upon discovering he was behind her troubles, but instead, she brushed past him and ran out. Just as he was taken aback, she returned, demanding, "Give me Fu Tanxiu's number." Shi Qian chuckled mockingly, knowing well that Qiao Bei harbored lingering feelings for his good friend. What? Planning to create an opportunity for Qiao Bei? Futile. Yi Shi seized his collar, roaring, "Stop the nonsense. Tell me." Shi Qian paused for 2 seconds, his face clouded with anger. "Let go. Don't think just because you're a woman, I want to do anything to you. If you want to continue working here, behave." Silence. "Quickly tell me. I need to speak with him." Shi Qian laughed several times. This woman was truly reckless, daring to silence him, her boss. How amusing. The surrounding colleagues watched in fear, jaws nearly dropping to the floor at the sight of the fierce Yi Shi. Impatient and unable to wait for Shi Qian's dilly-dallying, she released him, leaving behind a parting retort as she turned to flee. Shi Qian stood frozen in place. Yi Shi just stated, "Inform Fu Tanxiu that Qiao Bei is expecting his child and is about to give birth. If he still possesses a shred of conscience, he should hasten to her side." Shi Qian found it hard to believe, yet Qiao Bei and Tanxiu had been married for 2 months, and prior to their marriage, Qiao Bei had already engaged intimately with Tanxiu, making it highly plausible that she is indeed pregnant. This woman is exceedingly cunning. Knowing that Tanxiu would not want her to bear the child, she secretly hid away, planning to deliver them a bomb just as the child was about to be born. Fu Tanxiu received a call from Shi Qian. With a soft thud, a fountain pen fell to the floor. "Which hospital?" "Shi Qian." Yi Shi did not speak. "Investigate it immediately." Shi Qian understood Fu Tanxiu. He was exercising restraint, unwilling to delay. After hanging up the phone, he instructed someone to look into the hospital where Qiao Bei had given birth. He reveled in the thought that Qiao Bei was doomed. To dare to secretly bear a child, Tanxiu would crush her like an ant. It was the first time Yukong witnessed Fu Tanxiu lose his composure. Stumbling out of the company, his calls went unanswered, and he appeared to be in a state of disarray. At the entrance of the delivery room, several individuals waited anxiously. Lu Yinshuan looked up and met Fu Tanxiu's gaze, his eyes darkening. "What are you doing here?" Fu Tanxiu disregarded him and approached the delivery room door, where the anguished cries of Qiao Bei echoed within. His heart twisted painfully, akin to a tightly knotted rope, and his eyes reddened. "How long had you been inside?" The voice trembled as it exited. Yi Shi was quite annoyed with him and chose to remain silent. Ye's mother tugged at Yi Shi's sleeve and inquired softly, "Who is he?" Yi Shi scoffed, "A scoundrel." Fu Tanxiu paid no heed, his gaze fixated on the delivery room, as if he might pierce through its door with sheer intensity. For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He had never experienced such torment, even when signing projects worth tens or hundreds of billions. Ye's mother likely deduced Fu Tanxiu's identity. He was presumably Qiao Bei's ex-husband. Noticing his agitation, she remarked, "It has been 2 hours since she went in." Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brow. "Has it been that long?" He appears to be somewhat irritable. "Why has it taken so long?" "Mother Yi, giving birth takes quite a long time, especially for the first child. It took me over a day to bring Yi Shi into this world." Yi Shi suddenly, filled with emotion, embraced her. "Mother." Yi Mu chuckled as she patted her. "You know how much suffering I endured to bring you into this world. so do not anger me in the future. Yishur blinked her eyes. I am your dear little warm coat. Fu Tanxiu contemplated the possibility that Qiao Bei might endure such agony for an entire day, or even longer, which only intensified his agitation. At that moment, the door to the delivery room swung open. A nurse emerged, stating, "The mother has exhausted her strength. One family member may enter to provide support." Yishur and Lu Yinxuan rushed forward in unison, exclaiming, "Let me in. Allow me to enter." Fu Tanxiu cast a glance at them, his gaze briefly passing over Lu Yinxuan, emanating an air of danger. He turned his head, leaving no room for debate. "I shall enter." The nurse hesitated, stating, "It would be best if the child's father were to go in." Fu Tanxiu retorted, "I am indeed the child's father." Lu Yinxuan? The nurse guided Fu Tanxiu inside. Lu Yinxuan, bewildered for 2 minutes, pulled Yishur and inquired, "Is the child truly Fu Tanxiu's?" Yishur replied, "Indeed." Lu Yinxuan sought a shoulder to lean on and sighed. Thus, Qiao Bei never remarried. It has always been Fu Tanxiu. Yishur nodded and gently patted his shoulder. "Do not lose heart. They are divorced, and you still have a chance." Lu Yinxuan turned in a daze towards the delivery room. Indeed, they were divorced. He was now eligible to pursue Qiao Bei, and she was single. He no longer had to play the role of the third wheel. When Qiao Bei beheld Fu Tanxiu clad in sterile attire, she thought she was delusional. Fu Tanxiu gazed at her with a somber intensity. Oh no, the guilt of bearing his child in secret must have conjured this hallucination. She closed her eyes and reopened them. Fu Tanxiu remained. The doctor called out, "Family of the patient, please offer some words of encouragement." Fu Tanxiu crouched down, his voice gritting through his teeth. Push. A piercing scream erupted from Qiao Bei within the delivery room. Chapter 26. You do not truly care for her, so why feign tenderness and concern? Lu Yinxuan, in a fit of exasperation, contemplated striking the door. Why is she calling out so pitifully? What has Fu Tanxiu done to her? Yishur recoiled slightly, grasping his arm. "It's nothing out of the ordinary. Don't overreact." Is it truly normal? Is it not? Amidst their debate, the sound of newborn's cries resonated from the delivery room. Both leaped up in jubilant surprise. Moments later, a nurse emerged to announce the arrival of a baby boy. Yishur was beside herself with joy. It's here. I have a godson now. Lu Yinxuan, I'm to be a godmother." Yishur exclaimed, tugging at Lu Yinxuan's arm. He clicked his tongue. "One might mistakenly think you are the child's father, with such exuberance." Yishur ignored him and bounded over to her parents. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to be a godmother." "Ha ha ha. Oh my, I have a godson. And I'm still so young." Ye's parents exchanged silent glances, at a loss for words. Ye's mother turned to her husband. "Dear, is this child truly ours? Could there have been a mix-up? Why is she so foolish?" Ye's father nodded. "Perhaps there was a mix-up. I shall arrange for a paternity test later." Yishi. Inside the delivery room, upon confirming that Fu Tanxiu was indeed real, Qiao Bei screamed in shock, overwhelmed with emotion, which caused the child to slip out. The doctor swiftly lifted the baby, cleaned him of any impurities, and placed him on the scale. A boy, weighing 7 pounds and 2 ounces. He then swaddled the baby in a small blanket and placed him in a stroller. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu stood in stunned silence as the doctor performed his tasks with nonchalance. Qiao Bei wished to voice her desire for a gentler touch towards her son, but thought better of it. Fu Tanxiu's attention had already shifted away from the child. Noticing his movement, Qiao Bei instinctively tilted her head and fainted. Fu Tanxiu. Obstetrician. After a moment of silence in the delivery room, the doctor spoke. "Let us transfer the mother and child back to the ward." The doctor began to tidy up, signaling for Fu Tanxiu, the husband, to take over. Furrowing his brow, Fu Tanxiu expressed his dissatisfaction with the service of this small hospital. Yet, the doctors paid him no heed and left in unison. Pushing Qiao Bei out of the delivery room, Lu Yinxuan cautiously glanced at her. "Oh, she is asleep? How wonderful. I was so afraid of being scolded. Where's my godson?" Fu Tanxiu pointed towards the delivery room. Yishur joyfully hopped into the room, followed closely by Ye's parents. Upon seeing the tiny bundle lying in the stroller, Yishur's heart melted. "Mom and Dad, look at my godson. Isn't he adorable?" Ye's parents were equally enamored. "Let us hurry and take the baby back to the ward. Lu Yinxuan's gaze lingered on Qiao Bei, revealing a trace of sympathy. Fu Danxiu cast a frosty glance at him. Are you not leaving yet? Lu Yinxuan, why should I leave? Fu Danxiu, this is not your concern. I intend to stay and care for Qiao Bei. Do you have the right to remain here? Huh, as if you possess such a right. What do you want? You are divorced now. What right do you have to ask me to leave? Fu Danxiu's thin lips pressed into a straight line, his expression icy and terrifying. Lu Yinxuan feigned ignorance. Qiao Bei, I kindly request you both to leave. It's unbearably noisy. Two handsome men, exuding remarkable charisma, attracted the attention of a group of nurses while escorting the new mother back to her ward. The nurses whispered among themselves, acknowledging the men's striking looks, yet noting the dark scowls on their faces, as if they were owed a fortune. Upon returning to the room, Lu Yinxuan attempted to lift Qiao Bei onto the bed, only to be preempted by Fu Danxiu. He pouted, crossing his arms and scrutinizing Fu Danxiu. You don't even like her. What else with this charade of being considerate and gentle? It's all a facade. Qiao Bei silently cheered for Lu Yinxuan, urging him to drive Fu Danxiu away. Fu Danxiu's voice was frigid. This is our matter. It does not concern you, an outsider. Huh. Our current standing is equal. Do not act as if you, the ex-husband, are superior, Qiao Bei retorted, exasperated, wishing for their departure. Before long, Yishur and her family returned with the baby, making the room feel cramped, especially with the presence of Fu Danxiu and Lu Yinxuan, which seemed to thin the very air. This was supposed to be a single room, as Qiao Bei had specifically requested not to share with other new mothers. Fu Danxiu gazed at Qiao Bei on the hospital bed, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak. Even Lu Yinxuan, who had previously dared to confront him, found himself at a loss for words. Qiao Bei held her breath, feigning unconsciousness, desperate for Fu Danxiu to leave. Perhaps sensing her silent plea, Fu Danxiu's phone rang, prompting him to rise and step outside. Qiao Bei exhaled in relief and suddenly opened her eyes. Lu Yinxuan exclaimed in Delicht, Qiao Bei, Juve Avaka. Yishi, startlet, turned cautiously and found Qiao Bei glaring at her fiercely. She chuckled nervously. Hee, Bei, you are truly remarkable. You've given me a godson. Yishi, I will kill you. Who told you to summon Fu Danxiu? Qiao Bei's voice boomed, and had she not just given birth, she would have leapt up to tackle Yishur. The moment she saw Fu Danxiu in the delivery room had nearly terrified her to death. Yishur hid behind her mother. You were afraid Fu Danxiu would harm the baby, but now that the child is born, there's no need to fear. He wouldn't harm an infant. Qiao Bei retorted, Yishur, we're no longer friends. Don't. I'm the godmother of your son. Not anymore. That cannot be. I absolutely adore my godson. Get lost. Not a chance. Their quarrel escalated. Ye's parents remained calm, their eyes filled with affection for the newborn. Lu Yinxuan, eager to interject, struggled to find the opportunity. In the corridor outside the ward, Yukong inquired, Mr. Fu, where have you been? The meeting is about to commence, and everyone is already gathered. Fu Danxiu had little inclination for meetings, pressing his fingers against his brow and declaring, cancel. Yukong had yet to comprehend the situation when Fu Danxiu assigned him another task. He instructed Yukong to find 2 postpartum caregivers, insisting on the finest. Additionally, he required 2 attendants experienced in caring for expectant mothers, particularly those adept at preparing confinement meals, also of the highest caliber. Yukong was taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire who had given birth, Fu Danxiu ended the call. He mentally eliminated all the women in Fu Danxiu's life, but could not recall anyone who was pregnant. Nevertheless, since the CEO had given the order, he had to act swiftly. As Fu Danxiu approached the hospital room, he was met with a cacophony of noise within. Narrowing his eyes, he pushed the door open. The moment Qiao Bei heard the sound of the door lock turning, she instinctively tilted her head and fainted once more. The individuals in the room were left speechless. Fu Danxiu paused, a cold chuckle escaping his lips in response to the absurdity of the situation. Upon hearing that faint, chilling laughter, Qiao Bei felt a tremor in her heart. Chapter 27. Our child Lu Yinxuan received a call from GCN. A brawl had erupted at the bar. causing quite a commotion, and the police had arrived. Reluctantly casting a glance at Qiao Bei, he hurriedly left the hospital. Fu Tanxiu moved a chair to sit beside Qiao Bei. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel his penetrating gaze. It was exasperating. Would Fu Tanxiu continue to watch her like this? In the stillness of the room, two audible gurgles suddenly broke the silence. Qiao Bei wished she could vanish from embarrassment. This was truly an excruciatingly mortifying moment. At this juncture, all she could do was feign unconsciousness. After all, she had fainted and knew nothing. Fu Tanxiu's gaze fixated on her abdomen, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Then he stood up and exited. The moment he left, Yishur immediately leaped to Qiao Bei's side, laughing mischievously. Bei, are you hungry? Qiao Bei opened her eyes. Having a baby has drained so much of my energy. Of course I'm hungry. Aunt Yi approached. I'll go out and buy you something to eat. Qiao Bei, touched, replied. Thank you, Annie, you are so kind. Aunt Yi smiled. Just wait here. As she left, she took Uncle Yi with her. After all, Qiao Bei was not their biological daughter, and it was rather inappropriate for a grown man to linger in the hospital. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, they spotted Fu Tanxiu returning with several meal boxes. It seemed they would not need to purchase food after all. Aunt Yi turned to Uncle Yi. You should take a taxi back. I'll stay. Uncle Yi nodded. Fu Tanxiu overheard their conversation, paused, and approached them. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, thank you very much for today. Mr. and Mrs. Yi were taken aback. They had never met Fu Tanxiu and knew of him only through Yishur's accounts. They held a fondness for Qiao Bei, which naturally colored their perception of him. However, at that moment, their opinion began to shift. Mrs. Yi replied, No need to thank us. We care for Qiao Bei as if she were our own daughter. Fu Tanxiu expressed his gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your care for her during this time. I have arranged for a maternity nurse and a nanny. They will arrive shortly. You both have worked hard today. Please return home and rest. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yi acknowledged that the professionals would certainly be more capable than themselves. Mrs. Yi agreed. All right, we'll head back for now and visit Qiao Bei another day. Fu Tanxiu nodded in acknowledgement. As Mrs. Yi took a few steps, she turned back to call out, Mr. Fu. Fu Tanxiu stood still, awaiting her words. Mrs. Yi continued. Qiao Bei has just given birth and is physically weak. Some matters can wait, so as not to place undue pressure on her. Fu Tanxiu fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. Mrs. Yi smiled, then turned and left with Mr. Yi. Qiao Bei heard the sound of the doorknob turning and once again closed her eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Yishi, ikaspiratit, yachit. Fu Tanxiu entered, placing the meal boxes on the bedside table. He reached out to touch her. It's time to eat. Qiao Bei thought. Should she open her eyes? Fu Tanxiu added. There's millet porridge and soup dumplings. Had he gone far? He had purchased the food from a small shop at the hospital entrance. Qiao Bei swallowed hard and finally opened her eyes. Fu Tanxiu cast a fleeting glance her way, elevating the head of the bed and placing a pillow behind her. He arranged a small table and set out the food. Qiao Bei, feeding Havanus, wasted no time in grabbing a bun and taking a bite. Fu Tanxiu sat on a chair, observing her as she ate. Yishur wandered over to play with her godson's tiny fingers, occasionally casting glances in their direction. Once Qiao Bei had satisfied her hunger and thirst, she awaited Fu Tanxiu's inevitable inquiry. Yet, after several moments of silent observation, he remained reticent, clearing the table and disposing of the trash before resuming his seat. She found herself perplexed by his intentions. His silence seemed to suggest he was suppressing his anger, preparing for an outburst. Yishur sensed an unusual tension in the room and decided she needed some air. I'm going out for a meal. I'll be back shortly, she announced. Fu Tanxiu's voice, cool and detached, replied, You need not return. Yishur gasped, and Qiao Bei's eyes widened in alarm. Was he clearing the room to confront her? Indeed, Fu Tanxiu was preparing to engage. For the sake of her dear friend, Yishur steeled herself to confront him. However, before she could speak, Fu Tanxiu interjected. I have summoned a postpartum caregiver and nanny. You may return to rest. Yishur opened her mouth to protest, but the icy glare from Fu Tanxiu silenced her. She exchanged a fleeting glance with Qiao Bei, who looked at her with pleading eyes that begged her not to abandon her. Still not leaving? Yishur bit her lip. her gaze filled with guilt, yet she ultimately turned to depart. Good friends are not as reliable as one might hope, Qiao Bei thought to herself. The hospital room fell into a profound silence, only to be interrupted by the soft cooing of a newborn. Instantly, Qiao Bei's attention was diverted. She realized she had yet to truly see her son or hold him in her arms. It was all Fu Tanxiu's doing since leaving the delivery room. She had been in a state of anxiety. She lifted the covers, attempting to rise from the bed. "What are you doing?" Fu Tanxiu pressed her back down. "I want to hold my son," she replied. "No, you cannot." "Why not?" she protested. "You're still quite weak." "That is all right, I can manage. Just let me hold him for a moment." "Sit still. I will bring him to you." Obediently, Qiao Bei lay back down as Fu Tanxiu approached the small cart. Inside lay their baby, tiny and sleeping, his little mouth twitching. This was their child, a thought that sparked an unfamiliar emotion within Fu Tanxiu. When he could not quite articulate, he lifted the infant in his arms, feeling the delicate weight of the small bundle. "Qiao Bei vechet anxiously, Fu Tanxiu, please. Be careful, don't drop my son." He raised his eyes to meet hers. "I am more dependable than you think." Qiao Bei pouted. "Hurry and bring him here, so I can see if he is handsome." Fu Tanxiu paused, glancing down at the baby, and uttered a single word: "Unattractive." In his eyes, all newborns appeared similar. Qiao Bei frowned. "How can that be? We are both so good-looking. Our child cannot possibly be ugly. I refuse to believe it. Bring him over so I can see for myself." Fu Tanxiu hesitated. "Our child," she reiterated, and in that moment, an odd sensation washed over him. Qiao Bei truly wished to give Fu Tanxiu a good scolding. The delay in holding their child was exasperating her. "Hurry and let me hold him." Fu Tanxiu gently placed the baby into her arms. At last, Qiao Bei cradled her son, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Every mother possesses a unique lens through which they perceive their child. Even though the infant appeared rather ordinary, with rosy skin, she could always discern something extraordinary about him. "My son has such tender skin. His eyelashes are so long. What a perfectly shaped nose. And those tiny hands are simply adorable." Fu Tanxiu merely glanced down, finding the child to be just average. Upon closer inspection, Qiao Bei noted that her son's features bore a striking resemblance to Fu Tanxiu. And while he had yet to fully develop, it was evident he had inherited traits from his father. She pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why didn't he, their son, resemble her a bit more? Chapter 28. How curious you two are. So, shy Fu Tanxiu only allowed Qiao Bei to hold the child for a brief moment before taking the baby away and placing them in stroller. Qiao Bei expressed her dissatisfaction, saying she hadn't held the child long enough. Fu Tanxiu's voice was tinged with helplessness as he explained that her current frailty made it unsuitable for her to hold the baby for extended periods. Qiao Bei pouted in response. 2 caregivers soon arrived. Yukong was reliable, having sourced caregivers with ample experience and a gentle demeanor, managing the child with remarkable composure. Qiao Bei felt they were far more dependable than the one she had previously arranged. Now that caregivers were available, she needed to inform the one she had hired. She took out her phone and sent a message to her. With Fu Tanxiu absent, Yukong was busily occupied, even working late at the company that evening. Shi Qian called Fu Tanxiu, but there was no answer. He went to Huisheng, only to encounter Yukong. "Has President Fu returned?" he inquired. Yukong, surrounded by a pile of documents, responded with a frown, "No." Shi Qian mused inwardly, wondering if Fu Tanxiu was still at the hospital dealing with Qiao Bei's affairs. He smiled at Yukong. "Keep up the good work. I'll take my leave." As he turned to go, Yukong recalled something and called out to him. "President Shi, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Shi Qian replied. "President Fu asked me to find 2 nannies and caregivers, and he specifically mentioned they must be the best. Do you know if anyone around President Fu has recently had a child? It's rare for him to be so concerned about someone." Yukong struggled to think of anyone in Fu Tanxiu's circle who had given birth. Shi Qian's heart sank. "Isn't he there to reprimand Qiao Bei? Are you certain he asked you to do this?" Yukong nodded affirmatively. Shi Qian cursed under his breath. "That Qiao Bei is far too cunning. Tanxiu is completely in her grasp." Yukong looked bewildered. "What does this have to do with Miss Qiao?" Shi Qian replied tersely. "Qiao Bei's divorce from Tanxiu was merely a fa ade, she pretended to divorce him and secretly gave birth to a child. Yu Kang's mouth fell open in shock. Is that true? President Fu has a child now? Miss Qiao gave it to him? Sure, Qian irritably nodded. Do you think this woman is out of her mind? She ensnared Tanxiu. It's utterly infuriating. Yukong also found Qiao Bei's tactic ruthless. Given President Fu's character, he would not simply stand by. The caregivers and nannies were evidently from Miss Qiao. Surely, she wouldn't resort to using the child as leverage to demand a reconciliation with President Fu? Absolutely. I feel sorry for Tanxiu. How did he end up entangled with such a person? Qiao Bei had fallen asleep while waiting, and Fu Tanxiu did not confront her. Leaning back in his chair, his dark eyes fixated on the girl on the bed. She looked quite worn, her complexion pale from just having given birth. This woman was indeed audacious, having given birth in silence while he remained the last to know. Had it not been for Yi Shi's impulsive actions, Qiao Bei might have continued to keep it from him. Qiao Bei slept fitfully, sensing a pair of eyes intensely watching her. The following morning, the caregiver brought over a postpartum meal. Qiao Bei savored her breakfast with delight. Fu Tanxiu received a phone call and stepped out to take it. After finishing her meal, the doctor came to conduct rounds and also provided the child with nourishment. As Fu Tanxiu pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Qiao Bei nursing her child, with the doctor instructing her on how to ensure the baby received nourishment. Awkwardly, he turned and exited the ward, closing the door behind him, his face flushed with warmth. The recent scene lingered in his mind. The girl's chest, so pale it was almost blinding. Realizing the nature of his thoughts, Fu Tanxiu, feeling restless, pulled out a cigarette. Upon noticing the no-smoking sign, he decided to head to the rooftop. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei was blushing profusely, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Did Fu Tanxiu see that? Surely he did. She had been trying to deliberately forget the memories of the original owner's clumsy advance towards Fu Tanxiu. It was utterly shameful. Now that he had witnessed her exposed, how would she face him in the future? The doctor observed the couple with amusement. You two are quite the spectacle, both so bashful despite having had a child. Your face is so red, and your husband just turned crimson as well. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't her, but the original owner who had shared a bed with Fu Tanxiu. She had merely adopted a son. However, no one would believe such an explanation if she voiced it, so she could only offer an awkward smile. Once the little one had satisfied his hunger, the night nurse placed him back into his crib. Qiao Bei grasped the departing doctor's arm and inquired, "When can I be discharged?" The doctor replied, "You may leave once you have recovered." "I feel much better now," Qiao Bei insisted, buoyed by her youthful vigor. "I can definitely be discharged today." The doctor, observing her energy and ability to walk, agreed, "Very well. I will have your husband complete the discharge paperwork." Once the doctor departed, Qiao Bei called Yi Shi. "Please come and handle my discharge procedures." Yi Shi, busy at work, replied, Bei, I can't leave right now. Ask Fu Tanxiu to assist you." "Yi Shi, you owe me this," Qiao Bei reminded her, prompting Yi Shi to rub her nose. Realizing the debt was not forgotten. "All right, wait a moment while I request some time off." "Okay." After hanging up, Qiao Bei found Fu Tanxiu entering just then. The moment he stepped inside, Qiao Bei felt an intense pressure in the air. Given the earlier awkward encounter, neither spoke. She averted her gaze, focusing on her fingers. Before long, Fu Tanxiu stepped out again. Upon his return, he announced, "We are discharged." Qiao Bei's head snapped up in surprise. "Did you just go to handle the discharge paperwork?" Fu Tanxiu nodded slightly, not allowing her any time for contemplation as he bent down and lifted her into his arms. Startled, Qiao Bei instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. His strides were long and powerful, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the floor. He walked ahead while the night nurse followed with the baby in tow. Upon reaching the ground floor, two gleaming black Rolls-Royces awaited, their brilliance almost blinding in the summer heat. Stepping out of the air-conditioned building, Qiao Bei was immediately met with a wave of heat, her nose soon glistening with sweat. Fu Tanxiu cast a brief glance at her, but remained silent, though Qiao Bei sensed him quickening his pace. Old Chun had opened the car door for them in advance, and Fu Tanxiu carefully placed Qiao Bei in the back seat. Qiao Bei glanced back and said, "Please hold the child for me." Fu Tanxiu responded, "Just sit quietly. The child is with the nanny." Qiao Bei felt a twinge of grievance. I want to hold him. Fu Tanxiu cast a deep glance at her. You can hold him when we get home. Your body is not suited for prolonged holding at the moment. Reluctantly, Qiao Bei complied and settled in her seat. The nanny took the child to the vehicle behind. Old Chun started the car, maintaining a calm demeanor while his heart was in turmoil. He was astonished to learn that Miss Qiao had given birth to their young master during the months of their separation. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Bei suddenly recalled something and addressed Old Chun in the front seat. Uncle Chun, please head to Guanghua Community. Fu Tanxiu turned to her. Why is this address different from the one you provided last time? Qiao Bei instinctively shrank her neck and lowered her head, akin to a quail. Understanding her demeanor, Fu Tanxiu realized what had transpired. Uncle Chun, let us return to Shichenipin. Chapter 29, Weeping blindly Qiao Bei, Astonisit, Inquirit. You cannot possibly be suggesting that I return to Shichenipin, can you? Fu Tanxiu lowered his gaze, typing away on his phone, seemingly engrossed in a conversation. He casually replied, yes. Qiao Bei exclaimed, no way. We are divorced. It would be inappropriate for us to live together, and people would talk. Fu Tanxiu lifted his gaze from the screen, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her. Isn't that precisely your intention? Qiao Bei was at a loss for words. Was Fu Tanxiu truly under the impression that she bore this child as a means to bind him to her? To leverage the child to return to Shichenipin and subsequently coerce him into remarrying? Please, that was far from her intention. Fu Tanxiu interjected, you misunderstand. It is not as you think. Qiao Bei taught it, stop pretending. I am not pretending. I wish to return to Guanghua Community, not Shichenipin. Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened. Qiao Bei, no one to stop. She understood that Fu Tanxiu felt she was being overly dramatic. He had already consented to her return to Shichenipin, yet she was still making a fuss, appearing rather ungrateful. However, she genuinely did not wish to go back. She did not want to be entangled with Fu Tanxiu. I have prepared many things for the baby, all at the house in Guanghua Community. I will be living there with my child. Fu Tanxiu, I comprehend your intentions, but you are mistaken this time. I have no desire to cling to you. I simply adore children and wanted one. Indeed, my divorce stemmed from the fear that you would force me to terminate the pregnancy. However, I never intended to use this child as leverage to compel you to be with me. Having delivered her lengthy explanation in one breath, Qiao Bei turned and called out, Uncle Chun, to Guanghua Community. Uncle Chun looked to Fu Tanxiu, clearly awaiting his directive. Fu Tanxiu, seemingly dismissing Qiao Bei's explanation, commanded to Shichenipin. Uncle Chun acknowledged and drove towards Shichenipin. Fuming, Qiao Bei turned to Fu Tanxiu and demanded, what are you doing? Fu Tanxiu, still fixated on his phone, ignored her. In a fit of frustration, Qiao Bei snatched his phone away. I want to go back to Guanghua Community. Qiao Bei, you're testing my limits. Fu Tanxiu's voice was low and menacing. A shiver ran through her as she returned the phone, meekly stating, I want to go back to Guanghua Community. Fu Tanxiu's long fingers grasped the phone, flipping it in his hand. Do you believe that because I have not held you accountable, you can push your luck? Suddenly, Qiao Bei felt a wave of emotion, her nose tinged with sorrow, and she began to cry. Tears streamed down her face, painting her as both pitiful and wronged. She had not intended to cry. It was as if the hormonal changes from childbirth had overwhelmed her. Surely, she was not so fragile as to weep merely from a few harsh words. Had she been that delicate, she would have been bullied long ago. Uncle Chun, hearing the commotion from the back, gently advised, Miss Qiao, please do not cry. You should not weep during your confinement, or you might weep blind. Qiao Bei, however, only cried harder. Flustered, Fu Tanxiu hastily retrieved a tissue to dab her tears. You shed tears over just a few words? Qiao Bei, your acting skills are becoming increasingly impressive. In her heart, Qiao Bei thought, if you cannot comfort someone, then do not attempt to. His words only deepened her distress. She turned her head away from him, refusing to let him wipe her tears. Old Chun was anxious. Young master, please don't make Miss Qiao cry. She might truly weep her eyes out. During the confinement period, crying is strictly to be avoided. Fu Tanxiu was taken aback by Old Chun's words. After a moment of contemplation, he helplessly said, Uncle Chun, please take me back to Guanghua Community. Old Chin turned at the traffic light. Qiao Bei wiped her tears with her sleeve, turning to reveal her tear-streaked, rosy, peach blossom eyes, an image that evoked sympathy. Fu Tanxiu offered her a tissue. Use this. Qiao Bei accepted the tissue, remembering to express her gratitude. Thank you. Fu Tanxiu felt a sense of helplessness. He found himself at a loss when it came to Qiao Bei. Had anyone else behaved as she did, they would have faced his ire long ago. As two luxurious cars entered Guanghua community, they immediately attracted the attention of the residents. Qiao Bei opened the door and got out herself. Fu Tanxiu wished to embrace her, but was met with her refusal. I can walk on my own. He did not insist. Fu Tanxiu gazed at the small house, which was scarcely larger than his own bathroom, his brows furrowing deeply. Is this truly a place for people to reside? He regretted his moment of weakness in agreeing to return with Qiao Bei. The small abode was cluttered with numerous baby supplies. There were several strollers, making the already cramped space feel even more suffocating. Two caretakers were unsure where to stand, each cradling a child. Qiao Bei turned on the air conditioning and began to explain to the caretakers where the baby items were stored. She had pre-washed and air-dried everything the baby would require, ensuring they were ready for immediate use. The crib was already assembled and placed on the balcony. Sister Zeng, Sister Song, I only purchased one folding bed. Tonight, you'll have to make do, and I will order another one to be delivered tomorrow. The two caretakers nodded reluctantly. Initially, they had expected to stay in a grand villa, only to find themselves in this small house, needing to sleep on a diminutive folding bed. The disparity was disheartening, though the generous salary compensated for it. Feeling sweaty and uncomfortable, Qiao Bei retreated to her room to change clothes. Fu Tanxiu followed her. We need to talk. He still believed Qiao Bei should reside in Shichenipin. She pushed him toward the door. I need to change. Remembering the scene he witnessed that morning, he felt a twinge of discomfort and stepped outside. Qiao Bei changed into a comfortable set of pajamas. When she emerged, Fu Tanxiu had not yet left. He took her hand and led her back into the room. Qiao Bei broke free and stepped to the window, maintaining her distance. Her large peach blossom eyes were still slightly red from her earlier tears. Fu Tanxiu undid the top button of his shirt, having worn it all day. It was slightly wrinkled, yet did not detract from his cold, noble demeanor. He spoke in a husky voice. If you do not wish to stay in Shichenipin, you may choose to reside in Zihua Mansion or any other property I own. You have the freedom to select. Qiao Bei sprach momentarily. A fleeting reaction that Fu Tanxiu quickly noticed. He emphasized, indeed, it is just you and the child who will reside there. Really? Yes. Will you one day grow unhappy and evict us? Qiao Bei was reluctant to be turned out after only a few days. Fu Tanxiu reassured her. There is no need for concern. I will transfer the property into your name. Qiao Bei gazed at him in astonishment. Fu Tanxiu, do you have an affinity for children? You must have some fondness for them, given that you are willing to provide her with a house. During the divorce, when I pleaded with you, you refused to offer me anything. It seems that having a child has elevated her status. Fu Tanxiu was momentarily taken aback. Did he have an affinity for children? He was uncertain, yet he certainly did not harbor any aversion towards them. Qiao Bei, not receiving an immediate response from him, felt assured that even if Fu Tanxiu was not particularly fond of children, he was a responsible man. Now that the child was born, he would not simply turn a blind eye. Let me contemplate this for a moment, Qiao Bei said. She yearned to agree, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that remaining in her cozy little nest was far more comforting. There was no rush regarding the move. Fu Tanxiu expressed his dissatisfaction. Qiao Bei, what exactly is the matter with you? Chapter 30. Qiao Do disturbance? She was not causing any trouble. Qiao Bei blinked innocently. Fu Tanxiu had stormed off in anger. With the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Qiao Bei found her breath coming more easily. However, the presence of 3 adults and 1 child still made the space feel cramped. Fortunately, the nanny had returned to Shichenipin early. Had she accompanied them, there would have been insufficient room in her little abode. Yishir had a quarrel with Shi Qian and hurried to the hospital, only to learn that Qiao Bei had been discharged. She then rushed to Guanghua community, and upon entering, cast a mournful gaze at Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei paused momentarily, suddenly recalling that she had called Yishir. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? This is shouted. No. Look at the beads of sweat on my forehead. Do you know how exhausted I am? How hot it is? Qiao Bei handed her tissue. Wipe your sweat. Yi Shi, still fuming, accepted the tissue and dabbed at her forehead. Qiao Bei then offered her an ice cream. Yi Shi, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed, indulged in it. Qiao Bei watched, swallowing hard. She longed to savor the treat. Alas, she was still in confinement and couldn't partake. After finishing her ice cream, Yi Shi rushed off to find her godson. Wash your hands. Qiao Bei reminded Tia. Yi Shi obediently went to wash her hands before scooping up the child. Bei, what shall we name my godson? Qiao Bei tilted her head in thought and casually replied, let us call him Qiao Do. Yi Shi frowned and looked over. How can my handsome and adorable godson have such a casual name? Qiao Bei responded, you don't understand. They say the rougher the name, the easier the child is to raise. Yi Shi countered, shouldn't we consider a more dignified option? Qiao Bei insisted, this is it. I'm so tired. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Without hesitation, she retreated to her room. Yi Shi gazed at the tiny infant in her arms and attempted to call. Qiao Do. Dodo. Little Dodo. It surprisingly rolled off her tongue quite nicely. After a short nap, Qiao Bei awoke to find Yi Shi had departed. The maternity nurse had prepared a meal and beckoned for Qiao Bei to join her. Just as Qiao Bei picked up her chopsticks, Qiao Do began to cry. Sister Zeng lifted him and said, Miss Qiao, the baby is hungry. Qiao Bei set down her chopsticks and went to take the child to nurse him. Her maternal instincts awakened. She could not bear to hear her son cry. After feeding Qiao Do, she finally began to eat. The postpartum meal prepared by the nurse was quite delightful, rich in nutrition. After finishing her meal, Qiao Bei took out her phone to transfer some money for groceries to the nurse. The nurse waved her hand, saying, no need. Mr. Fu has already provided for us, instructing us to take good care of you and the baby. So rest assured. Qiao Bei nodded. Without question, the nurse's salary must also have been covered by Fu Tanxiu. This certainly saved her a substantial sum. She contemplated sending Fu Tanxiu a message of gratitude, especially since he had left in anger. Just as she picked up her phone, it rang. It was Lu Yinxuan. Yesterday, it was Lu Yinxuan who had taken her to the hospital, for which she felt grateful. She pressed the answer button. Lu Yinxuan. Qiao Bei, why are you discharged? Where are you now? Did Fu Tanxiu take you away? No, I've recovered and can be discharged. I'm back home now. After a brief pause, she inquired, is it at Guanghua Community? Indeed, Qiao Bei responded, realizing the implications. How did you know? She distinctly remembered not disclosing her residence to Lu Yinxuan. A slight bite of her lip betrayed Lu Yinxuan's inadvertent slip. Qiao Bei narrowed her eyes, her tone turning ominous. Have you been following me? Feeling guilty, Lu Yinxuan's voice softened. You didn't tell me, so I wanted to find out where you live. Only then did Qiao Bei connect the dots. Lu Yinxuan's sudden appearance at the community gate yesterday, which she had assumed was mere coincidence, was anything but. This person had evidently been aware of her residence all along. Anger surged within her, and she abruptly hung up. The sensation of being stalked was unsettling, an experience she loathed. Once, she had been pursued by a deranged individual for several days, who ultimately seized an opportunity to drag her into the woods. The terror she felt was indescribable, and despite her desperate cries, no one came to her aid. As the man pinned her down, on the verge of succumbing to his intentions, she seized a branch from the ground and thrust it towards his eye. He released her, clutching his face and emitting a harrowing scream. It was only after she had run a considerable distance that she managed to call the police. When they arrived, they apprehended the assailant, and she later learned that he had lost sight in one eye. Fearing retribution once he was released, she moved to a new home. Yet, walking alone at night still filled her with dread, constantly glancing over her shoulder, convinced someone was trailing her. Lu Yinxuan attempted to call Qiao Bei again, but she ignored it. He sent several apologetic messages, yet she remained unresponsive. Frustration gnawed at him. For several days, Fu Danxiu had not made an appearance. But Qiao Bei paid little mind, indulging in her daily routines and entertaining Qiao Do. Life meandered on in a leisurely fashion. Her only concern was that the Fu family might discover she had borne Fu Danxiu's child and come to cause trouble. However, As a week passed without any visitors, she found it peculiar. Unless Fu Danxiu had chosen not to inform Qi Lianxin. Old Chun parked the car at the entrance of Guanghua Community. "Young master, would you like to go up and see Miss Qiao and the child?" Fu Danxiu loosened his tie and leaned back in his seat, remaining silent. Old Chun sighed. For the past few days, Fu Danxiu had instructed him to bring the car here, yet he remained inside, reluctant to exit. Concerned, Old Chun watched as they sat idly for an hour, until Fu Danxiu ordered him to return to Shicheniping. Meanwhile, Shi Qian arrived at Huisheng and encountered Yukong at the entrance. He pulled him aside, asking, "Is President Fu around?" Yukong replied, "Yes." Puzzled, Shi Qian queried, "Hasn't he gone to find Qiao Bei?" Yukong shook his head. "President Fu has been at the company these past few days, even working late into the night. I specifically asked Uncle Chun, and he mentioned that President Fu returned to Shicheniping and did not seek out Miss Qiao. By the way, he also instructed me not to let anyone know about Miss Qiao's childbirth." As he spoke, Yukong lowered his voice. Shi Qian, feeling pleased, released his grip and headed towards Fu Danxiu's office. The fact that Fu Danxiu wished to keep it discreet clearly indicated his desire to avoid acknowledging that Qiao Bei had given birth. He had a strong belief that Qiao Bei's scheme would ultimately fail. Fu Danxiu's attitude towards her would remain unchanged despite the arrival of their child. Upon pushing open the office door, a waft of smoke greeted him. Fu Danxiu leaned against the window, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, his expression aloof. Shi Qian furrowed his brow. It was not unusual for a man to smoke, but Fu Danxiu's habit was peculiar. He seldom indulged, practically abstaining from it altogether. When surrounded by a group of men exhaling plumes of smoke, he could resist the temptation to partake. What had changed now? A man who rarely smoked, suddenly lighting up surely indicated he was under significant stress or burdened by troubling thoughts. In this case, Fu Danxiu belonged to the latter category. Shi Qian approached, producing a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it before joining him in the act. Casting a glance at his friend, he inquired, "Is this all for Qiao Bei?" Fu Danxiu remained silent. Shi Qian let out a dismissive sound. "Is it truly worth your distress over a mere child? In my opinion, it's quite simple. Offer a little money to placate the situation. If Qiao Bei proves to be ungrateful, simply take the child and leave the mother behind." Chapter 31. He is not so delicate. Leave. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Fu Danxiu cast a cold glance, his eyes brimming with warning. Shi Qian remarked, "I understand that Qiao Bei is different to you. You cherish her as a sister. No matter how outrageous her actions, you never hold it against her. But, my friend, you cannot allow her to manipulate you like this. Qiao Bei is cunning, and your soft-heartedness cannot compete with her wits. I fail to comprehend. You're typically decisive and ruthless in your endeavors, yet when it comes to Qiao Bei, you falter." Fu Danxiu, feeling irritated, commanded, "Get out." Shi Qian, undeterred, pouted but remained. The two men sat in silence, smoking for a while. Shi Qian spoke again, "I am serious. Think about it." "Knock, knock, knock." A voice came from the door. "Tanxiu, it's me. May I come in?" Fu Danxiu frowned and glanced warningly at Shi Qian. "Regarding Qiao Bei, keep your lips sealed." Shi Qian nodded in understanding and hurried to open the door. "Good brother, afraid that the woman he likes would discover she has a child and cause a ruckus. Being a man, he understands and certainly wouldn't speak recklessly." The door opened. "Yuzi, you're here." Meng Yusi smiled softly. "Shi Qian, you're here too." "Yes. Just arrived. Coming quickly." Meng Yusi stepped inside, her gaze fixed on Fu Danxiu. He had extinguished his cigarette and stood by the window with one hand in his pocket. Shi Qian took a puff and observed the two with a knowing smile. Fu Danxiu still harbored feelings for Meng Yusi. Upon her arrival, he promptly extinguished his cigarette. "You two chat. I shall take my leave." Shi Qian closed the door behind him. Meng Yusi approached Fu Danxiu and stood before him. "Tanxiu, why didn't you attend the concert that day?" "What?" Fu Danxiu momentarily failed to recall. Meng Yusi's expression stiffened. "He actually forgot. I called you about my cello concert on Wednesday evening. You said you would come, yet you never showed up until the end." Her tone bore a hint of reproach. Fu Danxiu recalled the incident. "I'm sorry, I forgot." Though Meng Yusi felt displeased, she realized she couldn't dwell on it and instead made a request. Let us have dinner together tonight. You treat me as a form of apology. Fu Tanxiu hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding. Meng Yusi revealed a smile. The restaurant was a high-end French establishment chosen by Meng Yusi. After their meal, she suggested, Tanxiu, I didn't drive. Could you give me a ride? Fu Tanxiu did not refuse. Meng Yusi believed that leveraging Fu Tanxiu's guilt could sometimes yield unexpected results. She initially thought that after Fu Tanxiu divorced Qiao Bei, he would swiftly propose to her. However, months had passed, and Fu Tanxiu remained indifferent. If she didn't reach out, he wouldn't contact her either. Not to mention a proposal, they weren't even officially a couple. She felt embarrassed to bring it up, fearing it would seem too forward. She had been waiting for Fu Tanxiu to speak up, and now she found herself still waiting. Fortunately, Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei have divorced, granting her ample time to take things slowly. As the car came to a halt, Meng Yusi turned her head, her gaze filled with affection. Tanxiu, why not come sit for a moment? Fu Tanxiu declined, stating, It's quite late. You should head inside. Disappointed, Meng Yusi exited the vehicle, watching the Rolls-Royce vanish into the distance. Young master, shall we return to Shichuniping? Ulchen inquired. To Guanghua Community, Fu Tanxiu replied. Upon arriving at Guanghua Community, Ulchen assumed he would not ascend. To his surprise, Fu Tanxiu opened the car door and walked toward the building. Qiao Bei, having endured several days of discomfort, could no longer bear it and finally decided to take a shower. The weather was sweltering, and she felt unclean. Emerging from the bathroom donned in a pink hair-drying cap, she unexpectedly collided with Fu Tanxiu entering. Their gazes locked, both momentarily taken aback. Qiao Bei had not anticipated his arrival at this hour. Fu Tanxiu's eyes shifted downward, focusing on a particular spot before awkwardly averting his gaze. It dawned on Qiao Bei that she was not wearing a bra, and her cheeks flushed as she hurried back to her room. As she searched for her undergarment, she berated herself for her oversight, vowing to keep herself properly attired henceforth to avoid such embarrassing situations. Fu Tanxiu, in his arrogance, might misconstrue her actions as an attempt to seduce him. Seating himself on a small sofa, Fu Tanxiu observed as Sister Zeng approached with Xiao Dodo in her arms. Mr. Fu, would you like to hold the child? She offered. Fu Tanxiu's brows knitted slightly, and he remained unmoved. Sister Zeng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her, as if her good intentions had backfired. It seemed evident that Mr. Fu did not harbor affection for the child. Had he cared, he would not have neglected a visit for an entire week. Qiao Bei witnessed the exchange, and to claim she was unaffected would be disingenuous. Although the child was solely hers, she yearned for her son to receive abundant love, particularly paternal affection. Fu Tanxiu's indifference toward her extended to Xiao Dodo as well. Understanding that the two needed a moment to converse, the maternity nurse placed Xiao Dodo in his crib, excusing herself to descend and dispose of the trash. She moved a chair closer, taking a seat at a distance. Fu Tanxiu raised his gaze. The girl had just emerged from her bath, her complexion fair and immaculate, reminiscent of a freshly cracked egg. Her large, innocent peach blossom eyes wandered aimlessly, adorned with impossibly long lashes. His attention shifted to her hair, his brow furrowing slightly. Where's the hairdryer? He inquired. Uncertain of his intentions, Qiao Bei gestured toward the bathroom. It's in the second drawer of the vanity. Fu Tanxiu proceeded to the bathroom and soon returned with the hairdryer in hand. After plugging it in, he positioned himself behind Qiao Bei. It dawned on her that he intended to dry her hair. Surprised for a brief moment, she quickly interjected, You'll wake the child. He is not so delicate, he replied, flipping the switch. As Qiao Bei attempted to turn, he firmly restrained her, insisting, Stay still. I shall do it myself. I do not wish to repeat myself. Qiao Bei pouted, internally grumbling about his domineering nature. 5 minutes later, Fu Tanxiu turned off the hairdryer. Just as Qiao Bei prepared to rise, his hands delved in her hair, gently arranging her slightly tousled strands. She froze, her heart skipping several beats. The intimacy of the gesture was overwhelming. All done, he murmured in his deep voice as his large hand withdrew. Fu Tanxiu then returned the hairdryer to the bathroom. Qiao Bei observed as he settled back onto the sofa. Fu Tan, tall and elongated, seemed rather constricted on the petite couch. Qiao Bei spoke first, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Fu Dan remained silent, gazing intently at her. His unwavering stare set Qiao Bei on edge. "I am aware that you are upset, but let me reiterate, Jiao Dodo has no connection to you, and I will not use him to coerce you in any manner. You may rest assured on this matter." Many believe her decision to bear this child was merely a means to entangle Fu Tan, yet her intentions were far from such. "Jiao Dodo, is that the name you chose?" Qiao Bei nodded. "Isn't it lovely?" Fu Tan pressed his fingers against his temples, withholding any judgment. After a brief pause of 2 minutes, he stated, "His name should be Fu Ning Yuan." "What?" Qiao Bei momentarily failed to grasp the significance of his words. Fu Tan reiterated, "I said his name shall be Fu Ning Yuan." Chapter 32. He is my son. Why is his surname Fu? Qiao Bei steadfastly refused to admit that she had become less clever. She merely felt as though her mind had been somewhat compressed after giving birth, and it had yet to return to its original state. Fu Tanxiu criticized the name she had chosen, opting instead to bestow upon their son the name Fu Ning Yuan. "Wait a moment. He is my son. Why does he bear the surname Fu? Even if we were to use your name, he should be called Qiao Ning Yuan." "He is also my son," Qiao Bei countered. Fu Tanxiu retorted, "I am not trying to take him from you, but since you have chosen to keep him without my consent, having given birth to him, should I not be entitled to make a request?" Qiao Bei sat back down. As long as he did not attempt to take the child from her, she was willing to negotiate. "What is your request?" "Call him Fu Ningyin," Fu Tanxiu said, his gaze fixed on the crib. Qiao Bei struggled for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. "Fine, although he is named Fu Ning Yuan, he is my son, mine alone." A faint smile graced Fu Tanxiu's lips as he leaned back. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as the sofa collapsed. "Qiao Bei." Fu Tanxiu seethed, his expression darkening. Qiao Bei recoiled slightly, murmuring under her breath, "Is it not because you are too heavy that you broke the sofa?" Fu Tanxiu stood up awkwardly, glaring at her with cold eyes. "I have sat on it numerous times without issue," Qiao Bei retorted, eager to dissociate herself from the mishap. Fu Tanxiu felt a sense of relief that the sofa had collapsed only now and that it was he who had caused it to give way. Had it occurred while Qiao Bei was seated, heavily pregnant and alone, it would have been exceedingly distressing for her. With this thought, his anger dissipated almost instantly. Qiao Bei was perplexed by the sudden vanishing of Fu Tanxiu's ire. She offered a token concern. "Are you all right? Do not worry about the sofa. I will arrange for a new one to be delivered tomorrow and have this old one removed," he replied. Qiao Bei nodded. "Should I pay you for it? Are you willing to pay?" he asked, bemused. Qiao Bei hesitated. "Of course, I do not wish to pay. Perhaps it is best to forget it, as I hardly sit down anyway. A new sofa is quite an expense, and what if Fu Tanxiu expects me to cover the cost?" Fu Tanxiu found her reaction amusing. He recalled transferring a considerable sum of money to Qiao Bei. Surely she was not in want of funds. Why then was she being so frugal? "Ishel seat," Fu Tanxiu declared abruptly, throwing on his suit jacket and departing. Qiao Bei muttered, "You can sit at home? Why come here to sit?" "What?" Fu Tanxiu abruptly turned back, standing at the darkened staircase. Nothing. I merely meant to say, take care on the stairs," Qiao Bei hurriedly responded, eager to see him off. Fu Tanxiu smirked slightly, choosing not to expose her, and soon vanished down the staircase. 2 nannies ascended the stairs, and, upon discovering the collapsed sofa, exchanged knowing glances with Qiao Bei. Confused, she asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Sister Zeng chuckled awkwardly. "It is nothing." After a while, Qiao Bei noticed that the two were still watching her. She turned her head and asked, "What is going on? If you have something to say, just say it. I dislike secrecy." Sister Zeng finally mustered the courage to speak. "Miss Qiao, you've just given birth, and it's not suitable for intimate relations." They believed Qiao Bei was too young to understand and were kindly reminding her. Qiao Bei's face flushed crimson, akin to a freshly fried chicken. "So, you think the sofa collapsed because we were engaging in such activities?" Sister Song replied. "At this time, it's detrimental to your health." Qiao Bei was so frustrated she wanted to roar. "We weren't doing anything of the sort. The sofa collapsed because Fu Tanxiu sat on it." The postpartum nurse was skeptical, as they had all been sitting on it for days without issue. How could it have collapsed solely under Fu Tanxiu? There must be some other activity involved. Qiao Bei insisted. It truly was Fu Tanxiu who caused it to collapse. The nurse smiled knowingly and nodded understood. Qiao Bei, feeling exasperated, ran back to her room to sleep. The following morning, a new sofa was delivered. Comparable in size to the previous one, but exquisitely crafted, clearly a high-quality piece. It was unlikely to collapse easily. Placed in the living room, it added a cozy touch. The staff took the old sofa away upon their departure, and they did not ask Qiao Bei for any payment, which relieved her greatly. After being confined at home for a month, Qiao Bei felt as though she might go mad. Once the time was up, she donned a beautiful dress and, pushing Qiao Do, was ready to head out. Sister Zeng cautioned, Miss Qiao, wearing a dress makes it difficult to nurse the baby. Qiao Bei felt deflated and returned to change into a t-shirt and jeans. As soon as she exited the neighborhood, a figure jumped out. Lu Yinxuan exclaimed joyfully, Qiao Bei, you're finally out. Qiao Bei frowned. You haven't been lurking here, waiting for me, have you? Lu Yinxuan replied, not exactly. I waited a few days, but couldn't find you. Someone reminded me that after giving birth, one must observe confinement and avoid going out. I hadn't come by for a while, but after nearly a month, I decided to wait here. Qiao Bei pouted. You're not that foolish. Lu Yinxuan chuckled. I'm not foolish at all. Where are you headed? By this time, Qiao Bei was feeling extremely hot, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In such weather, a trip to the mall was the only option. Lu Yinxuan suggested, I'll drive you. Walking in this heat is unbearable. He pointed to a nearby Maybach. After a moment's thought, Qiao Bei nodded in agreement. The nurse took Qiao Do out of the stroller and placed him in the car. Lu Yinxuan volunteered. Let me handle the stroller. He fumbled with it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. After waiting a bit, seeing him still outside, scratching his head in confusion, Qiao Bei decided to get out, took the stroller from him, and deftly folded it in a few swift movements. Placing it in the trunk. With a clap of her hands, she announced, let us get in. Lu Yinxuan gazed at her in admiration. How do you know how to do everything? Qiao Bei replied, once you become a mother, you'll know how to do everything too. If you don't know, you can always learn. Lu Yinxuan scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. I can only be a dad. I can't be a mom. Lu Yinxuan escorted them to a large, upscale shopping mall. After Qiao Bei alighted from the vehicle, she waved goodbye, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. You may go about your business. Undeterred, Lu Yinxuan boldly replied, I'm not busy. I am quite free. What could Qiao Bei say in response? She personally pushed Qiao Do, while Lu Yinxuan extended his hand to his sister. Two nannies trailing behind whispered discreetly, Does Mr. Lu harbor affections for Miss Qiao? It seems rather evident, does it not? However, Miss Qiao is meant to be with Mr. Fu. I have heard they are divorced. Is that true? It should be. Had they not separated, Miss Qiao certainly would not have moved out. Just look at Mr. Lu and Miss Qiao pushing the stroller together. They resemble a family of three. Indeed, both possess striking looks. Passers-by cannot help but gaze at them. I wonder how Mr. Fu feels witnessing this scene. Wait, do you see over there? Is that not Mr. Fu standing? Chapter 33. Whose child is it? Who is the woman beside him? Two maternity nurses were about to approach Qiao Bei when Fu Tanxiu had already noticed them and strode over. He was tall and dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an air of authority with each step. Meng Yusi was admiring a necklace when she turned around and found Fu Tanxiu had disappeared. After a quick search, she spotted him, simultaneously catching sight of Qiao Bei not far away. Fu Tanxiu was making his way towards Qiao Bei, prompting her to furrow her brow and rush over. Lu Yinxuan was recounting amusing anecdotes from his childhood, bringing laughter to Qiao Bei. Did your father ever hang you up and beat you? Lu Yinxuan replied. How did you know? He was indeed furious and did hang me up for a good thrashing. Qiao Bei chuckled. If you were my son, I would have to do the same. Just as Lu Yinxuan was about to retort, a formidable figure blocked his path, emanating an undeniable presence that commanded attention. When Qiao Bei looked up, she was met with Fu Tanxiu's stern gaze. Surprised for a moment, she greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. You are here shopping too. How unusual. Fu Tanxiu's intense eyes remained fixed on her. At that moment, Meng Yusi approached and linked her arm with his, to which Fu Tanxiu did not object. Meng Yusi felt a surge of delight and turned to smile at Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, what a coincidence. Qiao Bei smeated back, her eyes scanning between them. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Meng Yusi, adorned in a delicate white dress, radiated an air of elegance befitting a refined lady. Even her smile was subtle, lips pressed together without revealing her teeth. As Meng Yusi lowered her gaze, she noticed the baby carriage in Qiao Bei's possession, which was partially veiled by a sheer white curtain, allowing a glimpse of a child nestled within. She gasped, "Whose child is this?" Qiao Bei casually replied, "Mine." Meng Yusi's eyes widened in astonishment, her poised demeanor dissipating instantly. Qiao Bei reveled in her expression, pondering how Meng Yusi would react if she discovered the child's true parentage belonged to Fu Tanxiu. She glanced at Fu Tanxiu, her eyes betraying a hint of amusement, while Fu Tanxiu's expression remained dark, as if Qiao Bei owed him a fortune. Meng Yusi regained her composure and noticed Lu Yinxuan beside Qiao Bei. She recognized him as Qiao Bei's suitor, who had pursued her throughout university. Qiao Bei had always shown disdain towards him, even harboring a deep-seated aversion. She had considered Lu Yinxuan somewhat deranged, with a sadomasochistic tendency, fixating on a woman who seemed oblivious to his affections. With their hands resting on the same baby carriage, could the child possibly be Lu Yinxuan's? The thought slipped from her lips. Is the child yours and Lu Yinxuan's? Lu Yinxuan cast a glance at Fu Tanxiu, but remained silent. Qiao Bei's eyes shimmered with mischief as she swept her gaze over Fu Tanxiu. What do you think? Meng Yusi awkwardly laughed. How could I possibly guess? Qiao Bei replied, then it seems there is nothing I can do. I'm under no obligation to disclose anything to you. That's enough. Fu Tanxiu interjected, his voice cutting through the air. He shook off Meng Yusi's hold and grasped Lu Yinxuan's wrist, almost rudely pushing him away. Lu Yinxuan stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. As Qiao Bei was about to speak, she was abruptly halted by Fu Tanxiu, who, along with the baby stroller, led her away. Lu Yinxuan followed closely behind. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu turned, his gaze icy. If you follow any closer, I cannot guarantee the safety of Ms. Yao's company. Lu Yinxuan gritted his teeth and halted his steps. Fu Tanxiu opened the security passage and ushered Qiao Bei and the child inside, isolating the others outside. Meng Yusi observed this scene, her fingers turning pale from attention. Within the safety passage, Qiao Bei shook off Fu Tanxiu's grip, rubbing her sore wrist. Fu Tanxiu, what madness has taken hold of you? Rest assured, I will not disclose to Meng Yusi that the child is yours. Fu Tanxiu, evidently fearing she might reveal the child's identity, hurriedly pulled her inside. Why were you with Lu Yinxuan? He coldly demanded. Qiao Bei replied, we ran into each other on the way. He brought us to the mall. How fortuitous. Fu Tanxiu retorted. Qiao Bei responded. Indeed, it was not mere coincidence. Lu Yinxuan had been lurking at the community entrance. However, she felt no obligation to explain herself to Fu Tanxiu. Why the silence? Feeling guilty? He pressed. Qiao Bei, why are you so restless? You've only just finished your confinement, and yet you are so eager to stroll with another man. Can you not endure solitude? Qiao Bei trembled with indignation. Restless? Me? Fu Tanxiu, are you out of your mind? Have I wronged you in any way for you to speak to me thus? Don't claim I haven't done anything. Even if I were to seek a boyfriend, how does that concern you? Fu Tanxiu was about to retort when Qiao Bei interrupted. Do not leverage the title of brother over me. You are not my real brother, merely my ex-husband. A strange anger burned within Fu Tanxiu, nearly igniting. He stared intently at Qiao Bei, his teeth clenched. Well done. Qiao Bei shot back. Stop with the sarcasm. They stood in silence for several minutes, until Qiao Bei, pushing the stroller, turned to leave. Fu Tanxiu seized her arm. Do not associate with Lu Yinxuan. He harbors ill intentions towards you. I am aware. He likes me. Qiao Bei replied. Fu Tanxiu frowned. If you know, then keep your distance. Though Qiao Bei had no intentions of pursuing anything with Lu Yinxuan, Fu Tanxiu's words ignited her rebellious spirit. With defiance in her voice, she retorted, I will not. With that, she angrily opened the security passage door and stepped outside. Meng Yusi sensed an ominous premonition as they emerged one after the other. That child, it cannot be. She swiftly dismissed the thought. In truth, Had she merely calculated the dates, she would know the answer, yet she chose to deceive herself. Qiao Bei assumed Fu Danxiu would be angered enough to leave her. Yet to her surprise, he seemed unfazed, taking the position Lu Yinjuan had initially occupied, and began pushing the stroller alongside her. Thus unfolded an intriguing tableau within them all. A beautiful woman leisurely pushing a stroller, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man, followed by an irresistibly charming young man and a cold, ethereal beauty with a forlorn gaze, trailed by two large women resembling caretakers, whispering among themselves. This eclectic assembly captured the attention of countless onlookers. At first, Qiao Bei struggled to adapt, but eventually, she resigned herself to the situation. Feeling hungry, she entered a restaurant, followed by a few others. The maternity nurse, unable to endure the atmosphere, pushed the baby stroller outside to wait. Fu Tanxiu zut busy to Qiao Bei, while Meng Yusi could only sit opposite Lu Yinchuan. Qiao Bei ordered her favorite dishes, and mindful of the two maternity nurses who felt uncomfortable dining with them, she ordered a separate table for them. Once the order was placed, she handed the menu to the waiter. Fu Tanxiu called the waiter back to order a few more dishes. During the wait for their meal, the atmosphere at the table felt peculiar. Lu Yinchuan sought to break the silence, inquiring, "Mr. Fu, are you here today to purchase a wedding ring with Miss Meng? Are you two about to get married? If so, please do inform me. I would love to attend." Chapter 34. Job was initially engrossed in her phone when she heard Lu Yinchuan's remark. Raising her head, she glanced at Fu Tanxiu and then at Meng Yusi, both equally intrigued. Fu Tanxiu cast a warning glance at Lu Yinchuan, who responded with a provocative smile. Meng Yusi tucked a few strands of hair that had fallen onto her face behind her ear, smiling gently. "We're not here to buy rings. We came to look at necklaces, but we might as well take a look at rings too," Meng Yusi stated, then turned her gaze back to Fu Tanxiu. Furrowing his brow, Fu Tanxiu seemed poised to speak, but Meng Yusi hurriedly offered him a glass of water. "Tanxiu, have some water." He accepted the glass, but set it down on the table without drinking. Meng Yusi exhaled softly and shifted the conversation towards Job. "Job, it's astounding how you've become a mother in just a few months." Job smiled. Meng Yusi added, "They say women age quickly after childbirth. You ought to take good care of yourself." "Thank you for your concern, but I'm still young and recover quickly," Job replied. "As for you, you should hurry if you want to have children. The older you get, the harder it becomes to bounce back." The exchange was tinged with sarcasm. Who couldn't play that game? Meng Yusi's expression shifted slightly as she turned to Fu Tanxiu. "Yes, we will make it a priority." Job nudged Fu Tanxiu playfully. "Miss Meng has said so. You should make an effort." Fu Tanxiu shot her a sidelong glance. "If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Job pouted. "I'm merely showing concern for you, dear ex-husband." "Shut it. My mouth is mine. I won't close it." A large hand abruptly covered her mouth. "Ugh, Fu Tanxiu, remove your filthy hand." With a mischievous intent, Fu Tanxiu playfully rubbed her mouth before letting go. Job, incensed, seized his hand and bit down hard. Fu Tanxiu looked at the bite mark on his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. "Weren't you just claiming my hands were dirty? Yet you still bite." "Oof. I'll bite you to death." Fu Tanxiu chuckled coldly. "Are you a dog?" Job retorted, "We were once married. If I'm a dog, then so are you." Fu Tanxiu turned his head away, choosing not to respond. Job, fuming, returned to her phone. Meng Yusi's expression darkened, her heart swirling with confusion and envy. She had never shared such intimacy with Fu Tanxiu, not even during their romantic phase. Yet just moments ago, his playful gestures towards Job, although seemingly teasing, resembled the playful banter of a young couple. Who was Fu Tanxiu? He was noble and aloof, never displaying extreme emotions of joy or anger. He was a gentleman, considerate yet exuding an unmistakable sense of distance. No matter how hard she tried, she could never bridge that gap. But with Job, he seemed to experience a plethora of emotions, behaving like an ordinary man, capable of anger, joy, and childish antics. Stealing a glance at Job, Meng Yusi noted how Job claimed to be indifferent while subtly teasing Fu Tanxiu. She had underestimated Job. This woman possessed a considerable degree of cunning. Meanwhile, Lu Yinchuan wore a similarly displeased expression. When the dishes arrived, only Job displayed a hearty appetite, fully engrossed in her meal. The others, preoccupied with their own thoughts, barely touched their chopsticks. After leaving the restaurant, Job rubbed her belly and let out a satisfied burp. Over the past month, I have indulged in an abundance of nourishing postpartum meals, and today, I finally savored something delightful, which greatly elevated my spirits. Naturally, my mood would have soared even higher had it not been for the 3 companions beside me. As we wandered, we found ourselves in the mother and baby section. In a flash, Qiao Bei darted inside. The sight of baby products was irresistible for a mother, prompting her to pause and contemplate purchases. Tanxiu followed her in, while Meng Yusi and Lu Yinsun hesitated for a moment before joining as well. Qiao Bei meticulously selected items, and before long, her cart was brimming. As she prepared to open her phone for payment, a card was suddenly presented to her. A low, resonant voice whispered in her ear, "Swipe the card." Turning her head, she beheld Tanxiu's perfectly handsome profile. Biting her lip, she tucked away her phone. Meng Yusi watched from a distance, feeling an envy that left her powerless. "Lu Yinsun, why don't you take care of the bill?" she inquired. Lu Yinsun scowled in silence. Meng Yusi was nearly certain of the child's parentage. A tempest of emotions surged within her. "Qiao Bei, how dare she?" Panic gripped Meng Yusi, yet she feigned calmness, smiling as she remarked, "Lu Yinsun, you adore Qiao Bei so much. She is divorced now. Why not pursue her?" Lu Yinsun replied, "Of course, I intend to pursue her. Standing idly won't do. You must take action." Though girls may claim they want respect and not to be pursued, in truth, they often prefer a more assertive and persistent approach, Meng Yusi advised. Lu Yinsun furrowed his brow, pondering her words. She hinted at her point and chose not to elaborate further. Just then, the attendant finished packing the items, and Lu Yinsun strode forward to collect them. Tanxiu glanced at him but said nothing, turning with Qiao Bei to exit the baby store, while Lu Yinsun trailed behind, burdened with 2 large bags. Meng Yusi couldn't help but feel exasperated. Lu Yinsun currently resembled a bodyguard, dutifully carrying items for someone else. Unbeknownst to him, he reveled in the thought that Qiao Bei would surely regard him with newfound respect for his eagerness and strength. Moments later, Qiao Dou began to cry. The postpartum nurse indicated he was hungry. Qiao Bei picked him up and headed to the nursing room, followed by Lu Yinsun, who was intercepted by Tanxiu. "Get lost." Fuming, Lu Yinsun retorted, "Tanxiu, are you out of your mind?" Meng Yusi quickly intervened. "Lu Yinsun, Qiao Bei is going in to nurse the baby. Gentlemen are not permitted inside." With that, she gestured toward the sign at the entrance. Lu Yinsun's face fell into embarrassment as he turned away, his ears reddening. Tanxiu stood at the entrance of a nursing room, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. His tall stature and cold demeanor radiated an air of aloofness, causing a mother pushing her child to recoil in fear upon seeing him. Meng Yusi glanced up at him and inquired, "Tanxiu, whose child is that?" "Mine," he replied succinctly, leaving no room for speculation. Meng Yusi closed her eyes briefly, reopening them to reveal a hint of hurt. "Then what are we?" Tanxiu's attractive brows knitted slightly. "Yusi, we ended things long ago." Meng Yusi wavered. "We merely had an argument. It wasn't a true breakup. If it were not for Qiao Bei, what transpired between us has nothing to do with her." Tanxiu interrupted her. "Have it be unrelated?" Meng Yusi cried sorrowfully, her tears cascading like rain on pear blossoms, a picture of fragility. Were it not for Qiao Bei, they would not have quarreled. She would not have mentioned breaking up, nor would she have rashly fled abroad, granting Qiao Bei the opportunity to intervene. Everything stemmed from Qiao Bei. She reached out to grasp Tanxiu's hand, only to be evaded, leaving her in a state of profound embarrassment, her sobs intensifying. "Tanxiu, I still love you, and I believe you love me too." At that moment, Qiao Bei emerged with Qiao Dou and overheard Meng Yusi's words. Her eyes sparkled as she swiftly passed by them, smiling and saying, "Please continue." Then, embracing Qiao Dou, she vanished around the corner. Tanxiu lifted his leg to follow. Meng Yusi remained there, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 35. You cannot control your emotions as Qiao Bei placed Qiao Dou into the stroller and turned around, She noticed Fu Tanxiu following her out. Her gaze fell upon Meng Yuci, whose eyes were red from crying, and she winked at him, urging, "Go comfort her. You love me, and I love you. Why the fuss?" Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened as he gripped her collar and began to pull her away. "What are you doing?" Qiao Bei exclaimed in protest. "I'm taking you home," he replied. "I don't want to go home. I haven't finished shopping." Lu Yin Sun chimed in. "Fu Tanxiu, enough is enough. You are being excessively rude." Qiao Bei nodded vigorously in agreement. "It is indeed very rude. Being dragged by the collar is quite uncomfortable." Fu Tanxiu retorted with a single word directed at Lu Yin Sun. "Scram. Fu Tanxiu, are you even a man? If you have the guts, fight me. Bullying a woman is cowardly. At least Bei bore you a child. Do you have no conscience?" Fu Tanxiu halted, releasing Qiao Bei. Finally able to catch her breath, she attempted to flee, only to be pulled back by him, akin to a tethered ball that bounces back. Fu Tanxiu regarded Lu Yin Sun. "You want to fight?" Lu Yin Sun defiantly replied, "I find you quite displeasing." Fu Tanxiu responded, "I share that sentiment, but I lack the time to entertain you." Lu Yin Sun, "I advise you to stop pursuing Qiao Bei." His gaze swept over the two nannies, who promptly approached to take the bag from Lu Yin Sun's hands. Watching them leave, Lu Yin Sun could only curse in frustration. He desired to follow, but restrained himself, considering Madame Yao. Meng Yuci stood dejectedly, her nails digging into her flesh. Qiao Bei was shoved into the car by Fu Tanxiu, while the nannies remained silent, ushering Qiao Dodo into another Rolls-Royce. Qiao Bei pondered when Fu Tanxiu had summoned the vehicle. It seemed unreasonable to have summoned two cars for such an outing. That insufferable man, always so irritable, as if the world owed him something. Qiao Bei pressed herself against the car door, distancing herself from Fu Tanxiu. He glanced at her, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. Old Chen started the car. Qiao Bei quietly remarked, "Miss Meng is still in the mall. Aren't you going to wait for her?" Fu Tanxiu ignored her. "Did you two have a quarrel?" "Miss Meng is heartbroken. It's truly pitiful. Won't you comfort her?" Fu Tanxiu remained silent. "You love her, and she loves you. As a man, you should be magnanimous and make an effort to comfort her. Girls need reassurance. Your blatant masculinity is unbecoming. As her boyfriend, your behavior today is unacceptable, especially the way you entangled yourself with me, your ex-wife. It must be devastating for her to witness. She is not foolish." Meng Yuci's gaze toward me was far from friendly, and in the restaurant, there were insinuations about her aging after having child. "Surely, this conflict stems from you." Having divorced Fu Tanxiu, she had no intention of remaining entwined with him. "If not, let me out of the car. You can go back to fetch Miss Meng." Fu Tanxiu opened his eyes and coldly commanded, "Pull over." Old Chun maneuvered the car to the side of the road. Qiao Bei, elated, reached for the door, only to be yanked back by Fu Tanxiu colliding against his chest. The impact caused her to wince in pain. "Fu Tanxiu, could we perhaps be a touch gentler and refrain from such brusqueness?" Fu Tanxiu turned to Old Chun and commanded, "Get out." Old Chun promptly opened the car door and stepped out, intentionally positioning himself at a distance. It was only then that Fu Tanxiu lowered his gaze to Qiao Bei. "Do you find me rude? Lu Yinchuan is gentle, is he not?" His face was uncomfortably close to hers, his breath warm against her skin, a searing presence. His voice was low and perilous. Qiao Bei recoiled, only to be drawn back by him once more. "Speak, who is gentle?" Qiao Bei felt flustet. If she claimed Lu Yinchuan was gentle, would Fu Tanxiu not strangle her? To preserve her life, she reluctantly replied, You're gentle." "Really?" "Indeed." Fu Tanxiu playfully patted her cheek twice, seemingly in encouragement. "May I be released? Let us converse amicably." Fu Tanxiu regarded her deeply for a moment before loosening his grip. Gaining her freedom, Qiao Bei hurried to pull the car door open. She had no desire to remain in the company of this madman. Fu Tanxiu effortlessly yanked her back. "Such disobedience. How shall I punish you?" Qiao Bei pleaded for mercy. "I will be good." "Is that so?" Yes. Fu Tanxiu scrutinized her for a while. "I am not with Meng Yuci." "What?" Qiao Bei looked up in astonishment. "Aren't you two deeply in love? Why not be together? What obstacles stand in your way?" Fu Tanxiu's expression soured, looking at her as if she were a fool. Qiao Bei, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, urged, "Do tell. I can help you analyze the situation." The car fell silent for a few seconds before Tanxiu gritted his teeth. "Qiao Bei, is this your new trick? To provoke me?" Qiao Bei, baffled, rolled her eyes. "It is you who cannot control your emotions." Tanxiu seethed, his teeth clenched. This woman possessed an uncanny ability to drive him to the brink of fury. "I could just strangle you." Qiao Bei recoiled, eyeing him warily. "That would be a crime. Besides, if you were to strangle me, then Qiao Dodo would be left without a mother." Tanxiu countered, "But the father remains. Furthermore, I could find him a stepmother." Qiao Bei's eyes widened in horror. "No? My son will only recognize me as his mother." Tanxiu, you are truly cruel. Attempting to find a stepmother to mistreat him, you wicked father. Who says stepmothers only mistreat children? Yusi would not. Qiao Bei. The thought of Qiao Dodo calling Meng Yusi mother made her feel utterly ill. "No, I absolutely do not want Meng Yusi as a stepmother for my son." Tanxiu smirked. "Yet you seem quite eager for me to marry Yusi." Qiao Bei. From this day forth, she vowed to remain silent. Tanxiu could engage with whomever he pleased. "I recall someone once professing her fondness for me, her heart and mind consumed by thoughts of me." Qiao Bei. Why do I now perceive no semblance of affection in your eyes? If Qiao Bei were acting, her performance was impeccable. Tanxiu's intense gaze bore into her, missing not a single nuance of her expression. Qiao Bei felt a flutter of anxiety, avoiding his penetrating stare. Tanxiu's fingers tilted her chin upwards. "Speak. What trickery are you up to?" Qiao Bei opened his hand decisively, choosing to put an end to this. "Emotions are fleeting. They arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. I once loved you, but now that love has faded." Faded. Tanxiu mulled over these 3 words, feeling a sense of discomfort and emptiness within. He turned away from Qiao Bei, his face cold and silent. Qiao Bei exhaled deeply. It was better to clarify things, lest he mistakenly believe that her every action was an attempt to entangle him further. From this moment onward, she resolved to live her life well and raise Qiao Dodo. Love? A boyfriend? A husband? Such thoughts were not within her current considerations. She rolled down the car window and called out, "Uncle Chun, let's go." Only then did old Chun get into the car. Upon returning to Guanghua community, Tanxiu did not exit the vehicle. Qiao Bei waved goodbye, but Tanxiu ignored her. She pouted and hummed a tune as she ascended the stairs. Chapter 36. "She is my precious gem." Tanxiu tilted his head and observed Qiao Bei, who was joyfully tiptoeing and twirling about, clearly in high spirits. He let out a soft hum and instructed Lao Chen to drive. In the bar's private room, Tanxiu swirled a glass of wine in his hand, while Shi Qian sat beside him, similarly holding a drink. They were alone in the room, the others having been cleared out. Shi Qian glanced at his friend, who wore a heartbroken expression. "Did you have a quarrel with Meng Yusi?" he inquired. "Not at all," Shi Qian replied, bewildered. "Weren't you supposed to be viewing jewelry together?" Tanxiu responded, "I ran into Qiao Bei." Shi Qian cursed under his breath. That Qiao Bei again. Why is she always around? Tanxiu shot him a warning glance. "Do you have an issue with Qiao Bei?" The question was far from innocent. Shi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he explained, "It's mainly because she keeps clinging to you. You were inexplicably entangled with her, then suddenly divorced. And now there's a child involved. It's all so chaotic. I feel suffocated on your behalf." Tanxiu swirled his wine glass. "Shi Qian, I do not wish to hear any disparaging remarks about Qiao Bei. Remember that." Shi Qian stared at him in disbelief. "You are spoiling her. Even if she were a sister, one shouldn't be this indulgent. If it weren't for her interference, you and Meng Yusi would already be married. Don't you feel regret? What's wrong with me saying a few words about her? Is she some sort of precious gem that cannot be criticized?" "She is my precious gem." Shi Qian was taken aback. After a moment, he seemed to grasp a significant revelation. Do you actually have feelings for Qiao Bei?" Tanxiu neither confirmed nor denied it. That was an implicit acknowledgement. Shi Qian felt as though the ground had been pulled from beneath him. He downed a glass of wine in a frenzy, turning to scrutinize Tanxiu once more. "Have you lost your mind?" Tanxiu chuckled softly, bit-ups. Yet he understood far too late. Shi Qian still couldn't believe it. "Tanxiu, Sometimes people misjudge their feelings. What you feel for Qiao Bei may not be love, but rather a brotherly affection. Tanxiu took a sip of his drink, his voice heavy with bitterness. In the past, I was confused and could not discern the difference. Now, I am certain Qiao Bei means more to me than just a sister. Shi Qian exclaimed, "This is disastrous. Qiao Bei has completely succeeded. What kind of luck does she have to be so troublesome, yet still win your affection? I'm truly baffled." Ever since he discovered Qiao Bei's feelings for Tanxiu, Shi Qian had harbored a deep disdain for her. But now that his good friend had succumbed to her charms, how could he continue to despise her? He poured himself another drink, feeling despondent. Tanxiu shared in that despair. Shi Qian asked, "What are your plans?" Qiao Bei. Tanxiu sighed with a bitter smile. "That seems rather difficult." "What do you mean?" "She claims she no longer loves me." "What nonsense is that?" "Well, I haven't brought it up. She should know better than to refuse. She's just pretending. It must be an act." Given her relentless tenacity, I find it hard to believe that she could dare to drug you and claim that her affections have waned. The forlorn expression on my dear friend's face suggests that he believes Qiao Bei no longer holds him dear. Tanxiu remarked, "She has changed." However, Shi Qian remained unconvinced. Qiao Bei has always been one to play tricks. This could merely be another one of her schemes, deftly manipulating Tanxiu. If you truly cherish her, take her away and obtain that marriage certificate, disregarding her sentiments. Tanxiu remained silent. He and Qiao Bei were perpetually on different wavelengths. When she loved him, he was oblivious to his own feelings. Now that he is aware, he realizes that Qiao Bei no longer loves him. But it matters not. He could rekindle her affection. Yishir stood in the opulent office, enduring an hour of Shi Qian's tirade. After a brief sip of water, he continued his scolding, fixating on her minor errors. Relentless in his critique, Yishir found herself questioning her very existence, eventually becoming so numb that she struggled to stay awake. In truth, she had already submitted her resignation. Yet Shi Qian refused to approve it. She dared not leave without permission, as he threatened that should she choose not to come to work, he would sabotage her future employment references. This infuriated her, leading to several sleepless nights. A group of colleagues loitered by the door, eager to witness the spectacle. Poor Yishir. This was the consequence of her previous confrontation with the boss, and now she was the target of his ire. One must remember, never to cross Shi Qian, for he could make your life a living hell in an instant. Indeed, I heard that Yishir's resignation was being held up by Shi Qian. If she didn't show up, she'd face repercussions, yet upon her arrival, she was met with scorn. What else could one call that but a fate worse than death? After sufficiently exhausting his vocabulary for insults, Shi Qian waved his hand dismissively, instructing Yishir to leave. Numbly, she exited the office, met by a barrage of sympathetic gazes. She returned to her workstation, lost in thought. A colleague reminded her of the reports she needed to complete. She remained motionless. "I refuse. I shall do nothing, regardless of my efforts. That bastard Shi Qian will find fault and berate me. Why should I toil in vain?" She resolved to give up entirely. As the clock struck the end of the workday, she grabbed her bag and departed without a moment's hesitation. Shi Qian called out, "Yishir, where is she?" A timid employee replied, "She has left." Shi Qian frowned. If the boss hasn't left, what audacity does she have to do so? She is doomed. Upon hearing this, the employees shrank back, immediately feigning busyness. Yishir vented her frustrations to Qiao Bei. "Babe, I feel as though I am at my wit's end. That bastard Shi Qian is deliberately targeting me. His torment is driving me to madness." Qiao Bei asked, "Why is he targeting you? Does he have feelings for you?" Yishir's face filled with terror. "Surely not. Don't frighten me. Then why does he single you out and not others?" Qiao Bei pressed. Yishi pondered it. This method of affection seems rather twisted. No, he cannot possibly have feelings for me." Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation. "Then what is the reason for his focus on you?" After a moment of distress, Yishir diverted her attention to playing with Qiao Dodo. "My godson changes daily. It's been just a few days, and he has grown even more handsome." With a triumphant tilt of her chin, Qiao Bei remarked, "Of course. Just look at who raised me." As the two were playfully engaging with Qiao Dodo, Qiao Bei's phone rang. She answered, Zongbo, what is the matter? Zongbo's voice boomed. Isn't it time for you to get to work? Qiao Bei replied, I haven't rested enough yet. He insisted, people are practically wearing out the threshold waiting for you. Let them press the doorbell again. I cannot part from my son right now and have no desire to work. Zongbo was exasperated. No, you must come. She retorted, my legs are my own. You have no authority over me. Zongbo suddenly regretted not having signed a labor contract with Qiao Bei, leaving him with no means to impose any obligations upon her. He softened his tone and pleaded, please just come. I promise to raise your commission if you do. Chapter 37. Whose brother is so big yet still holds his sister? Qiao Bei heiset an Ayable. How much? Zongbo replied, 46. Qiao Bei counted 28. Zongbo exclaimed, are you trying to drive me to despair? Qiao Bei began to fiddle with her fingers. If you're unwilling, then forget it. With that, she attempted to hang up the phone. Zongbo gritted his teeth and shouted, fine, 28 it is. Come by tomorrow. Qiao Bei's eyes sparkled. All right, but the time remains the same. I need to reserve some for my son. Zongbo reluctantly agreed and hung up. Yeshiti said, God, impressive. You've dropped from 50-50 to 28 in one go. My dear, you're quite something. Qiao Bei raised her brow, of course. One must seize opportunities for their own benefit. I have a son to raise. As her good friend's career flourished, Yisher felt both joy and concern. She found herself in a predicament, unable to resign despite her wishes. Internally, she cursed Shi Qian fiercely. The next day, Qiao Bei entrusted Qiao Dodo to the nanny and headed to work. Upon reaching the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, she was startled to find a long queue. Could it be that Zongbo was hosting a free egg distribution event? Were all these people here for eggs? As she took a few steps forward, someone shouted, Master Qiao has arrived. Look, Master Qiao. Qiao Bei clutched her chest in shock as the serpentine line twisted towards her, enveloping her. Master Qiao, you've finally come. Master Qiao, please, I'm on the verge of death. Master Qiao, take a look at my mother first rather than find them bothersome. Qiao Bei felt a swell of pride, her lips curving into a smile. She had not anticipated that one day she would become the revered master of traditional Chinese medicine. How delightful! She and Zongbo encouraged everyone to queue and register in an orderly fashion. Zongbo estimated that the day's consultations would be insufficient to accommodate all, so he advised some to return another day. After a busy morning, Qiao Bei hardly had a moment to check on Qiao Dodo, hastily nibbling on a piece of bread for lunch. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately, ensuring ample supplies for her son, and had gradually transitioned him to formula, which he would consume moving forward. After 10 continuous hours of consultations, she returned home, her back aching. As she approached the community entrance, a sleek black Rolls-Royce halted before her, and Tanxiu's long legs emerged from the vehicle. Qiao Bei's gaze lingered on his legs. They were indeed long. Clad in tailored trousers, they appeared remarkably straight. Did you take a lot of calcium as a child? She inquired playfully, why are you so tall with such long legs? Tanxiu chuckled, no supplements, it's all natural growth. Qiao Bei stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. Tanxiu was actually smiling. Such a commonplace expression on him seemed extraordinarily rare. In her recollection, she had never witnessed him smile since her arrival. His smile nearly swept her off her feet. He tucked a stray hair behind her ear, asking, where have you been? Qiao Bei took a few steps back and replied, at work. At work? What do you do? At the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Tanxiu was taken aback for 2 seconds, only to quickly come to a realization. Qiao Bei indeed possesses a talent in this area, and it is only fitting that she engages in such pursuits. Is she not weary? Today marks the first day back to work after giving birth. It is somewhat exhausting, but I shall soon acclimatize. Have you come for a specific reason? Is it not permissible to visit without one? Caught off guard by his words, Qiao Bei was at a loss for how to respond. Tanxiu took her hand gently, suggesting they ascend the stairs. Startet, Qiao Bei instinctively vitro. Her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at him. Tanxiu found it peculiar. What had prompted him to take her hand so unexpectedly? Tanxiu discreetly slipped his hand into his suit trousers, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Do not misunderstand. Even if we cannot be a couple, we remain as siblings. It is perfectly normal for a brother to hold his sister's hand. Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation, pondering which family had such a large brother still holding his sister's hand. We are not truly siblings. It is best to avoid any misunderstandings. Besides, having been married for 2 months, how can we regress to being purely siblings? It is rather amusing. However, Fu Tanxiu harbored a deep obsession for his adopted sister. It was best not to hold it against him. The maternity nurse, unaware of Fu Tanxiu's impending arrival, had not prepared an elaborate meal and hurried off to make additional arrangements. Qiao Bei suggested, "Never mind, Sister Zeng, please go downstairs and purchase some steamed buns, along with a selection of marinated and cold dishes to make do." Sister Zeng glanced at Fu Tanxiu, seeking his approval, for he was the one who provided their wages. Fu Tanxiu replied, "Listen to her. Whatever she says goes." Sister Zeng promptly nodded and hurriedly changed her shoes before stepping out. Having not seen her son all day, Qiao Bei was driven to madness with longing and, after washing her hands, embraced him to play. "Qiao Dodo, do you miss your mother? Come, mother. Give me a kiss, Mua." Fu Tanxiu glanced over. Qiao Bei's smile emanated from the depths of her heart, illuminating her gentle demeanor. As she turned, her gaze collided with those profound eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. She stepped back a bit while cradling Qiao Dodo. "Fu Tanxiu approached, saying, 'Allow me to carry him. If you're tired, sit down and rest.'" Qiao Bei was taken aback by his willingness to take the initiative. After a moment's hesitation, she entrusted Qiao Dodo to him, cautioning, "Be gentle. Hold him this way, and he'll be more comfortable." Qiao Bei adjusted his hold. Fu Tanxiu complied obediently, lowering his gaze to engage in a silent stare-down with Qiao Dodo. Qiao Bei advised, "Smile a little. Don't appear so stern, or you might frighten him." Fu Tanxiu retorted, "Simply holding him is enough. Must I also smile? What is next? Should I let him fly?" Qiao Bei. "All right, a modicum of paternal affection is sufficient. Do not demand more." She sauntered over to the sofa and, with a casual gesture, rubbed her waist. Before long, Sister Zeng returned with steamed buns and marinated dishes. Fu Tanxiu placed Qiao Dodo into the crib and joined Qiao Bei at the dining table for their meal. It was Fu Tanxiu's inaugural encounter with marinated dishes, and he furrowed his brow. Too salty. Qiao Bei had been busy all day and had not eaten lunch properly, leaving her quite famished as she devoured her meal ravenously. Fu Tanxiu gently reminded her, "Take your time." "Oh," Qiao Bei responded, yet continued to indulge in her meal unabated. Fu Tanxiu inquired, "Did you not have lunch?" Qiao Bei responded vaguely, "I had some bread." Fu Tanxiu frowned and served her some vegetables. After dinner, Fu Tanxiu stood up and departed. Pulling Qiao Bei downstairs under the pretense of needing to digest her meal, she bid him farewell. Qiao Bei got into the car, immediately turning back to ascend the stairs without a moment's hesitation. Fu Tanxiu ground his molars, running away with the swiftness of a hare, truly leaving no lingering thoughts of him. Meanwhile, Meng Yusi and Wu Jing sat in a CF, each ordering a cup of coffee. Wu Jing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Are you saying that Qiao Bei has had a child, and it belongs to Fu Tanxiu?" Meng Yusi, her eyes reddened, nodded in affirmation. Wu Jing slammed her hand on the table, saying, "This is outrageous. That wretched Qiao Bei, I always knew she was cunning, but I never expected her to pull this stunt." Tears streamed down Meng Yusi's face. Wu Jing reassured her, "Do not cry, even if Qiao Bei has borne child. What does it matter? Fu Tanxiu's heart lies with you. You are the true victor." Meng Yusi shook her head. "It is not that simple. They have a child, and that child is a bond. I can already sense that Tanxiu has changed." Chapter 38. We only hold hands. Wu Jing sighed, stating, "In my opinion, you're simply too conservative. If you were bolder and more proactive, that wretched Qiao Bei would be of no concern." Meng Yusi dabbed her tears with a tissue, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. "How could I, as a girl, take the initiative in such matters? It feels quite embarrassing," she replied. Wu Jing exclaimed, "You are far too innocent. Yusi, if I were a man, I would be drawn to girls like you, pure and reserved, unlike Qiao Bei, who only knows how to throw herself at men." Leaning in conspiratorially, she inquired, "Yusi, to what extent have you and Fu Tanxiu progressed?" She had always been curious, but hesitated to ask. Meng Yusi took a sip of her coffee and whispered, "We have only held hands." "What?" Wu Jing was astonished. "You've been dating for so long, and you've only held hands? Not even a kiss?" Meng Yusi shook her head. Wu Jing was both shocked and speechless. In this day and age, there still exists a platonic relationship? How extraordinary! Meng Yusi felt too shy to reveal that she had. In fact, attempted to take the initiative, but Fu Tanxiu had been rather indifferent in that regard. Initially, she was reserved, hesitant to make the first move. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself, but each time she tried, Fu Tanxiu would evade her. After discovering that he had been drugged and slept with Qiao Bei, she sought to prove her worth by inviting him to a hotel. She stood before him, completely undressed, yet he left her abruptly. Following their divorce, the situation had not improved. Fu Tanxiu remained distant, often requiring her to initiate meals, which sometimes did not happen at all. Wu Jing encouraged her. "You must learn to be bolder and more proactive. While being reserved is not inherently bad, the urgency of the situation demands action. If you do not take the initiative, Fu Tanxiu may very well be snatched away by Qiao Bei." Suddenly, Meng Yusi fixed her gaze behind Wu Jing. "What are you looking at?" Wu Jing asked. "It's Fu Yao," Meng Yusi replied. Wu Jing turned around and indeed spotted Fu Yao entering the CF, laughing with friends. Wu Jing waved. Fu Yao. Seeing them, Fu Yao rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister Yusi, Sister Wu Jing, what a coincidence to find you here enjoying coffee." Meng Yusi replied, "Indeed, quite a coincidence." Fu Yao, evit observan, noticed the redness in Meng Yusi's eyes, as if she had been crying. "Sister Yusi, what's wrong? Has someone bullied you?" Meng Yusi lowered her head. "No one has bullied me. Why would you think that? Clearly, something is amiss. You've been crying. Tell me, or confide in my brother, and we shall take care of it." "Yao Yao, truly, no one has bullied me." Wu Jing interjected on her behalf. "It's all about Qiao Bei." Fu Yao's voice rose. "Qiao Bei? She bullied Sister Yusi?" Meng Yusi quickly clarified. "No, Yao Yao, that's not the case." Wu Jing insisted. "Yusi, you can't keep this to yourself. After divorcing Fu Tanxiu, Qiao Bei has been hiding away, secretly giving birth to a child, clearly intending to use that child as leverage to coerce Fu Tanxiu into remarrying her. And what about you? You have feelings for Fu Tanxiu and have waited for him all this time. What does that signify?" Fu Yao was momentarily stunned. "What child?" Wu Jing replied. "Qiao Bei has given birth to your brother's child, secretly." "What?" Fu Yao shrieked. This revelation landed like a bombshell. She had never contemplated that Qiao Bei would bear her brother's child. "Wu Jing, Fu Yao, is it possible that your family is unaware of this matter?" Fu Yao shook her head. "No one has informed them." Wu Jing, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, remarked, "Qiao Bei has concealed this well. Now everyone knows, including your brother. Yet he has chosen to keep it from you and your parents. This is utterly unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Fu Yao turned and strode away. Meng Yusi watched her retreating figure, filled with concern. Is something going to happen? "Wu Jing, what is there to fear? If we cannot deal with Qiao Bei, there are certainly others who can." Meng Yusi said nothing further. Fu Yao burst through the front door, calling out, "Mom, Mom, something terrible has happened." Qi Lian, whose heart is frail and easily startled, pressed a hand to her chest. "Could you refrain from being so dramatic? You're no longer a child. Stop being so reckless." "Mom, it's serious." "What is it?" Qiao Bei has given birth to a child, my brother's." "What did you say?" Qi Lian nearly collapsed, steadying herself against a nearby chair. "Could you repeat that?" "Fu Yao, Qiao Bei secretly had a child with my brother." Fearing she might truly faint, Qi Lian sank into the chair. "Where is Qiao Bei?" "I don't know. I heard it from Sister Yusi. My brother is aware and has kept it from us. Moreover, many people are in the know, while we remain in the dark." Qi Lian immediately called Fu Song. After listening, Fu Song cursed a few times. Qi Lian stated, "Darling, let us keep this under wraps for now. Please send someone to find out where Qiao Bei is. We need to assess the situation." Fu Song acknowledged and hung up. Qiao Bei received a call from Sister Zeng and hurried home, fearful of the consequences. "I'm going to take a taxi back." Upon entering, she saw Fu Song and Qi Lian seated on the sofa, while Fu Yao leaned against the armrest, watching her with glee. Qiao Bei felt a surge of panic inside, yet feigned calmness. After closing the door, she called out, "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Fu Song slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "If we hadn't come, how would we know you have the audacity to secretly bear a child for the Fu family?" "Qiao Bei, you are utterly outrageous." Qiao Bei attempted to explain, "I was already pregnant. It's not as if I could terminate the pregnancy. That is a precious life." "Fu Song, so you believe you have a justification?" Qi Lian interjected. "If you were aware of your pregnancy, why then did you choose to divorce?" Qiao Bei lied. "I only discovered I was pregnant after the divorce." "Why didn't you inform us?" "We were already divorced. There was no need to disclose it. Giving birth to the child was my own decision." "Fu Yao, nonsense. You deceitful woman, filled with lies. Why did you have the child, if not to ensnare my brother?" "Shameless. To entangle my brother, you would go to any lengths." "Qiao Bei, are you my unborn child, privy to all my thoughts?" "You are quite the presumptuous one." "Fu Yao, it's obvious to anyone with common sense what your vile intentions are." "Qiao Bei, your brother has encountered enough misfortune in his life to have met you. Allowing you to cling to him like this." Qiao Bei repeatedly reminded herself that this was merely a fool, unworthy of her engagement. She refrained from striking her across the face. "Fu Song, what do you intend to do?" "Qiao Bei, I understand your concerns regarding my potential manipulation of the child to entangle Fu Tanxiu. Rest assured, that is far from my intention. You are overly worried. The child is my own, and I shall raise him with care." Qi Lianxin remained unconvinced, harboring thoughts akin to those of Fu Yao. Moreover, she had witnessed Qiao Bei's deep affection for her son. How could one not become entangled in such devotion? It was merely a fade to appease them. Should they fall for it, they would have been deceived. This house was purchased for you by Tanxiu, was it not? And the maternity nurse, too, was hired at his behest, correct? She was acutely aware that Qiao Bei lacked the means to earn a living, having acquired no assets during the divorce. How could she possibly afford to buy or rent a home? The expenses for a maternity nurse were certainly beyond her financial capacity. It was evident that she relied entirely on her son. Despite her repeated assertions of independence, she was, in truth, dependent on him for sustenance. Chapter 39. Are you preparing to draw a line between us? Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words. The funds for purchasing a house were acquired through the sale of a handbag, which had been gifted by Fu Tanxiu to Meng Yusi. The expenses for hiring a maternity nurse were also covered by Fu Tanxiu. He is the father of the child. Is it not expected that he would contribute financially? Qi Lianxin interjected, "But you chose to give birth to the child. You have stated that the child is solely yours, with no ties to the Fu family. If that is the case, why then do you resort to using Tanxiu's money?" Fu Yao applauded, impressed by her mother's ability to render Qiao Bei speechless with just a few words. It was exhilarating. Fu Song remarked, "Qiao Bei, our family has treated you well, but I must express my disappointment in your actions. As for the child, I hope we can consider this matter settled. The house will serve as your compensation. Regarding the maternity nurse, I believe it is unnecessary. You are not employed and can manage on your own. In any case, you and Tanxiu are already divorced, and I do not wish for you to linger in his affairs." Qiao Bei gazed at the three individuals before her and smiled. "Are you finished? If so, you may leave." Both Fu Song and Qi Lianxin, mindful of their pride, did not linger a moment longer, their expressions sour. As Fu Yao exited, she hurled a few insults, prompting Qiao Bei to kick her behind, sending her out the door, which she then slammed shut. Outside, the sounds of Fu Yao's fury and Qi Lianxin's concern echoed. Sister Zeng could not help but comment. They say grandparents favor their grandchildren, yet the moment they entered, they didn't even glance at the child. How cold-hearted. Sister Song, on the other hand, pondered whether they were about to lose their jobs. Qiao Bei isolated herself in her room, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. No matter how she explained herself, no one seemed to believe her. Fu Tanxiu glanced at the calendar, noting it was Teacher's Day. With a slight smirk, he opened Qiao Bei's WeChat and transferred a sum of money. An hour later, he noticed she had not received the payment, which struck him as odd. Typically, she would accept it instantly, assuming she was busy at the traditional medicine clinic. He dismissed the thought. However, by the time he prepared for bed that night, Qiao Bei still had not received the funds, and he realized something was amiss. Qiao Bei had fed Qiao Dodo and stepped out for work. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered Fu Tanxiu's Rolls-Royce parked before her. As the window slid down, Fu Tanxiu's stern visage appeared, commanding, "Get in." Qiao Bei cast him a fleeting glance and continued past the luxury vehicle. Fu Tanxiu furrowed his brows and exited the car in pursuit. Grasping her delicate wrist, he compelled her to halt. She turned, her gaze filled with fury. Fu Tanxiu was taken aback. At that moment, Qiao Bei resembled an enraged lion, her eyes gleaming with intensity, yet beneath it lay a hint of grievance. "What's wrong?" he inquired softly. Qiao Bei suddenly erupted. "Everyone tells me to stop bothering you. Am I truly bothering you? When have I ever clung to you? Speak up." Tears welled in her reddened eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall, her lips pressed tightly together, her nostrils trembling. Fu Tanxiu reached out to touch her face, only to have his hands swatted away. "Don't touch me," she exclaimed. Fu Tanxiu refrained from touching her, his voice softened. "Tell me, why the sudden change? Who has come by?" One must admit that Fu Tanxiu was quite astute. Qiao Bei had no intention of concealing the truth. "My parents and Fu Yao visited. They are aware that I have given birth." Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened. He could envision the nature of their conversation. Regardless of what they had said, it was best to forget and disregard them. Qiao Bei pondered, is it truly possible to ignore them? They sought to trouble her, and evasion was not an option. She lifted her gaze. "Fu Tanxiu, you need not pay for the maternity nurse any longer. I have funds and will handle it myself. I remember all the money you transferred to me, and regarding that apartment, I sold Ming Yuxi's bag for 1.5 million. I do not currently have the means to repay you, but I will earn enough in due time to settle the debt." Fu Tanxiu's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on her wrist. His cold gaze fixed upon her. "Are you intending to sever our ties?" Qiao Bei nodded. "Yes, do not come around anymore." She pried his fingers apart and exited the community. As she walked, tears streamed down her face. She reassured herself that it was all right. She could earn money and provide for Qiao Dodo. This was not the time for sorrow. She needed to strive for financial stability and live freely. Fu Tanxiu followed behind, observing the girl ahead, hastening her pace, repeatedly wiping her face. She appeared profoundly distressed. Yet, he understood that he could not approach her now. Qiao Bei would erupt in anger. He trailed her until they reached the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Watching as she stood at the entrance, hastily wiping her eyes before stepping inside, Lao Chun parked beside him, and Fu Tanxiu entered the car, returned to the Fu residence. At the Fu residence, Fu Tanxiu toyed with an antique tea set. "I have returned today to address a matter. No one is to intervene in Qiao Bei's affairs." Fu Song furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "The literal meaning," Fu Tanxiu replied. Fu Song slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Are we wrong to consider your best interests? What is this attitude?" Qi Lianxin attempted to placate Fu Song. "Dear, do not be agitated. Let us discuss this calmly." Fu Song turned. "Do you see him speaking calmly?" Infuriated, he added, "It drives me mad." Qi Lianxin then turned to Fu Tanxiu. "Tanxiu, we have not spoken ill of Qiao Bei. We merely thought that since you were divorced, there should be no further entanglements. Now that she has a child, her focus has shifted. We only caution her a bit, nothing more." Qi Lianxin was aware that her son had always protected Qiao Bei, even when she had erred. Just like with the marriage. Fu Tanxiu switched hands with the tea set. "What is her intention? To use the child as a means to entangle me?" He scoffed. "You are overthinking this." Fu Yao interjected. "Brother, you have been deceived by Qiao Bei. She intends to use the child to cling to you and compel you into remarriage." Fu Tanxiu cast a cold glance in her direction. "And you seem to know everything?" "Of course I do. She is—" The word vile nearly escaped her lips. Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened further. "Fu Yao, I recall warning you not to bully her." Fu Yao retorted. "Who is bullying whom? She is the one who kicked me the other day. You can ask our parents if you don't believe me. She is now utterly reckless, disregarding everyone around her. Deservedly so. Brother, how could you act like this?" Fu Tanxiu ignored her further, shifting his gaze to Fu Song and Qi Lianxin. "I hope you heed my words." As he loosened his grip, the tea set fell, shattering into countless pieces in an instant. Fu Song sprang to his feet, his face aflame with fury as he stared at his beloved tea set. You! Qi Lianxin furrowed her brow tightly. It appeared that the situation was graver than she had anticipated. Tanxiu, what do you mean? Do you intend to remarry Qiao Bei? Fu Tanxiu did not hesitate. I wish to, but it seems even more difficult now. Both Fu Song and Fu Yao were taken aback simultaneously. Fu Yao screamed, "Brother, are you out of your mind? After finally escaping the depths of suffering, you wish to plunge back in? What are you thinking? Have you been bewitched by Qiao Bei?" Chapter 40. Not a sea of suffering. Fu Tanxiu uttered a single phrase before departing from the Fu family residence. Qi Lianxin sat dazed upon the sofa, while Fu Song's countenance was one of profound dismay. Fu Yao shook Qi Lianxin's arm, exclaiming, "Mother, what should we do? Have my brother lost his mind? Why does he still wish to remarry Qiao Bei? It infuriates me. I certainly do not wish to be related to Qiao Bei any longer." Qi Lianxin remained silent, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, and ascended the stairs without uttering a word. Fu Yao, exasperated, began to pace, contemplating how to thwart her brother's reconciliation with Qiao Bei. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What about Sister Uci? In a charming dessert shop, Meng Uci sat across from Fu Yao, gently pushing a slice of strawberry cake towards her. "Yao Yao, indulge in this. Their strawberry cake is exquisite, and I recall you have a fondness for it." Fu Yao's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Sister Uci, you are so thoughtful, remembering my favorite treats. If you were my sister-in-law, how blissful I would be." Meng Uci chuckled softly. "You exaggerate. It is merely a slice of cake. It is not just about the cake. My brother does not care for me as you do. He only seeks to protect Qiao Bei." Meng Uci was acutely aware of this, having discerned it long ago, which was why she had grown weary of Qiao Bei. She inquired nonchalantly, "Is there something you wish to discuss today?" Fu Yao replied, "Sister Uci, Qiao Bei truly bore a child for my brother. When my parents confronted her, she promptly reported to my brother, who then erupted in anger upon returning home." Meng Yuxi's expression shifted. She had not anticipated Fu Tanxiu would still be so protective of Qiao Bei. "Your brother has gone too far." Fu Yao affirmed, "Indeed. Do you know what my brother said? He declared he wishes to remarry Qiao Bei. Do you not think he has lost his senses?" Meng Yuxi's shoulders slumped, her spirits seemingly vanishing. Fu Yao waved her hand before her. "Sister Uci, are you all right?" Meng Yuxi's eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Fu Yao hurriedly offered her a tissue. "Sister Uci, do not be disheartened. My brother is merely momentarily bewitched by Qiao Bei. Rest assured, our entire family will not allow her to triumph. I stand firmly by your side, and I only acknowledge you as my sister-in-law." Meng Yuci dabbed at her tears. "Yao Yao, thank you, but my connection with him may truly be beyond fate." Fu Yao exclaimed, "Who says so? You two are perfectly matched. I have faith in you. Sister Uci, you must regain your resolve and win my brother back." Meng Yuci asked, "How do I go about that?" Fu Yao patted her chest confidently. "Fear not, I shall assist you." Meng Yuci, touched, grasped her hand. "Yao Yao, thank you. Sister Uci, there is no need to mention gratitude. You shall henceforth be my sister-in-law." Meng Yuci blushed, lowering her gaze. "Yao Yao, please eat the cake." Fu Yao took a bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." At the most opulent bar in Longsheng, patrons were predominantly scions of wealthy families or celebrities. In a private room on the second floor, Fu Tanxiu was rapidly consuming an entire bottle of Hennessy cognac. Shi Qian stopped him, saying, "Although it's not expensive, wine is not meant to be consumed in such a manner." Fu Tanxiu pushed his hand away, pouring the last remnants of wine into his glass and downing it in one gulp. He then leaned back against the sofa, appearing languid. Shi Qian inquired, "What on earth is the matter with you?" Fu Tanxiu unfastened the top two buttons of his shirt, exuding an air of lethargy. "I feel rather despicable," he confessed. Shi Qian tilted his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" Fu Tanxiu, seemingly talking to himself, continued, "When we divorced, she demanded the house, and I refused. She asked for money, and I withheld it. Out of stubbornness, I even reclaimed her wedding ring. Don't you think that's rather despicable of me?" Shi Qian discerned that his friend's turmoil was undoubtedly linked to Qiao Bei. How amusing that he had forgotten how Qiao Bei had taken advantage of him, and now felt guilty. He wanted to assert that Qiao Bei deserved it, yet he lacked the courage. Would Fu Tanxiu not retaliate against him? It's not too late to give now, Shi Qin suggested. Fu Tanxiu placed one hand on his forehead, lamenting, "It's too late. How did I fail to notice her peculiarities back then? If I had discovered them sooner, we might not have ended in divorce." Shi Qin rolled his eyes, thinking, "Brother, had it not been for the divorce, you would never have realized your feelings for her." Fu Tanxiu continued his lamentation. She lived in a small apartment, purchased with the money from selling bags. She insisted on repaying me, wanting to return the money I had given her. Hearing those words made me feel miserable and regretful. What was I thinking back then? Shi Qin interjected. Those bags must have been quite valuable. With a hint of despair, Fu Tanxiu remarked, "I'm such a scoundrel. She surely won't forgive me now." Shi Qin took a sip of his drink and replied, "If she were sensible, she wouldn't hold it against you. Go away. Bei is very understanding and well-behaved." Shi Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes again. It seemed he was completely ensnared by Qiao Bei. He muttered, "Perhaps I should focus on managing the company instead of engaging in romantic entanglements. It's all rather unnerving." Meanwhile, after Qiao Do fell asleep, Qiao Bei summoned the two nannies. With a hint of embarrassment, she said, Sister Song, I would like to discuss something with you." They both guessed her intent. Sister Song spoke first. "Miss Qiao, my daughter is about to give birth, and I wish to return home to care for her. Do has grown, and Sister Song can manage alone. If you agree, I will pack my things tomorrow." Qiao Bei paused momentarily before nodding. "That sounds good." She was about to express her financial constraints, realizing she could only afford to keep one nanny, which would inevitably offend the other. However, Sister Song's statement alleviated her awkwardness. "Sister Song, I will pay you your salary," she offered. Sister Song waved her hand dismissively. "No need, mister. Fu has already compensated me." "How much?" "Qiao Bei infertility. Before we came, it was agreed that the monthly salary would be 20,000. Qiao Bei was not surprised. She knew that good nannies commanded such rates. She understood the pricing and would eventually reimburse Fu Tanxiu. "Sister Song, I will take care of your salary from now on." Sister Song hesitated. "Mr. Fu has said he would pay me, and I don't even need to ask. The money is automatically transferred to me." After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Bei replied, "All right, let us proceed as such for now." Turning back, she informed Fu Tanxiu that he need not provide any assistance. She was now earning a considerable income, sufficient to afford a postpartum caregiver salary. After Sister Song departed, Qiao Bei advised Sister Song, "Please focus solely on taking care of Do. You need not worry about preparing meals. I will return home early from work to handle that." Naturally, Sister Song welcomed this arrangement. Caring for a child, while also preparing meals, was an overwhelming task. Fortunately, Qiao Do could now fully consume formula, alleviating some of the burdens. However, the monthly expense for formula was still a significant financial commitment. The number of individuals seeking Qiao Bei's medical consultations continued to grow, keeping her exceedingly busy each day. Meng Yusi stood outside, arm in arm with her mother, and suggested, "Mom, perhaps we should consider going to a larger hospital instead?" Chapter 41. Qiao Bei's deception. Zhan Xiong shook her head, saying, "I am not going. I have made an appointment for a long time and finally got in line." Meng Yusi glanced at the long queue ahead and murmured, "Mom, could this person be a fraud? How can you trust these dubious practices? When one is unwell, they ought to visit a reputable hospital. Coming to places like this is merely an invitation to deception." Zhan Xiong admonished her, "Do not speak carelessly. Yes, you. Master Qiao possesses remarkable skills. Several of my friends have been cured by her. Is that true? Perhaps it's merely a placebo effect?" Meng Yusi questioned. "No, it is genuine. Take Aunt Wang, for instance. Her face was so distorted that she had sought help from numerous doctors, enduring countless acupuncture sessions with no improvement. Yet, Master Qiao managed to heal her. Just the other day, I saw her, and her face was completely restored. She was so elated that she smiled at everyone." Meng Yusi remained skeptical, and it was this very doubt that drove her to accompany her mother today. Finally, it was their turn. Meng Yusi linked arms with Zhan Xiong as they entered. Upon seeing Qiao Bei seated there, despite her mask, Meng Yusi recognized her instantly and was rendered speechless with shock. Qiao Bei's bright, clear peach blossom eyes widened in surprise for a brief moment, but she quickly composed herself and invited Zhang Qiong to take a seat. After a thorough inquiry and diagnosis, she prescribed traditional Chinese medicine. Zhang Qiong's ailments were minor, typical of the elderly. Trusting Master Qiao's medical expertise, Zhang Qiong left, showering her with compliments, to which Qiao Bei responded with a smile. As Meng Yusi turned to leave, she stood before Qiao Bei and asked, "Qiao Bei, what are you doing here?" Qiao Bei looked up at her, saying, "Miss Meng, this is my working hours. I cannot engage in idle chatter with you, as there are other patients waiting." Reluctantly, Meng Yusi departed. Once outside, she snatched the medicine from Zhang Qiong's hand and discarded it in a trash bin. Zhang Qiong was furious, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" She promptly retrieved the medicine. Meng Yusi attempted to take it again, but Zhang Qiong was on guard. "Mom, listen to me. That person inside is a fraud. Do you even know who she is?" Zhang Qiong replied, "Master Qiao. She is Qiao Bei, the ex-wife of Tanxiu." Zhang Qiong was taken aback. She had heard of Qiao Bei, but had never seen her in person. "Mom, calling her a master is utterly ridiculous. She is nothing but a con artist. You must not consume that medicine. What if it harms you? Give it to me." As Zhang Qiong hesitated, Meng Yusi seized the opportunity to throw the medicine package into the trash. Fu Yao received a phone call from Meng Yusi. Her spirits lifted. "Sister Yusi, what is it?" "Yao Yao, I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Qiao Bei is deceiving people. I believe your family ought to be informed." Primarily, she wanted Fu Danxiu to know, but she hesitated to say it directly, fearing he might think she was trying to frame Qiao Bei. Hence, the best approach was to relay the message through Fu Yao. "Really? Is that true?" Fu Yao's excitement was palpable. She felt she had uncovered a secret about Qiao Bei. "What wrongdoing has she committed?" Meng Yusi replied, "She practices medicine in a traditional Chinese clinic, deceiving people and making everyone call her Master Qiao, specifically targeting the elderly. My mom has already fallen for her tricks." Fu Yao's shoulders slumped in disappointment. She believed that Qiao Bei had indeed committed some wrongdoing. "Sister Yuci, Qiao Bei is proficient in traditional Chinese medicine. She has obtained certification. Her skills were imparted by her grandmother, Qiao Yuhua, who was quite renowned in her time. My mother's ailment was cured by Qiao Yuhua." Meng Yuci was taken aback, utterly surprised by Qiao Bei's capabilities. Embarrassed, she remarked, "It seems I have misunderstood." Thankfully, she had not acted impulsively and sought out Fu Tanxiu. After exchanging a few words with Fu Yao, Meng Yuci hung up. As she descended the stairs, she overheard Zhang Qiong on the phone. "That Master Qiao is a fraud. She previously snatched my daughter's boyfriend. Her character is questionable. You all should refrain from consulting her for treatment." Meng Yuci parted her lips, contemplating whether to intervene, but ultimately chose to walk past Zhang Qiong. Upon reaching the entrance, she collided with a young boy clad in basketball attire. The boy, drenched in sweat and clutching a basketball, shouted in annoyance, "Are you blind?" Rubbing her arm, Meng Yuci raised her gaze at him. "It was you who failed to watch where you were going upon entering." With a loud thud, the boy slammed the basketball onto the ground, placing his hands on his hips. "Meng Yuci, you've grown quite bold to blame me. I'll tell Mom." He yelled, "Mom, Mom." Zhang Qiong put down her phone and approached. "Oh, my son has returned. Are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." "What is there to eat? I have no appetite." The boy retorted. "What is the matter? Who upset you?" Her gaze shifted to Meng Yuci, turning stern. "Did you bully your brother?" Meng Yuci felt wronged as she defended herself. "I did not bully him. He was the one who didn't watch where he was going and bumped into me, then turned it against me." Meng Xingchen shouted. "You were the one who bumped into me. You're always lost in your thoughts. No wonder you can't keep a man." Meng Xingchen, "Don't go too far." Meng Yuci's temper flared. Zhang Qiong shoved her gently. "What is this? As the older sister, you should show some leniency towards your brother. Always bickering with him is unbecoming. My health has deteriorated with all the stress you cause." Meng Yuci pouted, feeling aggrieved. "Mom, why do you always favor Meng Xingchen? Is it just because he is a boy?" Zhang Qiong scolded. "Stop seeking trouble. You made mistakes, yet you speak like this. If you're so capable of arguing with your brother, why don't you manage to win over Fu Tanxiu? He has been divorced for so long. When will he marry you?" Meng Yuxi fell silent. Zhan Xiong did not expect her to respond. Pulling Meng Xingchen upstairs while muttering, "With all this sweat, you need to wash up quickly to avoid catching cold. After you're done, I'll have the kitchen prepare chicken wings for you." Meng Yuxi watched their retreating figures, her heart heavy with sorrow. Meng Xingchen turned back and made a face at her, which only fueled her anger. Though their family was well off, her parents exhibited a clear preference for their son. Meng Xingchen, always prioritizing him. Materially, the family did not lack for her, yet she had received scant affection. From a young age, her parents had explicitly told her, "Yuxi, we only bear the responsibility of raising you. All the family assets belong to Xingchen, so do not harbor any thoughts of contention." Meng Xingchen displayed a lack of respect towards her elder sister, often addressing her by name and frequently casting unfounded accusations. She would complain to their parents, leading to Meng being reprimanded. The shift in her family's attitude began only after she became involved with Fu Danxiu. At last, her parents started to allocate a fraction of the affection previously lavished upon Meng Xingchen to her. However, upon discovering that Fu Danxiu had married Qiao Bei, they erupted in fury, harshly reprimanding her and even contemplating severing their ties. Fortunately, Fu Danxiu and Qiao Bei's union lasted merely 2 months. Her family felt a renewed sense of hope, and their demeanor towards her softened slightly. Yet, whenever a conflict arose with Meng Xingchen, her parents invariably directed their ire at her first. Sometimes she wondered how much better it would be if her parents had only had her as their sole child. Just as Fu Danxiu was about to enter his vehicle, a slender figure dashed out from the side and enveloped him in an embrace. Chapter 42. Have we not given birth to a son together? Fu Danxiu paused for a fleeting moment before pushing Meng Yuxi away, with tears streaming down her face. Meng Yuxi clung to him desperately, pleading, "Tanxiu, don't push me away. Just hold me." Fu Danxiu resolutely pulled her aside. "Yuxi, please calm down." Meng Yuxi, with her tear-streaked face, appeared utterly heartbroken. "Is it really so difficult to embrace me?" Fu Danxiu scrutinized her. "It is inappropriate." Meng Yuxi forced a bitter smile. "How is it inappropriate? We were once lovers. That was in the past. It is not the case now. Must you be so cruel? You know my feelings for you. I still love you. You are divorced now. Why can't you accept me? You still hold me in your heart." Fu Danxiu remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "It is impossible for us now. I thought you understood." Meng Yuxi shouted, "I don't understand." "Very well. I shall clarify today." Fear flashed in Meng Yuxi's eyes as she suddenly shook her head frantically. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." And with that, she turned and fled. Fu Danxiu's brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, Yukong, standing nearby, was consumed by curiosity yet pretended to remain composed. The CEO had declared that there was no future between him and Miss Meng. They were not meant to be together. Goodness, he had thought they were on the verge of marriage. But why was this the case? Was it perhaps because of Miss Qiao? It seemed highly plausible. After all, Fu Danxiu was a responsible man, willing to set aside his feelings for Miss Meng to provide a complete family for Miss Qiao's child. Yukong pondered. As Fu Danxiu entered the car, he noticed Yukong still lost in thought and said irritably, "Aren't you getting in?" Snapping back to reality, Yukong immediately boarded the vehicle and began discussing work matters with Fu Danxiu. After a brief drive, Fu Danxiu glanced outside. "Uncle Chen, stop at the intersection." Uncle Chen acknowledged and parked at the curb. Fu Danxiu opened the door and stepped out. Yukong, bewildered, asked, "Where is the CEO heading?" Uncle Chen replied, "Miss Qiao's clinic is just ahead." Yukong looked in the direction Fu Danxiu was heading and realized that indeed, the CEO was a man of great responsibility, determined to be with Miss Qiao for the sake of the child. "Uncle Chen, have you met the CEO's child?" Uncle Chen smiled and nodded. "I have. The young master resembles the CEO and is quite adorable." Yukong grimaced. Miss Qiao certainly knew how to bear children. With fewer patients recently, Qiao Bei found herself less occupied. After finishing her last consultation, she removed her mask and tossed it into the trash, then meticulously washed her hands before exiting the consultation room, only to find Fu Danxiu waiting there. His tall figure stood at the doorway, casting a broad shadow. With slightly upturned eyes and thinly pressed lips, he exuded an air of noble aloofness. She froze for a moment before casually greeting Zongbo. I'm going to have lunch. What would you like me to bring you? Zongbo glanced toward the entrance, adjusted his reading glasses, and waved his hand dismissively. You two go ahead. Don't mind this old man. Qiao Bei responded, Zongbo, you misunderstand. I'm not close to him. As Fu Tanxiu approached, he remarked, have we not given birth to a son together? Are we not familiar? Qiao Bei, undetected in her embarrassment, stated, that is my son alone. Do not misidentify him. Can one person truly bear child? Has Fu Ningyuan transformed from stone? Qiao Bei thought. How could her eloquence falter against Fu Tanxiu? It was infuriating. Zongbo raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Fu Tanxiu. So this is the child's father. He is quite the handsome figure. Qiao Bei, disinterested in Fu Tanxiu, turned and exited the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, heading toward the nearby fast food restaurant. Once she had procured her meal and settled down with her tray, Fu Tanxiu took a seat across from her. She glanced up at him briefly before returning to her meal. Fu Tanxiu remained silent, merely observing her. Eventually, Qiao Bei asked, are you eating? Fu Tanxiu smiled and shook his head. I have a dinner engagement shortly. Qiao Bei understood. Who would opt for fast food when a feast awaited? She ate swiftly, finishing her meal in no time. After wiping her mouth, she stood and exited the fast food establishment, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Fu Tanxiu. Sister Song had to return home. She should have informed you. She worked for a month and a half, totaling 30,000, plus Sister Zhang's 20,000. I will transfer you 105,000. 100,000 of that is the amount you previously sent me. With a ping, Fu Tanxiu glanced at the transfer notification on his phone. Is she truly keeping such meticulous accounts? Qiao Bei nodded earnestly. Yes, it must be precise. From now on, you need not pay Sister Zhang's salary. I will handle it. As for the remaining debt, I will repay you gradually. She was raising Xiao and couldn't afford to repay everything at once. She would return the funds once she saved up. I bear the responsibility of raising the child, Fu Tanxiu asserted. Qiao Bei replied, no need. The child is solely mine, and I require no financial support from you. Initially, she had thought the child was a shared responsibility, accepting his financial contributions. Yet, in the end, one is beholden to those who lend. It was better to forego that entanglement altogether. She was capable of supporting Qiao on her own. With renewed confidence, she turned and briskly made her way back to the clinic, her steps light. Yukong rushed over, urging Mr. Fu, the others have arrived. Let us head over swiftly. Fu Tanxiu cast a glance towards the clinic before proceeding to the vehicle by the roadside. Inside the car, Fu Tanxiu suddenly inquired, what if a girlfriend refuses to spend your money? Is there a way to encourage them to spend? The old bachelor Yukong replied, I do not have a girlfriend. Old Chun chuckled softly. My wife controls my salary card. I cannot retrieve it even if I wish to. Such a situation you described does not exist for me. Fu Tanxiu cast an envious glance at old Chun. Yukong turned, excitement evident on his face. Miss Qiao does not spend your money? Fu Tanxiu, focused on his documents, was reluctant to elaborate. Yukong pouted, certain of his assumptions. In this day and age, who would lament the inability to spend money? It would be unbelievable to anyone. Though Fu Tanxiu's eyes remained on the documents, his mind pondered how he could persuade Qiao Bei to spend his money. How the tides had turned. Initially, he had withheld, and now he found himself pleading for her to indulge. As evening approached, a man, fully equipped and swathed in layers, entered the clinic, leaving only his bright, expressive eyes visible. He stood tall, estimated to be over 188 centimeters, with a pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes. He sat opposite Qiao Bei with an air of mystery. Qiao Bei gazed at him in astonishment. You, the man interjected, do not concern yourself with my identity. I am merely here for treatment. Allow me to outline my predicament. I suffer from severe insomnia, unable to slumber night after night. Do you possess any remedies to alleviate my condition? Qiao Bei observed the deep dark circles beneath his eyes. How long have you been experiencing such symptoms? For many years, the man replied. Qiao Bei furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Remove your mask. I wish to examine you further. Absolutely not, the man retorted, clutching his mask tightly. Chapter 43. Do not call me that. It gives me goosebumps. Qiao Bei did not press. She extended her tongue. The man complied. He stretched out his right hand, and Qiao Bei took his pulse. It was indeed quite serious. The man remarked, "I haven't had a good night's sleep in years." Qiao Bei's almond-shaped eyes arched slightly. Well, it's not easy to have lived this long. The man was taken aback, staring at her intently. Qiao Bei furrowed her brows. Being scrutinized by a stranger was inherently uncomfortable. He seemed to be staring into her very soul. The man chuckled, and when he did, his smile made his eyes sparkle enchantingly. "How fierce you are, Master Qiao." Qiao Bei paid little heed to his words, sensing that he harbored no ulterior motives, and lowered her gaze to write a prescription. "Master Qiao," he said, "others often tell me my eyes are beautiful, but I never truly believed it until I saw this pair of eyes on you. They're indeed lovely." Qiao Bei paused and met his gaze. Strangely enough, their eyes bore a striking resemblance. Both were exquisite almond-shaped eyes. This was merely a fleeting interlude. After Qiao Bei wrote the prescription, she instructed him to fetch the medicine outside. As the man stepped out of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a luxury van halted before him, and a man descended from it. "Lin Gu, quickly get in the car." After Shang Wu Lin entered, he pulled down his hat and removed his mask, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. His assistant, Xiao Zhang, marveled each time, exclaiming, "No wonder you are the dream lover of a billion young girls. You're simply stunning." Shang Wu Lin nudged his head. "Do not look at me with such disgusting eyes." Xiao Zhang retracted his gaze, asking, "Lin Gu, did you see Master Qiao's true form?" "My mother said she is quite young and undoubtedly a beauty." Shang Wu Lin leaned back. "I came to seek treatment, not to admire someone." "Oh," Xiao Zhang replied, sticking out his tongue. "My mother claims Master Qiao is very skilled and will surely cure your insomnia." Shang Wu Lin held little hope, thinking, "A dead horse is worth a living horse's doctor. I might as well try." He tossed 2 packets of medicine to Xiao Zhang. "You make it." "All right. Do you know how?" I'll consult my mother." That night, Shang Wu Lin took the medicine and, to his astonishment, fell into a deep, dreamless sleep until dawn. Upon waking, he felt refreshed and invigorated. He joyfully embraced his assistant Xiao Zhang, exclaiming, "Ha ha, I truly slept. My goodness, it has been ages since I enjoyed such a comfortable night's rest. It's miraculous that Master Qiao is indeed an angel sent from above to save me." Xiao Zhang, caught off guard by the embrace, felt his face flush. He thought to himself, "Finally, my mother did something right." Shang Wu Lin, elated, promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to Xiao Zhang. "Buy something nice for your mother. I am exceedingly grateful to her." Of course, he felt the deepest gratitude towards Master Qiao, a young woman of remarkable talent. As Qiao Bei finished her shift and exited the clinic, she spotted Fu Tanxiu leaning against the car door. Upon seeing her, he immediately approached. "I will drive you home." "No need. Bei, do not be so willful." Could no longer endure it and shrugged her shoulders twice. "Please don't call me that. It gives me goosebumps." "You can call Lu Yinshu in that way." "So why can't I? I've always addressed you like this in the past." "That was then. Times have changed, and our relationship is no longer that close. Ex-lovers cannot be friends, nor can divorced couples become family. Do you understand?" Fu Tanxiu shook his head. "I don't understand." "Well, if you don't get it, just keep your distance from me." "Not a chance." Qiao Bei fixed her gaze on Fu Tanxiu. "I've noticed you're being quite shameless." Fu Tanxiu chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Little fool, you finally realized." This was his only remaining tactic. "I'll escort you home." Qiao Bei waved her hand. "No need. I still have to go to the supermarket. Goodbye." Together, Qiao Bei patted his chest. "With your status, it's better you don't go. You'd scare the customers away like a walking air conditioner, and the supermarket owner would demand compensation from you." Fu Tanxiu grasped her wrist, pulling her slightly closer while winking at her. "It's so hot. Taking me, this walking air conditioner, is just perfect. I'll help cool you down." Qiao Bei blinked rapidly, wondering if she had just imagined it. Was he really flirting with her? Impossible. No way. She must have seen it wrong. This guy only wanted to be her brother. Their bond was purely sibling-like. Lost in thought, she barely noticed as Fu Tanxiu led her toward the supermarket across the street. "Is it that one?" As Qiao Bei regained her senses, she attempted to shake off his hand, but Fu Tanxiu had already released her. The supermarket was nearby, and they had reached the entrance. Fu Tanxiu retrieved a shopping cart and turned to call out to Qiao Bei. Stop daydreaming. Let us go. Qiao Bei pursed her lips and followed. The house was devoid of vegetables, meat, and eggs, so she had quite a list of items to purchase. As they browsed, the cart quickly filled up. Fu Tanxiu pushed the cart beside her, observing as she meticulously checked the expiration dates and ingredient lists, only tossing items in once satisfied. Passing by the dairy section, a crowd had gathered around a promotion. Kuliaos, Qiao Bei aploy. Yogurt. Yogurt. We have a special offer today. Buy one, get one free. Don't miss out. Qiao Bei, fond of yogurt, picked up 2 packs. Spotting a male celebrity on the packaging, she paused, finding him somewhat familiar. Bringing it closer, she tried to recall where she had seen him before. Am I more handsome than him? Fu Tanxiu's head nearly rested on her shoulder, and from behind, they appeared like an ordinary couple, their actions intimate. The unique, woody fragrance of Fu Tanxiu enveloped her. Qiao Bei pushed him away and continued to scrutinize the celebrity on the yogurt box. He more handsome. She noticed a small line of text next to the celebrity, Shunned. Oh, a realization struck her. She recalled a television series she had watched during her pregnancy, starring Shunned as the male lead. It had been so long that she had forgotten. She had a peculiar habit. When something eluded her memory, she would obsessively try to remember it, often losing sleep over it when she couldn't. With a smile, she placed the yogurt into the shopping cart. Tonight, she can finally enjoy a restful sleep. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Fu Tanxiu discreetly removed the yogurt from her possession. It wasn't until they reached the checkout that Qiao Bei noticed something amiss. As Fu Tanxiu prepared to pay with her card, Qiao Bei intervened, presenting the payment code directly to the cashier. Embarrassed, Fu Tanxiu withdrew her card. With their purchases filling 2 bags, Qiao Bei initially intended to carry them, but upon lifting them, found them quite heavy. Consequently, she pushed the shopping cart away, exclaiming, I'm going to return the cart, successfully freeing herself from the burden. Fu Tanxiu effortlessly lifted 1 bag in each hand. Upon exiting the supermarket, the 2 walked side by side, a Rolls-Royce trailing behind them. Qiao Bei glanced back and softly inquired, Shall we take the car? Fu Tanxiu relished the leisurely stroll alongside her, lifting the bag slightly. Let us walk. The moonlight is splendid tonight. Qiao Bei glanced up at the sky, which was ominously overcast, as if a storm were imminent, wondering what was so splendid about it. Chapter 44. After several days apart, I find myself missing him dearly. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential complex, Qiao Bei extended her hand, requesting, Please pass me the bag. Thank you. Fu Tanxiu cast a fleeting glance her way before sidestepping her to enter the building. Taken aback, Qiao Bei hurriedly pursued him. Hey, this is far enough. Fu Tanxiu did not pause, his tall figure starkly contrasting with the dilapidated surroundings. He pressed the elevator button and turned to Qiao Bei, stating, I'm going to see Fu Ningyuan. It's been several days, and I miss him. Little Fu Ningyuan thought to himself, Aren't you feeling a bit guilty? I'm still so small, and yet you exploit me. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes, responding, Oh, I never realized how much you liked him. Fatherly love is profound and often unexpressed, he retorted. If it remains unexpressed, can still be called fatherly love? You simply do not understand. Qiao Bei shot him 2 sarcastic laughs. The elevator arrived, and Fu Tanxiu naturally stepped inside. Qiao Bei pursed her lips, positioned herself beside him, and pressed the button for her floor. Upon reaching her doorstep, she retrieved her keys to unlock the door. Sister Zeng, upon spotting Fu Tanxiu, paused momentarily before greeting him. He offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Sister Zeng was busy feeding Qiao Dodo. Qiao Bei, unable to contain her excitement, quickly changed her shoes and approached. Qiao Dodo, Mommy is back. The little baby blinked his large eyes curiously. Qiao Bei's hop melted. Oh, my precious son is so adorable. Mommy missed you terribly. What shall we do? Fu Tanxiu placed the bag in the kitchen, momentarily pausing as he overheard Qiao Bei's words. He turned to see her leaning over, her eyes sparkling and her face adorned with a warm smile. He found himself entranced. Did he behave well today, Sister Zeng? Qiao Bei inquired. Very well. He ate and then slept, waking only to eat again. He didn't cry or fuss, and even when he needed a change, he merely whimpered, Sister Xing noted, believing him to be the easiest child she had ever cared for. Qiao Bei smiled softly and rose, only to lock eyes with Fu Tanxiu. He hastily averted his gaze and casually asked, "Where should I put these items?" Qiao Bei, not dwelling on the meaning behind his earlier look, replied, "Just place them there. I'll have Sister Xing tidy up later." She washed her hands and returned to take Qiao Dodo in her arms. With a moment to spare, Sister Xing entered the kitchen to organize the groceries. Fu Tanxiu approached Qiao Bei, casting a glance at Qiao Dodo. After several days, the little one seemed to have changed significantly. He was no longer so unattractive. Little Qiao Dodo thought, "Thank you, dear father." Qiao Bei played with her son for a while before turning to him. "Go wash your hands." "Why? Didn't you say you missed your son?" "Here, hold him." Fu Tanxiu remained silent for a moment before rising. After washing his hands, Qiao Bei placed Qiao Dodo in his arms. "I'll go make a bowl of noodles." She mentioned, "You've already eaten, so I won't be preparing any for you." "I haven't eaten," Fu Tanxiu replied. Qiao Bei glanced at him without saying anything further and proceeded to the kitchen. Fu Tanxiu looked down, engaging in a silent stare with Qiao Dodo. He reached out to gently pinch the baby's cheek. "Hey, I must say, the texture is quite pleasant." He pinched again, with a gentle squeeze. Zhou Dodo was brought to tears, sobbing heartily, her tears cascading down in large droplets. "Fu Tanxiu, why are you crying? Be quiet." "Zhou Dodo, I want to stop." Her cries grew even louder. "Mommy, come save me." The kitchen hummed with the sound of the exhaust fan, and Qiao Bei remained oblivious to the cries. Sister Xing stepped out. "Oh dear, why is she crying?" Fu Tanxiu tossed Zhou Dodo into the crib, deflecting blame. Such a drama queen. Sister Xing approached, noticing Zhou Dodo's flushed face. "Why is her face so red?" "Who knows? Perhaps it's just warm." Sister Xing gave him a dubious glance, but chose to remain silent, feeling a lingering suspicion that Fu Tanxiu had resorted to violence in their absence. Fu Tanxiu strolled into the cramped kitchen, which felt even more congested with his presence. Qiao Bei turned to grab something and bumped into him, causing her to rub her nose in discomfort. "What are you doing here?" Fu Tanxiu stood awkwardly, "Just checking if you need help." "I don't need it." "Step aside. You're in the way." Despite being dismissed, Fu Tanxiu lingered behind Qiao Bei, observing her deft movements as she stir-fried, added water, and cooked noodles with effortless grace. In no time, a simple yet appetizing pot of stir-fried noodles with vegetables was ready. Fu Tanxiu suoludard. Qiao Bei divided the noodles into 3 bowls, garnished them with chopped green onions, and handed a bowl to Fu Tanxiu. "Take it away." "Oh." He carried the noodles to the dining table, only to turn around and spot Qiao Bei emerging with 2 large bowls. His eyelids twitched slightly, a pang of sympathy washing over him. This woman had not only learned to cook since leaving him, but had also become remarkably resilient. He stepped forward to take the bowls from her hands. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his perceptiveness. He was not the type to simply lounge about waiting to be served. She turned to fetch chopsticks. Sister Xing lacked the courage to dine at the same table as Fu Tanxiu, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. She took her noodles to the coffee table instead. Qiao Bei, however, was too famished to care. She dug into her noodles eagerly. Fu Tanxiu glanced at her, a smirk tugging at his lips, and then lowered his head to eat. It must be said, Qiao Bei's culinary skills were impressive. Even the simplest noodles tasted delightful under her hands. After the meal, Sister Xing washed the dishes while Qiao Bei bathed Zhou Dodo. Fu Tanxiu leaned against the bathroom doorway, watching the capable woman before him, and remarked, "Let me handle it." Qiao Bei, taking a moment to respond, replied, "No need. The child has eaten. He can go back now. There's no place for him here." Qiao Bei, showing some leniency due to Fu Tanxiu being Zhou Dodo's biological father, was still firm. Fu Tanxiu stubbornly remained until Zhou Dodo was bathed and Qiao Bei had finished her own shower, at which point he finally sauntered off. Lying in bed, Qiao Bei heard the heavy rain pouring down outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning. She rose to draw back the curtains and peered downstairs, where Fu Tanxiu was climbing into his car, which then drove away into the rain. She pressed her lips together and returned to bed. The next day, as Yukong entered the office, he was taken aback to see Fu, usually expressionless, smiling. An unexpected sight indeed. Leaning back in his chair, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. His eyes flickered with a sudden spark, reminiscent of those young souls enraptured by love. Mister Fu. He ventured cautiously. Fu Danxiu promptly wiped the smile from his face, reverting to his usual impassive demeanor, so swiftly that Yukong nearly questioned his own perception. He placed a stack of documents before him. Here are all the materials for Company M. Please have a look. You may leave now, Fu replied. Yukong exited the office with a hint of skepticism. As closing time approached, a familiar figure reappeared, the peculiar man from a few days prior. Still clad in his full ensemble, revealing only his enchanting peach blossom eyes. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Your prescription is for a fortnight. What brings you here today?" Shang Wulin replied with a smile, "I'm not here for my own treatment." "Oh, what then is your purpose?" "I seek your assistance in treating someone out of town." Chapter 45. The Rising Star. I'm afraid I won't be able to go. Shang Wulin lounged with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an air of leisurely indifference. "I'll offer you a handsome sum." Qiao Bei glanced up at him, her mind racing with thoughts of just how generous that offer could be. Shang Wulin, observing her expression, continued, "My mother is frail and bedridden, having seen numerous doctors without any improvement. If you can cure her, I will pay you 50 million. No, 100 million. Qiao Bei scrutinized him from head to toe, questioning his authenticity. Was he truly wealthy? Could he be a fraud? This man had come twice, each time cloaked in mystery. There seemed to be something amiss. Was he attempting to deceive her, luring her away to exploit her for money or worse? Or perhaps he was part of an illicit organization, intending to confine her and compel her into unlawful activities? In an instant, her thoughts raced, and she regarded Shang Wulin with heightened vigilance. "I want to go." Shang Wulin uncrossed his legs, straightened his posture, and suddenly grasped Qiao Bei's hand. "Master Qiao, please reconsider. I genuinely can provide you with the funds. If you're not fond of money, I can offer you something else. I may lack wealth, but my brothers have plenty as long as you can heal my mother. And a gang. This is a one-way ticket." Fear surged through Qiao Bei, prompting her to wrench her hand free, springing to her feet and delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard, Shang Wulin was knocked to the ground, momentarily stunned. "Rogue!" Qiao Bei shouted fiercely. "Let me make this clear. I am married. Beware of my husband. He can be quite fearsome." Shang Wulin was momentarily taken aback. This woman had actually kicked him. It was utterly bewildering. After a brief silence, he attempted to clarify. "You've misunderstood. That was not my intention." "Huh. You start by grabbing my hand, and now you wish to explain? You lecher. I'm here solely for medical purposes, so leave me be." Shang Wulin looked skyward in disbelief. Here he was, a celebrated star, the dream of countless young girls. Yet this woman dared to categorize him among rogues and lechers. It was infuriating. However, recognizing her skills and her devotion to her mother, he decided to endure. He rose, dusting off his trousers with nonchalance. "Master Qiao, keep your distance." Qiao Bei retreated a few steps, wary of him. Shang Wulin remained rooted, attempting to clarify. "I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. You've misinterpreted my actions. Leave. Just go. Qiao, hurry and leave." Shang Wulin was expelled from her presence, running a hand through his hair in irritation. "How could she misinterpret me? It's laughable. I've always been the one misunderstanding others. How could anyone misread me?" He kicked a pebble by the roadside. Qiao Bei exhaled deeply. In this day and age, there were indeed many deceivers. She had encountered numerous news stories about scams, where young and beautiful women were lured to distant places, only to find themselves ensnared abroad. Once there, those girls fell into a living hell. The beautiful ones were coerced into prostitution, while the less fortunate, aging and fading in beauty, were drained of their money. Their organs sold off, ultimately discarded in the sea. One must always be wary of others. She would never venture to unknown locales with a stranger, not even for 100 million. Ah, is it that they wish to sell her for 100 million? After all, she possesses a certain allure. She contemplated while caressing her face. In any case, she would not be so easily deceived. After tidying herself up, Qiao Bei cautiously emerged and glanced around. Suddenly, A hand clasped her shoulder from behind. "Ah!" She emitted a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig and instinctively bolted away. Fu Tanxiu swiftly grasped her arm. "Bye-bye, it's me." Qiao Bei halted and slowly turned around. Upon recognizing Fu Tanxiu, she let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "You startled me. Why did you sneak up on me from behind?" Fu Tanxiu still held onto her hand. "I came from that direction. When did you become so timid?" Qiao Bei pouted and withdrew her hand. "It's late at night, and you suddenly appear from behind. Of course, I will be frightened." In truth, ever since the peculiar incident, she had been left with a lasting shadow, and that man's behavior had compelled her to think twice. Seeing her genuinely startled, Fu Tanxiu softened his tone. "I apologize." Qiao Bei waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. I won't hold it against you. I'm heading home. Allow me to escort you." "No need. It's dark. Are you not afraid?" Qiao Bei hesitated. She was uncertain whether that man would ambush her along the way. She glanced up at Fu Tanxiu. "All right then." A faint smile graced Fu Tanxiu's lips as he took her hand. "Now you needn't fear." Qiao Bei pressed her lips together. Being held by him indeed offered a sense of security, so she did not refuse. Old Chun drove at a distance. Reflecting on how impulsively the young couple had sought divorce, he had wished to intervene, yet everyone else seemed to anticipate their separation, leaving him powerless as an outsider. A heavy rain had fallen the previous night, leaving puddles on the road. That morning, Qiao Bei had taken a taxi to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Fu Tanxiu was still holding her hand, intending to continue walking. "Qiao Bei haited. What is the matter?" Fu Tanxiu turned. Qiao Bei, exasperated, replied, "Is your brain malfunctioning? Why force yourself to walk?" "Huh? What is wrong with sitting in the car? Do you not want me to ride with you?" "No, it's just that." He merely wished to spend more time with Qiao Bei. "Sign," he said no more. Fu Tanxiu waved to old Shun, who promptly brought the car to them. He opened the door. "Get in." Qiao Bei decisively climbed into the car. Under normal circumstances, she would not take advantage of Fu Tanxiu, but today was an exception. The road was dotted with puddles, and in the darkness, it was difficult to see. One misstep could leave her shoes soaked. Once Fu Tanxiu settled into the car, Old Chun began to drive. Qiao Bei greeted Old Chun, who smiled and exchanged a few words with her. The journey was swift before she knew it. Qiao Bei felt as though she had barely warmed her seat before it was time to disembark. Fu Tanxiu followed her upstairs under the pretext of checking on their son. Qiao Bei found herself at a loss for words. While waiting for the elevator, she reminded him, "If you keep coming over, my parents will surely find out and come after me." Fu Tanxiu turned to her. "They won tea. If they do come looking for you, inform me immediately." "Enough of this. They are your parents. What can you do if I tell you? Can you truly stand against them on my behalf? If that person were you, I would." "What do you mean? Stand against them?" "Huh?" Qiao Bei exclaimed, her head tilted in astonishment as she gazed at him. Fu Tanxiu towered over her, compelling her to look up. The man's handsome visage was etched with seriousness. Qiao Bei was aware that prior to their marriage, Fu Tanxiu had treated the original owner of her identity with great kindness, cherishing her like a sister, even more than he did Fu Yao, which incited Fu Yao's resentment towards her. After their divorce, Fu Tanxiu had once again assumed the role of an older brother. Having been an orphan since childhood, Qiao Bei had few who genuinely cared for her. She found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Fu Tanxiu's demeanor. "Fu Tanxiu, you need not act this way. I am not your sister, nor can I ever become one." Fu Tanxiu recognized her misunderstanding at that moment. Just then, the elevator arrived. He took her hand and led her inside, pressing the button for their floor. Turning her body, his large hands settled on her shoulders as he lowered his gaze, his eyes profound. "To me, you're more than just a sister." Chapter 46. Is it possible for the second female lead to ascend? Qiao Bei nodded, "Yes. I am still your ex-wife. You believe that since I bore your child, you wish to compensate me, and I understand. However, I do not require it. I think you should reduce your visits here. It creates a negative impact. Not only will it displease our parents, but I also do not wish to meddle in your relationship with Meng Yusi. These two are the protagonists of a domineering CEO narrative, destined to be together. I do not want to intervene and become collateral damage. I have a lovely son and wish to lead a stable life with Qiao Dodo. My relationship with Yusi is not as you perceive. We currently have no connection. That connection will inevitably develop. The main characters are fated to unite. Qiao Bei, can you please listen to me? Do not be so self-assured. Qiao Bei blinked innocently. I am listening attentively. Yet you still misunderstand my relationship with Yusi. She pushed away his hand resting on her shoulder, crossing her arms as she distanced herself. You do not understand. You and Meng Yusi will not come to an end. Rubbish. What leads you to such conclusion? Qiao Bei opened her mouth, wanting to say, the author has written it this way. Although the domineering CEO narrative lacks a conclusion, it is certain that the main characters will end up together. Could the second female lead really ascend? The elevator doors chimed open, and Qiao Bei stepped out first. Tanxiu followed as the doors were nearly closing. Upon returning home, Qiao Bei hurried to Qiao Doudou, her beloved son. After smiling at him for a moment, she washed her hands and held him close. Today, Qiao Doudou was particularly well-behaved when she returned. Sister Zeng had nearly finished preparing the meal, allowing Qiao Bei to merely stir-fry before they could eat. Tanxiu sat silently on the sofa, his expression sour. Qiao Bei was perplexed by his mood. She had merely stated the truth. This man desired to care for his white moonlight while also tending to her, his ex-wife and estranged sister. Such a situation is hardly feasible. Meng Yusi held a significant grievance against her. She sat beside him and said, why not wash your hands and hold Qiao Doudou for a moment before you leave? Tanxiu cast a cold glance at Qiao Doudou, not interested. Qiao Bei looked up to the heavens in exasperation. Then why are you here? Tanxiu fixed his gaze on her. Qiao Bei inquired, is there something on my face? Indeed. Tanxiu replied solemnly. Where? Hand me a tissue to wipe it. As he spoke, a large hand reached out, warm and dry fingers gliding across her face. Qiao Bei grimaced. Use a tissue. You haven't even washed your hands. My hands are clean. Are they now clean? Almost. 2 minutes later. Why not apply a bit more pressure? Tanxiu smirked slightly, curling his fingers and pinching her nose a couple of times with considerable force, causing Qiao Bei to flinch in pain. Is my nose dirty? Yes, it is. Is it clean now? Tanxiu smirked again, withdrawing his hand. It is clean. Sister Zeng brought the dishes to the table, inviting them to dine. This time, Tanxiu obediently washed his hands, and upon returning, he lifted Qiao Doudou from Qiao Bei's grasp with a single hand, truly lifting him effortlessly. In a fit of anger, Qiao Bei kicked him, exclaiming, why are you so rude to my son? Tanxiu unceremoniously tossed Qiao Doudou into the crib, unfazed by the kick he received. Time to eat, Qiao Bei shouted. Eat. Stuff yourself. How could she possibly believe that this man truly cared for her son? Was this what fatherhood entailed? Tanxiu, don't even think about coming to my home again. Don't even think about holding Qiao Doudou. Tanxiu paused, reconsidering the significance of Qiao Doudou. He turned back and picked up Qiao Doudou. You all eat. I will hold him. The small figure of Qiao Doudou squirmed, resisting the embrace of his biological father. Tanxiu was undeterred, his large hand firmly securing the child in place. Qiao Doudou looked longingly at Qiao Bei, hoping his mother would rescue him. Unfortunately, Qiao Bei, perplexed, merely cast a glance at Tanxiu before heading to the dining room to eat. Intentionally, she left no dishes for Tanxiu. Sister Zeng touched her nose, suggesting, I'll go prepare a couple more dishes. Qiao Bei restrained her, saying, no need. He has delicacies awaiting him at home. Why should he have to settle for plain fare? Sister Zeng discreetly glanced at Tanxiu, noticing his indifference, and quietly began to clean up in the kitchen. The couple seemed to be in yet another quarrel. Tanxiu realized that the dinner was prepared by Sister Zeng and felt no desire to eat. If it had been Qiao Bei who cooked, he would have insisted on joining. To redeem himself, Tanxiu took the initiative to bathe Qiao Doudou. Qiao Bei, feeling uneasy, instructed him to wait while she fetched some clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Tanxiu stripped Qiao Doudou and tossed him into the water. Hearing her son's heart-wrenching cries from the room, Qiao Bei rushed out, only to find her precious eldest son struggling to surface, his little face flushed with tears. Tanxiu calmly remarked, what a drama queen. Qiao Bei. She promptly kicked Tanxiu aside and hurried to rescue her poor son. At that moment, She truly understood the adage. A child with his father is just fortunate to be alive. After receiving a kick to his backside, Fu Danxiu sheepishly exited the bathroom. Qiao Bei swiftly bathed Qiao Dou, applying essential oils and lotion all over his body before dressing him in a tiny outfit and carrying him out. Her gaze fell upon the man on the sofa, igniting her fury. "Aren't you leaving? Are you planning to stay for the new year?" Fu Danxiu explained. He slipped down by himself. "It has nothing to do with me." Qiao Bei shot him a glare that clearly conveyed, "I don't believe you." Unable to withstand her stare any longer, Fu Danxiu stood up and departed. The next day, he called out to Yukong. "What toys do infants prefer?" Yukong responded, "Mr. Fu, are you buying toys for the young master?" Fu Danxiu reluctantly nodded. He was not inclined to do so. Yet the little one had become the apple of Qiao Bei's eye, and he needed to ingratiate himself. Yukong continued, "For such a young child, you might consider soothing toys." "We're soothing toys." As Yukong was about to elaborate, Fu Danxiu waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, don't explain. Just prepare them for me." Yukong acknowledged and stepped out. That evening, Fu Danxiu went to the traditional medicine clinic to pick up Qiao Bei after a work shift. Qiao Bei still harbored resentment towards him for tossing Qiao Dou into the water the previous night and did not offer him a pleasant demeanor. Fu Tanxiu approached, producing a small dinosaur. "I bought this for Fu Ning Yuan." Qiao Bei cast a glance at it. She had seen this little dinosaur on a certain platform before. It was a highly sought-after comfort toy, priced at nearly 2,000. She deemed it unworthy and refrained from purchasing it. "Give it to me. You may leave now. I wish to present it to him personally." Qiao Dou stated he no longer desired it. Without hesitation, Qiao Bei turned to walk away. Fu Tanxiu hurried after her. "I'll drive you. I prefer to walk. Then I shall accompany you." Qiao Bei halted. "Fu Tanxiu, are you particularly idle? I've finished work. Once work is done, return home and do not bother me." Fu Tanxiu felt a chill within. Qiao Bei had never spoken to him in such a manner. It echoed the adage, "When loved, you are a treasure. When unloved, you are but grass." Chapter 47. "I suggest you have a brain CT." Qiao Bei snatched the dinosaur toy from Fu Tanxiu's hands and hurried away. After taking a few steps, she turned back, glaring at him with a warning in her eyes, forbidding him from following her. Fu Tanxiu silently chuckled, finding her demeanor quite endearing. Only after her figure vanished did he get into the car, instructing old Chun to head back to Shichen. Upon returning home, Qiao Bei handed the little dinosaur to Qiao Dou, saying, "This is a gift from your father to make amends. Don't hold it against him." Qiao Dou clutched the dinosaur, blowing 2 tiny bubbles from her mouth. The next day, Meng Yusi appeared in Qiao Bei's clinic. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow at her, maintaining a relaxed demeanor despite Meng Yusi standing while she remained seated, exuding an air of indifference that irked Meng Yusi. She longed for the days when Qiao Bei would fiercely argue and bicker with her. Now, Qiao Bei appeared emotionally stable, no longer competing for attention. Yet Fu Tanxiu's affections seemed to gravitate towards her. Why had things changed? Meng Yusi believed it was due to the child. With a child, Qiao Bei possessed an undeniable advantage, regarding her as a victor. Leaning back against her chair with her hands resting behind her head, Qiao Bei lazily inquired, "Miss Meng, are you here for a consultation? If so, please take a seat." Meng Yusi pulled out a chair and sat down. Qiao Bei lowered her hands and asked, "What seems to be the problem?" Meng Yusi pointed to her chest. "It hurts quite a lot. My boyfriend and I share mutual feelings. But there is a woman who constantly entangles him, and it makes me very uncomfortable, causing discord between us." Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to me?" "Miss Meng, I must inform you that I cannot cure your ailment. You should seek out your boyfriend instead. He may be able to assist you." Meng Yusi insisted, "No, only you can heal this." Qiao Bei chuckled lightly. "Apologies, but I am not omnipotent. I cannot remedy everything. If everyone distressed by love came to me, I would be overwhelmed. Stop pretending, you know what I mean. I came to tell you that Tanxiu likes me. Please do not use the child to bind him. Such tactics cannot hold a man. Miss Meng, if you cannot bind him, then why come to me? Just keep an eye on your boyfriend." A crack appeared in Meng Yusi's cold expression. "I simply do not want my boyfriend to be troubled." Qiao Bei pondered whether she had caused any distress to Fu Tanxiu. She had repeatedly emphasized that the child did not require his responsibility. He was free to pursue other women, and it was none of her concern. As long as he did not interfere with her life with Qiao Dodo, she would not trouble him. However, Qiao Dodo was indeed Fu Tanxiu's child, and Meng Yuxi's concerns were understandable. Miss Meng, I will say this once. I am not using the child to bind Fu Tanxiu. The child belongs solely to me. Believe it or not, instead of coming to me, why not find a way to appease Fu Tanxiu? Meng Yuxi bit her lip. She came to see Qiao Bei precisely because she felt helpless. She did not dare approach Fu Tanxiu, fearing he might completely sever their connection. In this manner, she could at least indulge in self-deception, harboring a glimmer of hope. As long as Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu are not meant to be, Fu Tanxiu will inevitably return to seek her out. Qiao Bei, do you truly not harbor feelings for Tanxiu anymore? Naturally, I divorced him. Meng Yuxi suddenly grasped Qiao Bei's hand. Qiao Bei, could you please assist me? Qiao Bei stared at her, as if she were foolish, withdrawing her hand. Meng Yuxi continued. Qiao Bei, I believe you when you say you no longer love Tanxiu. However, he is concerned about you and the child, maintaining a distant demeanor with me. Could you help facilitate a marriage between Tanxiu and myself? Qiao Bei was rendered speechless. Had Meng Yuxi lost her senses? Even if she no longer had feelings for Fu Tanxiu, she was still his ex-wife, and this person was asking her to help unite her with Fu Tanxiu. What was she thinking? Meng Yuxi stated, I understand my request is presumptuous, but only you can assist me. Qiao Bei, unwilling to engage further, stood up and ushered her out of the consultation room. I suggest you visit a hospital for a brain CT. Meng Yuxi. Qiao Bei was indifferent to their troubles. As Meng Yuxi exited the traditional medicine clinic, her expression was grim. Qiao Bei's claims of not loving Fu Tanxiu were mere pretense. If she truly did not care, why would she refuse to help her? She was being disingenuous. Upon returning home, Zhan Xiong pressed her. What is going on between you and Fu Tanxiu lately? Is there any progress? When will you marry? She was unaware that Meng Yuxi and Fu Tanxiu were not even together, let alone discussing marriage. Meng Yuxi wished to avoid this topic, lowering her head to ascend the stairs, only to be stopped by Zhan Xiong, who scolded her fiercely. Speak up. Why are you acting like this? I question whether you're truly my daughter. My Zhan Xiong's daughter would never be so timid. If someone were to drug Fu Tanxiu, you wouldn't know how. Carrying a child would resolve everything. Meng Yuxi considered it, but there was no opportunity. Fu Tanxiu would not grant her such a chance. Sometimes, she pondered that Qiao Bei's success was due to Fu Tanxiu's leniency. If he were resolute, Qiao Bei would not even be near him. Zhan Xiong, in annoyance, poked her on the head several times. You have a pig's brain? So foolish. Meng Xing-chun entered and burst into laughter at the scene. Meng Yuxi glared at him. While others' brothers were commendable, her own brother always mocked her. With Meng Xing-chen's arrival, Zhan Xiong shifted her focus onto him, leaving Meng Yuxi in peace. She sighed in relief and hurried upstairs. At the Fu residence, Qi Lian Xin was recently troubled. She barely touched her dinner before setting down her chopsticks. Dear, let us arrange some blind dates for Tanxiu. Fu Song paused, contemplating before nodding. Very well, you may select. Fu Yao immediately interjected. Mom, isn't there's someone already suitable? Who? It's Yuxi, sister. Meng Yuxi? Yes. They like each other, and she is a lady of refined upbringing, possessing a good temperament that complements my brother well. Let her be my sister-in-law. Qi Lian Xin furrowed her brow slightly. Meng Yuxi's family background was average, not the best in Longcheng. Let's reconsider. Fu Yao retorted. Reconsider what? I think she's quite good. What do you understand? Stay out of adult matters. Fu Yao pouted slightly, remarking, given my brother's temperament, the prospect of him participating in matchmaking is rather implausible. I believe it would be more effective to directly arrange his marriage with Sister Yuxi. With such a connection, Qiao Bei would no longer have the opportunity to meddle. Qi Lianxin fell into silence, contemplating Fu Yao's words. When Qi Lianxin visited the Meng family, Zhan Xiong and Meng Yuxi were overjoyed. She cast a glance at Meng Yuxi. While not as strikingly beautiful as Qiao Bei, she possessed a commendable grace. Her demeanor poised and elegant, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. Turning to Zhang Xiong, Qi Lianxin stated, I have come today to discuss the matter of our Tanxiu and UCI. Chapter 48. My descent. Meng Yusi was taken aback by the suddenness of her happiness. Her heart raced as she nervously gazed at Qi Lianxin. After sipping her tea, Qi Lianxin continued, I am aware that they had a brief romantic interlude before. I wonder what Yusi thinks of Tanxiu now. Before Meng Yusi could respond, Zhang Xiong interjected, Our Yusi definitely has feelings for Tanxiu. She has always been infatuated with him. When she learned of his marriage, she wept daily. Qi Lianxin turned to Meng Yusi, awaiting her reply. Blushing, Meng Yusi nodded. I have always liked Tanxiu. This revelation elicited no surprise from Qi Lianxin. In that case, you would indeed be willing to marry Tanxiu, correct? I would. Meng Yusi replied eagerly. Zhang Xiong looked at Meng Yusi with satisfaction, finally showing some clarity. Qi Lianxin smiled gently. Very well then. We shall arrange a dinner to formalize the engagement. Zhang Xiong laughed heartily. That would be splendid. Their marriage should have been on the agenda long ago. Qi Lianxin smiled faintly. After marriage, I have a request, she continued. Zhang Xiong replied, Feel free to express it. Yusi has no objections. I hope that after our wedding, Yusi can refrain from public appearances and dedicate herself to being a homemaker, managing the household for Tanxiu, allowing him to focus without worry. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiong responded on Meng Yusi's behalf. No problem. Our Yusi can certainly do that. Her dream has always been to be a homemaker, and I have raised her with that in mind. Meng Yusi furrowed her brow. Having devoted herself to mastering the cello from a young age, she was reluctant to abandon her hard-earned achievements. Qi Lianxin noticed her hesitation and said, The wedding is not yet finalized. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the issue. I am willing, Meng Yusi replied. Compared to the cello, I cherish Fu Tanxiu more. For him, I am willing to give up anything. Qi Lianxin nodded in satisfaction and departed from the Meng household. Zhang Xiong was overjoyed, praising Meng Yusi extravagantly. Meng Yusi was lost in the bliss of her impending marriage to Fu Tanxiu. Qi Lianxin worked swiftly, organizing everything in no time. When Fu Tanxiu entered the private room and saw Meng Yusi's family, he furrowed his brow slightly. Before Qi Lianxin could speak, Zhang Xiong called out, Tanxiu, come and sit. She gestured towards the chair beside Meng Yusi. With eyes filled with anticipation, Meng Yusi shyly regarded him. However, Fu Tanxiu chose to sit at the entrance instead, creating a moment of awkwardness. Meng Yusi bowed her head, concealing her discomfort. Brother, you should sit next to Sister Yusi, Fu Yao suggested. Fu Tanxiu shot her glance, and she quickly fell silent. The room fell into a quiet stillness, broken only by the sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls. After 10 minutes, Qi Lianxin set down her chopsticks, cleared her throat, and announced, We have gathered everyone today to announce the wedding date for Tanxiu and Yusi in November. Wait, Fu Tanxiu interrupted. Qi Lianxin, Tanxiu, you and UCI have been together for many years. Let us discuss preparing for your wedding. Who granted you the authority to make such decisions? Fu Song frowned and said, As your parents, we possess the right to determine your marriage. Fu Tanxiu rose abruptly. I do not agree. He turned on his heel and exited the private room, leaving no room for sentiment. Meng Yusi's eyes were reddened, feeling both wronged and embarrassed. Fu Yao immediately approached to console her. Sister Yusi, do not be disheartened, my brother. He is simply not himself today. Meng Yusi wept bitterly. Zhang Xiong and Meng Dahai wore grim expressions. Qi Lianxin and Fu Song suppressed their frustrations as they saw the Meng family off. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Qi Lianxin attempted to reach Fu Tanxiu several times via phone, but to no avail. Fu Song slammed the table in anger. This matter cannot be left to him. Fu Yao remarked, Brother has gone too far to walk out with such a cold demeanor. Leaving Sister Yusi in tears for so long, I'm beginning to doubt whether he still harbors feelings for her. Qi Lianxin shot her glance. Fu Yao, perplexed, asked, What is it? Am I mistaken in my observations? Ignoring her, Qi Lianxin silently resolved to take action. The next day, the Longqing News reported, Fu family eldest son Fu Tanxiu engaged a Meng family heiress Meng Yusi. Everyone was taken aback. The news of Fu Tanxiu's divorce from Qiao Bei had been kept under wraps, known only to a select few. This sudden announcement of marriage stirred quite a commotion. However, it was swiftly clarified that Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Bei had divorced long ago, merely 2 months after their wedding. This clarification was orchestrated by the Fu family. Qiao Bei received a barrage of calls from Yi Shi, finally answering. Eldest sister, the world has gone mad. But just now picking up the phone, Qiao Bei rubbed her lower back, tossing her phone onto the table and switching to speaker mode as she stood to stretch. After sitting for 2 hours, she felt sore all over. What does the world's madness have to do with me? Yi Shi exclaimed. Your ex-husband is getting married. How can you be so unperturbed? Qiao Bei replied nonchalantly. Brother, I have no husband. Fu Tanxiu is getting married, as announced in the news, to Meng Yuci. Qiao Bei paused for merely a second before resuming her stretches. Their marriage is quite normal. I am divorced from Fu Tanxiu, and his marriage is his own prerogative. Yi Shi retorted. Truly, the emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is. If you didn't have Qiao Dodo, I would support your distance from Fu Tanxiu. However, having born his child, I believe you should reconcile with him. Raising a child alone is exhausting. Why should he benefit? Most importantly, he earns quite well, and the family fortune should rightfully belong to my godson. If he remarries and has more children, my godson will be sidelined. After listening for a while, Qiao Bei felt that Yi Shi was more like a caring mother, scheming for Qiao Dodo's future, while her own mother seemed only interested in living a quiet life with her child. Bei, are you listening to me? Qiao Bei grunted in acknowledgement. Yi Shi insisted. If you hear me, take action. Do not allow them to get engaged. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. Brother, do I not have a right to refuse? Summon forth the tenacity you once possessed, Qiao Bei mused, acknowledging that such matters were the domain of the original owner, beyond her capabilities. No, Yi Shi would be frantic. Her intention in revealing Qiao Bei's childbirth to Fu Tanxiu was precisely this. Why should Qiao Daodu, born into a prestigious family, endure hardships externally? It would only benefit Fu Tanxiu. Sister, take a gamble. A former husband transformed into a current one would spare you the toil. Brother, I firmly believe that the money I earn brings me peace when spent. As for men, I have no need for them at present. Yi Shi, unable to persuade her, hung up the phone in frustration. I had thought Qiao Bei was the only one with ulterior motives, but it seems you are not to be outdone, already plotting for another's inheritance. As Yi Shi turned, she caught sight of Shi Qian languidly perched on the steps. Chapter 49. I never wanted to do this. It's you who won tea, let me resign. Yi Shi specifically ventured into the safety passage to make a phone call, but unexpectedly encountered Shi Qian. This despicable man simply wooed tea, leave her alone. Since he had already overheard her, Yi Shi boldly declared, You have no say over me. I am not plotting for your family's fortune. Shi Qian flicked away his cigarette, and approached her with his hands tucked into his pockets. Yi Shi had endured his harsh words for so long that she had grown numb to them, her spirit turning rebellious as she fixed her gaze directly upon him. The defiance in her posture seemed to challenge him. Come at me if you dare. Shi Qian chuckled derisively, towering over her as he scrutinized her from above. Yi Shi scoffed in disdain. What was the point of being so tall if it only forced her to crane her neck, leaving it sore? He lifted her chin with a dismissive hand, his tone dripping with scorn. If you wish to scheme for my family's fortune, you ought to possess the capability to do so. Yi Shi swatted his hand away, retorting, I have no interest in your family's wealth, all right? Shi Qian let out a couple of mocking laughs. You would need me to grant you that opportunity. If you give me an opportunity, I won't scheme at all. She shot back. Hypocritical woman. Narzissstichmann. Yi Shi, feeling trapped, lamented, I never want to do this. It's you who won tea, let me resign. Shi Qian remained silent. Yi Shi yearned to escape Yindu. Every second spent there felt like an eternity, a torment worse than death. Shi Qian snorted dismissively and departed through the door of the safety passage, while Yi Shi, in a fit of anger, clenched her fists behind him. How she longed to pummel Shi Qian. Yu Sheng. Yu Kong stood before the desk, speaking for some time without eliciting a response from Fu Tanxiu, whose gaze remained fixated on his phone. Yu Kong ceased his discourse and instead inquired, Chairman Fu, Are you awaiting a phone call? Fu Tanxiu glanced up, his narrow eyes briefly meeting Yukong's. The latter immediately fell silent, understanding that this was not a topic to pursue. He redirected the conversation. Chairman Fu, M Company concealed a food safety incident that occurred a month ago. Initially, only a few minor media outlets reported it, and they managed to suppress it with money. However, I have investigated, and they have not addressed the root of the problem. Safety hazards still persist. Should we inject funds, there's a significant risk involved. Fu Tanxiu's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Yukong waited in silence, knowing that this was a precursor to his ire. Sure enough, a minute later, Fu Tanxiu forcefully shoved the M Company documents to the ground. Dishonesty means we will pass. Yukong bent to retrieve the documents before turning to exit. M Company was out of the running. Fu Tanxiu had an aversion to deceit. M Company was a dining enterprise specializing in milk tea, having launched 2 trending brands in the past 2 years, experiencing rapid growth. 2 months prior, Hui Sheng had reached a cooperative intention with them, planning to infuse capital into the company. The safety incident had occurred a month after the agreement was made, and M Company had chosen to conceal it. Yukong could only conclude that they had brought this upon themselves. Fu Tanxiu picked up his phone once more, still without a message or call from certain someone. Logically, they should have seen it. Was there nothing he wished to ask? Irritated, he pressed the intercom and summoned Yukong back. Draft a statement in my name. Yukong paused, bewildered regarding what? My father announced the engagement news, but I must clarify that there is no such occurrence. Yukong remarked, it appears that President Fu is resolute in taking responsibility for Miss Qiao. Thus, when he congratulated President Fu this morning, he was met with a harsh reprimand. Why are you still here? President Fu's tone was impatient. Yukong hastily exited. When President Fu's statement was released, the internet erupted in a frenzy of discussion, particularly among the upper echelons of society. Those socialites who once coveted President Fu mocked Meng Yusi, some even sharing screenshots of his statement on their social media to ridicule her. Meng Yusi, connected with these individuals on WeChat, could see their taunts and collapsed under the covers, weeping. She called President Fu, who answered. With a voice heavy with grievance, she implored, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, you could express it directly. Why issue such a statement? You've turned me into a laughingstock in Long City. A cold, somber male voice replied through the receiver. I apologize, but I believe this matter must be clarified for everyone's benefit. Meng Yusi shouted, it is not beneficial at all. I want to marry you. Do you understand? I desperately wish to marry you. Yusi, do not act this way, he replied. Why are you treating me like this? Is it so difficult to marry me? After a brief silence, he patiently reiterated, it is impossible for us. Why? Have you fallen for someone else? Yes. Meng Yusi felt the heart-wrenching snap of despair within her. On the other end, President Fu had already ended the call. She stared blankly at her phone, lacking the courage to inquire who that person was. Was it Qiao Bei? Impossible. President Fu would never be enamored with Qiao Bei. Meng Yusi wept inconsolably, lamenting her facade of an aloof demeanor, which was merely a pretense she maintained for the outside world. Zhan Xiong, meanwhile, was engrossed in a game of mahjong with a group of affluent women, reveling in her fortune. Others envied her daughter for the prospect of marrying Long City's most eligible bachelor, President Fu, whose capabilities, lineage, wealth, and appearance were all exceptional. In Long City, few would not wish to marry their daughters to President Fu. Yet, the Meng family seemed to have struck gold, eliciting feigned congratulations while masking their envy. Zhan Xiong, ever the braggart, chattered incessantly after several rounds of mahjong, much to the annoyance of the others, who could not voice their displeasure, as she was soon to be President Fu's mother-in-law. Just as Zhan Xiong basked in her triumph, a wealthy lady approached, exclaiming with significance as she held her phone. Zhan Xiong, bewildered, inquired, what is it? See for yourself, the lady replied, showing her President Fu's statement. Upon reading it, Zhan Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, and she retorted, it's fake. Other affluent women began to take notice of the statement. One remarked, it's genuine. It was issued by Huixing Company and bears President Fu's seal. Zhan Xiong refused to believe it, insisting someone must be spreading rumors. She pushed her tiles away, declaring, I am no longer in the mood to play, and left in a huff. Behind her, The wealthy women murmured and laughed, prompting Zhang Qiong to quicken her pace as if she were being pursued by phantoms. Upon returning home, she stormed into Meng Yuxi's room, seizing her and delivering a scathing reprimand. "You foolish girl, how could you be so utterly inept? Just as you step through the gates of the Fu family, you create such a scene. You have brought me endless shame in public." Meng Yuxi responded, "How could I possibly control such a situation? You only know how to berate me. I'm just as much a victim in this. Who else should I scold if not you? It is your incompetence that has ruined a perfectly good opportunity. How am I to face others after this? Mother, all you care about is your own reputation. Have you ever considered my feelings? You deserve this. Worthless wretch." Meng Yuxi felt a profound sadness. Just then, Meng Xingqian stormed in, grabbing her and shaking her vigorously, causing her head to spin. "Meng Yuxi, this is all your fault. I was ridiculed mercilessly at school today. How could I possibly have such a sister as you? You have brought me nothing but disgrace. Why don't you just disappear? Chapter 50, no opinions. As long as you don't dislike me." Upon exiting the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Qiao Bei spotted Fu Tanxiu leaning against a lamppost, a cigarette held between his fingers. The flickering light obscured his features, leaving her unable to discern his expression clearly. She approached him, exclaiming, "Congratulations. I heard you're getting engaged to Miss Mei. Truly a cause for celebration." Fu Tanxiu took a drag from his cigarette, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. The acrid smoke stung Qiao Bei's senses, prompting her to wave her hand dismissively. "So you smoke? I always thought you didn't. But smoking is detrimental to your health. You should cut back." He extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. "Concerned for me?" Qiao Bei found the air noticeably fresher. "Of course, you're Qiao Dodo's father." She wished for Qiao Dodo to receive an abundance of love, particularly from Fu Tanxiu. Thus, she hoped for his well-being. Fu Tanxiu straightened his posture, instantly towering over her and casting a shadow that obscured the light. "Is that all?" Qiao Bei nodded yes. "By the way, have you set a date for the wedding? Are you planning to attend?" Qiao Bei waved her hand. "Not at all. I was merely inquiring. It would be awkward for you if I showed up, wouldn't it?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "Haven't you seen the news?" Qiao Bei shook her head. "No, it was Yi Shi who informed me, saying you publicly announced your engagement." Fu Tanxiu realized that she was utterly indifferent, having not even glanced at the statement he had issued. "My engagement makes you happy, doesn't it?" Qiao Bei sensed the multitude of his questions but responded nonetheless. "Though we are divorced, you remain Qiao Dodo's father, and I genuinely wish you well. I sincerely hope you find your happiness." Fu Tanxiu kicked the lamppost in frustration. "Damn happiness! I am not happy at all." Anger bubbled within him, seeking an outlet. Qiao Bei jumped at his sudden outburst. "What are you doing?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "I simply dislike it." "It has done you no wrong," she countered. "I just find it displeasing. Do you have a problem with that? As long as you don't find me disagreeable, I am fine." Fu Tanxiu. This woman is driving me insane." He sighed. "You seem to be in a foul mood. Let's talk another time. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Qiao Bei flung her bag over her shoulder and strolled away with an air of nonchalance. Fu Tanxiu clenched his jaw and followed her. "Qiao Bei Tuanit. If you're feeling down, go unwind. Why are you following me?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "After all, we were once husband and wife, and we've shared so many years together. Even without love, there should be some familial bond. If I'm feeling low, can't you comfort me?" Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation, realizing he had a point. "Very well, I shall show some concern. How about I treat you to ice cream?" 5 minutes later, they each held a simple popsicle that cost a mere 1 yuan. Fu Tanxiu observed the 2 yuan Qiao Bei had spent. He had never indulged in such a modest treat before. He wondered if it might upset his stomach. "Isn't this ice cream? Why is a popsicle instead?" "Ice cream is slightly more expensive than popsicles," Qiao Bei chuckled, extending her tongue to lick the popsicle, savoring its sweetness and chill. "So refreshing. The old popsicle is far more delectable. You should give it a try. This little girl is just so stingy." Fu Tanxiu silently scoffed to himself. Qiao Bei noticed that the popsicle in his hand was melting rapidly. In a moment of urgency, she leaned over and took a quick lick. As fate would have it, she accidentally licked someone's finger. A jolt of electricity coursed through Fu Tanxiu, rendering him momentarily frozen. His heart racing. You. He looked at Qiao Bei in astonishment. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qiao Bei's face flushed. It's your fault for not eating it. I saw it melting, so I just licked it. She couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence. In an unprecedented move, Fu Tanxiu chose not to dwell on the incident. Instead, he licked the spot where she had just tasted. It truly is delicious. Qiao Bei, unaware of his actions, beamed. See, I wasn't lying to you. Asuto desmaid graced Fu Tanxiu eselips. They continued walking, enjoying their popsicles. Unable to contain herself, Qiao Bei began to reminisce. Back in school, I had a classmate whose family owned a convenience store. I would go to her house in the morning to wait for her, so we could head to school together. I often saw her indulging in spicy beef instant noodles, topped with a fried egg, which made my mouth water. After school, she would savor an old popsicle beside me, slurping it as I drooled in envy, only to be teased by her. Of course, that classmate was merely a classmate. To prevent any impulsive acts of snatching popsicles, she distanced herself from her. Which classmate are you talking about? I don't recall any of this, Fu Tanxiu inquired. Qiao Bei replied, Well, we certainly have instant noodles at home, and there's always ice cream in the fridge. You need tea. It was only then that Fu Tanxiu realized she was referring to her time in Galaxy Village. Galaxy Village was where the original owner lived with her grandmother, Xiao Yuhua. Qiao Bei vaguely confirmed, yes. In truth, it was not her current life, but rather her past experiences. Fu Tanxiu was unaware of the hardships she faced in Galaxy Village, where she couldn't even afford a simple old popsicle. He extended the remaining bite of his popsicle to her. Here, you can have it. Qiao Bei had already finished hers, but she scrunched her nose in disdain. No, it's all covered in saliva. Fu Tanxiu thought to himself that after sharing a bed, what did it matter? However, he recognized that such topics were inappropriate at the moment, as Qiao Bei would likely become irate. If you don't want it, I'll finish it myself. He quickly devoured the popsicle. Qiao Bei was still gnawing on the wooden stick. Fu Tanxiu snatched it away and tossed it into the trash can. Qiao Bei clicked her tongue. She was still savoring the flavor. The stick was sweet, too. Fu Tanxiu chuckled. If you enjoy it so much, I'll buy you one next time. But you should limit your intake of cold things. Qiao Bei remained silent. Upon reaching the entrance of their apartment complex, Fu Tanxiu did not accompany her upstairs. I have something to attend to. I want to go up. Although he knew Qiao Bei was hoping he wouldn't he felt compelled to explain. Once inside, Qiao Bei found Sister Zeng packing her belongings. Sister Zeng, what are you doing? Sister Zeng turned to her, her expression fraught with anxiety and traces of tears. Miss Qiao, you have returned just as I was about to call you. My spouse has fallen from a height while working at the construction site and has sustained serious injuries. I must rush over immediately. Qiao Bei hurriedly stepped forward to assist her in packing. Sister Zeng, do not panic. Have you purchased your ticket? Not yet. I intended to buy it at the train station, as I'm not adept at online purchases. Qiao Bei took out her phone. Please provide me with your identification number, and I shall procure the ticket for you. Thank you, Miss Qiao. Sister Zeng quickly retrieved her ID and handed it to her, and Qiao Bei secured the next available train. Sister Zeng, there is no need to collect a physical ticket. You can board simply by scanning your ID. I have sent the train details to you via WeChat. Thank you, Miss Qiao. I must be off now. What will you do? Qiao Bei reassured her. My matters are easily resolved, so do not worry. Should you require assistance upon your arrival, feel free to call me. Sister Zeng nodded, deeply moved. After Sister Zeng departed, Qiao Bei fed Qiao Dodo, gave him a bath, and used her phone to request leave from Zong Bo, Chapter 51. Mutual Respect. A better life for all. Upon returning to Shichen Yiping, Fu Tanxiu observed the presence of Fu Song and his wife seated within the room, their expressions unchanged. He removed his suit and handed it to the servant before taking a seat on the solitary sofa. Fu Song, in a fit of frustration, hurled his teacup onto the coffee table with a clatter, splattering tea everywhere. Do you insist on opposing me? In contrast to Fu Song's exasperation, Fu Tanxiu remained notably composed. I have stated before that my affairs do not require your interference. Regrettably, you chose to disregard my words and acted on your own accord. Qi Lianxin interjected. We are merely concerned for your well-being. Is it not your desire to be with UCI? If that is the case, then marry her. Fu Tanxiu's gaze fixed upon her, causing her to feel a pang of guilt. Qi Lianxin averted her eyes, continuing, "We announced our relationship, and you promptly issued a statement, leaving the people of Longsheng to mock the Fu family, thinking we are embroiled in internal conflict. Your father is left with no dignity in public. That is your concern, not mine. I shall reiterate, my affairs do not require your intervention." With an irate gesture, Fu Song swept the tea set to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. "You have gained some audacity. You no longer regard us, do you? The destruction cost 2 million. Unflinching, Fu Tanxiu replied, "Do not attempt to intimidate me. I will not be swayed. Mutual respect ensures a harmonious existence. Should you wish to control me, relinquish that thought, for you lack the capability." Fueled by anger, Fu Song's chest heaved as he feared he might succumb to his rage. He rose abruptly and stormed out, with Qi Lianxin hastily following. Fu Tanxiu unbuttoned the top of his shirt, pulling the fabric apart slightly, his demeanor icy. The servants dared not approach. Yishe arrived at Qiao Bei's residence, carrying several bottles of beer and ready-to-eat delicacies purchased from the roadside. She knocked on the door. Qiao Bei was in the bathroom, washing the clothes that Qiao Dodo had changed out of. With Zheng Jie gone, all these tasks fell to her. Hearing the knock, she dried her hands and opened the door. Yishe cheerfully squeezed inside, asking, "Has my godson gone to sleep?" Qiao Bei secured the door. "He fell asleep early." "Wonderful. Join me for a drink." "Just a moment." Qiao Bei retreated back to the bathroom to continue her laundry. Yishe followed her, inquiring, "What about Zheng Jie?" Her husband had an incident, so she left. "Oh, what will you do?" "I'll take a leave of absence." "That is the only option, then. If my parents were retired, they could assist you for a while." Qiao Bei soon finished her laundry, and Yishe arranged the food. Qiao Bei sat down, confessing that she had been preoccupied since returning home, neglecting dinner altogether. Yishe had purchased steamed buns, and Qiao Bei paired one with the marinated dishes. Observing her, Yishe remarked, "If I were you, I would reconcile with Fu Tanxiu. It would spare you considerable hardship." Having satisfied her hunger, Qiao Bei raised her bottle to clink it against Yishe's. "Could we refrain from discussing that? I am bewildered by you. You used to incessantly criticize Fu Tanxiu, hoping for my divorce. Now, you wish for reconciliation. Goodness, why such a change of heart?" Yishe took a sip of her drink, responding, "Circumstances have shifted. Now that you bear a child, how could I bear to see you struggle? I am well. Life has been fulfilling. When alone, one may find themselves adrift, uncertain of the purpose behind their struggles, merely drifting through life. Now, with a child to care for, an invigorating determination wells up within her. She yearns to earn more, to nurture her son into adulthood. With this goal in sight, she feels no weariness. Each day begins with renewed vigor." Yishe finds it difficult to comprehend her friend's mindset. She nudges her companion's arm. "Have you seen the statement released by Fu Tanxiu?" "What statement?" Yeshi, Ekaspiratit, pulls up the announcement to show her. Qiao Bei is taken aback. "Why didn't Fu Tanxiu mention this last night? I even congratulated him. Do you think there is some conflict between Fu Tanxiu and Meng Yusi? Why would he issue such a statement?" Yishe responds, "What does it matter what conflicts they have? It's beneficial for us. Listen, you should casually invite Fu Tanxiu over. Let the three of you bond. When the time is right, you can whisk him away to get your marriage certificate and move back to Shichenipin with the child. Qiao Bei, you're always pushing me to reconcile with Fu Tanxiu. If I wanted to go back, I would have done so the moment I was discharged from the hospital. Since I've divorced him, I have no intention of entangling myself with him again." Yishe, frustrated, exclaims, "What are you being stubborn about now? I truly don't understand you. Regardless, there is no future for us," Qiao Bei insists. After finishing her drink, Yishe settles for the night on Qiao Bei's sofa, considering it a weekend respite. The following morning, Qiao Bei has prepared breakfast while cradling Qiao Dodo to feed him. As Yishe yawns and sits up, she remarks, "My dear, you are quite industrious." Without looking up, Qiao Bei replies, "When you become a mother, you'll also find yourself more diligent." Yishe imagines that scene and shudders slightly. "Never mind, I am resolutely not getting married before 30. Rest assured, it won't be long before your relatives start pressuring you to go on blind dates." "Blind dates?" Yishe ponders this term, her gaze sparkling with curiosity as it sweeps over Qiao Bei. After breakfast at Qiao Bei's home, she hastens back to her own. Qiao Bei takes Qiao Dodo downstairs to bask in the sun. After a leisurely stroll and some grocery shopping, they return home. The daily routine of caring for a child consists of repetitive tasks: feeding, changing diapers, and soothing to sleep. Yet, Qiao Bei finds no monotony in these activities. Rather, she revels in this simple, tranquil existence. The next day, Yishur invites Qiao Bei out for a meal. After preparing herself and packing a diaper bag, Qiao Bei pushes Qiao Dodo to a Chinese restaurant in the mall. Upon entering, Yishur waves her over. Over here, as Qiao Bei approaches, she notices that Yishur has invited a man as well. He wears black-framed glasses, appearing shy and reminiscent of a techie. The man stands, awkwardly extending his hand toward Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei, long time no see. Qiao Bei is bewildered. Do I know you? She has no recollection of him. With an awkward smile, she hesitates. Yishur, noticing her friend's confusion, quietly introduces him. This is our high school classmate, Peng Fei. Don't you remember him? Qiao Bei chuckled softly a couple of times. Peng Fei, it's been a while. What brings you here? Peng Fei shyly smiled in response, remaining silent. Yishur gestured for them to take a seat. The waiter reminded them to scan the QR code for the menu. Allow me, Yishur said, scanning the code and quickly placing the order. Rising from her seat, she added, I'll visit the restroom. You two continue your conversation. After Yishur departed, Qiao Bei and Peng Fei sat awkwardly in silence. Unable to bear the discomfort, Qiao Bei finally asked, Are you a programmer? Peng Fei looked at her with surprise. How did you know? Just a guess. I work at a software development company, earning an annual salary of $60,000, which is expected to rise. I have a small 2-bedroom apartment and have paid in full for a domestic car. My parents are both employees and have not yet retired. They will receive pensions, so I bear no burden for old age. Qiao Bei. Chapter 52. Let her make a choice. Qiao Bei was utterly perplexed. The phrasing. It resembled a matchmaking scenario, did it not? She awkwardly chuckled twice, and to be candid, she still couldn't recall what Peng Fei looked like in high school. Perhaps the original owner of her identity held too faint an impression of him. At a loss for words, Qiao Bei managed to utter, You are quite capable. Peng Fei misinterpreted her statement and shyly smiled back. Qiao Bei found his demeanor increasingly intolerable. She glanced toward the restroom. Had Yishur fallen into the pit? Why was she not yet back? At that moment, Yishur was seated on the toilet, making a phone call to Shi Qian. Upon receiving her call, Shi Qian's face was one of disbelief. Yishi? Yes, it's me. Shi Qian was momentarily stunned. What's the matter? Nothing much. Just thought I'd give you a call to chat. Are you out of your mind? Who wants to chat with you? Just a little chat. Shi Qian was exasperated. What do you want to talk about? Yishur replied, The weather is really nice today. Shi Qian retorted, The sun is shining, and the autumn breeze is gentle. It's perfect for a stroll. Yishur, are you all right? Is your brain functioning properly? I'm fine. I'm hanging up now. Don't hang up. The weather is so lovely. Do you want to come and hang out with me? I'm on the 3rd floor of Building A at Ningda Square. Shi Qian thought to himself that Yishur had truly lost her mind. Did they have the kind of relationship where they could just hang out? Moreover, this woman was audacious enough to invite him. In response to Yishur's invitation, he coolly dismissed her with a curt not going. Yishur did not take offense and softly remarked, Really not coming? Oh, I'm so bored. Bei is on a blind date, and I feel like a third wheel. Wait, who is on a blind date? My good friend Qiao Bei. Shi Qian felt as though he had exploded on the spot. How dare she? She has been divorced for a long time. Is it so unusual for her to find a man? I'm telling you. Today, a suitor is a mutual high school classmate of ours who really likes Bei and doesn't mind that she has a child. He is a wonderful man, and I have high hopes for them. Shi Qian gritted his teeth. You're all doomed. With that, he hung up the phone. Yeshi simirkit. A look of triumph upon her face. She did not leave, but instead clutched her phone and played a few rounds of a game. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei sat there engaging in awkward small talk with Peng Fei. Most of the time, it was Peng Fei doing the talking, while she responded with disjointed remarks. After what felt like an eternity, Yishur finally returned. She sat beside Qiao Bei and playfully pinched her waist. Yishi exclaimed, Ach, what is wrong? Peng Fei inquired. Puzzled, Yi Shi, under Qiao Bei's warning gaze, shook her head. Nothing, just a sudden cramp. Peng Fei nodded, his gaze lingering on Qiao Bei, occasionally flashing a bashful smile. Qiao Bei felt she was on the verge of losing her composure from his persistent smiling. When the food arrived, Qiao Bei buried her head in her meal, saying nothing. Peng Fei picked up the serving chopsticks and offered her some dish. Their heart-protecting meat is delicious. Thank you, she raised her head, having just uttered a word of gratitude, only to behold Fu Danxiu and Shi Qian. Fu Danxiu's countenance was as frigid as ice, as though he were ready to commit murder. In stark contrast, Shi Qian wore a smile that brimmed with malicious delight. Yishi lifted hergaze, a smile gracing her lips. How swiftly they arrived. Peng Fei was still urging, hurry and eat. Qiao Bei, it won't taste good when it gets cold. Fu Danxiu approached her, abruptly tempering his menacing aura. He placed his large hand atop her head and ruffled it affectionately. Dining with friends? Qiao Bei, Taken Abuk, nodded in confusion. What brings you here? To share a meal, he replied. Qiao Bei, without suspicion, found the coincidence delightful. Since it's such a coincidence, let us sit together. Without awaiting her response, Fu Danxiu pulled a chair closer to her, inadvertently pushing Qiao Do to the other side. Observing this, Shi Qian also brought a chair over. Excuse me, Qiao Bei said, as the waiter brought 2 sets of chopsticks. Shi Qian, unabashed, began to eat. Fu Danxiu picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of pork, placing it into Qiao Bei's bowl. Eat more. You've lost weight recently. 2 pieces of pork lay in her bowl. Fu Danxiu's ominous gaze fixed upon her as he subtly inclined his chin, urging her to eat. A chill ran down Qiao Bei's spine. Instinctively, she perceived that Fu Danxiu was not merely offering her meat. He was presenting her with a dilemma. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she picked up the piece of pork he had chosen and placed it in her mouth. Fu Danxiu smiled with satisfaction, ruffling her hair once more. Is it delicious? Qiao Bei nodded. Yes, it's truly delightful. Consequently, her hands, driven by impulse, reached for the other piece of pork and consumed it as well. In an instant, Fu Danxiu's expression darkened ominously. The gluttonous side of Qiao Bei emerged as she helped herself to several more pieces of pork. Yi Shi, witnessing Fu Danxiu's face darken to a smoldering hue, struggled to stifle her laughter, nearly succumbing to mirth. Ha ha! The tides have turned. Who can escape the grasp of fate? I never anticipated that Fu Danxiu would endure such a vexing day. How exhilarating! Peng Fei, perplexed, inquired, who are these 2? Qiao Bei was preoccupied with her meal, waiting for Fu Danxiu to respond. Fu Danxiu, maintaining his cold demeanor, ignored Peng Fei's question. Shi Qian remained silent as well. Yi Shi, taking it upon herself, pointed at Shi Qian, this is my boss, and then directed her finger towards Fu Danxiu. And this is Bei's brother? Fu Danxiu shot her an icy glare, but Yi Shi feigned ignorance and resumed eating. Qiao Bei turned to Yi Shi with a frown, clearly dissatisfied with her introduction of Fu Danxiu. To Peng Fei, she clarified, he is my ex-husband, the father of my child. Peng Fei gazed at Fu Danxiu in astonishment, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Yet, upon recalling that he and Qiao Bei were divorced, his spirits lifted. He picked up his chopsticks and offered Qiao Bei a piece of fish. Qiao Bei, try this. Thank you, she replied, just as a pair of chopsticks moved faster than hers, snatching the piece of fish away. Looking up, she saw the fish had already found its way into Fu Danxiu's mouth. He grimaced in distaste. How terrible! Qiao Bei responded with a silent expression of disbelief. Peng Fei felt a twinge of awkwardness and then picked up his chopsticks again to offer Qiao Bei a bullfrog. This one is also delicious. Qiao Bei remained motionless as Fu Danxiu removed the bullfrog and disposed of it in the trash bin. These bullfrogs were laden with hormones and should not be consumed. Qiao Bei glanced around nervously, fearing that her boss might overhear and come over to reprimand her. She softly cautioned, when dining out, there is no need for such pretentiousness. Refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Fu Danxiu nonchalantly set down his chopsticks and crossed his arms, declaring he had lost his appetite. Qiao Bei, indifferent to him, focused on satisfying her own hunger. Her chopsticks continued to move, her cheeks stuffed with food. As she neared the end of her meal, Peng Fei suggested, "Qiao Bei, let me treat you to a movie." Qiao Bei waved her hand dismissively. "No, I have a little follower." Fu Tanxiu's tense expression relaxed at this, pondering the consequences should this woman dare to attend a film with another man. Peng Fei replied, "All right then, perhaps another time. By the way, I don't have your WeChat. Could you add me?" As Qiao Bei opened her phone, preparing to scan, Fu Tanxiu unexpectedly stood up, inadvertently knocking the phone from her grasp and, by sheer coincidence, shattering its screen. Chapter 53. What kind of father is this? Abandoning his own son, Qiao Bei stood in stunned silence, her heart aching. She exclaimed, "You owe me." Fu Tanxiu, surprisingly agreeable, nodded slightly. "All right, I will compensate you." "Cool, mate. Let me take you to buy a new phone." With that, he grasped Qiao Bei's hand and began to walk away. Realizing his intention, Qiao Bei quickly shook off his hand, exclaiming, "Qiao Do, what kind of father are you? You've abandoned your own son." Frustration welled within her. She bent down to retrieve the shattered remnants of her phone, pushing the stroller to follow Fu Tanxiu. It was only fair that he replaced the device he had broken. With a slight smirk, Fu Tanxiu lagged a couple of steps behind, eventually walking alongside her as they exited the restaurant. Peng Fei collected the broken phone, his expression dimming. Yisher burst into laughter, attempting to lighten the mood. "Peng Fei, how about I accompany you to a movie?" This lad had been of immense help to her. Watching a film together seemed trivial. Peng Fei shook his head. "No, I have other matters to attend to. I must leave." "Oh, very well then. Let's plan for next time." After Peng Fei departed, only Yisher and Shiqian remained. They exchanged disdainful glances, simultaneously rising to exit the restaurant, turning their backs on each other as they walked away, as if even a fleeting glance would be fatal. With no outsiders present, Fu Tanxiu's countenance darkened. How long has it been since the divorce? Is she already in a rush for a blind date? It's not a blind date. She certainly didn't know in advance and will not acknowledge it. Fu Tanxiu scoffed. "You sat together. He served you food. He is a high school classmate and doesn't mind your child. That's not a blind date? Who are you trying to fool? Qiao Do is my precious son, not some burden. How can you speak of him like that? I disdain you." Fu Tanxiu retorted. "Is that really the crux of the matter? Stop rambling. Why did you come for a blind date?" Qiao Bei, exasperated, replied, "I've already said. It was merely a meal, not a blind date." While Peng Fei's initial self-introduction gave that impression, he never made it explicit. Who knows what the situation really was? Thus, it cannot be classified as a blind date. Fu Tanxiu countered, "He served you food, just as you served me. Can our relationship be compared? To me, it's all the same. They are both outsiders." At that moment, Fu Tanxiu felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. Sensing his intense gaze on her neck, Qiao Bei quickly shielded it. "Don't get carried away." Fu Tanxiu ruffled her hair vigorously, effortlessly transforming her meticulously styled hair into a chaotic mess. "Ah, why did you ruin my hairstyle?" In a fit of anger, Qiao Bei leaped onto Fu Tanxiu, her legs tightly clamping around his waist as she defiantly tugged at his hair. If he disheveled her appearance, she would not grant him an easy time either. Fu Tanxiu felt a surge of heat coursing through him as her body pressed against his. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, heightening his senses and igniting a fire within. "For heaven's sake, Qiao Bei, get down." Meanwhile, Qiao Do, with his tiny fingers and wide, sparkling eyes, lay there watching his childish parents engage in their playful tussle. What a boring pair. Qiao Bei tousled Fu Tanxiu's meticulously styled hair until she was satisfied, then jumped down with glee. Fu Tanxiu caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror across the room and felt his lips twitch. After tidying himself up in front of the mirror, he reminded himself that as the owner of Huisheng, he was a person of considerable stature and needed to maintain a respectable image. Qiao Bei laughed heartily at his expense. Turning to her, Fu Tanxiu gazed at her with an air of resignation. "Are you pleased?" "Indeed, I am thoroughly pleased." Fu Tanxiu sighed, pondering when this woman had become so competitive even over trivial matters. Once she had laughed enough, Qiao Bei declared, "Let us go buy a phone." There is a shop in the square. They entered a brand-name mobile phone store, with Fu Tanxiu leading the way while Qiao Bei tended to Qiao Do, lagging slightly behind. Consequently, A group of female sales attendants mistook Fu Tanxiu for a solitary customer, swarming around him. "Sir, here to purchase a phone? What style do you prefer? Take a look at our latest models, just arrived." Fu Tanxiu found it, Ziexing for Qiao Bei, only to see her distractedly perusing phones on the other side, deepening his furrowed brow. He strode purposefully towards her. "Why aren't you following me?" Qiao Bei withdrew her gaze from the phones and turned to Fu Tanxiu, replying, "Given that you are surrounded by beautiful women, how could I possibly intrude?" Fu Tanxiu nearly choked on his breath. The woman had noticed yet remained utterly unfazed. He firmly grasped her hand, insisting, "Come here." Reluctantly, Qiao Bei followed him, causing the sales attendants to awkwardly disperse upon seeing the two together. Fu Tanxiu pointed to the latest model in the store. "Which color do you like?" "White," she replied. With her answer in hand, he turned to the attendant and said, "I'll take one in white." As the attendant went to retrieve the new phone, Fu Tanxiu took out her old device. When a new phone arrived, he instructed, "Please install the SIM card." Of course, the attendant responded with commendable service, as she recognized that earning money was just as good as attracting men. After the card was installed, Qiao Bei took the new phone, appreciating its pleasant feel and expressing her satisfaction. Fu Tanxiu settled the bill and led Qiao Bei out of the store. Xiao Dodo began to whimper, signaling his hunger. Qiao Bei had brought along pre-packaged formula, with just enough in one bag to prepare a full bottle. After preparing the milk, she cradled Xiao Dodo in her arms and sat on a bench in the square to feed him. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu inquired, "What about Sister Zong?" Qiao Bei looked up. Her husband encountered an accident, and she had to leave. Fu Tanxiu frowned. "Are you managing to care for Funing Yuan all by yourself? What other option is there?" Qiao Bei replied, "Sister Zong might be gone for a while, and I've taken leave." She had considered hiring a new postpartum caregiver, but the adjustment period would be challenging. Initially, she was reluctant to entrust Xiao Dodo to a stranger. Rather than that, she preferred to wait for Sister Zhang's return. Besides, she had a good rapport with Sister Zhang and did not wish to change caregivers. Once Xiao Dodo was full, Qiao Bei placed him in the stroller, and shortly after, he fell asleep. Such a big child was well-behaved, eating and sleeping in turn. Pushing the stroller, Qiao Bei strolled around the square until she reached a milk tea shop, where she purchased a cup of tea. Recalling that Fu Tanxiu had just gifted her a new phone, she kindly turned to ask, "Would you like a drink?" Fu Tanxiu shook his head, disliking such cloyingly sweet beverages. Thus, Qiao Bei procured a cup for herself. Upon receiving the milk tea, she handed the stroller to Fu Tanxiu and savored her drink. Fu Tanxiu's gaze fixated on her small mouth as she sipped. Her lips were a vibrant, healthy pink, quite lovely. As he watched, a thirst crept upon him, prompting him to snatch the milk tea from Qiao Bei's hand and take a sip. Qiao Bei exclaimed, "Aren't you the one who doesn't drink? I've changed my mind. Shall I buy you another?" "No need." Yet, the very individual who claimed to need nothing ended up stealing several more sips from her milk tea, leaving her with barely a chance to relish it. Chapter 54. Such trivial matters, even a fool can manage. After an hour of wandering, Qiao Bei felt fatigued and prepared to return home. Fu Tanxiu ushered her into the Rolls-Royce. Fearing that he might forget about Xiao Dodo, she struggled to get out. "Sit still," Fu Tanxiu commanded with an authoritative tone. Qiao Bei pointed towards the stroller. Fu Tanxiu acknowledged, "I know, I'll one tea forget," and promptly lifted Xiao Dodo out. Qiao Bei watched in astonishment as he effortlessly folded the stroller with one hand while securely holding Xiao Dodo with the other, tossing it into the trunk. She was left speechless. Old Chun, initially intending to assist, found that Fu Tanxiu had already completed the task. Once Fu Tanxiu settled into the car, Qiao Bei gazed at him with admiration. "How do you manage that stroller?" With a smirk, Fu Tanxiu replied dismissively, "Such trivial matters can be handled even by the dull-witted." "Is that so?" Qiao Bei thought of Lu Yinxuan, who had struggled for a long time without successfully folding the stroller. Awakening, Xiao Dodo squirmed, wanting to be held by Qiao Bei. Fu Tanxiu raised his hand and gave him a light slap on the bottom. "Behave yourself." Xiao Dodo looked at Qiao Bei with a pitiful expression, his little eyes pleading, "Mommy, do something." Qiao Bei glared at Fu Tanxiu. "Why did you hit him?" She swiftly took Xiao Dodo into her arms. Fu Tanxiu glanced at Xiao Dodo and remarked, boys need a firm hand when they misbehave. Qiao Bei retorted, he is still just a baby, with utmost seriousness. Fu Tanxiu affirmed, education must begin at an early age. Were you beaten as a child? She questioned. No. Then why would you hit Xiao Dodo? I obey. He does not. Get lost. You are never to lay a hand on Xiao Dodo again. I am merely practicing proper discipline. Leave. Behave civilly. Get lost. Old Chun, driving, attempted to mediate. Young master, young mistress, please do not argue. Let us speak calmly. Qiao Bei interjected, Uncle Chun, we are divorced. Please do not call me young mistress. Old Chun had no choice but to amend. Miss Qiao. Fu Tanxiu interjected, we are not arguing. Qiao Bei shot him a glare. Gritting her teeth, yes, we are merely conversing. After a moment of silence, Old Chun remarked, I understand. What do you understand? Qiao Bei inquired. Old Chun replied, you are engaging in playful banter, the little joys of a married couple. Qiao Bei exploded, her voice escalating, Uncle Chun, have you lost your mind? We are divorced. There is no playful banter. Nonsense. Fu Tanxiu's good humor was evident as he restrained her from leaping up. All right, sit still. Qiao Bei turned her head. You should explain yourself. Fu Tanxiu replied, no need for explanations. Explanations are merely veils. Qiao Bei clenched her fist. Indeed, the innocent remain untainted. Fu Tanxiu could not contain his laughter, resting his fist against his nose, his shoulders shaking with mirth. What is so funny? Qiao Bei asked, perplexed. Nothing. Then what are you laughing about? Just a casual laugh. Qiao Bei rolled her eyes. This person has truly lost his mind. They arrived at Guanghua community. Job cradled little Xiao Dodo as she alighted from the vehicle, while Fu Tanxiu retrieved the baby stroller from the trunk. Job said, you open the stroller. I'll place Xiao Dodo inside. Fu Tanxiu replied, you hold him. I'll manage the stroller. Job countered, no need. With Sister Zeng absent, what would it look like for a man and a woman to be alone? ISN T Funing you in here? He doesn't T count, he retorted. ISN T he human? Job exclaimed. You are the one who ISN T human. She felt a sense of misfortune having such a father for Xiao Dodo. As Fu Tanxiu carried the stroller into the building, he left her with a parting remark. Then consider me a ghost. Job looked up at the sky. Fu Tanxiu turned back, urging, hurry up, what are you staring at? No money will fall from the heavens. Job, now disinclined to speak, lifted her foot to follow him. Old Chun found this delightful. The young master seemed truly alive when with Miss Job, which was quite entertaining. With Sister Zeng away, Fu Tanxiu appeared pleased. He casually removed his suit jacket, reclined on the sofa with his hands behind his head, and watched Job place Xiao Dodo in the crib. Job turned to him. You should be leaving now. Fu Tanxiu declared, I've made up my mind. Until Sister Zeng returns, I will stay and help look after Funing Yuan. Not necessary. Job immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. It is necessary. He is my son, and I bear my share of responsibility in caring for him. Little Funing Yuan, it seemed, was only deemed a responsibility when he was of use. Job was about to voice a retort when Fu Tanxiu interrupted. It's settled then. If you need me for anything, just let me know. Job observed as he made a phone call, requesting his personal belongings to be brought over. After hanging up, Fu Tanxiu looked up and said, I'll sleep on the foldable bed. Don't take the opportunity to disturb me at night. Job widened her eyes. Disturb you? Fu Tanxiu smirked. You've done it before. Internally, Job was in turmoil. Oh heavens! It was truly impossible to defend herself. If he didn't live here, there would be no need for such concerns. Fu Tanxiu exhibited a moment of internal conflict. Forget it. For Funing Yuan's sake, I shall endure. Job, fuming, stormed into her room, wishing to slam the door in frustration, but refrained, fearing it might startle Xiao Dodo. Fu Tanxiu smirked slightly, casting a glance at the crib. The child was indeed quite useful. Job, holding her new phone, engaged in a few rounds of a game to vent her emotions. Before long, she heard a knock at the door. Fu Tanxiu answered it, only to close it shortly after. Job surmised it was likely a delivery for him. Feeling a bit fatigued, she dozed off for a while. Upon exiting, she saw Fu Tanxiu working on his laptop. Are you hungry? He inquired. Job, not one to be shy, responded yes. Are you cooking? That's fine. Fu Tanxiu set aside his laptop and headed to the kitchen. Job glanced over to see him rummaging through the refrigerator, adeptly washing ingredients. She did not linger, opting instead to check on Qiao Dodo. Her little boy remained as adorable as ever, fair and tender. 40 minutes later, the meal was served. Job was not surprised. This man had taken the initiative to study culinary skills for a month specifically for the original owner. She sat down to enjoy her meal. The flavor was rather mediocre, lacking the exquisite touch of her culinary skills, yet she had always been a person of gratitude. Whenever someone prepared a meal for her, it brought her immense joy. In her childhood, she often envied those children whose parents lovingly cooked for them. Fu Tanxiu hadn't stepped into the kitchen for quite some time and felt a tinge of anxiety about his ability to gauge the flavors correctly. However, to his relief, Qiao Bei relished every bite, consuming all the dishes he had prepared. He exhaled in relief and sat down to sample a bite himself. It was rather ordinary. The girl across from him continued to show him courtesy. After the meal, he cleared the table and washed the dishes in the kitchen. Qiao Bei prepared milk for Qiao Dodo. Once he had eaten his fill, she gently pushed him downstairs for a stroll. Fu Tanxiu followed suit. The neighbors in the community, upon catching sight of the tall, handsome man with an extraordinary demeanor accompanying Qiao Bei, were momentarily captivated. They all knew that Qiao Bei was divorced and had been raising her child alone, navigating her pregnancy without any support. Miss Qiao, who is this handsome gentleman? Chapter 55. Sleeping with a pig. The questioner was a nosy aunt from the neighboring building, who often indulged in prying into the affairs of others. She would inquire about one's husband's salary, whether the in-laws received pensions, and why the mother-in-law refused to take care of the children. It was the first time Qiao Bei found herself cornered by her. Where's your husband? With a belly that big? I've never seen him, the aunt pressed. Qiao Bei, not thinking much of it, simply replied, I'm divorced. That opened the floodgates for the aunt, who then proceeded to interrogate her relentlessly. From the reasons behind her divorce to probing into her ancestral lineage. Qiao Bei was utterly terrified. Henceforth, whenever she spotted the aunt, she would avoid her at all costs. However, she was caught off guard once again. Qiao Bei responded, He is the father of my son. The aunt exclaimed, Your ex-husband. Fu Tanxiu frowned, perplexed by this woman's incessant chatter, finding it quite bothersome. The aunt, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort of others, cheerfully inquired, What a handsome young man. Such a pity about the divorce. What does your ex-husband do? Noting Fu Tanxiu's refined attire and evident affluence, the aunt's mind began to race with possibilities. A man of such caliber would certainly be a catch even in a second marriage. Just the right fit for her unmarried daughter, who is still single and jobless. Qiao Bei replied, He runs a company. The aunt's interest piqued further. A self-made businessman, no doubt earning a significant income. What a treasure she had stumbled upon. At that moment, the aunt's daughter, clad in slippers and munching on a sausage, approached. The aunt called out, Meng Meng, come here. The robust girl, named Meng Meng, wiped her mouth with her sleeve and shyly walked over upon noticing Fu Tanxiu. The aunt enthusiastically pushed her daughter toward Fu Tanxiu, saying, Young man, this is my daughter, Meng Meng. Look at her physique. She is sure to bring good fortune. She is yet to have a boyfriend and has never been in love. She's exceptionally innocent, the perfect candidate to take home and marry. Fu Tanxiu took a step back, his expression darker than a pot's bottom. Qiao Bei couldn't contain herself and burst into laughter. It was utterly amusing. Fu Tanxiu, had never encountered such a situation in his life. His retreat was a clear sign of his discomfort. Catching her gaze, Fu Tanxiu pulled Qiao Bei into his embrace. Wife, let us go. Wife, the aunt exclaimed. Aren't you divorced? Why still call her that? Qiao Bei struggled, but was firmly held in place by his strong grip. Fu Tanxiu was clearly using her as a shield. We're getting remarried soon, he declared, leading Qiao Bei away from the community. The aunt and her daughter looked on with regret. Once outside, Qiao Bei said, Can you let me go now? Fu Tanxiu released her. Qiao Bei, unable to contain her amusement, remarked, So, what about Meng Meng? Fu Tanxiu seized her collar, pulling her closer. Qiao Bei, are you trying to court death? Qiao Bei awkwardly replied, All right, I won't mention it anymore. Please let me go. Fu Tanxiu finally released her. Honestly, Some people just can't take a joke. That was not amusing at all. Moreover, the dilapidated community you reside in is filled with peculiar individuals. Your ex-wife is nearby. And that elderly woman just pushed her daughter onto me. What a bizarre situation. Qiao Bei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the eccentricity of the woman, which also irked her. As Fu Tanxiu noticed Qiao Bei conversing at his side, his irritation began to dissipate. They meandered along, and Qiao Bei, tempted by the roadside delicacies of fried potatoes and tofu, purchased a portion of each. Upon spotting grilled lamb skewers, she indulged further, acquiring 5 more. Ultimately, she bought a bag of popcorn to take home. Fu Tanxiu inquired, "Did you not have enough for dinner?" Qiao Bei replied, "I am full." "Then why are you consuming so much more?" "Being full does not hinder my appetite," she retorted, playfully likening herself to a pig. After uttering those words, embarrassment washed over her as she bit her lip. How could she have spoken such a thing? It felt mortifying, and she dared not meet Fu Tanxiu's gaze. Lowering her head as they walked ahead, Fu Tanxiu was equally taken aback. That incident from the previous evening had been a tacit agreement never to be mentioned again, and Qiao Bei's sudden remark had rendered the atmosphere awkward. The pair remained silent until they reached home. Fu Tanxiu felt compelled to contribute in some way, suggesting he bathe Qiao Dodo. However, Qiao Bei declined, fearing he might inadvertently toss the child into the water. Fu Tanxiu did not press the matter further and instead leaned against the wall with crossed arms. Qiao Bei bathed Qiao Dodo and changed him into fresh clothes, gesturing towards the basin of soil garments. "They need washing." Fu Tanxiu frowned, incredulous at the notion of washing the baby's clothes. "What about Qiao Dodo? Is he unwilling? If he is, then he might as well leave." It was rather frustrating. He lingered about without lifting a finger, yet claimed to care for the child. "I will wash them," he asserted, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, indicating his impressive strength. No wonder he always seemed to lift her effortlessly like a fledgling chick. Qiao Bei cast him a glance before taking Qiao Dodo out of the bathroom, placing him in the crib and gently pushing it back into the room. Upon her return, she saw Fu Tanxiu diligently washing the baby clothes, which filled her with immense satisfaction. Fu Tanxiu thought to himself that when Qiao Dodo grew older, he would surely recount the tale of his father washing his clothes, an honor no one else could claim. Qiao Dodo was indeed fortunate. With only one bathroom in the house, Qiao Bei waited for Fu Tanxiu to finish washing before she took her shower, having experienced one awkward moment already. This time she emerged wearing a bra. As she stepped out, she found Fu Tanxiu standing on the balcony, engrossed in a phone call. His tall frame blocked half of the window. Qiao Bei pursed her lips, retreating to the bathroom to attend to her skincare, then drying her hair and tidying up the space. Since giving birth to Qiao Dodo, she had been losing hair significantly, occasionally worrying whether she might become bald. As she turned, she found Fu Tanxiu leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. "Excuse me," she said as she approached. After a moment of silence, he stepped aside. Qiao Bei brushed past him, the scent of his fragrance lingering in the air, causing Fu Tanxiu to momentarily falter as he reached out to grasp her. Yet his hand paused mid-air. Qiao Bei returned to her room and closed the door. Fu Tanxiu slowly retracted his hand, and Qiao Bei glanced at Qiao Dodo, who was sleeping soundly. She smiled softly, lay down on the bed, and scrolled through her phone for a while, feeling so drowsy that her eyes could barely remain open. With a toss of her phone, she succumbed to sleep. The next morning, she awoke to find breakfast laid out on the table, a fried egg sandwich accompanied by milk. Fu Tanxiu stood at the door, impeccably dressed. After washing up, she sat down for breakfast, but he informed her, "I cannot accompany you. I must head to the office." It must be said that Fu Tanxiu possessed an admirable appearance, and in a well-tailored suit, he effortlessly stirred the hearts of young women. Qiao Bei felt her spirits lifted at the sight of such a handsome man first thing in the morning, provided she could overlook the complicated history she shared with Fu Tanxiu. Noticing her dazed expression, Fu Tanxiu halted his motion of changing shoes, approached her, cradled her face in his hands, and placed a kiss on her forehead. The warmth of his kiss sent her heart into disarray. He quickly departed, saying, "Good morning, kiss. Now go eat. I must leave." Qiao Bei was momentarily bewildered by his bold actions. It It was only after he had left that she leapt up in a fit of rage. Damn it! Tanxiu, you scoundrel, taking advantage of me. Chapter 56. In a display of sincerity, Tanxiu arrived at the company beaming with enthusiasm, carrying a box of cash. Yukong and others speculated about his joyful demeanor, a mood that permeated the entire building. Such behavior was quite unusual, yet no one dared to inquire further. Meanwhile, Shang Wulin ventured into the night to seek out Qiao Bei, intending to persuade her once more. To demonstrate his earnestness, he brought along a box of cash. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the traditional medicine clinic, he found that Qiao Bei was absent. The elderly proprietor informed him that she was on leave and would not be returning for some time. Disappointed, Shang Wulin left the clinic only to receive a call from Xiancheng. His expression shifted, and after hanging up, he hurriedly made his way to the airport. In Xiancheng, the Shang family was engulfed in chaos once again. The former head of the family, Shang Yarong's wife, Su Jiawan, was experiencing a severe deterioration in her health, and the family anxiously awaited news in the main house. Due to Su Jiawan's precarious condition, the family had engaged the finest medical experts, ensuring round-the-clock care. At that moment, doctors were desperately trying to save Su Jiawan in her room. Shang Yarong sat in the main seat, a look of deep concern etched on his face. Shang Wulin arrived in a flurry, inquiring urgently, "How of my mother?" Shang Wulin replied, "She is still being treated." Shang Wulin sank into a chair, as if all his strength had been drained away. Su Jiawan's health had fluctuated like this over the years, each episode terrifying them, yet they had managed to pull through each time. He silently prayed that this time, his mother would once again escape danger. Shang Wujue, the second brother, pointed at the box in Shang Wulin's hand. "What is that?" Shang Wulin replied, "Money." "Why have you brought back a box of money?" "Brother, I encountered an extraordinary traditional healer in Longcheng who cured my insomnia." The others were taken aback. Shang Wulin had suffered from insomnia for many years. Ever since the disappearance of the Shang family's youngest sister, he had been plagued by nightmares, often waking in terror, which eventually escalated into severe sleep disturbances in recent years. Shang Wufang, the third brother, remarked, "Strange, you do seem much better." Previously, he had appeared ghostly pale, resembling a vampire with dark circles under his eyes. Naturally, as an actor, he always wore makeup for his appearances, concealing his frail state. Shang Wulin continued, "This healer is truly remarkable. I felt the effects of the medicine on the very first day. I am nearly completely recovered now. I intended to bring her to see our mother, but she didn't believe me, thinking I was a fraud. She kicked me out. I brought this box of cash today to show her my sincerity. However, I couldn't find her, and upon receiving a call from you, I came straight here, so I ended up bringing the money back." The brothers exchanged glances, astonished that someone dared to kick out the fourth son of the Shang family. This person was no ordinary individual. Shang Wujue said, "Fourth brother, don't get ahead of yourself. Our family has top-notch doctors. A mere traditional healer can only address minor ailments. Do not jest about our mother's illness." Shang Wulin replied, "I merely wish to give it a try." Shang Wulin patted his shoulder. "Your intentions are commendable, but even if you bring her, I must evaluate her before allowing her to approach our mother. The mother's condition was quite frail, demanding utmost care." Shang Wulin understood this well. Yet, for reasons unknown, he firmly believed that Master Qiao could heal her. He resolved to introduce Master Qiao to his mother when the opportunity arose. Shang Yarong kept his eyes closed until he heard footsteps, at which point he opened his eyes and glanced towards the staircase. Two doctors descended, having removed their masks. The Shang family sighed in relief upon seeing the doctors' expressions. Their mother had been saved. Having endured many trials over the years, they had learned to interpret the doctors' facial expressions, discerning the success of the surgery from their demeanor. Indeed, the leading doctor reported to Shang Yarong, "Madam is out of danger. She merely requires rest and recuperation. However, there may be relapses, so constant observation is essential." Shang Yarong staggered to his feet, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. "Thank you for your efforts," he managed to say as the doctors departed. Shang Wulin was assisted upstairs by a servant, followed closely by the fourth son of the Shang family. Inside the room, advanced medical equipment was arranged. with 2 doctors stationed to guard over the patient. Su Jiawan lay in bed. So frail, she seemed as if a mere breeze could whisk her away. As Shang Yaorong approached, Su Jiawan opened her eyes, her cracked lips moving slightly. "Brother Rong, I think I just saw Xiaoyu." She was smiling at me. Shang Yaorong grasped her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. We will certainly find Xiaoyu. Yes, I will not leave just yet. I have yet to see my Xiaoyu. Rest assured, we will locate her. You should conserve your strength." Su Jiawan closed her eyes again. The 4th son of the Shang family wore a sorrowful expression. The loss of their younger sister weighed heavily on the hearts of the entire family, and it was a deep-seated worry for their mother. Finding their sister might restore their mother's health. Shang Wuyin fell into contemplation. There was still no news from Longqing. He refrained from informing his family, fearing it would lead to false hope. "Never mind. We shall speak of it when we have found her." Fu Tanxiu, after finishing work, headed straight to Guanghua Community. Old Chun awaited his arrival, ready to take the car away, planning to return the next morning to fetch him. Upon entering the house, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The petite woman was in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Clad in a floral apron, her long wavy hair was casually tied back, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. The light danced upon her lovely earlobes, making them appear rosy and inviting enough to nibble. Fu Tanxiu leaned against the doorframe, his suit jacket draped over his arm, watching her with fondness. Qiao Bei turned off the exhaust fan, and, as she turned around, her gaze met his deep-set eyes. Momentarily taken aback, she bit her lip and stepped out with a dish in hand. "What are you cooking? It smells delightful," Fu Tanxiu inquired casually. Qiao Bei presented the plate before him. "See for yourself." He nodded, a smile gracing his lips, tossing his suit jacket onto the sofa before heading to wash his hands. Qiao Bei set the table and peeked into the room to check on Xiao Daodu, who had woken up. She handed him a small dinosaur toy before heading out to join Fu Tanxiu for dinner. He relished this feeling immensely, the pleasure of returning home to a warm meal. It was not just the warmth of the food. The meals prepared by the housekeeper, while hot, lacked the warmth of this personal touch. This feeling was simply exquisite. Qiao Bei glanced up and noticed Fu Tanxiu smiling continuously at her. She inquired with confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "I'm simply delighted. Have you secured a major project?" "Not all. Have you reconciled with Miss Meng?" Fu Tanxiu's expression darkened. "Why bring her up? Isn't she your cherished one? What's wrong with mentioning her?" "Qiao Bei, don't dampen the mood. I really don't understand you." Qiao Bei pouted, pushing her food around the plate. Fu Tanxiu complimented, "Your cooking is truly exquisite." Qiao Bei paused, then declared after a moment, "Of course." She showed no modesty. Fu Tanxiu, seizing the opportunity, added, "Tomorrow evening, I would love to have dumplings." The memory of the dumplings from the first day of the Lunar New Year lingered in his mind. Qiao Bei retorted, "I'm too busy." Yet, her thoughts were already occupied with what filling to prepare. Chapter 57. He moved in with Qiao Bei, Qi Lianxin, apprehensive of returning empty-handed. Deliberately arrived late at Shichun Yipin. The previous engagement incident had left an unpleasant aftertaste, and Fu Tanxiu had not bothered to call them even once. She had taken the initiative to dial twice, but each time Fu Tanxiu merely exchanged a few words before hanging up. Not wishing to let her relationship with her son deteriorate any further, she decided to visit and share a dinner with him to ease the tension. Upon arriving at Shichun Yipin, she found the maids idly chatting. Her expression soured. "Are you not cooking?" The maids, startled, quickly stood to attention. Qi Lianxin settled onto the sofa, adopting a stern demeanor. "What time is it? You're not preparing dinner, but gathering to gossip?" One maid timidly replied. "Young master said he wouldn't be back." Qi Lianxin frowned. "Not coming back?" "Yes, young master had some personal items sent over yesterday, stating he wouldn't be returning for a few days." "Sent where?" "To Guanghua Community." Qi Lianxin's breath caught in her throat. Guanghua Community was precisely where Qiao Bei resided. Had he moved there yesterday? The maid nodded, cautiously observing Qi Lianxin's expression, which had turned sour, her anger palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Lianxin rose and left, heading straight to the Fu residence. Upon seeing her, Fu Song inquired, "Did you see him?" "No." Fu Song slammed his hand on the table. exclaiming, "Unfilial child." Qi Lianxin responded, "He has moved in with Qiao Bei." Fu Song retorted, "That small, shabby place? Indeed. Unacceptable." Fu Song pounded the table once more. Qi Lianxin, feeling a headache coming on, pressed her temples. "Please, refrain from slamming." Fu Song pursed his lips and began pacing the room. Are they reconciling? It seems so. Qiao Bei's schemes were indeed profound. While claiming to have no entanglements, it was merely a fade of her strategy, and this time, her tactics were even more cunning. Her son's heart had been ensnared, and he had approached her willingly. How absurd! Fu Song suggested, "Shall I send her and her son away to another city?" Qi Lianxin paused. "No, let us deliberate on this matter. Your son cares for her now, unlike before. I fear that if we force the issue, he may turn against us. The current state of our relationship is already strained." Fu Song sighed heavily. After dining, Fu Tanxiu took the initiative to wash the dishes. Once he had finished, Qiao Bei instructed him to mop the floor. Fu Tanxiu remarked, "You seem adept at giving orders." Qiao Bei retorted, "Not pleased? If that is the case, you are welcome to return to your grand villa." Fu Tanxiu quickly acquiesced, "I'm willing. I shall comply with whatever you assign me." Qiao Bei smirked. "Now that's more like it. This isn't your grand villa. No one here regards you as the young master." As he mopped the floor, Fu Tanxiu inwardly grumbled. He had only mopped the floor during his school days. Suddenly, the phone on the coffee table rang. It was Fu Tanxiu's. Qiao Bei, sitting nearby, glanced at the screen. "It's Qi Lianxin calling." "Your call," she reminded him. Fu Tanxiu approached, saw the caller ID, swiped his finger, and ended the call. Qiao Bei looked at him, puzzled. After a moment, she asked, "Why didn't you answer? Have you had a quarrel with mother?" He asked, lifting his foot. Fu Tan adjusted himself to her position. Qiao Bei suspended her foot in the air, her gaze fixed upon him. What was the argument about? That statement? The Fu family had just made an announcement, and Fu Tan had swiftly followed with his own declaration. The rapid turn of events would surely infuriate Fu Song and Qi Lianxin. Fu Tan merely grunted in response, returning to his tasks. Qiao Bei tilted her head in contemplation, perplexed as to why Fu Tan would issue such a statement when he had feelings for Meng Yusi. If both Fu Song and Qi Lianxin had consented, he should have been elated. Yet, even if she were to inquire, Fu Tan would likely withhold the reason. Qiao Bei mused that perhaps this was a test for the protagonists, believing that ultimately they would find their way back to each other. The following day, after Fu Tan had begun work, Qiao Bei, while taking care of the child, purchased meat with the intention of making dumplings for dinner. However, after an hour of diligent work preparing the dumplings, Fu Tan had yet to return. After some thought, she decided to send him a message. "Are you coming back for dinner?" As she hit send, she received a reply from Fu Tan. "I have something to attend to and will return later. You should eat without waiting for me." Qiao Bei pouted, thinking, who would wait for him? How self-absorbed. Just then, another message arrived from Fu Tan. "I will be back, but it will be a while." This was a response to her earlier inquiry. She set her phone aside, boiled some dumplings for herself, and stored the rest in the refrigerator. After her meal, she bathed Xiao Dodo, and once he was asleep, she proceeded to the bathroom to wash clothes and tidy up the house. When Fu Tan entered, she was busy mopping the floor, casually propping the mop against the wall. "Have you eaten?" he asked as he changed his shoes, his eyes sparkling with a clear smile. "No," she replied, walking into the kitchen to boil water and retrieve the dumplings from the fridge. Fu Tan observed her silhouette, shedding his suit jacket, rolling up his shirt sleeves, and taking hold of the mop to clean the floor. By the time she emerged with the dumplings, Fu Tan had already finished mopping, diligently cleaning the mop and picking up stray hairs from the floor with a tissue, returning everything to its rightful place. It was undeniable that a capable person excels at whatever they undertake. Even if they are not accustomed to a task, they can learn swiftly. A hard-working and observant man is appealing to anyone who lays eyes on him. In good spirits, Qiao Bei called out to him, "Wash your hands and come eat." Upon seeing the plate of dumplings on the table, Fu Tan's eyes brightened, and he promptly washed his hands. He devoured the entire plate of dumplings, marveling at Qiao Bei's exceptional culinary skills. After he washed the dishes and stepped out of the kitchen, he found Qiao Bei leaning on the sofa, engrossed in a game. He glanced at her before heading towards the balcony, where his belongings were stored due to the limited space in the apartment. As he reached for a towel, he paused, contemplating for a moment before retracting his hand and taking the towel directly to the bathroom. While Qiao Bei was fully immersed in her game, Fu Tan called out from the bathroom, Bei, could you hand me some clothes? I forgot to bring them. Just as she became distracted, her character was abruptly defeated. She let out a furious shout, rose angrily, and strode to the balcony, casually picking up his loungewear. Approaching the bathroom door, she heard Fu Tanxiu's voice from within. Open the door and place it on the stool. Qiao Bei's hand rested on the doorknob as Fu Tanxiu added, no peeking. Qiao Bei thought, what a ridiculous notion. Am I that depraved? With a determined effort, she crumpled his clothing in her hands, closed her eyes, flung open the door, tossed the garment onto the stool, and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Moments latte. Fu Tanxiu called out to her again. You didn't bring me my underwear. Qiao Bei felt a surge of frustration. What a fuss. She hesitated to touch Fu Tanxiu's personal belongings, lingering in her reluctance. Can't you go without? Fu Tanxiu replied, no, it would be uncomfortable. Reluctantly, Qiao Bei moved to the balcony, rummaged through the men's underwear, and pinched one corner with 2 fingers, already contemplating how many times she would need to wash her hands afterward. Entering the bathroom, fueled by her anger, she acted impulsively and opened the door without a second thought. Chapter 58. Could you pass me the trousers? Why are you not dressed? Qiao Bei covered her eyes in shock. What had she just seen? Good heavens! She had glimpsed Fu Tanxiu's lower half. Dear Lord! Yet, it was rather impressive. What was she thinking? Could you pass me the trousers? Qiao Bei stood frozen. What was in her hand? Had she just used Fu Tanxiu's trousers to shield her eyes? Another shriek escaped her lips. A large hand rested on her shoulder, turning her around and snatching the trousers from her grasp. Qiao Bei heard rustling sounds behind her. Qiao Bei, was that intentional? Absolutely not. It was an accident. After shouting, Qiao Bei bolted out of the bathroom and hurried back to her room. Lying on the bed, her mind was flooded with the recent imagery. She rolled back and forth on the bed several times. Fu Tanxiu must think she did it on purpose. He had warned her, and she had barged in anyway. She recalled gripping Fu Tanxiu's trousers, which remained unwashed. However, she felt too embarrassed to venture out now. Fu Tanxiu would surely confront her. Spotting some wet wipes on the table, intended for Zhou Dodo's little bottom, she pulled out a few sheets and vigorously wiped her fingers, not forgetting to cleanse her eyes, which had also come into contact with Fu Tanxiu's belongings. In the darkness, Fu Tanxiu lay on a small folding bed, resting his head on one hand, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned. In the morning, had it not been for Zhou Dodo's cries of hunger, Qiao Bei would have had no desire to leave her room. Reluctantly, her son, in his urgent hunger, grew irritable, not only wailing but also kicking his legs vigorously. Qiao Bei cautiously opened the door. Fu Tanxiu emerged from the kitchen with breakfast, and upon seeing her, his narrow phoenix eyes squinted slightly as he beckoned her. Time to eat. Qiao Bei felt a wave of relief wash over her as he did not mention the events of the previous night. You eat first. I'll prepare the milk. She lowered her head and went to the kitchen to fetch water, quickly returning to her room after preparing the milk. It was only when she heard Fu Tanxiu leave that she finally emerged. Seeing yet another egg sandwich, Qiao Bei's expression fell. Did this man know how to make anything else? Nevertheless, since it had been prepared, adhering to the virtue of not wasting, Qiao Bei decided to eat it. Meanwhile, Liu Yanquan was unable to find Qiao Bei at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and decided to call her. Qiao Bei, her anger dissipated, answered the phone. Liu Yanquan's voice came through. Bei, I heard you took a leave of absence. What happened? Qiao Bei replied, our nanny had a family emergency, so I took leave. There asked no one to look after the child. Oh, I see. You scared me. I thought something had happened to you. Qiao Bei felt lethargic, slightly drowsy from a restless night filled with dreams of Fu Tanxiu's nudity. Everything she saw that morning felt tainted. Liu Yanquan asked, can you manage alone? Should I come help you with the child? Qiao Bei replied, no need. You and T know how. I can learn. It's unnecessary. Then let me find you a nanny. I can find one myself. Bei, just let me do something for you. Qiao Bei yanned Liu Yanquan find yourself a girlfriend. The best way to forget a past relationship is to begin a new one. Lu Yinxuan harbored feelings for her, and she was aware of it. Even if she were to reciprocate those feelings, the prospect of being with him was implausible. How could a family like Lu Yinxuan's ever permit him to pursue a woman with a child? Engaging in something she knew to be impossible was simply not in her nature. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Bei, could you be my girlfriend? No. Qiao Bei replied succinctly, offering him no glimmer of hope. Lu Yinxuan, feeling disheartened, pressed on. Why not? You are divorced from Fu Tanxiu. You're single now. Consider me. I promise to treat you and the child well. Lu Yinxuan, it's simply impossible, she stated, her patience stemming from her respect for his character. What do you mean impossible? You're not giving me a chance, he lamented, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Qiao Bei had never afforded him that chance. I will not give you a chance. You should abandon this notion. If I were you, I wouldn't pin my hopes on a single tree. For that is a foolish endeavor. With that, Qiao Bei ended the call. Standing at the entrance of Guanghua community, Lu Yinxuan appeared desolate. Upon arriving at the bar, Ji Xian was taken aback to find Lu Yinxuan thoroughly intoxicated. What is going on, brother's son? Lu Yinxuan took a large swig of his drink, his eyes bloodshot, shaking Ji Xian by the collar with fervor. Why don't you like me? Why? What's wrong with me? Tell me. Ji Xian's head throbbed from the shaking. Brother's son, I'm not Qiao Bei. Please don't torment me. Lu Yinxuan enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping and shouting, Bei, I love you. Please be my girlfriend. Will you? Please say something. Ji Xian struggled to break free from his grip. Brother's son, I am Ji Xian. See clearly. Let go of me. I want to let go. I refuse to. With great effort, Ji Xian finally extricated himself. Lu Yinxuan had succumbed to his drunkenness. In an effort to assist his friend, Ji Xian retrieved Lu Yinxuan's phone and dialed Qiao Bei. The call was answered promptly. Hello, Miss Qiao. This is Ji Xian, a close friend of Lu Yinxuan. Oh, Qiao Bei responded, what's the matter? Brother's son is intoxicated. He keeps calling your name and is quite distraught. Could you come check on him? Qiao Bei paused before replying. What good would that do? I can't carry him. Find 2 people to bring him home. Wait, but the line went dead. Qiao Bei had hung up. Ji Xian was left in astonishment. This woman was utterly heartless. He cast a sympathetic glance at his friend. Why must he fall for such a woman? After a brief rest, Qiao Bei felt rejuvenated. Fu Tanxiu returned home punctually after work, and dinner was prepared by Qiao Bei. Seated at the dining table, she focused on her meal, not uttering a word. Fu Tanxiu served her some dishes, yet she did not glance at him. Suddenly, he broke the silence. I've been watched, and I've suffered because of it. Why are you shy? Qiao Bei sputtered her food, creating a mess on the table. Fu Tanxiu, disdainful, set down his chopsticks and reached for a napkin to wipe off the debris. Qiao Bei assumed he would forego dinner, considering how she had sullied several dishes. Who knows that Fu Tanxiu wiped the table and calmly began to eat. Qiao Bei was puzzled. Didn't he find it repulsive? If it were her, she certainly wouldn't be able to eat. Not only did he eat, but he consumed a considerable amount. Qiao Bei spoke up. When you plan to return? Fu Tanxiu raised his gaze to meet hers. I'll wait for Sister Zhang to come back. Qiao Bei replied. I can manage on my own. You should go back. Fu Tanxiu shook his head. I'm concerned for your safety. It's quite inconvenient for us to stay together. To prevent incidents like last night from happening again, I believe it would be better for you to move back. Fu Tanxiu said, it's all right. My son has a share too. I can make this sacrifice. Qiao Bei felt unable to persuade him and was utterly exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Qiao Bei frowned as she went to open it. Upon seeing the visitor, she froze. Standing at the door was Qi Lianxin. Chapter 59. It's fine. She is not a stranger. Qiao Bei greeted and stepped aside, allowing Qi Lianxin to enter with a stern expression. She happened upon Fu Tanxiu, who was diligently washing the dishes in the kitchen. A frown creased her brow. Qiao Bei, oblivious to her demeanor, invited her to sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. After all, this woman had raised the original owner in the Fu household. Despite her dislike for her, she felt compelled to extend some courtesy. After finishing the dishes, Fu Tanxiu emerged and began sweeping and mopping the floor. Qiao Bei had not purchased a robotic vacuum cleaner. Instead, she relied on a broom. Qi Lianxin furrowed her brow in frustration. When had her son ever engaged in such menial tasks? What kind of life was he leading here? Observing Fu Tanxiu's industriousness, Qiao Bei disregarded Qi Lianxin's discontent and cheerfully suggested, Fu Tanxiu, you can finish that later. Come chat with your mother. Her words, rather than alleviating the tension, ignited Qi Lianxin's fury. How could this woman be so unreasonable, forcing her son to work without offering assistance herself, and suggesting he could postpone his chores? It was evident from Fu Tanxiu's adeptness that he had been laboring extensively over the past few days. Anger simmered within her. Qiao Bei, taken aback by Qi Lianxin's glare, felt perplexed and fell silent. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Qi Lianxin tossed her bag aside and strode over, snatching the mop from Fu Tanxiu's hands. I'll do it. Fu Tanxiu relinquished the mop, but not before instructing. The kitchen hasn't been mopped yet. Qi Lianxin's gaze darted toward Qiao Bei, her implication unmistakable. Yet Qiao Bei remained oblivious, looking on at both her and Fu Tanxiu in bewilderment. Was it truly such a grave matter to mop the floor? Moreover, Qi Lianxin was a guest. It seemed rather inappropriate for her to labor upon her arrival. She desperately tried to signal Fu Tanxiu with her eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? Fu Tanxiu asked, puzzled. Qiao Bei replied, is it painful? Let me take a look. No, I'm perfectly fine. Fu Tanxiu retracted his hand. Qi Lianxin felt a tightness in her chest, unable to release her frustration. Despite numerous hints, Qiao Bei remained rooted in place. Qi Lianxin prodded the mop towards Qiao Bei's feet, urging her to step aside. Qiao Bei complied and moved away. Qi Lianxin shot her a fierce glare before heading to the kitchen. Qiao Bei approached Fu Tanxiu, poking him lightly. I wasn't uncomfortable. I wanted you to take the mop back. It's not right for Mom to do the work. Fu Tanxiu, adjusting the sofa with an unperturbed demeanor, replied, it's fine. She's not a stranger. Qiao Bei tilted her head, contemplating. Indeed, for Fu Tanxiu, Qi Lianxin was not merely a visitor. She was someone assisting him, not her. Thus, she chose to let it be. In the kitchen, Qi Lianxin nearly crushed the mop in her fury. Exasperated, she abandoned the mop and exited the kitchen, plopping down on the sofa. Observing her mother's fatigue, Qiao Bei glanced at the untouched glass of water. Mom, drink some water. Qi Lianxin shot her a sidelong glance, but made no move. Her gaze shifted to Fu Tanxiu. What does it mean for you to live here? People will talk. After all, you are divorced. Qiao Bei had long wished for Fu Tanxiu to leave and wholeheartedly agreed, saying, yes, it will lead to gossip. Mom, you should manage this. He refuses to leave. Qi Lianxin responded with a sigh. Fu Tanxiu regarded Qiao Bei with a frosty gaze. Qiao Bei instinctively shrunk back. Avoiding his stare, Qi Lianxin remarked, even Qiao Bei understands this principle. Why can't you? You should move back. Staying here is not appropriate. Fu Tanxiu strode toward the balcony, unfolded a folding bed, and laid out a quilt, clearly preparing to sleep. He paid no heed to Qi Lianxin's words, nor did he acknowledge Qiao Bei's eager glances urging him to depart. Qi Lianxin, astonished, inquired, are you really going to sleep on such a small bed? Is that even comfortable? Qiao Bei explained, my apartment is small. There's only one bed, so he has no choice but to sleep here. Qi Lianxin frowned, utterly baffled as to why her son would endure such a predicament. Fu Tanxiu picked up his clothes, intending to head to the bathroom. Qi Lianxin called out to him, Tanxiu, stop this nonsense. You're an adult now. Can't you consider the consequences of your actions? Qiao Bei nodded in agreement. This man was truly childish, with a thick skin, insisting on staying at her home. Fu Tanxiu turned, catching Qiao Bei's furtive glance, and his eyes darkened further. He addressed Qi Lianxin, I am here to take care of my son. Besides, I am currently single. Who could possibly gossip? You should return home. You are divorced. That child is no longer your concern, and Qiao Bei agrees. How can it not be my concern? If you divorced my father and I was placed in his custody, would that mean I am no longer your son? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not saying we are divorced. We're doing well together. What if? Qiao Bei silently gave Fu Tanxiu a thumbs up. This man had quite the boldness. Fu Tanxiu then entered the bathroom, leaving Qiao Bei and Qi Lian Xian alone in the living room. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Qiao Bei sat on the folding bed, fidgeting with her fingers, uncertain of what to say to Qi Lian Xian, feeling quite awkward. Finally, Qi Lian Xian spoke. "Qiao Bei, I'm not trying to scold you, but Tanxiu has worked all day and is already exhausted. When he comes home, don't burden him with excessive chores. You have plenty of free time at home. Can't you manage the household tasks? Don't wait for Tanxiu to do everything." While she could not persuade her son to leave, she also did not want him to be bossed around by Qiao Bei. Qiao Bei immediately retorted, "What do you mean I have nothing to do at home? Taking care of a child is exhausting, and I can't even get a full night's sleep. What is wrong with Fu Tanxiu helping with some chores? He said he wanted to take care of Qiao Do, and if he is to care, he should contribute in some way. I am not his maid, waiting here to serve him. That is unacceptable to me." Qi Lian Xian's expression darkened significantly. "You argue back tenfold for every word I say, Qiao Bei. How have you become so unreasonable?" Qiao Bei replied, "You didn't just say one thing. You said many. Furthermore, if what you say is incorrect, am I not allowed to rebut? I am not foolish." Qi Lian Xian was momentarily speechless, pressing her hand to her chest, taking a moment to compose herself before suppressing her frustration. "After all, I raised you. As your elder, is this how you speak to me? Qiao Bei, my words may be harsh, but your demeanor is hardly any better. You." Qi Lianxin felt herself on the verge of fainting from anger. She grabbed her bag, stood up, and declared, "There's simply no way to communicate with you." With that, she slammed the door behind her as she left. Qiao Bei Tuhatia Noza. Fu Tanxiu emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, and paused momentarily at the absence of Qi Lianxin. Qiao Bei remarked, "Your mother has left, driven away by my words." Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What did you say?" Qiao Bei replied, "She accused me of doing nothing at home while you toil away at work, insisting that you shouldn't have to lift a finger when you return. But I labored just as hard. I merely countered her claims a few times." And she became furious and departed. Fu Tanxiu approached the balcony, standing before her, and gently ruffled her soft hair. "Don't concern yourself with her. Henceforth, I shall take care of all the household chores." Chapter 60. Squeeze me as you will, I bear no grudges. Qiao Bei tilted her head to regard him. Her hair was disheveled, lacking the usual meticulousness, yet somehow more pleasing to the eye. "This is what you said. Don't turn back and claim I'm squeezing you." Fu Tanxiu chuckled softly. "Squeeze me as you will, I bear no grudges." Qiao Bei pouted and rose to her feet. "I'm going to sleep." She retreated to her room and shut the door. Fu Tanxiu stood still, savoring the residual warmth in his hands. Her hair was truly soft, akin to cotton, warm and inviting, making it difficult for him to let go. Lu Yinxuan spotted Fu Tanxiu emerging from Guanghua community, entering a Rolls-Royce. His expression darkened. Had Fu Tanxiu moved in with Qiao Bei? Hadn't they divorced? Why were they still cohabiting? Lu Yinxuan was on the brink of madness. He called Qiao Bei, "Bei, I need to talk to you. Come down. I'm at the entrance of your community." Qiao Bei asked him to wait, and 10 minutes passed before she finally emerged, pushing a stroller. It was understandable that she took her time. Those with children would certainly empathize. As Qiao Bei approached Lu Yinxuan, she noted his haggard appearance, dark circles beneath his eyes, and the scent of alcohol lingering about him. She had come down to clarify matters face to face. "Lu Yinxuan, that's enough. Let me tell you, the most unreliable thing in this world is love. Don't waste your energy on it. You ought to pursue more meaningful endeavors. The magnificent landscapes of our homeland await your admiration, and money is also a good thing. Focus your efforts on making money, and you will find life can indeed be fulfilling." Lu Yinxuan regarded her with a peculiar expression. "Bei, have you been hurt by Fu Tanxiu to speak such desperate words?" Qiao Bei frowned. "Desperate? Where's the desperation? No, I'm exceedingly clear-headed and immensely happy and fulfilled because I have expelled emotions from my life. You should take a page from my book." Lu Yinxuan was convinced that she had suffered a profound emotional wound, to the point of despair regarding love and men. His eyes reflected concern. Bei, don't say that. The world is not limited to Fu Tanxiu. He is a scoundrel. But that does not mean all men are like him. There are many good men, such as myself. Open your eyes and see me. I love you more than he does. Qiao Bei felt exasperated, pulling at her hair in frustration. Why can't he understand what I'm saying? She shouted, Lu Yinxuan. Lu Yinxuan was taken aback. What? Can you listen to me properly? I am listening. Do not bother me anymore. If you have nothing to do, go make some money. Lu Yinxuan grasped her hand. Are you worried I can't provide for you and the child? Rest assured I can. I will earn plenty of money to ensure a good life for you and the child. Moreover, even if I do nothing, our family has ample wealth. Our lives will not suffer. Qiao Bei shrugged off his hand, speaking incredulously. I have come to realize you are not quite right in the head. We are clearly not on the same wavelength. It's like talking to a brick wall. You're driving me mad. Is this a matter of money? Lu Yinxuan felt a bit wronged. Isn't it about money? Qiao Bei had no desire to continue the conversation. It was futile. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin inquired. I just saw Fu Tanxiu leaving the community. Has he come to see you? Qiao Bei replied. He is currently living with me. Lu Yin, overwhelmed with jealousy, asked, Have you reconciled? Qiao Bei responded, Not at all. I have no interest in men right now. He is here to take care of Qiao Do. Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't he help but scoff. Can he really take care of Qiao Do? Qiao Bei casually replied. He is managing well enough. Lu Yin felt a pang of jealousy. That was quite a compliment. You should head back. I'm taking my son for a stroll. Lu Yin attempted to follow, but was halted by Qiao Bei, who firmly said, Don't follow me. Lu Yin reluctantly withdrew his foot. Once Qiao Bei had walked away, he called Ji Xian. Help me buy an apartment in Guanghua community. Ji Xian, still groggy, replied, Brother, you have so many houses. Why buy another? Don't question me. Just do it. All right. Upon learning from the agent that Guanghua community was quite dilapidated, Ji Xian was baffled. Why would Lu Yin want a property in such a place? Moments later, he received another call from Lu Yin, specifying the exact building. At this point, Ji Xian understood. It was likely that Qiao Bei lived there. This was clearly an attempt to pursue her. He was essentially buying a whole building. When Qiao Bei encountered Lu Yin jogging beneath her building, her jaw dropped in astonishment. What are you doing? Lu Yin, having run several laps around the community, finally approached her. Yogink. Why are you jogging here? I live here, in the same building as you, just one floor below. Qiao Bei seemed to have pieced together his motives. Lu Yin, you are truly incorrigible. With that, she pushed Qiao Do along and began to walk away, while Lu Yin trailed behind her. Qiao Bei turned back and said, Don't follow me. I'm not following you. I'm jogging, he insisted. Unable to argue further, Qiao Bei continued to push Qiao Do outside the community to buy groceries. That evening, as Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu were dining, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she found Lu Yin standing there. She frowned slightly. What brings you here? Lu Yin peered inside. I came to mooch some food. Fu Tanxiu, upon hearing his voice, paused mid-meal and lifted his gaze. Lu Yin boldly entered, locking eyes with him defiantly. He walked into the kitchen, scooped a bowl of rice, and sat down across from Fu Tanxiu. Wow, this is delicious. Qiao Bei sighed and closed the door before joining them at the table. A sudden crack resonated through the room. Qiao Bei looked up to see Fu Tanxiu had snapped his chopsticks, an icy aura radiating from him. She instinctively shrank back, hastily finishing her meal before standing up. Before she could lift her foot, Lu Yin pressed it back down. Bei, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Qiao Bei shot him a glare. How can one protect another when they themselves are in such dire straits? He asked, his voice laced with indignation. What brings you here? Fu Tanxiu inquired, suppressing his anger. I purchased an apartment downstairs. I will be residing in this community from now on, Lu Yinxuan replied. Fu Tanxiu turned to Qiao Bei. Were you aware of this? Qiao Bei lowered her gaze. I only found out today. So, you were already aware, Fu Tanxiu pressed. I learned of it this morning, she retorted, lifting her head. If you intend to fight, please take it downstairs and refrain from damaging my furniture. Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu quelled his fury, picking up the chopsticks she had just used and resumed his meal. Who is looking for a fight? Have you eaten enough? If not, please have some more. Chapter 61. Sharing a pair of chopsticks. An intimate act. Qiao Bei stared at him in disbelief. Those were the chopsticks she had used. How could it be so unhygienic? Lu Yinxuan glared at the chopsticks in Fu Tanxiu's hand, his teeth grinding audibly. Sharing a pair of chopsticks was indeed a very intimate act. He simply could not comprehend Fu Tanxiu. He did not harbor any feelings for Qiao Bei and had divorced her. Why then did he linger here? Qiao Bei, feeling somewhat peckish, fetched another bowl of rice and took a pair of chopsticks. Nothing was more important than satisfying her hunger. After the meal, Fu Tanxiu collected the bowls and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. Lu Yinxuan was incredulous. Would he really wash the dishes? Qiao Bei reclined on the sofa, clutching her phone as she scrolled through videos. Indeed, he had been washing the dishes for the past few days, and he did so quite thoroughly. Lu Yinxuan felt that Qiao Bei was praising Fu Tanxiu, hinting at wanting to impress him. Is there anything I can do? He queried. Qiao Bei va fatia hunt dismissivity. No need. You are a guest. I can't make you work. He was a guest, but Fu Tanxiu was not. Lu Yinxuan was displeased. Don't be so polite with me. Just tell me what I can do. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Bei replied, how about sweeping the floor? Sounds good, Lu Yinxuan exclaimed, bouncing around. Yet he hesitated to begin. What are you doing? Qiao Bei asked. I'm looking for your robotic vacuum, he responded. We don't have a robotic vacuum. We use a broom. It's in the bathroom. Oh, he said, retrieving the broom and rolling up his sleeves, ready to tackle the task. Fu Tanxiu emerged from the kitchen, having washed the dishes, and cast a glance at Lu Yinxuan, who returned a provocative smile. With an expressionless demeanor, Fu Tanxiu directed him. You haven't swept this area properly. You need to sweep under the table as well. Hey, do you even know how to do this? You're being careless, he retorted, gripping the broom tightly, his face darkening. I'll sweep however I want. This is none of your business. At this moment, Qiao Bei interjected, Lu Yinxuan, you really aren't sweeping well. You need to be more humble. Lu Yinxuan instantly wilted, redoing the sweeping. Qiao Bei glanced at his work. It was still not satisfactory, but she chose not to comment further, as it would only discourage him. All right, just mop once, and that will suffice. Lu Yinxuan, unsure of how to proceed, picked up the dripping mop and began splattering water everywhere. Qiao Bei shook her head. Lu Yinxuan, you're going to flood my house. He was at a loss for what to do. Fu Tanxiu pushed him out the door. It's late. Don't overstay your welcome. Leave. The door slammed shut with a bang. Lu Yinxuan clenched his fists in anger. Fu Tanxiu took the mop to the bathroom to clean it, quickly tidying up the room. Qiao Bei gazed at the spotless floor, feeling quite pleased. Fu Tanxiu was indeed reliable. The next morning, just before Fu Tanxiu left, he beckoned Qiao Bei with a finger. She approached him, puzzled. What is it? Fu Tanxiu grasped her neck gently. Though he did not apply force, Qiao Bei still sensed a threat. While I am away, you're not to open the door for that guy, nor are you to go out with him. Which guy? She feigned ignorance. He tightened his grip slightly. Qiao Bei quickly realized he was referring to Lu Yinxuan. Immediately, she said, You need not worry, Lu Yinxuan, I will not open the door. How obedient. Fu Tanxiu released his grip, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. Once he departed, Qiao Bei slumped her shoulders in relief. She was utterly terrified. The male was so combative, and being caught in between was quite distressing for her. Lu Yinxuan, a night owl, owned a bar. After departing from Qiao Bei's residence, he went to the bar and did not return until 4 in the morning. He spent the entire morning asleep. At noon, he knocked on Qiao Bei's door. She had prepared a bowl of noodles for herself and ignored him. Even if Fu Tanxiu hadn't spoken, she would have refrained from opening the door to Lu Yinxuan. He waited at the entrance for quite some time, fully aware that Qiao Bei was home and deliberately refusing him entry. Frustrated, he finally retreated. Meanwhile, Yishir was berated by Shi Qian once again, and in a fit of anger, she decided to leave work. When Shi Qian emerged and found her absent, he called her, only to have her block him in retaliation. Enraged, Shi Qian fumed. An employee so audacious would have been dismissed countless times by any other boss. He believed himself to be rather lenient. Yishir then went to Qiao Bei's home to vent her grievances. Qiao Bei sympathized with her. Why don't you consider reporting him? Yishir replied, forget it. Although Shi Qian pales in comparison to Fu Tanxiu, he still wields considerable influence in launching. How could I possibly take him down? So you intend to let him run amok? Qiao Bei queried. He seems to harbor a grudge against me. targeting only me while treating other employees fairly, like a normal boss. What did you do to offend him? I did not offend him, Yisha replied, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Qiao Bei. I have a suspicion, but I am uncertain whether to share it. With a wave of her hand, Qiao Bei urged, Speak. I suspect that Shi Qian has some hidden agenda regarding Fu Tanxiu. What sort of agenda? Qiao Bei asked. Consider this. Shi Qian dislikes both you and me. Perhaps even harbors a certain animosity. Why do you think that is? Qiao Bei's eyes widened with curiosity. Why? Because of Fu Tanxiu. Shi Qian is fond of Fu Tanxiu. And since you have been involved with him, I, as your close friend, have been inadvertently dragged into this. Qiao Bei gasped in astonishment. What a revelation. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. I can certainly feel Shi Qian's hostility towards me. So, he is a romantic rival. Fu Tanxiu seems to appeal to all. How scandalous. I wonder if Fu Tanxiu is aware of Shi Qian's feelings towards him. Qiao Bei patted Yi Shi on the shoulder. I apologize for dragging you into this. However, what transpired with Peng Fei last time? I have yet to hold you accountable for that. Now, clarify everything for me. Yi Shi grabbed a cushion to shield herself. Her gaze evasive. Qiao Bei snatched the cushion away, leaving her nowhere to hide. Speak. If you don't, we shall sever ties. No, I will tell you. Yi Shi relented. Qiao Bei assumed a posture of attentive listening. Yi Shi continued. When you mentioned blind dates last time, it sparked an idea in me. I recalled that Peng Fei liked you back in school, so I thought of enlisting his help to stage a scene that would provoke Fu Tanxiu, making him realize how sought after you are as his ex-wife. Qiao Bei facepalmed, closing her eyes momentarily before responding. Didn't I make it clear that a relationship with Fu Tanxiu is implausible? You are being meddlesome. Yi Shi pouted. She has always believed that Qiao Bei is insincere and that she still harbors feelings for Fu Tanxiu. Moreover, in consideration of her godson's inheritance rights, she feels compelled to unite the two. How could Peng Fei possibly agree to assist you with such a task? Yi Shi, I merely invited him to dinner, mentioning that you would also be present, and he readily accepted the invitation. On that day, prior to your arrival, he inquired about you, and I shared some details with him. Qiao Bei, no wonder he spoke to me in such a perplexing manner. What did he say? Qiao Bei shot her a glance and remarked. He introduced his situation to me as if it were a matchmaking session, which startled me. I thought you were trying to set me up with Peng Fei. Yi Shi was taken aback, not realizing this aspect. I didn't mention anything about matchmaking. By the way, he later asked me for your WeChat, but I did not provide it. Qiao Bei looked at her disdainfully. Just look at the trouble you've caused. Why provoke him? Yi Shi felt a twinge of guilt. I was wrong. I had no idea he was so persistent. Chapter 62. The charged atmosphere as Fu Tanxiu opened the door. He was met with the sight of an unexpected guest in his home, causing his expression to darken. Yi Shi greeted him, Mr. Fu, you finished work. Bei is in the kitchen preparing dinner. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, recalling that Yi Shi had previously harbored some discontent towards him, perpetually wearing a stern countenance. Why had her demeanor shifted so dramatically? After contemplating for a moment, he found himself at a loss. In the kitchen, Qiao Bei was busy stir-frying, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. His greatest anticipation was returning home to savor the dishes crafted by Qiao Bei and to see the person he longed for. Leaning against the kitchen door, he watched for a while before heading to wash his hands. At that moment, a knock resounded on the door. Yi Shi hurried to answer it. Lu Yinxuan? Lu Yinxuan was taken aback to see Yi Shi present and strode in, shutting the door behind him. Where's Bei? Yi Shi gestured towards the kitchen, secretly relishing the forthcoming drama. As Fu Tanxiu emerged and spotted Lu Yinxuan, his expression soured considerably. Did this man not possess any sense of propriety, constantly invading others' homes? Lu Yinxuan retorted, You're the one who lingers around other people's homes without leaving. Shouldn't you have some dignity? Yi Shi could only watch in astonishment. What a lively scene. Fu Tanxiu snapped, I am here on legitimate business. Do you have any? Of course I do. I am pursuing someone. Lu Yinxuan unabashedly revealed his intentions. Yi Shi's eyes widened in surprise. This man was quite bold. Fu Tanxiu glared fiercely at Lu Yinxuan. wishing he could leap forward and tear him apart. He too yearned to express his feelings openly, but refrained, fearing it would frighten Qiao Bei away. Enraged, he began to mock Lu Yinxuan. Bei doesn't he like you? Are you not aware? Why do you cling to her like a stubborn adhesive, oblivious to how bothersome you are? Lu Yinxuan shot back. I believe that Bei will eventually come to appreciate me. My heart is sincere. Unlike certain individuals who are entangled with their ex-girlfriends and come here to harass others. It is you who lack shame and are truly irksome. Lu Yinxuan, do you wish to fight? Well, have I ever been unclear with my ex? Well then, let us settle this. Downstairs. Let us go. Yishur was eager to witness their confrontation and eagerly dashed to open the door for them. Qiao Bei emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of chicken with edamame. Upon noticing Fu Tanxiu and Lu Yinxuan, she paused momentarily, but said nothing, placing the dish on the dining table before retreating back to the kitchen. Are we still fighting? Yishur inquired. Fu Tanxiu shot her a sidelong glance. Let us eat first. Lu Yinxuan added, let us finish our meal before we fight. Yishur rolled her eyes and closed the door. Having skipped lunch, Lu Yinxuan was ravenous. He had hoped to share a meal at Qiao Bei's place, but she had not let him in, prompting him to return home for a nap instead. Now, as he rested his head on the table, he marveled. It smells divine. Bei is truly skilled. Fu Tanxiu snapped, you weren't invited. Hurry back home. Lu Yinxuan chuckled. You don't get to decide. This isn't your home. Bei welcomes me. How shameless. Who said you were welcome? You're a nuisance. Fu Tanxiu declared, if you can't drive me away, then I shall remain. Qiao Bei re-emerged with another dish and set it down before retreating to the kitchen once more. Fu Tanxiu followed her inside, assisting her in serving the rice and handing her chopsticks. Lu Yinxuan discovered that there was no food for him, nor were his chopsticks. So he glanced at Fu Tanxiu and hastened to the kitchen to fetch them himself. Qiao Bei, having washed her hands, approached only to be pulled down to sit beside Fu Tanxiu. Yishur sat on the same side as Lu Yinxuan. Upon tasting the braised chicken with edamame, Lu Yinxuan's eyes lit up. This is delectable. Bei, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Before Qiao Bei could respond, Fu Tanxiu interjected, even eating cannot silence your chatter. Lu Yinxuan pouted and huffed softly. Yishur, nibbling on her chopsticks, watched the unfolding drama. Fu Tanxiu served Qiao Bei a piece of chicken, and Lu Yinxuan followed suit by offering her a piece of fish. Fu Tanxiu then added some greens to her plate, while Lu Yinxuan presented her with eggplant. The two were clearly competing. Qiao Bei simply observed as her bowl grew increasingly full. Yishur timidly remarked, leave some for me. I still want to eat. Unfazed, the two continued their playful rivalry. Qiao Bei slammed her chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, enough, you two. Just eat properly. Only then did they relent. However, they soon found another means of competition, stealing food. Ultimately, Yishur was the one left wanting. As the dishes were nearly depleted, she poured the last remnants of the braised chicken into her bowl, reasoning that if she didn't take it, there would be nothing left. After the meal, Fu Tanxiu washed the dishes while Lu Yinxuan swept and mopped the floor. Observing the clearly defined roles of the two, Yishur leaned toward Qiao Bei and whispered, why not just keep them both? They're so handsome, can earn a good living, and are capable of household chores. Just look at their physiques. Their prowess in bed must be impressive too. Life will be splendid. Qiao Bei spat out her drink. Yishur, are you out of your mind? How dare you entertain such outrageous thoughts? Yishur replied, just think about it. What on earth are you thinking? It's utterly frustrating. I wish they would stop bothering me. You are oblivious to your own fortune, being surrounded by two dashing young men. Isn't that wonderful? Not at all. You are speaking contrary to your true feelings. How could you misinterpret me? I am genuinely bothered. Perhaps this is the burden of happiness. Qiao Bei sighed, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. Yishur continued, you used to chase after Fu Tanxiu, which was so tiresome and suffocating. I didn't like it and didn't support it. But now it's different. It's the men pursuing you, and I find it quite delightful. Fu Tanxiu isn't pursuing me. He resides here to take care of Qiao Dodo. What? Fu Tanxiu lives here? Yishur was taken aback by this revelation. Qiao Bei nodded. Yishur excitedly grasped her hand. Wow. You two are progressing so rapidly? Living together in secret already? How fast? Qiao Bei replied. Could you please listen to what I'm saying? I mentioned that he is here for Qiao Do. Regardless, you are indeed living together now. Two single individuals. Alone at night, with undeniable chemistry. Stop it. Qiao Bei covered her mouth to prevent her from continuing. Though unable to speak, Yi Shi's sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity. Lu Yinshun labored diligently, showing a slight improvement from the previous day, albeit marginal. Qiao Bei suspected that Fu Tanxiu would have to redo some of his work. She shot a warning glance at Yi Shi before releasing her. Yi Shi shared with her about Fu Tanxiu and Lu Yinxuan's bold endeavors before dinner. Qiao Bei pressed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed by the incessant chaos of the day. Qiao Do began to cry, prompting her to enter the room for a check. Fu Tanxiu emerged from washing the dishes just in time to witness Qiao Bei entering the room, and he followed her inside, casually closing the door behind him. Qiao Bei turned around, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "Just checking on Fu Ningyuan." Qiao Bei felt it inappropriate to voice her objections. Before long, Lu Yinxuan knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Open up, I need to clean the bedroom." Yi Shi shook her head, approached Lu Yinxuan, and snatched the mop away, tossing it aside. "Let's go home." Once the door was shut, Lu Yinxuan found himself unable to return, shaking off Yi Shi's grip. "What's the matter? Are you assisting Fu Tanxiu?" Chapter 63. Eat less. You're gaining weight. Yi Shi offered a faint smile. "No, you're overthinking it." Flyer." Yi Shi remained silent. Lu Yinxuan walked towards the staircase, and Yi Shi called out, "The elevator has arrived." Lu Yinxuan replied, "I live downstairs." Yi Shi thought to herself, "This is going to be a daily struggle." Qiao Bei changed Qiao Do's diaper and handed the soiled one to Fu Tanxiu, saying, "Please throw this away." Fu Tanxiu frowned slightly, displaying reluctance. After holding it for a moment and receiving no response, Qiao Bei looked up at Fu Tanxiu. "What's wrong? Are you disgusted by Qiao Do?" "A little," he admitted, yet he took the diaper with 2 fingers and swiftly tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Qiao Bei remarked, "Play with him for a bit. I'll go prepare the milk." Once Qiao Bei left, Fu Tanxiu pinched Qiao Do's cheek, saying, "Eat less. You're getting chubby." Qiao Do clenched his tiny fists, feeling quite unhappy. "Where am I chubby? I'm not fat at all. Stinky dad, always bullying me. I'll tell mom." Upon returning with the milk, Qiao Bei picked up Qiao Do to feed him. Fu Tanxiu stood for a moment before heading out to tidy up the floor and fold the clothes on the balcony. When Qiao Bei saw him return with 2 neat stacks of clothes, one for her and one for Qiao Do, she couldn't help but admire Fu Tanxiu's diligence once again. Fu Yao eavesdropped on a conversation between Qi Lianxin and Fu Song, discovering that her brother had moved in with Qiao Bei, which felt like a calamity had struck her world. She immediately called Meng Yusi, exclaiming, "Sister Yusi, it's over. My brother is living with Qiao Bei." With a clatter, Meng Yusi's spoon fell in her plate. What did you say?" "My brother is living with Qiao Bei. I heard my mother say it herself." "Sister Yusi, what should we do?" Meng Yusi's complexion turned pale, leaving her speechless. Fu Yao pressed on, "Sister Yusi, doesn't my brother like you? What happened between you two? Why isn't he marrying you?" Meng Yusi shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I don't know what's wrong with him." "Sister Yusi, please don't cry. Let us think of a solution together." Fu Yao offered her tissue. "Thank you," Meng Yusi replied, taking it. "Sister Yusi, have you and my brother had a quarrel?" "No, we haven't had a quarrel." "Then it must be Qiao Bei stirring things up. She's too despicable." Meng Yusi did not refute this, allowing Fu Yao to believe so. "Yao, do you know where they live?" "Yes, I could take you there." Meng Yusi nodded in agreement. Fu Tanxiu descended with a blueberry mousse in hand, a look of urgency on his face. "Tanxiu," a soft voice called from nearby. Fu Tanxiu turned to see Meng Yusi standing a short distance away, accompanied by Fu Yao. With tears glistening in her eyes, Meng Yusi approached him, asking, "Tanxiu, what are you doing here?" Fu Tanxiu glanced at Fu Yao, then back at Meng Yusi. "Didn't you know?" Meng Yusi replied, "I heard you're living with Qiao Bei. Is that true?" "Yes." Fu Tanxiu responded with composure. Meng Yusi wept silently. "Why?" Fu Tanxiu replied, "I have no obligation to explain myself to you." Fu Yao interjected, "Brother, How could you treat Sister Yusi like this? It's too much. Silence. Fu Tanxiu shot her a cold glance. Fu Yao pouted in displeasure, but refrained from further comment. Meng Yusi gazed at him through tears. You're so cruel. Fu Tanxiu remained unyielding. Dislike is dislike, and the past is the past. There is no need for entanglement. His silence deepened Meng Yusi's sorrow. Her gaze fell to the cake box in his hand. It was evident whom it was for. He truly dotes on Qiao Bei. When they were together, he had never bought her a cake. Fu Tanxiu glanced at the time. Mealtime was approaching, and he stepped towards the community. Sister Yusi, what's wrong? Came Fu Yao's startled cry from behind. Fu Tanxiu halted and turned around. Meng Yusi had collapsed onto the ground. Fu Yao shouted, Brother, Sister Yusi has fainted. Hurry and take her to the hospital. Fu Tanxiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached. Did you drive? Fu Yao asked. Yes, she replied, handing him the car keys. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei had prepared a meal, and Lu Yinxuan had come over to join. Qiao Bei glanced at the time, noting that Fu Tanxiu would usually have returned by now. What is going on today? Lu Yinxuan remarked slyly. Fu Tanxiu probably won't be back. Let's see. Let's wait a little longer, Qiao Bei replied. Lu Yinxuan expressed his dissatisfaction, but said nothing further. After half an hour of waiting, Fu Tanxiu still had not returned. Qiao Bei sent him a message. Aren't you coming back for dinner? There was no response. She took a bowl, dished out a portion of food, and placed it in the microwave. Lu Yinxuan remarked sourly, Why are you being so nice to him? He is Qiao Dodo's father, Qiao Bei replied. Is that all? Yes. I hope that in Qiao Dodo's eyes, even though his parents are divorced, they still treat each other well, rather than being at each other's throats every time they meet. She despised those couples who, post-divorce, turned into enemies, tearing each other apart in front of their children, ultimately hurting the child. Of course, she was speaking generally, excluding the bizarre and abusive cases. Lu Yinxuan felt a bit better. Fu Tanxiu delivered Meng Yusi to the hospital and handed her over to the doctor before turning to leave. Fu Yao grabbed his arm. Brother, are you just going to leave like this? Fu Tanxiu shrugged off her hand. It's inappropriate for me to stay here. What is inappropriate? Sister Yusi will surely want to see you when she wakes up. Fu Yao, mind your own business. He snapped. Brother, have you been bewitched by Qiao Bei? How have you changed so much? Sister Yusi is the one you truly like. You can't distinguish priorities anymore. I like Qiao Bei, Fu Tanxiu retorted before walking away. He had truly had enough of his foolish sister. He could only be blunt. Fu Yao stood there, bewildered. What had her brother just said? He liked Qiao Bei? No. She must have heard wrong. Surely. Fu Yao could hardly believe that her brother would harbor feelings for Qiao Bei. She was resolute in her conviction that he was enamored with Meng Yusi. At that moment, Meng Yusi lay on a hospital bed, nearly digging her nails into her flesh. Fu Yao turned around, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, Sister Yusi, you are awake. Yes, Meng Yusi replied, sitting up and preparing to rise. However, Fu Yao pressed her gently back down, saying, Sister Yusi, you've fainted. You mustn't move about recklessly. There is no need for concern. It's likely just a minor case of low blood sugar. I feel much better now. The doctor had just completed an examination and stated, the patient is fine. She can be discharged. He cast a meaningful glance at Meng Yusi, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air. Only then did Fu Yao feel reassured, assisting Meng Yusi as they exited the hospital. Once they entered the car, Fu Yao hesitated before asking, Sister Yusi, did you hear anything while you were unconscious? Meng Yusi replied, No, I didn't hear anything at all. Oh. Meanwhile, Fu Tanxiu entered the vehicle and retrieved his phone, only to discover a message from Qiao Bei. Chapter 64. An abundance of integrity. Qiao Bei was nursing Qiao Dodo when her phone, resting on the bed, chimed softly. It was a message from Fu Tanxiu. Something came up. I will be back shortly. Preoccupied with feeding her child, Qiao Bei did not respond. When Fu Tanxiu entered the room, Qiao Bei was busy washing clothes for Qiao Dodo. He leaned against the bathroom doorframe, observing her. Startled, Qiao Bei turned to him and exclaimed, Why did you come in without making a sound? Fu Tanxiu replied, You were so engrossed in your task. Why the intense focus on laundry? Honestly, there's no need to pamper a little one so much. Just toss the clothes in the washing machine. Qiao Bei countered, No way. This washing machine belonged to the previous owner, and I worry it may not be clean enough. Babies have delicate skin. I could buy a new washing machine and discard this one, he suggested. Absolutely not. This washing machine is perfectly fine. It would be a waste to throw it away. I'll wash for a while longer, and when he gets older, I won't need to do it by hand anymore. I'll pay for it, he insisted. No, thank you. I prefer to buy it myself. Fu Danxiu felt frustrated, finally understanding the sensation of self-sabotage. Had he realized this sooner, perhaps they would not be in such a predicament. She was so stubborn that she refused to spend even when he offered. What do you have in your hand? He inquired. Fu Danxiu glanced down to see the girl's sparkling eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he pulled her outside. Qiao Bei complied, for there was food involved. Fu Danxiu seated her in a dining chair, opened a box of cake, and thoughtfully placed a fork in her hand. Enjoy. Qiao Bei's eyes crinkled with delight. Blueberry flavor, my favorite. She eagerly took a bite, savoring the sweetness with a contented hum. Fu Danxiu chuckled softly, finding her easily pleased nature endearing. After a couple of bites, Qiao Bei suddenly remembered something and dashed to the kitchen. 2 minutes later, she returned with a plate of food and a bowl of rice. This is for you. I've warmed it up. Please eat. Fu Danxiu regarded her with a deep gaze before sitting down. One savored the meal while the other indulged in mousse cake, creating a harmonious atmosphere. When only a small bite of cake remained, she paused and looked up at Fu Danxiu. I forgot to ask, would you like some? Having already finished his meal, he rested his chin on his hand, smiling slightly. I'm not fond of overly sweet things. Then I shall finish it all, she declared. Very well, came his affirmative response, laced with amusement. Qiao Bei popped the last morsel of mousse into her mouth, licking her lips in satisfaction. A large hand reached over to gently brush her mouth. Little flower cat. Qiao Bei paid no mind and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. I'll hand you the bowl. I'm going to do laundry now. Fu Danxiu nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Yao returned home, her demeanor lost and forlorn, and sank into a seat beside Qi Lianxin. Qi Lianxin picked up the remote, changing the channel to a health program. Noticing her daughter's distress, she asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Yao hesitated, caught between words. Speak freely. Why the hesitation? Qi Lianxin urged. Fu Yao swallowed hard and said, Mom, my brother has gone mad. Qi Lianxin frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? My brother said he likes Qiao Bei. He said he likes Qiao Bei. Don't you think he has lost his mind? Fu Yao was certain she and T misheard. Deceiving herself was futile. Qi Lianxin paused, momentarily speechless. Fu Yao pressed on. Mom, are you not surprised? After a brief silence, she grasped the situation. Mom, did you know all along? Yes, Qi Lianxin replied, massaging her temples in frustration. Fu Yao asked, what should we do? I don't know. Are we just going to let my brother pursue Qiao Bei? Your brother is already grown. He doesn't listen to us. What can we do? But I don't want Qiao Bei to become my sister-in-law. Do you think I want that? Then let us find a way to stop my brother from making a fool of himself. Qi Lianxin shot her a glance. I have no means. I can't control your brother's temper, and your father is helpless too. Fu Yao exclaimed. So we just watch him fall into Qiao Bei's clutches? Qi Lianxin fell silent. She wanted to intervene, but felt powerless. Her son was squandering his time in someone else's apartment instead of enjoying their spacious villa, doing household chores, and refusing to come back. She was at a loss. Lu Yanxuan once again dashed upstairs to scrounge for food. Just as he lifted his bowl to take a few bites, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brows furrowed deeply, his expression akin to facing a formidable adversary. Fu Danxiu cast a casual glance at him. Qiao Bei found the ringtone excessively loud, disturbing her dining experience. She looked up and said, You should answer it. Fu Danxiu wouldn't allow her to sit next to Lu Yanxuan, so she had no choice but to sit beside him. Lu Yanxuan answered the call. Dad, you ungrateful brat, get back here. Qiao Bei's hand trembled, feeling the fury radiating from the other end. Lu Yanxuan nearly dropped his phone in shock. Got it. He resembled a little chick confronted by a tiger. Hanging up obediently and reminding Qiao Bei, I'll be home for a bit. Qiao Bei nodded, a trace of worry crossing her face as she watched the door close. Fu Danxiu asked, Are you worried about him? His tone carried a hint of jealousy. Qiao Bei withdrew her gaze. Lu Yanxuan's father is terrifying. Tigers do not eat their young. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Is that true? Fu Danxiu nodded impassively. Yes, his father is a diplomat, a person of status. He wouldn't resort to violence. That makes sense. Fu Danxiu served her a piece of braised pork. Finish your meal. Qiao Bei focused on her food. Today's braised pork was exquisite, tender, and aromatic. She devoured several pieces in succession. However, when she reached for the eighth piece, her chopsticks met empty space. Fu Danxiu swiftly took the plate away. She glared at him. What are you doing? I made this. You can't take it from me. I'm not taking it. But you're eating too much, and it won't digest well tonight. Qiao Bei pouted. I have a good digestion. That may be, but you still shouldn't overindulge. Fu Danxiu was insistent, deftly placing some vegetables into her bowl. Eat some vegetables. Zhou reluctantly consumed his vegetables. Watching helplessly as Fu Danxiu placed the remaining 4 pieces of braised pork into his mouth. Seizing the plate, Zhou poured the rich sauce over his rice, savoring its delightful fragrance. Fu Danxiu shook his head in resignation. Just then, Lu Yinxuan entered the room, only to have a cup soar through the air towards him. Startled, he swiftly dodged, causing the cup to shatter into several pieces upon hitting the floor. Dad, had I not reacted quickly, you might have lost your son today. Lu Sheng sat on the sofa, his anger permeating the room. Lu Yinxuan was bewildered by his father's sudden outburst upon his return after months away. In such moments, only Yao Lan could provide him solace. He approached and nestled beside her, clinging to her arm. Mom, what is wrong with Dad? After months away, he returns in a rage, and I haven't done anything to provoke him. Lu Sheng's voice boomed. How can you claim you haven't stirred up trouble? Do you think I am oblivious to everything? Chapter 65. Do you know him well? What have I done? Lu Yanxun was perplexed. Yet due to the imposing presence of Lu Sheng, his voice was barely a whisper. At that moment, Yao Lan interjected, Yanxun, I stand with your father on this matter. Your behavior has been utterly inappropriate. Lu Yanxun retorted, What exactly have I done that is so out of line? Lu Sheng replied, Today, I encountered Fu Danxiu, a man I have long admired. To my astonishment, I learned from him that you, this reckless scoundrel, have been meddling in someone else's family affairs. Your habitual disregard for rules and your penchant for causing trouble is one thing. Yet, to intrude upon another's family, I could almost bring myself to strike you down. Confused, Lu Yanxun exclaimed, Father, what are you saying? I don't understand. When have I ever destroyed anyone's family? Still trying to defend yourself. Fu Danxiu claims you have been pestering his wife, causing distress to their family, and he insists that I keep you in check. You ungrateful wretch, you are a disgrace. Lu Yanxun was on the verge of losing his temper. Fu Danxiu is deceitful. Father, I did not. He is slandering me. Is it not true that you harbor feelings for someone named Qiao Bei? With his head bowed, Lu Yanxun admitted, I do like her. I knew you still had thoughts of that girl. Both Lu Sheng and Yao Lan were aware of Lu Yanxun's affection for Qiao Bei. Lu Sheng continued, She is married with children. How can you still pursue her? This is utterly immoral. Lu Yanxun protested, but, Father, Qiao Bei has divorced Fu Danxiu. She is currently single. How is my pursuit of her morally wrong? It is Fu Danxiu who is morally corrupt, devious, and a petty schemer. Fu Danxiu has told me that he and Qiao Bei are merely having some disagreements and are not separated. Moreover, he claims that she has borne him a child, and they are a happy family of 3. Nonsense. They are divorced. Is divorce merely a game? Regardless, Qiao Bei is single now, and I shall pursue her. Yao Lan struck him on the back of the head. Lu Yanxun looked at her in dismay. Why would Yao Lan, who usually protected him, strike him now? Mother, Yao Lan admonished. I warn you, cease this at once. I'm telling you plainly, you and Qiao Bei are impossible. We will not consent. Why not? First, she was married to Fu Danxiu, and their entanglement is far from resolved. Second, she has a child. Lu Yanxun insisted. It is Fu Danxiu who is pursuing her. Is it not the same? But I truly like her. No matter how much you like her, forget her. Mother, you are so cruel. Lu Sheng commanded. Return home at once. No more foolishness outside. I will have someone keep an eye on you. Yao Lan added. Starting tomorrow, you will go on blind dates. Lu Yanxun's eyes widened in shock. I refuse. You have no say in this. Lu Sheng declared. You would do well to behave. or I shall cancel all your credit cards and confiscate your cars. How can you do this? It is utterly tyrannical. I'm a person too, entitled to pursue the girl I like. Why do you oppose me? Yaolan responded, we are doing this for your own good. In any case, do not dwell on Qiao Bei anymore. For several consecutive days, Qiao Bei had not seen Lu Yanchun, nor did he visit her home for a meal. She found it quite strange. During dinner, she tugged at Fu Danxiu and asked, have you seen Lu Yanchun lately? Fu Danxiu's expression instantly darkened, his obsidian eyes chillingly cold. Do you miss him? Qiao Bei replied, not really. I just haven't seen him for several days. His father sounded quite stern on the phone, which worries me a bit. You seem to care for him. Are you worried about him? Fu Danxiu suppressed the pang of jealousy. Well, we're all friends, so it's normal to show concern. If I disappeared, would you worry about me? Without hesitation, Qiao Bei answered, yes, I would. Fu Danxiu fixed his gaze upon her eyes. The girl's expression was earnest and sincere. Gradually, his jealousy subsided. Let us eat. As far as I know, Lu Yanchun has been busy with blind dates these past few days. What? Qiao Bei exclaimed in surprise. Why did he suddenly start dating? Fu Danxiu glanced at her meaningfully. Perhaps he is thinking about marriage. That shouldn't be the case. Fu Danxiu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze. What? Do you know him well? Or do you think he likes you and wouldn't go dating anyone else? Qiao Bei was taken aback by his demeanor, retreating slightly. Why are you acting like this? It's rather frightening. Answer me. Qiao Bei clicked here Tonghua. I just think it's quite sudden, but it's good that Lu Yanchun is going on blind dates. The more girls he meets, the easier it will be for him to forget her. Perhaps he has come to terms with it and has taken her previous words to heart. Thinking this way, Qiao Bei felt much more relaxed. Let us eat. She picked up a piece of pig liver and placed it on Fu Danxiu's plate. Fu Danxiu frowned. He detested such dishes. Qiao Bei turned her head, her expression a bit fierce. No picky eating. Fu Danxiu reluctantly put the pig liver into his mouth, grimacing in pain as he chewed. Qiao Bei burst into laughter, mischievously placing another piece on his plate. Fu Danxiu quickly finished his rice and made his escape. I'm full. Qiao Bei stuffed several pieces of pig liver into her mouth. It's delicious. You have no taste. Fu Danxiu could hardly commend such fare. Qiao Daodu began to cry. Qiao Bei glanced at the time and commanded Fu Danxiu, Qiao Daodu is hungry. Go prepare a bottle of milk. She had already taught Fu Danxiu how to prepare milk. His learning ability was remarkable. He remembered everything after one demonstration and executed it perfectly. Qiao Bei felt at ease. Before long, Fu Danxiu prepared the milk and cradled Qiao Daodu, feeding him gently. Qiao Bei looked over, noticing the harmonious scene of father and son. She took out her phone to capture their heartwarming moment in a photograph. Once Qiao Daodu finished his milk, Fu Danxiu immediately placed him back in the crib, not holding him for a second longer. If it had been a daughter, he would have held her tightly without letting go, but a troublesome son was another matter altogether. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered a message from Qiao Bei. Opening it, he saw the photo of him with Qiao Daodu. Ah, he looked quite handsome in that shot. As for the son, he chose to overlook it. He moved his fingers and saved the photo. The tranquility of their days was disrupted when no external disturbances intruded upon their lives. One evening, upon returning home from work, Fu Danxiu discovered that Qiao Bei had meticulously packed his belongings and placed them at the doorstep. Before he could voice his inquiries, he spotted Sister Zeng emerging from a kitchen. With a cheerful smile, Qiao Bei approached, cradling Qiao Dodo, and announced, Sister Zeng is back. You may go home now. Fu Danxiu's gaze was laden with melancholy. Sister Zeng, somewhat hesitant, avoided his eyes, sensing his discontent. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged absence. Nevertheless, Fu Danxiu felt a sense of solace, knowing that Qiao Bei had invited him to dinner instead of hastily ushering him away. He called Lao Chun to arrange for a ride home. Once in the car, Lao Chun, puzzled, inquired, Young master, why the sudden decision to move back? Fu Danxiu was reluctant to admit that he had been effectively evicted by Qiao Bei. With Sister Zheng's return, there simply was not enough room. Oh, but young master, why does Miss Qiao still refuse to return with you? Lao Chun continued. Uncle Chun, your inquiries are rather excessive. Chapter 66. Who is your family? Do not forge connections recklessly. Old Chun awkwardly fell silent. Fu Tanxiu leaned back against his chair, casting a wistful glance out the car window. Qiao Bei sat on the sofa, instinctively instructing, Fu Tanxiu, please tidy up the place. Miss Qiao, what did you just say? Sister Zeng emerged from the bathroom. Having missed the conversation, she held a broom in hand, preparing to clean. Only then did Qiao Bei realize that Fu Tanxiu had indeed moved back. She clicked her tongue. It's nothing, Sister Zeng. Oh. Qiao Bei lowered her gaze to her phone screen, feeling a pang of disappointment. She lacked the motivation to continue. Oddly enough, with Fu Tanxiu gone, she felt a sense of unease. She strolled to the balcony, gathering and folding the clothes. For a moment, she recalled how Fu Tanxiu had meticulously folded both her and Qiao Dodo's garments. It was undeniable. Fu Tanxiu was quite capable. After neatly arranging the clothes, she proceeded to hang the items from the washing machine. Sister Zeng had finished cleaning as well. Sister Zeng, I'm heading to bed. All right, go rest. She had already spoken with Zhong Bo, and work would commence the following day. Zhong Bo was overjoyed, mentioning that many had sought her assistance during this period. He had nearly exhausted his words and needed to drink 3 pots of tea each day. Qiao Bei chuckled heartily. Upon Sister Zheng's return, Qiao Dodo slept in the living room, making it easier for her to care for him at night. Qiao Bei finally enjoyed a full night's sleep and awoke feeling refreshed, stretching comfortably before tidying up to head to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. As expected, a long queue had formed outside the clinic, reminiscent of the morning rush at a bun shop. Qiao Bei was ushered into the clinic amidst the crowd. Master Qiao, you have finally arrived. We have come several times, one patron exclaimed. Master Qiao, we traveled from afar and have been staying at a hotel for 5 days. Just waiting for you, another added. Master Qiao, a friend referred me. You must examine me today. A swell of pride surged within Qiao Bei. She never imagined she would one day be able to assist so many. Rest assured, everyone, please queue up. I will attend to each of you in turn. To facilitate an efficient schedule, she instructed Zhong Bo to tally the number of patients and arrange them for consultation in batches. Those who cannot be seen today should return home and rest. Everyone complied willingly, with the outside affairs entrusted to Zhong Bo. Qiao Bei entered the consultation room and became busy. Fu Tanxiu sent several messages to Qiao Bei, all of which went unanswered, and his calls were met with silence. She had noticed his calls, but had no time to respond. By the time she finished work, it was already 6 in the evening. She stood, stretching her back, removed her mask, and discarded it into the trash before grabbing her bag and exiting the clinic. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Fu Tanxiu standing beneath a tree, engaged in a phone call. Upon noticing her, he exchanged a few words with the person on the line and then hung up, tucking his phone away as he approached her and came to a halt in front of her. Qiao Bei took the initiative to explain. I was too busy to answer your calls. Fu Tanxiu raised his hand, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, remarking, You're even busier than I am. With her chin held high and a proud expression adorning her face, Qiao Bei declared, Indeed, while I may not earn as much as you, I am currently quite popular. Many come to seek my medical expertise, calling me Master Qiao. My Bei has truly become remarkable. Fu Tanxiu smiled at her words. Qiao Bei continued, Who do you think you are? Don't try to claim connections. All right, no claims. May I ask if Master Qiao is feeling hungry? Qiao Bei, rubbing her stomach, replied, I merely nibbled on some bread for lunch. I am indeed quite famished. A hint of concern flickered in Fu Tanxiu's eyes as he suggested, The beef hot pot at the plaza across the street is quite popular. It should be delicious. Shall we go together? Qiao Bei recognized that hot pot restaurant, known for its internet fame, and was surprised that Fu Tanxiu had noticed it. Is that appropriate? Sister Zeng is still at home. Fu Tanxiu replied, Just give her a call. We can bring her something to eat on our way back. It will be rather late to cook now. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Bei conceded, All right. She followed Fu Tanxiu towards the plaza, simultaneously pulling out her phone to call Sister Zeng. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Qiao Bei caught sight of the long queue at the entrance and tugged Fu Tanxiu away. Forget it. Let's South choose another place. How long do we have to wait here? Fu Tanxiu halted her, producing a queue number. I just heard them call our number. There's a table ready for us. Qiao Bei, filled with excitement, almost jumped in delight. When did you get the number? before I pick you up from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Qiao Bei playfully patted his shoulder, exclaiming, Fu Tanxiu, you are so clever. She appreciated such astuteness, as he seemed to consider everything in advance. But did you really think of treating me to hot pot from the very beginning? Fu Tanxiu raised an eyebrow. You have prepared so many meals for me. I must show my gratitude. Well then, I shan't hold back. Fu Tanxiu's mirktin response. Qiao Bei remained attentive, eagerly awaiting their call. The moment a server announced their number, she seized Fu Tanxiu's hand and rushed inside, her hunger overwhelming her. The tantalizing aroma of hot pot wafting from the entrance made her mouth water. Their table was quite pleasant, tucked away in a corner, offering tranquility. Fu Tanxiu handed the menu to Qiao Bei. Feel free to order whatever you desire. The smile on Qiao Bei's face was unmistakable as she accepted the menu. This is what you said, so don't complain later about the expense. Why would I complain about expenses? Fu Tanxiu momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. Qiao Bei elaborated while sketching on the menu. It means to feel sorrow for spending money. Fu Tanxiu quickly reassured her, not at all, order freely. If you enjoy it, I could even buy the restaurant. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes that made Qiao Bei perceive him as stingy, unwilling to spend on her. In the past, he had acted out of spite, hoping she would come back to him of her own accord. He was childish in his anger over her desire for divorce, refusing to yield to her wishes. Yet, he later regretted his actions. Qiao Bei understood his financial capabilities, merely jesting with him. Initially, she too perceived Fu Tanxiu as miserly and unyielding. However, after a series of events, she recognized that he was not stingy and treated her well. He simply did not harbor feelings for her. However, he cherished her as if she were his own sister, always eager to care for her. Fu Tanxiu suddenly spoke up. Actually, that bag was purchased for you. Qiao Bei looked up at him. What bag? Chapter 67. Initially, that bag was intended for you, Fu Tanxiu remarked. It was seen by Meng Yusi, who expressed her admiration for it and requested it from me. In a moment of anger, I complied. In truth, as the words left my lips, he regretted his decision. Yet, upon witnessing that Meng Yusi had already taken the bag, he felt it was too late to reclaim it, contemplating instead to purchase another for Qiao Bei. Ultimately, the bag found its way back into Qiao Bei's possession. Qiao Bei paused for a moment, handed the menu to the waiter, and then turned to look at Fu Tanxiu. I did not snatch the bag from Meng Yusi. She willingly gave it to me, and I accepted it. It was unclear how Meng Yusi had conveyed this to Fu Tanxiu, yet he later confronted her in anger. Now, she felt the need to clarify. Fu Tanxiu rubbed his fingers together, his expression darkening as memories flooded back. He recalled that day vividly when Meng Yusi rushed into his office, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, Tanxiu, the bag you gifted me is gone. I encountered Qiao Bei downstairs. She saw my bag, perhaps found it attractive, and demanded it from me. When I refused, she insulted me, calling me a seductress, claiming I was luring you and squandering your money, before ultimately seizing the bag. Meng Yusi had deceived him. Observing his expression, Qiao Bei assumed he was skeptical and hastened to clarify, it's true. Fu Tanxiu donned a gentler demeanor, replying, I believe you. To which Qiao Bei responded, that's good. The bag was originally meant for you, so there is no need for you to repay me for the house. He recognized that this young lady still harbored thoughts of repaying him. After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Bei reasoned that the bag was indeed purchased for her. Selling her own bag to acquire a house seemed entirely reasonable, and she felt elated at the prospect of saving a substantial amount of money. Her spirits soared to the point where she felt like bursting into song. When the hot pot arrived, she took it upon herself to cook several pieces of meat for Fu Tanxiu. A slight smile graced his lips, and his mood lifted. Qiao Bei ordered a plethora of dishes, eating with such fervor that she soon found herself drenched in sweat. For the most part, it was Fu Tanxiu who served the ingredients in her bowl. Starved and lost in her hunger, Qiao Bei paid little mind to anything else, devouring her meal with gusto. Fu Tanxiu gently reminded her, slow down, it's hot. She winced from the heat, yet showed no signs of slowing her pace. Eventually, Qiao Bei staggered out of the hot pot restaurant, supporting her full belly. Nearby, a dumpling shop beckoned. She entered to order a takeout for Sister Zhang. Feeling overly stuffed, Qiao Bei decided to walk back. Fu Tanxiu took the bag from her hand, walking alongside her. Turning her head, Qiao Bei remarked, Fu Tanxiu, you're quite a decent person. He tousled her hair, teasingly asking, only just realizing this? Are you regretting the divorce? Of course not, she replied, punctuating her words with a hearty burp. Fu Tanxiu's dark eyes dimmed. Her response was unwaveringly decisive. Bei, why have you suddenly lost affection for me? At long last, he posed the question he had long desired to ask. Qiao Bei, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered her gaze. How could she respond? The affection she felt was not hers, but belonged to the original owner of this body. Yet, how could she explain? To say that his ex-wife had perished and that this vessel, now housed another soul, would surely be met with disbelief from Fu Tanxiu. Unable to formulate a reason, she had no choice but to toss the question back to him. Why are you so obsessed with this? You don't like me, and I don't like you. Doesn't that work out perfectly? You needn't fear my entanglement. Fu Tanxiu gazed deeply at her. What if I desire your entanglement? Why? Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei, why are you being so strange? You can't possibly want to use me to provoke Meng Yusi, can you? I have no time to indulge in your theatrics. By the way, have you reconciled with her? I've told you, I have nothing to do with Meng Yusi. Couples always say that during a quarrel, right? Just to provoke each other? Qiao Bei, how many times must I repeat myself? No need to say more, I understand. You understand nothing. Why are you using foul language? Just say it. Fu Tanxiu, I've come to realize you are quite incorrigible, and I see your mind is utterly muddled. Do you wish to argue? Qiao Bei placed her hands on her hips. Ultimately, Fu Tanxiu yielded, remaining silent as he stared at her for a long while. No argument. Oomph. You cannot outmatch me in a debate. Fu Tanxiu kept his silence. Upon arriving at Guanghua Community, he halted at the entrance of the building. You may go up now. Remembering his invitation to dinner, Qiao Bei waved goodbye. Farewell. Fu Tanxiu smiled faintly, standing there until she entered the elevator. The following morning, as Qiao Bei approached the community gate, she spotted Lu Yinxuan walking towards her. She stared at him in astonishment. Have you been kidnapped? What happened to you? Lu Yinxuan looked disheveled, his beard suggesting it had been days since he last shaved, and his hair was greasy and tangled. To Qiao Bei's further dismay, he was clad in tight-fitting pants. Though his handsome face somewhat mitigated the effect, it still made her quite uncomfortable. She shielded her face with her hand, displaying clear disdain. How could you leave the house looking like this? Lu Yinxuan halted before her, his expression one of deep grievance. Bei, I have suffered terribly these past few days. Weren't you supposed to be on a blind date? How could it be so terrible? Lu Yinxuan grasped her hand, but she pulled away. Do not touch me. You smell awful. Haven't bathed in days, have you? His face flushed with embarrassment. I had no choice. Bei, you must believe me. My heart for you is sincere and unwavering. I have become like this to resist my mother's attempts to arrange a blind date for me. In such a state, any girl would be frightened away. Those who remained were merely saving face, yet he could sense their discomfort. Regardless, he had attended the blind date and had not been chosen, so Ms. I cannot say much. You were forced into this blind date. Yes, yes. Lu Yinxuan nodded vigorously, his expression one of indignation. Why? Why do your parents pressure you into blind dates? Lu Yinxuan replied with frustration. It's all because of that treacherous scoundrel Fu Tanxiu. Fu Tanxiu? Yes. He spoke ill of me in front of my father, leading to my scolding and pressuring me into blind dates. Bei, I must warn you. Steer clear of that scoundrel Fu Tanxiu. He is exceedingly wicked, so be wary of his schemes. Before Qiao Bei could utter a word, four imposing figures clad in black suddenly appeared, seizing Lu Yinxuan and declaring, Young master, Mr. Lu has sent us to escort you back. Realizing that these individuals were likely dispatched by Lu Yinxuan's father, Qiao Bei felt a surge of alarm. Lu Yinxuan struggled and shouted, Bei, my feelings for you are genuine. You must believe me. I will not yield, and I will return to find you. Qiao Bei stood there, speechless, as she noticed the crowd of onlookers, several of whom were neighbors from her community, pointing and whispering about her. Biting her lip, she hurriedly fled the scene. In a hotel private room, Meng Yusi abruptly entered, her gaze settling upon Fu Tanxiu. Yusi, you have arrived. Please take a seat, said Zhou Weixiang, a mutual university friend of Fu Tanxiu and Meng Yusi. Gesturing towards a chair beside Fu Tanxiu, Shi Qian cast a glance at Fu Tanxiu and quietly inquired of Zhou Weixiang. Why did you invite her? Chapter 68. If you care, embrace her. Meng Yusi approached Fu Tanxiu and seated herself beside him, casting a timid glance in his direction. Throughout, Fu Tanxiu offered her not a single glance. Heartbroken, she averted her gaze, allowing her head to droop. The gathering comprised their mutual university classmates, and upon witnessing Meng Yusi's demeanor, a wave of sympathy washed over them. Not long ago, they had publicly announced their engagement, only for Fu Tanxiu to issue a statement on the same day, denying the engagement. This incident was common knowledge among their peers. Fu Tanxiu's actions were tantamount to a slap in Meng Yusi's face. It was evident that they had quarreled. Zhou Weixiang, eager to mediate, deliberately left the seat next to Fu Tanxiu for Meng Yusi. He either failed to grasp the implications of Shi Qian's words or chose to feign ignorance. With a smile, he urged, Tanxiu, why not give Yusi a loving embrace? Just look at how heartbroken she appears. It pains me to witness her in such distress. Fu Tanxiu lifted his gaze to meet Zhou Weixiang's, his expression frosty. Zhou Weixiang paused momentarily before continuing. Come on, don't leave it up to the girl to make the first move. Shi Qian desperately signaled to him to cease his remarks, but he remained oblivious, akin to a fool. Fu Tanxiu rose abruptly, stating, if you care, then you embrace her. With that, he lifted a glass before him and downed its contents in a single gulp. I have matters to attend to. Excuse me. He then strode away, leaving Shi Qian to hastily follow in his wake. The room fell into a profound silence, and all eyes turned to Meng Yusi. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, silently weeping. Zhou Weixiang, regaining his composure, took the seat Fu Tanxiu had just vacated, his gaze filled with pity for Meng Yusi. Yusi, please don't cry. Shi Qian caught up with Fu Tanxiu at the hotel entrance. Hey, weren't you a bit too harsh just now? I understand you have feelings for Qiao Bei, but Meng Yusi has done nothing wrong. Even if you've broken up with her, you shouldn't speak so callously. It's truly hurtful. Fu Tanxiu's eyes flicked toward him. Hurtful? Isn't that what Zhou Weixiang intended? I merely articulated his thoughts. Shi Qian seemed to grasp something monumental. Wow, are you implying that Zhou Weixiang has feelings for Meng Yusi? How is that even possible? Fu Tanxiu scoffed. Anything is possible. Shi Qian exclaimed, damn. Then Zhou Weixiang must be out of his mind. He was just egging things on moments ago. It's absurd. After a moment of silence, Fu Tanxiu inquired, who organized today's gathering? Zhou Weixiang. Shi Qian responded, his eyes widening. What could his intention possibly be? Is he attempting to aid Meng Yusi? Fu Tanxiu offered no comment. Shi Qian continued, no wonder. I thought class reunions typically occurred at the end of the year. It's still early. Why would Zhou Weixiang start planning now? So that's his motive. I truly admire him. A romantic at heart. He likes Meng Yusi, yet plays matchmaker for her with other men. What a lunatic. His mind must be muddled. Shi Qian regarded Fu Tanxiu with curiosity. When did you come to this realization? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Tanxiu replied, from the moment they embraced. Wow, they actually shared an embrace. When did this happen? Before Meng Yusi went abroad. Shi Qian was utterly stunned. Damn it, back then, you hadn't broken up yet. Meng Yusi, I underestimated her. I never expected she would play both sides. She usually pretends to be so innocent, resembling a delicate, cold white flower. I was deceived. Shi Qian now feels immense sympathy for his good brother. He and Fu Tanxiu have been friends since kindergarten, so close they could share a pair of trousers. They attended the same school for elementary and middle school, even sharing a class. In high school, he went to school out of town, but later both ended up at the same university. Besides sympathy, he is also filled with rage. In the past, I thought Qiao Bei was unworthy of you and found her displeasing. Damn it, I was blind. Regardless, Qiao Bei was wholeheartedly devoted to you, never playing both sides. In Shi Qian's eyes, Qiao Bei's image suddenly elevated. Upon hearing Qiao Bei's name, Fu Tanxiu's gaze softened considerably. Shi Qian remarked, no wonder even after your divorce from Qiao Bei, you haven't reconciled with Meng Yusi. It turns out this is the reason. Huangbo drove the car to the hotel entrance, and Fu Tanxiu opened the door to get in. Shi Qian followed suit. Tanxiu, it's right not to be with that kind of woman. I support you being with Qiao Bei. Are you done? Huh? If you're done, get out. Shi Qian replied. Give me a ride. I just had a drink. Not on the way. How is it not on the way? Aren't we heading back to Shichiniping? No. Shi Qian turned to look at him for a moment, suddenly realizing something. As he got out of the car, he said, I understand now. You're going to find Qiao Bei, aren't you? Hurry up and bring her back. Shi Qian shut the car door and watched as the vehicle drove away. An hour later, Zhou Weixiang and Meng Yusi walked out of the hotel side by side. Zhou Weixiang put his arm around Meng Yusi's shoulders, saying, Yusi, I haven't had a drink. I'll take you home. Meng Yusi nodded. Weixiang, thank you. Zhou Weixiang replied, Between us, there's no need for thanks. As long as you ask, I would go through fire and water for you. Meng Yusi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Weixiang, I'm sorry, but I like Fu Danxiu. No need to apologize. Just keep a little space for me in your heart. I hope that when something happens, I'm the first person you think of. A sound broke the air. It was the flick of a lighter. Both turned to see Shi Qian leaning against a stone pillar, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff before turning to face them. Oh, Zhou Ershao, I didn't know you were such a romantic. Meng Yusi felt a pang of panic, breaking free from Zhou Weixiang and standing a bit farther away. Thankfully, she and Zhou Weixiang hadn't engaged in any affectionate gestures. With this thought, her anxiety subsided. A friendly shoulder touch is nothing, right? Shi Qian observed Meng Yusi's actions and expressions, smirking in derision. This woman is quite the actress. Zhou Weixiang remained calm, smiling as he conversed with Shi Qian. I thought you had left. Why aren't you going up? Shi Qian exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, What do I go up for? To drink, of course. What else? On Tuesday, wasn't Xiao supposed to be the gallant protector? How could he possibly find the time to drink with me? Zhou Weixiang. But there are others, are there not? I refuse to drink with anyone else. Zhou Weixiang is also a master of pretense. Next time, I shall invite you alone. Shi Qian ignored him, turning his sharp gaze towards Meng Yusi. I truly did not see through him. He is quite adept at concealing his true self. Meng Yusi's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip. Shi Qian, I do not comprehend your meaning. Enough with the facade. It has become tiresome. I remain here solely to warn you. Do not cling to Tanxiu in the future. You are unworthy. Meng Yusi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of deep grievance. Shi Qian, what have I done wrong? Is there some misunderstanding regarding my intentions? Shi Qian waved his hand dismissively. No, I once harbored misunderstandings about you, but now I hold none. Enough. Do not continue. Tanxiu has long been aware of your matters. You ought to possess some self-awareness and refrain from placing everyone in an awkward position. Chapter 69. How heartbroken and helpless he must have been. Meng Yusi's complexion grew even paler, almost devoid of color. She stood there, dazed, watching as Shi Qian drove away. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, and she dared not seek confirmation from Shi Qian. Fu Tanxiu must know about her and Zhou Weixiang. It couldn't be. Absolutely impossible. It was just that one time. No one could possibly know. Meng Yusi's body trembled, nearly causing her to collapse. Zhou Weixiang caught her. Yusi, are you all right? Meng Yusi grasped his hand, struggling to steady herself. Weixiang, what should we do? Tanxiu seems to be aware of our affair. No wonder he has been so cold to me, refusing to reconcile after the divorce. It turns out he has known all along. You said no one knew. Yet that incident was only between us. How could it come to light? Why? In her panic, Meng Yusi spoke incoherently. Yusi, don't panic. How can I not panic? You know what kind of person Fu Tanxiu is. He will not tolerate any deceit. If he knows, then so be it. I see how he treats you. Forget about him and be with me. I will treat you 1,000 times better than he ever could. Zhou Weixiang, discarding his pretense of generosity, poured out his heart. Holding her tightly, Meng Yusi was taken aback and pushed him away. Weixiang, what are you saying? I'm not speaking nonsense. I like you and want to be with you. Impossible. You know I love Tanxiu, but he no longer loves you. That much is clear to me. A man's gaze toward a woman he loves is entirely different. Fu Tanxiu does not love you, or perhaps he never did. That's not true. You're wrong. Zhou Weixiang understood that his words were harsh, yet they were not unfounded. Fu Tanxiu had never looked at Meng Yusi with the same affection that he himself had. When one loves, their gaze is tender, filled with possessiveness, like that of a wolf. But in Fu Tanxiu's eyes, she had never seen such emotions. You see, wake up. Fu Tanxiu does not love you. Why suffer for him? It is not worth it. Crying, Meng Yusi ran away. Zhou Weixiang, concerned, chased after her. In the midst of their struggle, Zhou Weixiang kissed her. Initially resistant, Meng Yusi gradually softened and began to respond. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei, sitting in a taxi, turned her head and witnessed a scene unfolding by the roadside. "Driver, stop!" she shouted, startling the driver into a sudden brake. Qiao Bei bumped her head against the front seat. Rubbing her head, she leaned back to look. "Oh my! It really is Meng Yusi." Qiao Bei exclaimed in astonishment. Who was that man, and why was he kissing Meng Yusi? What was their relationship? That man seemed to be crushing Meng Yusi, and she, rather boldly, was on her tiptoes, kissing him back, completely contrary to her usual aloof demeanor. Watching the scene, Qiao Bei felt a surge of anger. No wonder Fu Tanxiu had issued such a statement. He must have discovered Meng Yusi's betrayal. How heartbroken and helpless he must have been. The taxi driver observed her ready to lunge at the couple and quietly inquired, "Is that your husband or boyfriend?" He could sense her distress, yet warned, "Against those two, you stand no chance alone." Qiao Bei remained silent. The driver offered a suggestion. "Stay calm and capture their images on your phone. Preserve them as evidence for the future. If you marry, you can ensure that scoundrel leaves empty-handed. If not, upon returning home, give him a few well-deserved slaps." Indeed, Qiao Bei retrieved her phone and snapped a series of 10 photos of the entwined couple. The driver nodded approvingly. She refrained from further explanation. Looking ahead, she noticed Meng Yusi being half embraced by a man as they headed towards a hotel. The driver remarked, "My dear, a man like that is not worth your tears. It would be wiser to return home and rest." He was concerned she might linger here. Qiao Bei shut the window and said, "Let us go." The driver smiled, feeling he had performed a noble deed by rescuing a heartbroken girl, believing his good deed was immeasurable. Throughout the ride, Qiao Bei remained lost in thought. It wasn't until the driver reminded her of their destination that she paid and exited the vehicle. The following day, Qiao Bei entered the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Zhongbo turned and said, "Last night, the father of your child came looking for you, but you weren't here." Qiao Bei froze. The father of her child? Wasn't that Fu Tanxiu? He had sought her out last night. She recalled that her absence from the clinic was due to attending to a patient with limited mobility, which had led her to inadvertently witness Meng Yusi's disgraceful actions on her way home. The thought of Fu Tanxiu being cheated on dampened her spirits once more. Zhongbo asked, "Who upset you? You seem rather grim this morning." Qiao Bei replied, "A wicked woman." Zhongbo hesitated. "A rival? No, I don't even have a man I like. So how could there be a rival?" Zhongbo chuckled silently. Throughout the day, Qiao Bei felt distracted. With no patients to attend to, she found herself lost in thought, alternating between picking up her phone and setting it down again. Zhongbo shook his head in disapproval. She was frustrated, believing she ought to say something comforting to Fu Tanxiu, yet she was uncertain how to articulate it, fearing that her words might inadvertently cause him more pain. Finally, just before closing time, she mustered the courage to call Fu Tanxiu. He was in a significant high-level meeting that had been ongoing for an entire day, with a tense atmosphere in the conference room where subordinates dared not breathe loudly. Suddenly, a jarring vibration disrupted the silence. Fu Tanxiu glanced down at his phone to see the name flashing on the screen. In a swift motion, he grabbed his phone, rising abruptly and startling a colleague who was presenting a PowerPoint. Everyone in the room turned to watch as Fu Tanxiu exited the conference room, phone in hand. Yukong, seated closest to him, caught a glimpse of the screen displaying Bei, Miss Qiao Bei's call. He reassured the startled subordinates. "It's nothing. Please continue." Fu Tanxiu reached the end of the corridor and answered the call. Bei. Qiao Bei cleared her throat and asked, "When do you finish work? Is something the matter? I would like to invite you to dinner." Fu Tanxiu was taken aback, and he discerned that the girl across from him seemed somewhat different today, her tone gentle as if she were coaxing him. It was likely that she had something to entrust to him. How splendid. Qiao Bei finally had a need for his assistance. He raised his hand to glance at his watch. "I will arrive at your place in 40 minutes. Qiao Bei cheerfully replied, "All right, let's south dine at the square across. I discover a barbecue place bustling with patrons. It should be delightful, called Old Lady Shiman. She would splurge on a more upscale venue. Fu Tanxiu had no objections. As long as he was with her, the location mattered little. All right, I'll wait for you. Yukong received Fu Tanxiu's message, instructing him to take full charge of the upcoming meeting, as he had matters to attend to. Yukong gazed skyward in silence. The working class truly bears the burdens of life. Fearing that a crowd might form and hinder their chances of getting a table, Qiao Bei went ahead to the barbecue restaurant to secure a reservation. The seat by the window was chosen. She placed her order and sat down to call Sister Zeng. From a distance, Fu Tanxiu saw the girl smiling sweetly at her phone. Chapter 70. Come, greet Xiao Do. Qiao Bei was engaged in a video call with Xiao Do, feeling a pang of longing after not seeing her son for an entire day. The sight of his chubby little face made her yearn to pinch his cheeks. Fu Tanxiu remarked that Xiao Do had gained weight, and although she initially dismissed it, upon closer inspection, it did appear he had indeed plumped up. Nevertheless, it was endearing for children to be chubby, provided it was not excessive. She was willing to indulge him in that regard. As she glanced up, she spotted Fu Tanxiu and, fearing he might overlook her, she stood and waved, exclaiming, "I'm right here." With a slight smile, Fu Tanxiu approached her. Once he stood before her, Qiao Bei turned the screen toward him and urged, "Come, greet Xiao Do." Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Do exchanged incredulous stares before simultaneously turning their heads away. Qiao Bei pondered. That expression from Qiao Do couldn't possibly be one of disdain, could it? Surely not. She is far too young to grasp such complex emotions. She must have misinterpreted it. She pouted at Xiao Do. "Sweetheart, wave to mommy. I have to hang up now, but I'll be back soon to hold you." Sister Zeng seized Xiao Do's tiny hand and waved it. Qiao Bei remarked, "Sister Zeng, I'll bring you something to eat later." Sister Zeng replied, "No need. I can just whip up a bowl of noodles." "I insist. I shall bring you some grilled meat rice." "It looks delightful," Qiao Bei declared. "Miss Qiao, you are far too generous." Then it settled. After hanging up, Qiao Bei ordered a portion of grilled meat rice and a soup to take away. She observed how Sister Zeng managed the child with such effort. A simple meal at noon was understandable, but she felt the need to treat her in the evening. Fu Tanxiu sat there, watching her bustling about. At last, when she settled down, he pushed a glass of water toward her. "It's lukewarm. Drink a bit." Indeed, Qiao Bei felt parched after all the chatter. She lifted the glass and drained it in one gulp. Fu Tanxiu refilled her glass, saying, "Let it cool. Drink it later." Suddenly, Qiao Bei inquired, "Do you not like Xiao Do?" Fu Tanxiu paused, then replied with conviction, "I do." "You just expressed disdain for him." "I did not. I saw it. You must have misinterpreted." Qiao Bei was too weary to argue further. The dishes arrived promptly, with a server bringing over the grilled meat. Qiao Bei placed several slices of meat into Fu Tanxiu's bowl. He regarded her thoughtfully as she stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth and said, "Eat." "Why are you staring at me?" Fu Tanxiu bowed his head to eat. Suddenly, a bundle of lettuce wrapped around meat appeared before him. He looked up to see the girl's sparkling peach blossom eyes urging him, "Open wide, ah?" Fu Tanxiu chuckled lightly and obligingly opened his mouth. Qiao Bei stuffed the lettuce-wrapped meat into his mouth before finally taking her seat. Watching him chew, she triumphantly remarked, "I assent this way of wrapping it delicious. It alleviates the greasiness." Fu Tanxiu nodded, indicating he wanted more. Qiao Bei was about to quip, "Can't you use your hands?" but then recalled his unfortunate experience of being cheated on and felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, she rolled another piece of meat and lettuce and fed it to him. Fu Tanxiu savored it with evident satisfaction, finishing his portion while gazing earnestly at Qiao Bei. Zhou prepared another wrap for him. Fu Tanxiu, knowing when to be content, made no further demands. Instead, he personally rolled one and brought it to Zhou's lips. She accepted it without hesitation, taking a bite and generously dipping it in sauce. Fu Tanxiu nodded and rolled another, this time adding extra sauce. Zhou chewed thoughtfully, narrowing her eyes in delight. "It's absolutely delicious." Fu Tanxiu replied, "Then let us have another." He rolled another wrap and fed it to her. The handsome young man responsible for grilling meat glanced at them several times. Day in and day out, he toiled like a beast of burden, only to be subjected to the display of their affection. Oh heavens, grant me a respite, he silently pleaded. So much so that when a nearby table called for him to fetch a plate of pickles, he remained unmoving, intent on finishing the meat for this table and distancing himself from their indulgence. Job's appetite was astonishing. During the latter half of the meal, Tanxiu scarcely ate, attending solely to her needs. Eventually, unable to bear the sight any longer, Tanxiu forcibly pulled her away. If you eat any more, you will burst. Job, glancing at the remaining meat with profound regret, lamented, Tanxiu, I can still eat. Those morsels are calling to me. Tanxiu, exasperated, replied, Dear, it's wonderful to enjoy food, but we shall return another time. Do not overindulge. It is detrimental to your health. I am quite robust, and my stomach is strong. I am perfectly fine, Job declared, raising her tiny arm in a show of strength. Tanxiu chuckled. That does not give you permission to eat excessively. Job looked back 3 times, her conscience pricked by the thought of waste. She recalled her childhood in the orphanage, where hunger was a constant companion and warmth a luxury. Nights spent unable to sleep, her imagination filled with visions of meat, made her heart ache at the sight of so much food left behind. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, Job suddenly halted. I haven't settled the bill. I cannot dine and dash. I took care of it, Tanxiu replied. What? Job remembered that he had briefly left the table, assuming he had gone to the restroom, but in reality, he had settled the bill. She pulled out her phone. But I promised to treat you. How much was it? I'll transfer you the money. Tanxiu snatched her phone away. No need. Job reached for her phone. Give me my phone back. Tanxiu deftly avoided her hand. I do not have the habit of allowing a girl to pay for my meals. Job pouted. Such male chauvinism. They continued their walk home. As November arrived, the evening wind picked up, bringing a chill. Tanxiu glanced sideways, noting Job's thin attire, a mere shirt and a cardigan that offered little protection against the wind. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Job was taken aback, but promptly returned the jacket, attempting to put it back on him. I'm not cold. You should wear it, she insisted. Without the jacket, Tanxiu was left with only a black shirt beneath. Undeterred, he firmly placed the jacket back on her. Wear it. Do not take it off. Job rolled her eyes, exclaiming, such male chauvinism. Tanxiu sighed in resignation. Job, as a woman, you are utterly devoid of romance. Job retorted, what does it mean to be romantic? Should I play the role of a delicate damsel? Oh, I am so cold, Tanxiu, I simply cannot bear it. May I wear your coat? Is that what you mean? Tanxiu, overwhelmed, turned his head away, choosing not to engage further. Job stuck out her tongue, yet she did not remove her clothing. If you feel cold, you should get into the car. Tanxiu replied, I am not cold. My body is quite robust. Job responded, why are you mimicking her speech? Throughout the journey, Tanxiu noticed that Job had furtively glanced at him several times. Finally, he spoke up, go on, tell me what you need my assistance with. Huh? Job momentarily failed to comprehend. Tanxiu continued, you have looked at me multiple times. Surely, there's something on your mind? Well, Job fidgeted with her fingers, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Tanxiu gently placed his large hand on her shoulder, his gaze tender. It's all right, speak boldly. Job bit her lip, opened her phone, and presented a photograph before Tanxiu. I already know, do not be upset. Chapter 71. My statement is not due to this. But for another reason, Tanxiu cast a glance at the photograph, momentarily taken aback. He then raised his gaze to meet Qiao Bei's. Qiao Bei waved her hand in explanation. I wasn't stalking. I just happened to see it on my way back from my consultation last night. Tanxiu inquired, so, this is what you wish to discuss with me? Indeed. Tanxiu frowned slightly. It was not a matter for him to address. It was merely a fleeting delight. Qiao Bei cautiously observed his expression. Did you already know, which is why you issued that statement? Tanxiu gazed at her in confusion. Qiao Bei continued. Meng Yusi has gone too far. How could she treat you this way? She appears so respectable, yet engages in such disloyalty. You have been wronged. Tanxiu remained silent. Qiao Bei placed her hand on his shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. Do not be disheartened. There are plenty of good girls out there. If not Meng Yusi, then there is still Wang Yusi. Suddenly, Tanxiu spoke up. I indeed knew all along, but my statement was not motivated by this. It was for a different reason. What reason? Because of you. Qiao Bei looked at him in bewilderment, her mind racing to comprehend. Because of her, what does that imply? What connection does it have to her? Observing the perplexed expression on the young woman's face, Fu Tanxiu sighed softly. She had pursued him so fervently before. Could she not discern his feelings? Perhaps his harsh rejections led her to subconsciously believe he would never harbor affection for her. This predicament was of his own making. Fu Tanxiu, what do you mean? Unable to fathom his words, Qiao Bei decided to inquire directly. Fu Tanxiu gazed deeply into her eyes, suddenly reaching out to clasp her hand, his long fingers enveloping hers slowly. Qiao Bei lowered her eyes to their joined hands, furrowing her brow in confusion. Fu Tanxiu, what are you doing? Fu Tanxiu smiled slightly. Do you not understand? Qiao Bei swiftly withdrew her hand from his grasp, exclaiming, I do not understand. After her outburst, she snatched the meal she had bought for Sister Zeng from Fu Tanxiu's hand and dashed away, fleeing as though pursued by a specter. Fu Tanxiu stood rooted to the spot, watching the girl dart away faster than a rabbit, and sighed. Had he frightened her? Qiao Bei ran breathlessly to the entrance of Guanghua community, turning to see Fu Tanxiu had not followed, and finally exhaled in relief. What was Fu Tanxiu up to? He must have been affected by Meng Yuxi's betrayal, feeling hollow inside, and had just attempted to flirt with her. Such audacity. She was not his backup. Why treat her this way? She had even considered inviting him to dinner to comfort him, fearing for his emotional state. What an ungrateful wretch. Were it not for the fact that he was Qiao Dodo's father, she would have given him a piece of her mind. Qiao Bei leaned against her thigh, catching her breath for a while before she ascended the stairs. Upon returning home, Sister Zeng noticed her flushed face and was taken aback for a moment. Miss Qiao, your face is quite red. Is it? Qiao Bei placed her hand on her face, indeed feeling the heat. After resting downstairs for quite some time, she was still so warm. I just ran over, she replied. Sister Zeng regarded her with a knowing look. Qiao Bei felt something peculiar in Sister Zeng's gaze, but could not articulate what was odd about it. She handed the meal to Sister Zeng, saying, Please eat while it's still warm. Sister Zeng accepted it and replied, I've already fed Dodo and given her a bath. Gratefully, Qiao Bei responded, Thank you for your hard work, Sister Zeng. With Sister Zeng around, her burdens had lightened considerably. After washing her hands, she took Dodo into her arms. Holding her dear child felt as if she had embraced the entire world, filling her heart with contentment. In the following days, Fu Tanxiu did not reappear. Each day after work, Qiao Bei would glance towards the door, and when she went out for consultations, she would intentionally call Zongbo to inquire if anyone had come looking for her, leaving Zongbo puzzled. Qiao Bei thought to herself that Fu Tanxiu had indeed gone a bit mad that night. She understood that those who experience heartbreak often exhibit irrational behavior and may act in peculiar ways. On this day, marking Dodo's 100th day, Qiao Bei deliberately took a leave of absence and reserved a private room at a hotel to host a small celebration for Dodo. Although she had no relatives or friends, she believed that some sense of ceremony was still necessary. She invited Yi Shi and Ye's parents. After some contemplation, she also sent a message to Fu Tanxiu, but he did not respond. She had no idea what he was up to during this time, as he had been absent from her life. Qiao Bei felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, today was Dodo's 100th day celebration, and she quickly adjusted her mood. Dodo was dressed festively in a red traditional outfit, complemented by a black hat, looking as adorable as a lucky doll. Yi Shi couldn't bear to let her go. My godson looks so handsome today. Qiao Bei snapped several photos of Dodo, planning to have them developed later. A knock sounded at the private room door. I'll get it. Qiao Bei sprang to her feet. Everyone looked at her curiously. Yi Shi asked, Why are you so excited? Qiao Bei protested, I'm not excited at all. Yi Shi retorted, Am I blind? Qiao Bei, who had been seated on the inner side, maneuvered around everyone and joyfully opened the door. Excuse me, is this Miss Qiao Bei? Qiao Bei nodded, her face reflecting a hint of disappointment. The delivery person said, Here is the cake you ordered. She accepted it gratefully and closed the door. Yi Shi handed Dodo to Ye's mother and leaned towards Qiao Bei, nudging her. Who are you waiting for? Qiao Bei replied, not waiting for anyone. Right? Yishu exclaimed, the moment you saw the delivery guy, your expression changed. Are you waiting for Fu Tanxiu? Realizing that further denial would be futile, Qiao Bei nodded. Today was Dodo's 100th day celebration, and if Fu Tanxiu did not show up as her father, Dodo would surely be saddened. Yishu wrapped an arm around her shoulder, saying, Godson knows nothing. It's you who is upset. Qiao Bei replied, I'm sad for Dodo. Yishu chose not to argue further. All right, you're sad for my godson. But really, what is going on with Fu Tanxiu? Qiao Bei sighed. Forget it. Let's not wait any longer. Let's eat. She beckoned everyone to sit down, just as Qiao Bei was about to pick up her chopsticks. Another knock resounded at the door. Everyone turned to look at Qiao Bei, waiting for her to answer. Reluctantly, she stood up and made her way to the door once more. However, she held no expectations, thinking it was merely the waiter. Fu Tanxiu had yet to respond to her message, leaving her uncertain if he had even seen it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a tall, handsome figure, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, rendering her momentarily speechless. Fu Tanxiu wore a faint smile as he gazed at her. I've been on a business trip these past few days. I was just on a plane. I hurried over as soon as I landed and saw your message. So that was the case. Qiao Bei smiled as she stepped aside, saying, you arrived just in time. We were about to begin. Fu Tanxiu entered, nodding slightly to acknowledge the others before taking a seat beside Qiao Bei. She transformed from her earlier state of gloom to one of vivacious energy. Raising her glass, she declared, Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son Qiao Dodo's 100-day banquet. I drink to you all. Chapter 72, What is happening? The camera is shaking. Qiao Bei downed a glass of liquor in one gulp, not batting an eye. Fu Tanxiu initially assumed her drink was merely water, until she turned to him with a smile, and the scent of alcohol wafted from her lips, prompting his realization that she was consuming baijiu. How can you drink baijiu? Fu Tanxiu's expression was one of astonishment. Qiao Bei blinked twice, feeling a bit dizzy. Did the original owner not drink? She recalled that the original owner could only handle a little beer, as she found baijiu too fiery and had poor tolerance for alcohol. In contrast, she quite enjoyed baijiu. She smiled, revealing two dimples, her cheeks flushed, radiant like a peach blossom, strikingly beautiful. Fu Tanxiu was captivated, momentarily forgetting to inquire why she suddenly chose baijiu. Qiao Bei felt a little off, sensing the gravity of the situation. Leaning on Fu Tanxiu's shoulder, she remarked, I thought it was plain water. I drank the wrong thing. Yishi. What on earth? Wasn't it just moments ago that someone had opened the bottle of baijiu themselves and boasted about its delectable taste? The drink in her glass was also poured by her, as she had served herself and her father each a cup. Her mother and sister Zeng abstained from alcohol, so she had not poured for them. However, seeing someone draped over Fu Tanxiu like a limp doll made her smirk mischievously. Qiao Bei was certainly doing this on purpose, getting herself tipsy to take advantage of Fu Tanxiu. A clever ploy. Qiao Bei realized the situation was becoming serious. This body could not handle alcohol well, and after just one glass of baijiu, she was in trouble. Clinging to the last vestiges of her sanity, she turned to Fu Tanxiu and said, You hold Qiao Dodo. Fu Tanxiu sat upright, his body tense. Qiao Bei leaned against him, the warmth of her breath against his neck causing his throat to constrict. Goodness, did this woman have any awareness of her actions? Noticing he remained unmoved, Qiao Bei stumbled to her feet, cradled Qiao Dodo, and placed her in his embrace. Today was Qiao Dodo's 100-day celebration, and they needed a family photograph with her father. She took out her phone to capture the moment, but struggled to align the shot. What was happening? The camera was shaking. Yishu quickly took her phone. Let me handle it. Yishu snapped several pictures of Fu Tanxiu and Qiao Dodo. All done. Wait. Fu Tanxiu pulled Qiao Bei closer, pressing against her tightly, and looked up at Yishu, saying, Take another one. Yishu chuckled, eager to oblige, and snapped another series of photos of the three of them. Qiao Bei leaned against Fu Tanxiu, feeling utterly lethargic. It was evident to everyone that Qiao Bei was intoxicated. Fu Tanxiu handed Qiao Dodo over to Sister Zeng. Before long, Yishu hurriedly led her parents away. The hotel was not far from Guanghua Community, a mere 10-minute walk. Sister Zeng placed Qiao Dodo in the stroller. saying, "Mr. Fu, I leave Miss Qiao in your care. I will take Dodo home first." Fu Tanxiu nodded. The private room was left with just him and Qiao Bei. She leaned against him, having passed out from drunkenness. He chuckled softly, laying her down so that her head rested on his lap, making her more comfortable. He gazed down at her, his fingers gliding across her face. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, each feature perfectly proportioned. Her nose was delicately sculpted, her lashes thick and curled, and her lips were elegantly shaped, adorned with a healthy shade of pink, glistening with moisture. He found himself unable to tear his gaze away from her luscious lips. After a prolonged moment, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. The taste was indeed delightful, reminiscent of chewy jelly, soft and smooth. Unable to contain himself, he intensified the kiss. Qiao Bei let out a soft whimper. Fu Tanxiu pulled back, a flicker of panic evident in his dark eyes. Noticing that Qiao Bei remained asleep, he exhaled in relief. A waiter entered, inquiring if they required anything, and Fu Tanxiu ordered a pot of tea. 2 hours later, Qiao Bei opened her eyes, meeting Fu Tanxiu's penetrating gaze. She paused for a couple of seconds, blinking repeatedly. Fu Tanxiu regarded her with a bemused expression. "Awake?" Qiao Bei, her voice hoarse, asked, "What happened to me?" "You got drunk." "How could I possibly be drunk? Have you forgotten that you can't drink white wine? You consumed an entire cup, and I witnessed it. That wine is 52 degrees, strong enough to get anyone intoxicated." With a sharp intake of breath, Qiao Bei felt a pounding headache and closed her eyes, pressing her temples. The aftermath of intoxication. A pair of warm, dry hands gently massaged her head. Qiao Bei opened her eyes to see Fu Tanxiu's tender and focused expression, a smile gracing the corners of her eyes. "Thank you." Fu Tanxiu paused for a moment, continuing his ministrations. 5 minutes later, Qiao Bei sat up, noticing the untouched cake on the table, feeling a wave of regret. "Oh dear, my drinking has ruined things. I messed up Dodo's 100-day celebration." Fu Tanxiu handed her his phone. Qiao Bei, puzzled, asked, "Why are you giving me your phone?" "Take a look." She opened it and navigated to the photo album. Upon seeing the pictures, she finally smiled. Thankfully, there were photos to commemorate the occasion. Otherwise, Dodo's celebration would have been in vain. When Dodo grows up and sees these photos, he will feel immense joy. However, Fu Tanxiu, why are you not smiling at all? Huh? Why am I the only one smiling? Dodo has a serious expression too. You two are not cooperating. But Dodo smiled in a few of these. Those smiles were captured when Qiao Bei held him. Fu Tanxiu, it must be that you are too stern. Dodo doesn't smile when held by you. Fu Tanxiu watched as the petite woman animatedly spoke. Qiao Bei selected 2 photos of Dodo and Fu Tanxiu together and sent them to him. "I'll send you the pictures. Please save them." Fu Tanxiu replied. "Also send me the one of the 3 of us together." Qiao Bei, without much thought, found the photo and sent it. Fu Tanxiu stared at it for a while. Truly beautiful. Qiao Bei, upon hearing this, proudly lifted her chin. "I look good, don't I?" Fu Tanxiu quipped, "I meant that I look good." Qiao Bei replied, "This man is so narcissistic." Qiao Bei took her phone back, opened the cake box, and cut a piece for both herself and Fu Tanxiu. "We shouldn't waste it." Watching the girl devour her cake, Fu Tanxiu pondered. Has she been mistreated over the years? Why does she eat as if she were a starving ghost reincarnated? Seeing that he had not touched the cake, Qiao Bei reached over with her paw. "Aren't you going to eat?" She was aware that Fu Tanxiu had an aversion to sweets. Just as she was about to take the cake away, it vanished. Fu Tanxiu had taken it, scooping a bite and placing it in his mouth. "Who says I want to eat?" Qiao Bei pouted, preparing to cut another piece, but Fu Tanxiu stopped her. "No more eating. You must control your diet from now on." Qiao Bei glared at him in displeasure. Fu Tanxiu replied, "Glaring at me won't help. Overeating is not good for you." Observing the girl's pitiful expression, he scooped a bite of cake and fed it to her. Qiao Bei took a big bite. "It's so delicious. I want more." Fu Tanxiu scooped another piece to feed her. When Qiao Bei cast another longing glance, Fu Tanxiu chose to ignore her. Chapter 73. What you say? Little fool, the remaining cake was taken away by Qiao Bei, who intended to enjoy it for breakfast the following morning. Fu Tanxiu walked alongside her down the path. Qiao Bei's mind was still somewhat hazy. Her steps felt almost ethereal. As she lifted her gaze, a speeding electric bike rushed toward her. She attempted to evade it, but her body felt as if it were frozen, immobilized in place. At the critical moment, a large hand yanked her aside, and she tumbled into Fu Tanxiu's embrace. A reprimanding voice from above declared, "Watch where you're walking." Gratefully, Qiao Bei looked up and replied, "Thank you. I'm still recovering from the alcohol. My reactions were sluggish." Fu Tanxiu's expression softened as he took her hand. Qiao Bei resisted slightly. "Be obedient. I fear you might be knocked over by a vehicle." Fu Ningyuan would be left without a mother. Qiao Bei pouted, displeased. "You're cursing me." A smirk played on Fu Tanxiu's lips as he remained silent, leading her forward. Qiao Bei ceased her struggles, her gaze fixated on their intertwined hands. From a distance, Lu Yinxuan spotted the two walking hand in hand. Anger surged within him as he approached, his fists clenched tightly. Upon noticing him, Qiao Bei instinctively attempted to break free. But Fu Tanxiu held on too firmly for her to escape. Lu Yinxuan glared at the pair. "Have you reconciled?" "No." "Yes." Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu responded in unison. Lu Yinxuan looked at Qiao Bei with a heart full of anguish, then turned to glare fiercely at Fu Tanxiu. Qiao Bei, too, regarded Fu Tanxiu with astonishment. What nonsense was he spouting? When had they reconciled? Yet at that moment, their clasped hands could easily lead to misunderstandings. She chuckled awkwardly, attempting to clarify, "Lu Yinxuan, it's not as you think." With a wounded expression, Lu Yinxuan pleaded, "Bei, why won't you give me a chance? Why so quickly have you reconciled with him? What about me? What am I to do?" Fu Tanxiu laughed casually. "Lu Yinxuan, your words are quite amusing. What you do has nothing to do with Bei. I hear you've been going on blind dates lately. Have you found someone suitable?" Lu Yinxuan's face darkened ominously. "You still have the audacity to ask? It's your fault that I'm being forced into blind dates. You treacherous scoundrel." Fu Tanxiu narrowed his eyes. "I never forced you into blind dates. Yet you told my father that I ruined your family. Did I? Bei is already divorced from you. She is no longer your concern. Do you have any shame? Because of your words, my parents are the ones pressuring me into blind dates." Qiao Bei turned in astonishment to Fu Tanxiu. "Did you truly say that?" He gently pinched her cheek, his gesture affectionate. "Indeed, I said it." Qiao Bei, perplexed, asked, "Why would you say such a thing?" Suddenly, Fu Tanxiu leaned in, planting a quick kiss on her cheek, then whispered into her ear, "What do you say, little fool?" Qiao Bei stood frozen in place. Fu Tanxiu, satisfied with her reaction, turned to provocatively regard Lu Yinxuan. "Don't waste your efforts. It's futile." Lu Yinxuan's gaze remained locked on Qiao Bei. Her face and neck flushed as if scalded by steam. Ultimately, he turned and walked away. When Qiao Bei regained her senses, Lu Yinxuan had already departed. She dared not glance at Fu Tanxiu and hurriedly ran toward the community. Fu Tanxiu gazed at the fleeting silhouette, unable to suppress the smile gracing his lips. Qiao Bei opted not to take the elevator, instead sprinting up the 7 flights of stairs. Upon reaching the door, she hesitated, pausing before entering. The quiet corridor echoed with the rapid thudding of her heart, akin to the sound of a drum. She forcefully patted her chest, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you racing about for? Stop." After a considerable moment, she finally stepped inside. Qiao Dodo was asleep, and Sister Zeng rested on the sofa. Noticing Qiao Bei's flushed face as she entered, she suppressed a smile. Qiao Bei, puzzled by the reason for her amusement, returned to smile before heading to the kitchen to stow away the cake in the refrigerator. She then turned to her room, intending to catch a bit more sleep. However, as she lay in bed, closing her eyes only conjured images of Fu Tanxiu kissing her, the sensation of his lips lingering softly in her memory. Her mind was a whirlwind, struggling to decipher why he had kissed her. Was it to provoke Lu Yinxuan? But why would he wish to irritate Lu Yinxuan? Did he harbor feelings for her? Surely not. How could Fu Tanxiu possibly like her? It was simply implausible. Could it be that maddening competitive spirit between men? Oh, how vexing. Qiao Bei buried her head into her pillow, pounding the bed in frustration. Meanwhile, in the bar, Lu Yinxuan relentlessly drowned himself in drink after drink. Observing Lu Yinxuan pouring yet another glass, Ji Xian could no longer bear to watch. He attempted to seize the bottle, only to be rebuffed by Lu Yinxuan. "Leave me be. I need this drink for only alcohol understands me now. Ji Xian pleaded, Brother Sun, I understand you too. Please stop drinking. At this rate, you'll end up in the hospital. Clinging to the bottle, Lu Yinxuan replied, then let me go to the hospital. Do you think Bei would come to see me? Ji Xian could only mutter in disbelief, You've lost your mind. At that moment, a waiter rushed in, reporting a commotion outside, as the bar was a joint venture between him and Lu Yinxuan. Ji Xian instructed the waiter to keep an eye on Lu Yinxuan while he stepped out to handle the situation. Upon returning, he found the waiter in tears, lamenting, Young Master Ji, I couldn't keep him under control. When I tried to stop him from drinking, he kicked me and bruised my leg. Ji Xian waved the waiter away, turning to find Lu Yinxuan curled up on the floor, his brow furrowed in distress. Startled, Ji Xian asked, Brother Sun, don't frighten me. What is wrong? Lu Yinxuan clutched his stomach, groaning, I feel awful. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Xian hoisted him onto his back. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei, in a state of drowsiness, was jolted awake by the ringing of her phone. She reached for the device, placing it against her ear, lazily muttering, Hello? On the other end, Ji Xian's anxious voice pierced through, Qiao Bei, Brother Sun is on the brink of death. You must come to the hospital. Qiao Bei's eyes flew open. Which hospital? Aihua Hospital. Understood. With no time to gather further details, she hung up and began to dress. Sister Zheng, awakened by the commotion, inquired, Miss Qiao, are you heading out? Yes, I have to go out for a bit, Sister Zheng. Please keep an eye on Dodo. Of course, go without worry. Qiao Bei rushed downstairs, hailing a cab that sped towards Aihua Hospital. In the emergency corridor, she spotted Ji Xian and asked, What is the situation? Ji Xian replied, He is still in the operating room. What happened? Ji Xian cast a glance at her, a hint of reproach in his tone. It was because of you that he drank excessively, leading to an acute gastric perforation. Qiao Bei lowered her head, burdened by guilt. After a brief silence, she inquired, Have you informed Lu Yinxuan's parents? Ji Xian smacked his forehead. I completely forgot. Lu Yinxuan had been repeatedly calling out Qiao Bei's name. Upon arriving at the hospital, he hastily dialed her number, neglecting to notify Lu Yinxuan's parents. He retrieved his phone and called Yao Lan. Half an hour later, Yao Lan rushed to the hospital in a flurry. Upon seeing Qiao Bei, her expression turned icy. Qiao Bei stood silently to the side. After gathering some details from Ji Xian, Yao Lan approached Qiao Bei. Miss Qiao, we need to have a conversation. Chapter 74. I never intended to marry into your family. You think too much. Qiao Bei stood before Yao Lan and inquired, Annie, what would you like to discuss with me? Yao Lan zipped, Miss Q. I have heard that you have given birth. Qiao Bei nodded, Indeed. As a mother yourself, you should comprehend my feelings. If it were you, and your son were to be sent into the operating room for a woman, facing uncertainty between life and death, what would you think? With utmost sincerity, Qiao Bei articulated, I am responsible solely for raising him. Matters of the heart are beyond my jurisdiction. Should he truly enter the operating room for a girl, though it would cause me great sorrow, I would respect his choice. Yao Lan's expression darkened. Are you implying that I do not respect my son? No, I am merely expressing my own perspective, Qiao Bei clarified. Yao Lan asserted, As a mother, I cannot stand idly by. Your influence is the reason for my son's current state. Surely, you must be aware of that. Qiao Bei nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed due to her that Lu Yinxuan was in such a predicament, and she accepted that. Yao Lan continued, You are quite honest. Since you recognize your role in this, do you not feel a sense of guilt? Qiao Bei responded, I do feel guilty. Then should you not let my son go? Qiao Bei sighed, I have clearly rejected Lu Yinxuan. There is no question of letting him go. Are you suggesting that my son is clinging to you? Qiao Bei frowned, disliking the term cling, as it had often been used to describe her in relation to Tanxiu. While she did not wish for Lu Yinxuan to remain fixated on her, there was no fault in harboring affection for someone. She simply hoped he would move on sooner rather than later. Yao Lan stated, Miss Qiao, to speak frankly, given your background and personal attributes, our family could never accept you. Therefore, I implore you to maintain your distance from my son and cease to torment him. It was well known that Qiao Bei merely resided with the Fu family, who did not regard her favorably. Her cunning nature enabled her to ascend to Tanxiu's bed and successfully marry him. Although that incident had been suppressed by Tanxiu, any related information was now absent from the internet. Yet in high society, the reasons for Tanxiu's marriage to Qiao Bei were no secret. Her disdain for Qiao Bei was palpable. How could she allow her son to marry such a woman, especially now that she had a child? Qiao Bei found herself somewhat repulsed by Yao Lan's demeanor. Must we resort to such discussions regarding my family background and personal attributes? What is wrong with my lineage? I hail from a family of traditional medicine practitioners, and I possess both beauty and capability. Lu Yinchuan's self-inflicted struggles are not my doing. Do not attempt to place the blame on me. My family background and personal qualities are not open to your judgment. I have no desire to marry into your family. You are overthinking this. Yao Lan remained silent, her countenance darkened, her lips pressed tightly together. Ji Xian stood at a distance, unaware of their conversation. But sensing the tension in the air, he felt that something was amiss. However, he lacked the courage to intervene, fearing Yao Lan's formidable nature. Qiao Bei gazed defiantly at Yao Lan, who, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "You should leave. You are not welcome here." Qiao Bei glanced at her, dismissing her words, and moved to stand beside Ji Xian, crossing her arms and remaining silent. She wished to leave. After all, lying in bed at such a late hour was far more appealing than being confined to a hospital. Yet, as she was about to give birth to Qiao Dodo, it was Lu Yinchuan who had escorted her to the hospital, a detail she held close to her heart. For this reason alone, she felt compelled to wait for Lu Yinchuan to emerge from the operating room. Ji Xian glanced at her several times before finally succumbing to curiosity and inquiring, "What did Aunt Yao just say to you?" Qiao Bei shot him a cold glance, her silence betraying her displeasure. Ji Xian pressed his lips together, refraining from further questions. Half an hour later, Lu Yinchuan was wheeled out of the operating room and taken to the ward. Yao Lan rushed over, her eyes glistening with tears. Ji Xian and Yao Lan remained in the ward, while Qiao Bei took a moment to rest on a bench by the door, inadvertently succumbing to slumber. When she awakened, daylight had broken. Checking her phone, she noted it was already 8 in the morning. The doctor arrived for the rounds, and Qiao Bei followed him inside. As Lu Yinchuan slowly opened his eyes, upon spotting Qiao Bei standing amidst the crowd, he was overcome with excitement and attempted to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Yao Lan. "Behave yourself." Lu Yinchuan gazed at Qiao Bei with an infatuated expression. Yao Lan sighed, exasperated by her son's behavior. The doctor conducted an examination and departed promptly. Only then did Qiao Bei approach him. Lu Yinchuan smiled brightly. Bei, your visit brings me such joy." Abruptly, Qiao Bei's expression turned cold as she scolded him. "Lu Yinchuan, are you out of your mind? Do you intend to cling to me like this just because you're feeling miserable?" Lu Yinchuan pouted, "No, I'm just really sad." Does sadness justify self-destructive behavior? Ji Xian discreetly stepped back, wary of the escalating tension. Yao Lan opened her mouth to speak, but Qiao Bei turned to her. "Let me finish." Yao Lan fell silent. Qiao Bei continued her tirade, directed at Lu Yinchuan. "I truly disdain you. Is it really that devastating just because the person you like doesn't reciprocate your feelings? Just because I don't like you, does that mean the world comes to a halt? Is it the apocalypse?" Lu Yinchuan replied earnestly. "Your indifference feels like the end of the world to me." Qiao Bei felt an overwhelming urge to smack his head to see what thoughts resided within. "I have told you before, life encompasses more than just love. There are countless more meaningful pursuits awaiting our attention. Consider the numerous left-behind children in the West, or the refugees in Africa. If you find yourself bored, why not devote your energy to saving them? You frequently resort to self-harm. It's utterly irrational. You coward." Yao Lan observed the girl as chest rise and fall with anger, momentarily taken aback. Lu Yinchuan sat there, stunned into silence by the scolding. Qiao Bei placed her hands on her hips and declared, "I've said all I need to say. Whether you choose to heed my words is your concern. I'm leaving." As she exited, the door slammed with a force that made Ji Xian's heart skip a beat. Moments later, he hurried to the bedside. "Brother Sun, are you all right?" Lu Yinchuan stared blankly at the ceiling, speechless. Ji Xian felt a pang of worry. He hasn't been rendered speechless, has he? Yaolan rolled her eyes and shot a disapproving look at her son. Qiao Bei is right. This is a display of weakness. If you dare to act this way again, don't expect me to acknowledge you as my son. Lu Yinchuan turned his head. Sister, I'm hungry. Could you please get me something to eat? Yaolan, still in the mood for jesting. It seems all is well. She rose to her feet. Wait. I shall inquire with the doctor about what you may consume. After Yao Lan departed, Ji Xian leaned closer, attempting to mend his wounded spirit. Sun Gu, in truth, Qiao Bei does care for you. She called last night and hurried over, waiting for you to finish your surgery. Even after the operation, she remained at the door. Her earlier harshness was likely a manifestation of her concern for you. Lu Yin Sun's eyes glimmered with amusement. So Qiao Bei had come last night. Indeed. She must have been worried about him. Ji Xian, do you think if I engage in activities she enjoys, she might come to like me? Chapter 75. Surely someone is targeting me. Seeking my demise, Ji Xian was beset by a foreboding sense of dread. What are you up to? Lu Yinchuan inquired. Good deeds, he replied, extolling the virtues of his beloved, whose heart was so benevolent and attuned to the world. Ji Xian pressed further. What good deeds? I wish to procure a ticket to the West, and subsequently to Africa, he stated. Ji Xian was left speechless. Qiao Bei had taken a lengthy leave from work to return home, cleanse herself, engage in playful antics with Qiao Dodo, and have lunch before heading to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Upon her arrival, Zhongbo approached her, carrying a thermos. Someone has sent you lunch, he announced. Qiao Bei, taken aback, accepted the container and set it down on the table, crossing her arms and surveying it with curiosity. What are you doing? Zhongbo inquired. I'm pondering what lies within, she responded. Food, of course, what else could it be? But it could just as easily be a bomb or a dead rat. She mused. Zhongbo raised an eyebrow. Do you suffer from paranoia? Qiao Bei shook her head. You don't understand. Think about it. Who would send me food? No one. Someone is undoubtedly watching me, plotting my harm. Zhongbo sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh dear, this child is doomed. Qiao Bei continued her conjecture. You see it in dramas. Nefarious individuals send packages that, upon opening, reveal timed explosives or deceased creatures. It's terrifying. Zhongbo's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Come now, let me open it. At my age, I fear neither explosions nor fright. Qiao Bei found this notion rather splendid, passing him the thermos. Here you go. Zhongbo was convinced that if a criminal were to burst in wielding a knife, Qiao Bei would undoubtedly push him forward to shield herself. He begrudgingly accepted the thermos and made his way outside. Zhongbo, where are you going? She called after him. Without turning back, he replied, I'm going outside to open it, lest it explodes and claims you too. Zhongbo, you're truly kind. Do be cautious and keep your distance. Once outside, he sat on the curb, preparing to unveil the contents of the thermos, his hands trembling slightly. What could be amiss? Surely it was the result of that foolish girl-esque fright. Qiao Bei leaned against the doorframe, peering out. Zhongbo, have you opened it yet? What's inside? He retorted, be quiet. Oh, she complied, suspecting he lacked the courage to open it and was merely feigning bravery. She wondered how long it would take for him to finally do so and began playing a game on her phone. Summoning his resolve, Zhongbo finally opened the thermos, releasing a delightful aroma. When Qiao Bei glanced outside again, she was greeted by the sight of him relishing the meal. She abandoned her game and rushed out. Zhongbo, is it poisoned? You're just eating it? He looked up. I haven't had lunch. The food is too fragrant to resist. If I am poisoned, you must ensure the clinic thrives in my absence. Qiao Bei gazed at the delectable spread, swallowing her saliva. All right then, take your time. For the entirety of the afternoon, she remained vigilant, observing Zhongbo for any signs of poisoning. Zhongbo indulged in a hearty meal, his spirits buoyed, even humming a tune. Until the end of the workday, Qiao Bei noticed no signs of poisoning in Zhongbo, which allowed her to return home at ease. The following noon, as Qiao Bei emerged from the examination room, Zhongbo approached her with a thermos, its hue differing from the previous day's blue. Today, it was a delightful pink. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhongbo remarked, perhaps yesterday was merely a test. Today, who knows, it might genuinely be poisoned. Allow this old fellow to sample it for you. Qiao Bei conceded, finding his reasoning sound. All right, go ahead, she responded. Zhongbo, chuckling, carried the thermos away. Still, Qiao Bei could detect no signs of distress in him. As the workday drew to a close, just as Qiao Bei was about to step out of the clinic, she spotted a tall figure under the tree. Engrossed in typing on his phone, she tiptoed away, seizing the moment to escape unnoticed by Tanxiu. However, Tanxiu turned just in time to see the woman sprinting away with the agility of a rabbit. He pursed his lips and took off after her. Upon realizing he was in pursuit, Qiao Bei stumbled in alarm and fell awkwardly. "Ouch, that hurts!" she exclaimed. A pair of strong hands lifted her from the ground. "Where did you fall? Are you in pain?" he asked with genuine concern. Qiao Bei shook her head, biting her lip, though her knee throbbed painfully. Tanxiu's expression darkened as he rolled up her pant leg. The skin on her knee was scraped, but it wasn't severe. Suddenly, he swept her up in his arms and strode directly to the convenience store across the street. He seated her in a chair and instructed, "Don't move. I'll get some Band-Aids." Qiao Bei obediently nodded. While Tanxiu was conversing with the cashier, Qiao Bei seized the opportunity to lower her pant leg and make a dash for it. Hearing the commotion, Tanxiu turned to see her limping away. He hurriedly paid and rushed after her. Qiao Bei glanced back and found Tanxiu right before her. In a fit of frustration, she exclaimed, "Why do you keep following me?" Tanxiu grasped her wrist and guided her to a bench by the roadside, preparing to roll up her pant leg once more. "No need," she protested, covering her leg. Tanxiu's gaze grew stern. "Let go." "I won't," she retorted. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "All right, just for a moment." Still, she resisted. "I'll apply the ointment and put on the Band-Aid. Then you can leave," he assured her. Qiao Bei, skeptical, looked up at him. "Really?" "Yes," he affirmed. Finally relenting, she released her grip, allowing Tanxiu to roll up her pant leg, disinfect the scrape, apply the Band-Aid, and neatly adjust her pants. Quietly, she murmured a thank you, attempting to flee once more. Tanxiu caught her arm. With a frown, she regarded him. "Are you going back on your word?" Tanxiu, exasperated, responded, "No, I merely wish to inquire if the lunches these past 2 days suited your palate. Is there a dish you desire? Inform me, and I shall have the kitchen prepare it." Qiao Bei, taken aback, asked, "Did you arrange for the lunches these past 2 days?" "Indeed," he replied. Qiao Bei sighed inwardly. All of it had gone into Zongbei's stomach, and she hadn't even tasted a drop of the broth. She straightened her face and insisted, "I didn't eat. There's no need to send anything." Tanxiu implored, Bei, please don't reject my goodwill." Qiao Bei's heart began to race wildly once more, and in a flurry of anxiety, she turned and fled. Tanxiu gazed at her retreating figure, his dark eyes fathomless. What must he do for this woman to once again open her heart to him? After Qiao Bei had distanced herself and saw that Tanxiu was not in pursuit, she finally exhaled in relief and slowed her pace. What a torment it was. What could Tanxiu possibly want? Chapter 76. The following noon, Tanxiu once again had lunch delivered, presented in a violet thermos. Zongbei prepared to test for poison once more, but the thermos was taken by Qiao Bei. Zongbei remarked, "Perhaps today it has been poisoned." Qiao Bei turned to him sharply. "Zongbei, how can someone of your age be so gluttonous?" Zongbei clicked his tongue. "Who said age precludes one from indulgence? Who sets such rules? By the way, the individual scheduled for consultation yesterday called several times, stating she could not make it today due to other commitments, as she would be flying to another city tonight, and inquired if you could visit her instead." Qiao Bei pondered for a moment. "Inquire if it's not too far. I might make the trip." Zongbei hurried to a corner to make the call. Qiao Bei sat down, arms crossed, gazing at the thermos. A few minutes later, Zongbei returned. "The other party said they could send a vehicle to pick you up." "Very well, I shall go." Zongbei prepared to leave, but noticed her continued fixation on the thermos. "If you're going to eat it, then give it to me. I haven't had lunch." Qiao Bei clutched the thermos. "Neither have I." Zongbei chuckled and walked away. At that moment, Qiao Bei's phone rang. It rested on the table, and she immediately saw a message from Tanxiu. She tapped it open. "Today there is your favorite braised pork, and the sauce goes well with rice." Was this man doing this on purpose? Sending such a message was nothing short of temptation. How infuriating! Yet, as she thought of the flavor of braised pork, she licked her lips, and her slight internal conflict was completely quelled. Upon opening the thermos, It was indeed filled with braised pork and several side dishes. Zhongbo leaned closer. If you can't finish it, do share some with me. Qiao Bei tightened her embrace around the box. I won't have enough to eat. After finishing her meal, Qiao Bei contentedly rubbed her belly. The person sent to pick her up arrived, a young lad who greeted her warmly. As she settled into the car, after a while, she inquired, "Is it far?" The young man replied, 2 hours. Qiao Bei gasped, "Could you turn back and take me home?" The young man chuckled. Director Wang insisted that I bring you to him. Qiao Bei leaned against the car window, feeling utterly despondent. Nobody informed me it was this far. Rest assured, Miss Qiao, I will ensure your safe return, no matter how late it gets. Qiao Bei regarded him, resigned to the circumstances. With such dedication, shouldn't someone present her with a banner of appreciation? Initially, she managed to engage in small talk with the young man, but soon her eyes grew heavy. He, being considerate, fell silent. Qiao Bei drifted into slumber. After half an hour, the young man glanced back at the rear seat, his lips twitching. The esteemed Master Qiao had fallen into a disheveled sleep, her head lolling from side to side, lacking any semblance of poise. Almost everyone in their production team knew of Master Qiao, for she had cured Shang Lin's insomnia, leading Shang Lin's assistant, Xiao Zhang, to boast about her, claiming she had been introduced to Shang Lin by his mother, elevating Master Qiao to legendary status. Initially, nobody believed the tales. Later, Master Qiao's remarkable abilities were acknowledged by none other than Shang Lin himself. Producer Wang of the film crew had some minor health issues and harbored a deep belief in traditional Chinese medicine, having consulted numerous practitioners over the years. Upon hearing that Master Qiao had cured Shang Lin's insomnia, her admiration for him grew immensely. Although the schedule did not permit a visit to the clinic, she was relentless, making several calls and shamelessly requesting Master Qiao to visit the film set. Typically, individuals referred to as masters are shrouded in mystery and possess eccentric temperaments, making it unlikely they would acquiesce. To her surprise, Master Qiao actually agreed. Even more astonishing was his youthful and strikingly handsome appearance, save for a rather ungraceful sleeping posture. As Qiao Bei drowsily opened her eyes, she realized the vehicle was still in motion. "Are we there yet?" she inquired. The young gentleman smiled and replied, "Almost. Just 1 more kilometer." Qiao Bei straightened up, rubbed her eyes, and patted her cheeks to awaken herself. A few minutes later, the young man stopped the car and personally opened the door for her, saying, "Master Qiao, please alight." Upon stepping out, Qiao Bei glanced at the sign at the entrance. It was a film studio. Following the young man for about 5 minutes, she entered a building bustling with activity. The scene was all too familiar. They were filming. In her previous life, she often mingled on various sets and was well acquainted with such environments. She paused, gazing fondly at the scene before her. The young man, noticing she had lagged behind, returned to her side. "Master Qiao, this is a filming session, and soon there will be scenes featuring Shang Lin," he revealed, unable to contain his excitement about her presence at the set. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow. "Is it that superstar, Shang Lin? The one from the yogurt commercial?" "The yogurt commercial?" "Oh yes, Shang Lin indeed starred in a yogurt advertisement, which was his smallest gig. The rest were high-end luxury brands," she recalled, tilting her head in contemplation but failing to remember any other advertisements he had done. "Master Qiao, we should proceed. Producer Wang is inside." "Oh," Qiao Bei replied, casting one last glance at the filming scene before following the young man. Upon arriving outside a room, he asked her to wait a moment while he went to summon Producer Wang. Qiao Bei nodded. The young man entered, and, as she lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Shang Lin, dressed in a suit that resembled a costume, his slicked-back hair adding to his striking presence, even more handsome in person than on screen. She longed to gaze a moment longer, but the door swiftly closed. A minute later, the young man emerged with a plump middle-aged woman. Qiao Bei surmised that this must be Producer Wang, the very person she was to consult. Upon seeing her, Producer Wang's expression froze for a moment, likely taken aback by her youth. However, she quickly regained her composure, warmly extending her hand. "Master Qiao, I truly appreciate your assistance. Thank you so much." Qiao Bei smiled. "Let's find a quiet place." "Certainly, Master Qiao, please follow me." Producer Wang led her into an empty room next door. The handsome young man poured a glass of water for Qiao Bei before being dismissed by producer Wang. Master Qiao, my schedule is quite hectic, so I shall not beat around the bush. Allow me to explain my situation. Qiao Bei raised her hand. Please proceed. The issue is that I have been experiencing irregular menstruation, and it has been over half a year since my last cycle. This condition has persisted for several years, and upon consulting Western doctors, they informed me that I might be facing premature menopause. But I'm only 40. How could that be possible? I refuse to believe it. Over the years, I have consulted numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, truly, from all corners of the country, yet none have managed to remedy my condition. Master Qiao, do you think there is hope for me? I am only 40 and do not wish to face early menopause. Half an hour later, producer Wang escorted Qiao Bei outside. Master Qiao, thank you ever so much. I have arranged for someone to take you back, the same young man as before. Qiao Bei replied, All right, I will prepare the medicine for that handsome fellow to bring back. Producer Wang expressed her gratitude once more. Just then, someone called for her, and she hurried away. As Qiao Bei turned to leave, she heard a commotion on set, as if they were searching for someone. Upon glancing back, she saw a middle-aged man with a beard rushing towards her, grabbing her arm. It's you. Quickly, let's get you changed and made up. Chapter 77. A meeting with a surprising salutation. Qiao Bei was ushered into a room, which turned out to be a makeup area. She was dressed in a cheap how, and a makeup artist began to enhance her features. A girl nearby animatedly explained the scene to her. Yes, it was indeed a performance. You will portray a dancer, devoid of any lines, merely following the male lead for a few steps without unnecessary movements. Remember, refrain from superfluous gestures and do not be anxious. Can you comprehend what I am saying? This girl was a temporary assistant director, although she was cast as a mere bystander. She would be sharing the screen with the illustrious Shang Lin, necessitating extra caution. Qiao Bei responded with an okay gesture, recalling her past experiences of playing countless minor roles, having portrayed over 100 background characters. This was a trivial task for her. The girl's confidence momentarily faltered in the face of Qiao Bei's assured smile. Do not falter, and avoid staring at Shang Lin with infatuation, understood? Qiao Bei thought to herself. Infatuation? Is that even possible? Focus on the performance. This is a 200 yuan remuneration. The girl slipped 2 bills into her hand, provided by the assistant director, who mentioned it was a temporary arrangement to fill in, hence the immediate payment. Qiao Bei raised an eyebrow, tucking the money into her pocket. Splendid. She would indulge in acting while earning a bit of money. Soon enough, Qiao Bei was led to the center of the dance floor. She spotted Shang Lin, who was conversing with the director. 2 minutes later, he approached her. The director called out, and Shang Lin placed his hand on her waist. This was a spy drama, where Shang Lin played the male protagonist, a covert operative infiltrating enemy territory. The scene took place in a ballroom, surrounded by numerous adversaries. The male lead utilized the dance to blend in while observing his surroundings to provide cover for his organization. Thus, although Shang Lin wrapped his arm around her waist, he did not gaze at her. Qiao Bei remained unperturbed, gracefully swaying her body, fulfilling her role as an adept dancer. The director's camera panned, capturing Qiao Bei's face, and he remarked in surprise, What is a dancer doing looking so exquisite? The assistant director clarified, She was just a random pick. The original dancer didn't show up. The director quipped, Isn't that stealing the spotlight? They appear to be quite the pair. The assistant director advised, Just avoid filming her face. The director clicked his tongue. Such a face is wasted on a background role. We should invite her for a chat later. But for now, let us focus on the shoot. The director stood up, calling out, Prepare yourselves, we are commencing. Shang Lin felt a sense of disbelief. After all his preparation, the directors were merely engaged in conversation. He composed himself and glanced across the room, only to find his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Mother? Qiao Bei lifted her gaze to steal a glance at the celebrated star. This method of greeting was rather unconventional. Calling out mother upon meeting was unprecedented. Shang Lin stared at her in astonishment, causing Qiao Bei to feel a tinge of embarrassment. While she managed to suppress any signs of infatuation, it appeared that he was the one smitten. The director had been observing through the lens for quite some time, noticing Shang Lin's immobility as he fixated on the girl before him. He stood up and shouted, Shang Lin, what are you doing? It seemed as if Shang Wu Lin did not hear him, still fixated on Qiao Bei. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qiao Bei cleared her throat and said, "Shang Lin, we're filming, be professional." Shang Wu Lin responded, "You resemble my mother." Qiao Bei interjected, "Is that a compliment? Are you implying she is old? How infuriating. How could she be considered old? Despite having given birth, she remained youthful and beautiful." The director on the other side urged them to continue, compelling Shang Wu Lin to focus on the scene, with intentions to inquire further once filming wrapped up. Yet, his mind wandered, distracted by the girl across from him. The scene was retaken multiple times. Qiao Bei gritted her teeth, thinking earning this $200 was truly challenging. Everyone on set observed Shang Lin, as this was an unprecedented occurrence. He typically nailed his scenes on the first take. What was going on today? It seemed to revolve around that dancer, as he kept staring at her. Had he perhaps fallen for her at first sight? Countless fans' hearts would surely shatter. After yet another take went awry, Qiao Bei could no longer endure it. She stomped on Shang Wu Lin's foot. Wearing high heels, it must have been quite painful. He let out a cry and looked at her with a pained expression. "Why did you step on me?" Qiao Bei glared fiercely. "If you don't act properly, I'll make you regret it." Shang Wu Lin was taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to him that way. However, noting the striking resemblance to his mother, he refrained from retorting. The director, disheartened, resolved to reshoot the scene another day, as Shang Lin was clearly out of sorts, his spirit seemingly elsewhere. Yet, unexpectedly, he found his rhythm and finally succeeded in the scene. Qiao Bei exhaled in relief, rushing off to change her clothes. Shang Wu Lin was subsequently chastised by the director. "What is wrong with you today? I understand she is attractive, but you can't just stare at her. It's rude and disruptive." Before the director could finish, Shang Wu Lin broke away and dashed off. He searched each room in vain, unable to locate her. Meanwhile, Qiao Bei, out of breath, arrived at the entrance of the film studio. A handsome young man hurriedly opened the door for her. "Master Qiao, you finally made it. I thought you were lost." Qiao Bei hopped into the car, twisting open a bottle of mineral water, gulping down several mouthfuls. "Em exhausted." The young man also entered the vehicle, glancing at her with a puzzled expression. "Master Qiao, why has your makeup changed?" Qiao Bei casually replied, "I just want to grab something." "Oh, let's get going then." At the filming site, Shang Wu Lin continued his search for her. Where could she be? Why had she vanished? The sudden disappearance of the girl left him with the impression that it had all been a dream. He rushed to the director, demanding, "Where have you hidden her?" The director looked bewildered. "Hidden who?" "The girl, the dancer." The director suddenly understood. "Oh, the one who captivated your attention?" "Yes. I have no idea. You don't know the person you were searching for?" "Why should I know?" "You should know." "I genuinely do not." "You ought to know. Hand her over." The director was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. The individual in question had been procured by the assistant director. "You might inquire of him." Shang Wu Lin strode away without a backward glance. From a distance, the director observed him gripping the assistant director's collar, appearing quite menacing. He shook his head. Those ensnared by love often lose their senses. Shang Wu Lin reiterated his question to the assistant director. The assistant director replied, "I do not know her. She may have left." "You do not recognize the person you sought?" He retorted, "She was brought in at random, merely a background actor. Who would bother to ask her name? I gave her 200 yuan to send her on her way." Shang Wu Lin bellowed, "Who authorized you to dismiss her? With such a stunning visage, you only offered her 200 yuan? Is she a beggar? You ought to be ashamed." The assistant director remained silent. Chapter 78, Brother. "I think I saw Xiaoyu," the assistant director timidly explained. "This is the standard price." Shang Wu Lin dismissed him with a wave, his agitation palpable. It resembled her so closely. Indeed, it was strikingly similar. Su Jiaowan also possessed a photograph of herself in a qipao from her youth, bearing a resemblance to the girl that was uncanny. The instinct of the twin siblings suggested that the girl might very well be his long-lost sister, the child they had sought for years. The thought exhilarated Shang Wu Lin, causing him to pace fervently around the set, drawing curious glances from those nearby. After a while, he dialed Shang Wuyan. "Brother, I believe I have seen Xiaoyu." Shang Wuyan furrowed his brow. "Where are you?" "In Longcheng. I encountered a girl today who resembles our mother when she was young." "Do you think it could be Xiaoyu?" She appears to be around the same age. Shang Wian speculated that the girl Shang Wulin had seen was indeed the same one his two sons had encountered. He had dispatched individuals to search for her for quite some time, yet she had eluded them until now. Did you ascertain her name? Where does she reside? Does she have any contact information? I'm sorry, brother. I didn't have the chance to ask. She vanished. Shang Wuyin cursed under his breath, useless, and hung up the phone. Shang Wulin found himself without a rebuttal. He indeed had been remiss. It was all the director's fault for incessantly urging him. Otherwise, he would have inquired first. Unwilling to give up, he ran around to ask again, but even the makeup artist was unaware of the girl's name. Producer Wang approached the director. What is Shang Wulin searching for? A background actor. Why is he seeking her out? He seems to have taken a liking to her. Just now, when you were absent, his gaze was fixed upon that girl. Producer Wang replied, Isn't it a bit too conspicuous to be searching so ostentatiously? What will happen if word gets out? Who can stop him? What does the girl look like? She is quite beautiful, the kind who could debut on the spot. For some reason, producer Wang thought of Master Qiao. That individual was also exceptionally attractive, the sort who could easily debut. On her way home, Qiao Bei dozed off once more. Upon arriving at the clinic, she prepared several doses of medicine to bring to producer Wang. After completing her errands, she finally returned home. Sister Zeng had already bathed Qiao Dodo, who smelled delightful. Qiao Bei quickly took a shower and emerged to embrace her son, planting a kiss on his small face. Mother missed you so much. Qiao Dodo giggled in delight. Such a lively and cheerful little boy. Surely, many girls will adore you in the future, Qiao Bei remarked. Sister Zeng chimed in, absolutely. Dodo is growing increasingly handsome. He will surely attract compliments from countless elderly folks. Qiao Bei felt a swell of pride. Yet, as she looked at Qiao Dodo, thoughts of Fu Tanxiu intruded upon her mind. That infuriating man had caused her much distress over the past few days. The following day was the weekend, and Qiao Bei decided to take a day off to play with Qiao Dodo. Upon learning this, Yishur expressed a desire to join them. Qiao Bei had no objections. Yishur arrived in her father's old clunker to pick them up. Qiao Bei cradled Qiao Dodo as they climbed aboard, with sister Zeng accompanying them. Where we headed? Yishi Inwidit. Last night, Qiao Bei selected a location. They are heading to the ancient city, and the weather today is splendid. Great. Godson, Godmother will take you on an adventure. Qiao Bei chuckled. I believe it's you who yearns for an escapade. Yishur giggled, you've seen right through me. But, are there any handsome men in the ancient city? If not, I have no desire to go. Qiao Bei replied, who said you could look at handsome men? You should focus on the children. Do you think being a godmother is an easy task? Yishur protested, but I can glance at handsome men too. Beware, handsome men often lack intelligence. You might lose yours in the process. She used to adore admiring handsome men, but ever since having children, her interest shifted towards making money and raising them. Yishur retorted, that's not true. My idol is not only handsome, but also possesses a high IQ. Who is your idol? Shang Lin, Qiao Bei answered. He is the least intelligent of them all. You mustn't speak ill of my idol. Really, you've been deceived. Yesterday at the film set, I wanted to smack him due to his foolishness. Yishur rolled her eyes. Bei, have you taken a boasting? I wouldn't dare to dream such dreams. As if you could just smack a star. Ordinary people find it incredibly difficult to even meet a big celebrity. Qiao Bei insisted, Isvil. I was at the film city yesterday for a consultation and happened to play a minor role, coincidentally acting alongside Shang Lin. He called me mom right off the bat and flubbed his lines multiple times, so foolish that I stepped on his foot. Yishur was displeased. Bei, you cannot insult my idol. I will sever ties with you. I speak only the truth. You're just bragging. Your tales are almost reaching the heavens. It's disheartening not to be believed. And Qiao Bei scratched her head, longing to prove her words. The crew paid me 200 yuan. I'm not lying. I played a dancer and danced with Shang Lin. Dream on. Upon arriving in the ancient city, Qiao Bei attempted to explain further. Yishur refused to listen. Do not speak ill of my idol again. I might resort to violence. Qiao Bei felt quite distressed. As she pushed the stroller along the path, she attempted to speak several times, but Yishur remained obstinately unresponsive. Qiao Bei, feeling helpless, spotted an ice cream vendor and commanded Yishur, go buy me an ice cream. Yishur felt the brisk northern wind and pulled her coat tighter. In this cold weather, eating ice cream will freeze you. Although the sun shone brightly, the temperature hovered around 10 degrees, and the wind made it quite chilly. I am burning up. I need something to cool down. Qiao Bei insisted. Yishur smirked. If you're burning, you should find a man to cool you down. Qiao Bei pidaifu panchet hartivije, yishi. Your mind is so filthy. Hurry and buy the ice cream. Don't pollute Qiao Dodo's ears. Yishur pouted but ran off to buy the ice cream. She returned with 3 cones, but Zheng Jie found them too cold to eat. Qiao Bei took them, balancing one in each hand. After walking for a while, she realized Zheng Jie had not followed and turned back to look. She found Zheng Jie engrossed in her phone. Zheng Jie, hurry up, she called out. Just as Zheng Jie nearly dropped her phone, she furrowed her brow slightly but paid it no mind, turning her attention back to her ice cream. The ancient city was vast, and as the group wandered and paused intermittently, Qiao Bei spotted some delectable treats and urged Yishur to make a purchase. This is the 200 yuan the production team gave me. Take it and buy something. Qiao Bei pulled out 2 bills. Yishur thought to herself, this person just doesn't know when to stop. Nevertheless, she accepted the money and strolled towards the snack stall. After a while of browsing, Yishur remarked, there aren't any handsome guys around. This is so boring. But there are 2 over there. Qiao Bei pointed at 2 men standing with their backs to them, not far away. They look handsome even from behind. Go on, make your move. Yishur's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to step forward, the 2 handsome men turned around. She hesitated, retracting her foot. Qiao Bei, with a sausage in her mouth that had just been grilled, winced at the heat. Noticing Yishur's ghostly expression, she turned her head, nearly biting her tongue. Oh my goodness, isn't that Fu Tanxiu? What's he doing here? Chapter 79. What else do you enjoy eating? I will buy it for you. Fu Tanxiu and Shi Qian were dressed casually today, exuding a relaxed and sunny demeanor, in contrast to their usual serious and aloof selves. At this moment, they were walking towards them. Sister Zheng, feeling guilty, instinctively shrank back. Fu Tanxiu halted before Qiao Bei and took a bite of the grilled sausage she had been nibbling on. Perhaps it was too greasy, as he frowned slightly. What a coincidence, you are here too. Shi Qian rolled his eyes nearby. What a coincidence indeed. An hour ago, someone messaged Sister Zheng, learning that Qiao Bei had come to the ancient city, hence he followed suit. At that time, he had been with Fu Tanxiu, so they came together. Whether it was truly a coincidence was unknown to Qiao Bei, but her sausage had been bitten by Fu Tanxiu, still bearing her saliva. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she avoided his gaze. Previously, they had shared an ice pop, a pair of chopsticks, and a cake fork. Yet at that time, she held no affection for Fu Tanxiu, nor did he for her. She merely regarded him as Qiao Dodo's father, or perhaps a friend. There was no psychological burden. She felt free in his presence. However, after Fu Tanxiu kissed her, the nature of their relationship felt tainted, leaving her uncertain of how to face him. She was not being dramatic. In truth, it was the original host who had harbored feelings for Fu Tanxiu and engaged in such acts. She had thought Fu Tanxiu indifferent towards her, allowing them to coexist peacefully as the parents of Qiao Dodo. Now, everything had become chaotic. Fu Tanxiu gazed down at the girl's bashful expression, a smirk curling at his lips. What else do you enjoy eating? I will buy it for you. Qiao Bei lowered her head, replying, I will buy it myself. Undeterred by her rejection, Fu Tanxiu continued, there is a pastry shop ahead. An old establishment reputed for its delightful flavors. Shall we take a look? Qiao Bei recognized the shop. She had seen it while researching the ancient city the previous night. Indeed, if one visited the ancient city without sampling the pastries, it would be a wasted trip. She reached out, linking arms with Yishur as they walked ahead, deliberately maintaining distance from Fu Tanxiu. Yishur's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is going on with Fu Tanxiu? Is he pursuing you? The act of directly taking the sausage from Qiao Bei's mouth was undeniably intimate. Qiao Bei answered honestly, I don't know. You don't know? Recently, I've noticed the way he looks at you. It seems he has developed feelings for you. Qiao Bei paused, then responded, I don't know. Perhaps Fu Tanxiu, after being betrayed by Meng Yusi, was merely seeking solace in her. Yishur insisted, I believe he is indeed pursuing you. His gaze is unmistakable. In what way is it unmistakable? Qiao Bei questioned. It seems as if he wishes to devour you. Yishur teased. then I should keep my distance from him. Qiao Bei replied. Bei, tell me honestly, what do you feel for Fu Tanxiu now? Do you like him? How could that be? I do not like him. But you used to have such strong feelings for him. That was in the past. Yisher studied her intently. Bei, have you perhaps concealed your feelings for Fu Tanxiu due to past hurt? No, I truly do not like him. Is it possible to suddenly cease liking someone? For me, it is that effortless. Yisher tilted her head in contemplation. She had only experienced one romantic relationship during her university years, a naive affair, innocent as a mere jest. That relationship lasted merely half a month, a long-distance connection between two high school classmates. They defined their bond during a reunion, but after returning to school for a fortnight. Her first love called to break up with her. She was furious at the time, delivering a scathing rebuke before decisively ending the call. There was no further correspondence. Their lack of emotional investment rendered the breakup mundane, leaving her with a sense of being deceived. She speculated that the young man had likely developed feelings for someone else. Her pride prevented her from seeking verification. After all, he was just a man. If it was over, then so be it. She had no interest in clinging to him. She had never encountered a tumultuous, heart-wrenching love. Thus, she found it challenging to comprehend Qiao Bei's feelings for Fu Tanxiu. Since she claimed to no longer harbor affection, then so be it. Initially, she had wished to assist her dear friend following Qiao Dodo's arrival. Now, however, she felt indifferent, respecting Qiao Bei's decision. Shi Qian nudged Fu Tanxiu, inquiring about their whispered conversation. Fu Tanxiu suggested, why not sneak over to eavesdrop? Shi Qian rolled his eyes. Am I the type to engage in such antics? Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know? Fu Tanxiu pressed his lips together in silence, his gaze continuously following the figures ahead. Shi Qian lagged a few steps behind to observe the baby in the stroller. Wow, so adorable. Having not taken a good look at Qiao Dodo previously, he now noticed the little one bore a striking resemblance to Fu Tanxiu, an adorable version of him. May I hold him? Sister Zeng replied. Mr. Shi, you might give a try. Qiao Dodo recognizes people. He doesn't just let anyone hold him. Sister Zeng instructed Shi Qian on how to cradle the child, and he paid close attention. Wow, this little one is so light. I hardly dare to use any strength. Mr. Shi, be careful not to drop him. Rest assured, I am a reliable person. He shouted to Fu Tanxiu. Tanxiu, I'm holding your son. He is so cute. You want me to hold him? Fu Tanxiu turned his head, casting a disdainful glance before returning his focus. Hearing the commotion, Qiao Bei and Yisher also turned around. Yisher pouted. Who permitted you to hold my godson? Shi Qian retorted. From today onward, I am his godfather. I have the right to hold him. Dodo, your godfather will send you red envelopes later. Yisher playfully yelled. You are taking advantage of me. Shi Qian, baffled, replied. How am I taking advantage of you? I'm Dodo as godmother. You are the godfather. Doesn't that make us a pair? I refuse to be paired with you. Therefore, you cannot be Dodo's godfather. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu exchanged glances bemused. Shi Qian's lips twitched as he regarded her incredulously. Who decreed that godfathers and godmothers must be a couple? Yisher, are you the one trying to take advantage of me? Yisher released Qiao Bei and approached him. Hands on her hips, arguing, I'm trying to take advantage of you? Shi Qian, you're utterly hilarious. Yisher, would never take advantage of you, even if I were to benefit from a pig. Qiao Bei and Fu Tanxiu. Shi Qian, you would be better off taking advantage of the pig. I could bring one to you right now. Yisher pointed at him. That is not what I meant. Do not distort the facts. What I intended to convey is that I have no desire to take advantage of you. I am not interested. Shi Qian, a woman who speaks contrary to her heart. You must secretly covet me. Yet I assure you, I have no interest in you. Do not linger on me. I am but a legend. Bah, a legend indeed. You are not even worthy of a paddle. Qiao Bei hurriedly approached and lovingly took Qiao Dodo from Shi Qian's arms. Qiao Dodo is still quite young. Be cautious not to rupture his eardrums.